My yin-yang divine sect is renowned throughout the world for its dual cultivation Tao. Every new disciple must choose a partner pairing up in twos to form Tao companions. Ning Fan, all the other disciples have already found suitable Tao companions. Only you remain. Now you have only two choices: either choose her or be expelled from the sect. The deacon elder's icy voice echoed through the grand hall like a sharp sword hanging above Ning Fan's head. 3 months earlier, Ning Fan had entered the yin-yang divine sect as a preparatory disciple carrying a heart full of martial dreams. Yet in the subsequent aptitude test he received a low grade evaluation, his cultivation speed deemed exceedingly slow. Thus among the disciples of the same batch, no one was willing to choose him as their Tao companion. And now there was only one person left whom he could choose. Ning Fan turned his head and looked toward the corner of the hall. A slender, delicate figure sat alone there, sunlight streaming through the lattice window and spilling over her as if clothing her in a hazy halo. Even from afar, Ning Fan could feel that breathtaking beauty. Yun Qingyao, publicly acknowledged as the foremost beauty among the preparatory disciples of the yin-yang divine sect, was also notoriously known as a complete good-for-nothing. It was said that the spiritual veins within her body were blocked, almost incapable of storing spiritual energy. Her aptitude was said to be even worse than Ning Fan's. And this was the only Tao companion Ning Fan was allowed to choose. Disciple obeys. Ning Fan drew a deep breath, bowed to the deacon elder, and then walked toward Yun Qingyao. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao had two good-for-nothings actually make quite a pair. What a pity for Yun Qingyao's peerless looks. Senior brother Zhao has always been infatuated with her, hasn't he? Why doesn't he choose her himself? Someone asked. At the side, Zhao Yuankai let out a cold laugh. Beautiful she may be, but what I want is a Tao companion who can help me break through my bottleneck, not a useless vase that is only pleasing to the eye. Then he cast Ning Fan a meaningful glance and added, however, once my cultivation has advanced sufficiently, I might consider taking her as a concubine. A beauty like that should be claimed early. I also happen to be short of a warm bed furnace. This girl is just right, another black-clothed man said, standing with a sword in his arms, blatant covetousness flickering in his gaze. Within the yin-yang divine sect there existed a cruel rule. Strong cultivators could seize the Tao companions of the weak and take them as concubines. This rule applied to both men and women. The whispers around him stabbed into Ning Fan's ears like needles. Yet he remained silent, walking to that corner everyone else had abandoned, and gazed at the girl sitting there. Yun Qingyao was absent-mindedly playing with the ends of her hair. Hearing footsteps approach, she lifted her head, and her eyes met Ning Fan's. This was the first time Ning Fan had ever seen Yun Qingyao so closely and face-to-face. Her beauty made Ning Fan feel as though his breath had stalled, skin as pale as snow, brows like brushstrokes in a painting, lips tinted like cinnabar. Most striking of all were her eyes, clear as the purest spring in a mountain ravine, untainted by the slightest impurity. Are you going to choose me? Her voice was soft and milky, carrying innocent curiosity. Ning Fan drew a deep breath and nodded. Are you willing to become my Tao companion? Yun Qingyao tilted her head in thought, then suddenly blossomed into a radiant smile. All right. So simple, so casual. Ning Fan was momentarily stunned. He realized Yun Qingyao seemed to possess a naive, carefree nature, ignorant of worldly matters. She perhaps did not even understand what it meant to bind herself as a Tao companion for life. But at the very least, neither he nor Yun Qingyao would be expelled from the sect. The yin-yang divine sect was cruel, but the world beyond its walls was even more merciless. Pairing of Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao is complete, the deacon elder announced loudly. All newly joined disciples are to proceed immediately to their respective cave dwellings and commence their first dual cultivation. Remember, this is the beginning of your path upon the great Tao of cultivation. Ning Fan's cave dwelling was located on the outermost peak of the yin-yang divine sect. It was so simple that it contained only a stone bed, a meditation cushion, and a low stone table. So this is going to be my home from now on. How wonderful. Yun Qingyao seemed very pleased with the cave's environment. She spun lightly in place, her skirt flaring like blossoming petals. Ning Fan gave a wry smile. Junior sister Yun. Just call me Qingyao, she interrupted as she curiously examined every corner of the stone chamber. The next second she suddenly asked, are we going to dual cultivate now? Hearing the girl ask with such guileless innocence, as if she were merely saying, are we going to eat now? Ning Fan could not help the heat rising to his ears. According to the sect's rules, that is indeed the case, Ning Fan explained as calmly as he could. But don't worry, I will be very gentle. Yun Qingyao blinked. I know. The elders have already taught us, she said, and began loosening the sash of her robe. Then shall we start now? Ning Fan could only stare dumbfounded as she undressed with such unself-conscious ease. When the last layer of gauze slipped to the floor, moonlight bathed Yun Qingyao's flawless body in a layer of silver, so beautiful, she seemed almost unearthly. Why are you still wearing your clothes? Yun Qingyao tilted her small head, asking in puzzlement. Ning Fan let out a speechless laugh, then stopped hesitating, quickly removing his own robes and guiding Yun Qingyao to lie down on the stone bed. According to the yin-yang mystic canon issued by the sect, both Tao companions had to circulate the cultivation art together until their spiritual power formed a continuous cycle. Through dual cultivation, male and female disciples could not only accelerate their cultivation speed, but also draw their levels closer together, allowing the one with the lower realm to advance with astonishing speed. They could even share their insights and experience regarding cultivation arts and martial skills, and their very vitality would become interconnected. Thus, choosing a Tao companion with strong aptitude in cultivation could make one's martial path twice as effective with half the effort. You might feel something a bit strange, Ning Fan murmured in warning, but don't resist it. Let the spiritual power flow naturally. Yun Qingyao nodded, her eyes devoid of any nervousness, instead filled with childlike curiosity and anticipation. Ning Fan hurriedly began circulating the yin-yang mystic canon. Their spiritual powers gradually touched and intertwined, just as the two were cultivating with fervent focus. Yun Qingyao suddenly let out a soft A streak of white light flashed across her body, making the cave dwelling as bright as day for an instant. In the very next moment, the cave fell back into darkness, leaving only the rustling sounds of the two within. At the same time, in the Tianxian Holy Land, Yi Honglian jolted awake from meditation, staring in shock at the ancient jade on her chest that had suddenly grown scorching hot. The pendant, which had lain dormant for 3 years, was now radiating a dazzling light. It has finally been activated. The Holy Maiden of Tianxian could not keep a trace of excitement from her face. For the sake of this ancient jade rumored to contain the inheritance of an archaic esoteric sect, she had once ventured into a forbidden land and narrowly escaped death. Without hesitation, Yi Honglian channeled all the spiritual energy in her body into the jade, yearning for the legendary ancient inheritance. Yet in the next instant the world spun, and the scene before her eyes changed abruptly. What is happening? She found herself suddenly lying bare on a crude stone bed, and beside her lay a strange. Yi Honglian was first stunned, then furious. Presumptuous, she shouted instinctively, trying to mobilize her spiritual power to blast this lecher to pieces. But to her horror, the boundless spiritual energy that had once surged within her body had vanished without a trace. At this moment, she was as fragile as an ordinary mortal woman. Qingyao, what's wrong? The man seemed puzzled. No. Yi Honglian was overwhelmed by shame and anger, unable to face this reality. She was the Holy Maiden of Tianxian Holy Land, second only to one and above 10,000. Countless people would give anything just to catch a glimpse of her, and the peerless geniuses who sought to court her were as numerous as the carps swimming across a river. Yet she had never shown the slightest warmth to any man famed as a beauty of ice and snow, and now, if those suitors were to learn that she was presently together with a strange man who knew what they would feel. At the same time, she clearly sensed an unfathomably profound spiritual cycle forming between herself and this lecher. The realization filled her with both shame and fury. In the final instant before she completely lost herself, she vaguely saw an ancient sigil emerge on the man's chest, identical in pattern to the markings on her jade pendant. Ning Fan felt as though he had experienced an endless and uncanny dream. In that dream, his dual cultivation with Yun Qingyao proceeded with extraordinary smoothness. Their spiritual power blended together like milk and water, circulating again and again as his cultivation realm soared at an astounding pace. Even more astonishing, an obscure cultivation method titled the Tianxian Heart Scripture branded itself directly into his mind. When the morning sunlight poured into the cave dwelling and Ning Fan opened his eyes, he immediately sensed the changes within his body. His cultivation had actually leapt from the first layer of the Huang extreme realm straight to the fourth. On the martial path, realms from low to high were divided into 4 great extremes, Huang, Xin, Di, and Tian, and each major realm was further separated into 9 minor layers. He had only advanced a single minor realm in 3 months since entering the sect, yet a single night now equaled 9 months of bitter cultivation. Not only that, he had obtained an exceedingly profound and arcane Tianxian heart scripture. By circulating the Tianxian heart scripture, Ning Fan discovered that the quality of the spiritual power within his body had increased several-fold, and the speed at which it recovered had also risen sharply. Even considering that the first dual cultivation yielded the best effect, Ning Fan still could not help but feel as though he were dreaming. After all, even famed geniuses within the sect could at most gain 2 minor layers from their first dual cultivation, and that was only with the aid of abundant cultivation resources. Yet he, without using any auxiliary means, had broken through 3 barriers in a single night. It was simply unbelievable. However, Ning Fan was painfully aware of his own level. He was nothing but a wastrel. The effect of the yin-yang mystic scripture was to allow Tao partners to share each other's cultivation and abilities. In other words, for him to gain such a tremendous improvement, his Tao partner's cultivation must far surpass his own. As for that profound Tianxian heart scripture, it could only have come from Yun Qingyao. At this thought, a bold conjecture abruptly surfaced in Ning Fan's heart. Could it be that Yun Qingyao was not a waste at all, but a hidden powerhouse pretending to be weak? Qingyao. Ning Fan hesitated again and again, but in the end still resolved to ask and learn the truth. Yet when he turned his head toward the person on the pillow, he froze in shock. Lying beside him was not Yun Qingyao, but a completely unfamiliar woman. Her brows and eyes were like a painting, her exquisite face carrying an awe-inspiring, unapproachable dignity. Even in deep sleep with her eyes closed, she exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. You are not Qingyao. Ning Fan was utterly bewildered. But when he focused and looked again, the woman had reverted to Yun Qingyao's appearance, as though everything just now had been no more than an illusion. The joy of breaking through 3 realms vanished without a trace. Ning Fan was almost certain that Yun Qingyao harbored some unknown secret. He was not so muddle-headed as to mistake 2 peerlessly beautiful women whose looks and bearing were completely different. The oppressive feeling that woman had given him was far too real to be an illusion. Gazing at the jade-like beauty whose quilt had slipped, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin because of his own careless tug, Ning Fan gradually calmed down and sank into contemplation. Since Yun Qingyao's cultivation and talent far surpassed his own, why would she willingly lower herself to be with him? Is it already dawn? Yun Qingyao rubbed her eyes and sat up. Seeing Yun Qingyao wake, Ning Fan steadied his mind and probed cautiously, Qingyao, last night, did anything strange happen? Yun Qingyao tilted her head in thought. No, we simply dual cultivated according to the technique, and then I fell asleep. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly lit up. Right. I think I had a very strange dream. I dreamt I became another person in an enormous and beautiful palace. Before Ning Fan could press further, the girl had already hopped off the bed and begun dressing. So she is unwilling to tell me the truth. Ning Fan felt that this seemingly innocent and lively girl was becoming harder and harder for him to see through. Since she did not wish to speak, he would not ask further. Yun Qingyao had already become his Tao partner, their union consummated as husband and wife. What he ought to know he would eventually come to know. In the Tianxian sacred land within the Holy Maiden's bedchamber, Yi Honglian abruptly opened her eyes and discovered that she had returned to her familiar room. Everything from the previous night felt like an absurd dream, yet the strange sensations of her body and the new information imprinted in her mind reminded her that it had all been real. She could only give a bitter smile. Likely no one in the entire Tianxian sacred land would dare believe that the goddess held aloft in everyone's eyes the Holy Maiden, whom countless mighty experts worshipped, had surrendered her body to a mere novice martial artist on an ordinary, unremarkable night. She lowered her head to look at the ancient jade resting against her chest. Its once dim surface now shimmered with strange radiance. What in the world is going on? Yi Honglian suppressed the turmoil in her heart and murmured softly. She attempted to circulate her cultivation technique, and instantly her eyes widened in astonishment. The 7th-layer bottleneck of the Tianxian heart scripture that had plagued her for so long had actually been broken. So that is it. This ancient jade does not grant the inheritance directly, but links its bearer with a particular person, and through that method their cultivation and insights are shared. After pondering a moment and drawing her conclusion, her cheeks grew faintly heated at the memories, but she quickly recovered the Holy Maiden's composure and majesty. Gently stroking the ancient jade, she saw a clear character one emerge upon its surface. Yi Honglian's gaze flickered slightly. One. If there is one, there must be two. Could it be that the ancient jades are not singular? Only by gathering all of them can the complete secret be unraveled. The face of that unfamiliar man surfaced in her mind. Though ashamed to admit it, Yi Honglian understood that in order to become stronger, she would sooner or later have to face again the man who had taken her purity. When the morning bell resounded through the valley, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao were already standing in the testing square. Within the Yin-Yang divine sect, the rules had always been thus: newly recruited disciples must undergo a sect evaluation after completing their first dual cultivation. Beside Ning Fan, Yun Qingyao was as serene and beautiful as a painting. Morning mist beaded into tiny droplets at the ends of her hair, and her clear, lovely eyes wandered curiously over the people and objects within the trial grounds. As for the testing square itself, the surrounding spectator seats were already packed to capacity. Although it was merely a newcomer evaluation, many had still come to watch. For those who had joined the sect earlier, this test was the best opportunity to pick out their future prey. In such circumstances, Yun Qingyao, acknowledged as the #1 beauty among the new disciples, naturally became the focus of all gazes. What a fine beauty, yet she's been ruined by a toad with such poor aptitude. What a pity. Looks like you don't fancy her, old Lu. That's perfect. Once the new disciple's protection period ends, I'll take her. Who said I don't fancy her? I call that feeling regret, understand? Aren't you afraid of wasting one of your concubine slots? The sect rules say disciples below the D extreme realm can have at most 3 concubines. Someone like Yun Qingyao is fine as a plaything, but to waste a concubine slot on her is hardly worth it. If you ask me, that Ning Fan has quite a decent face as well. When the time comes, Yun Qingyao can be yours and Ning Fan will belong to this little sister of yours. Listening to the older disciples casually divide up himself and Yun Qingyao like fish laid out on a chopping board, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a trace of fury. Yet for all the disciples present, this was an utterly commonplace occurrence. According to sect rules, newcomer assessments combine potential and combat strength to grade disciples into 4 ranks, A, B, C, and D, and cultivation resources were distributed according to rank, with a set protection period granted to the new disciples. During the protection period, older disciples were forbidden from harassing newcomers. Of course, if there was a difference of an entire major realm, then even outside the protection period, older disciples were not allowed to take lower realm disciples as concubines. For when the realm gap was too great, dual cultivation would bring only a negligible increase in the higher realm cultivators' training speed. The sect would never permit such low-cost performance pairings to exist. Rank D, the lowest tier, considered abandoned by the sect with a protection period of 7 days. Rank C, average aptitude, ordinary disciples, with a protection period of 1 month. Rank B, above average talents with some value for cultivation, granted 3 months of protection. Rank A, outstanding aptitude, reserves of sect talent, receiving extra cultivation resources and a protection period of 6 months. It was obvious that all the older disciples assumed Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao would definitely receive a rank evaluation. 7 days later, if nothing unexpected occurred, Yun Qingyao would be completely reduced to a plaything for the older disciples to fight over, trade, and pass around, while Ning Fan himself would be bullied like a dead dog at their mercy. What they did not know was that after last night's dual cultivation, everything had already changed. Even if Yun Qingyao still showed no intention of revealing her strength, his current cultivation alone was enough to earn at least a rank evaluation. Those who coveted Yun Qingyao would in the end return empty-handed. At this thought, Ning Fan could not help but feel a weight lift from his heart. Let others mock as they pleased, he would remain unshaken. He straightened his back and gazed calmly at everything around him. Silence. The chief steward elder in a silver robe swept his sleeve. His sonorous voice, bolstered by spiritual sense, fell across the plaza and instantly stilled the crowd. This evaluation will be presided over by me. I am Su Guan, chief steward elder of the divine sect. The results of this assessment will determine the privileges and protection you may enjoy within the sect. Treat it with solemnity. Do you understand? We understand. The newcomers bowed to Elder Su. He then proceeded to explain the rules and procedures of the sect's appraisal. The assessment comprised 2 parts, a potential test and a combat test. The potential test gauges the compatibility of male and female disciples for dual cultivation by means of the plaza's towering dragon and phoenix divine pillars, calculating potential from the first advancement achieved through double cultivation. The combat test evaluates a newcomer's actual fighting prowess through duels. I hereby declare the newcomer appraisals to begin. After the rules were explained, the newcomers, guided by the chief steward elder, came forward in pairs to the central dragon and phoenix divine pillars to receive their tests in turn. He Tian Shuelon. Called by the elder, the pair stepped forward and placed their hands upon the pillars, drawing in and channeling their spiritual energy. The pillar immediately flared with 3 zhong of golden radiance. Not bad, Elder Su nodded with satisfaction. Illuminating 3 zhong on the pillar, an advancement of 1.5 levels. 3 zhong lit. Quite the prodigy. Indeed, among the 100 or so pairs in our group, only 3 pairs have ever lit more than 2 zhong. 1 in 100, truly exceptional. With such potential, their constitutions are remarkably compatible. They stand at least a 30% chance of cultivating to DG realm in the future. The next pairs filed up in sequence. Illuminated 1 zhong on the pillar, advanced half a level. Illuminated 1 zhong, advanced half a level. Illuminated 2 zhong, advanced 1 full level. Dozens of pairs failed to ignite the pillar beyond 2 zhong. The vast majority only kindled 1 zhong, causing the chief steward elder to frown deeply. Zhao Yuan Kai by Ruo. The 2 pressed their hands to the pillar, and a golden beam surged upward in an instant. Hiss! Elder Zu's face brightened with surprise. 4 zhong lit on the pillar. An advancement of 2 levels. A roar of astonishment swept through the plaza. This, 4 zhong lit. That's abnormal. The last time a pair lit 4 zhong was 3 years ago. Zhao Yuankai and Bai Ruo should be the top newcomers of this cohort. Many senior disciples could not help but nod in approval toward the pair. Zhao Yuankai allowed himself a faint, composed smile. This outcome had been anticipated by him. Ning Fan watched the scene with a stir in his chest. If merely advancing 2 minor stages could light 4 zhong, then breaking 3 minor stages himself ought to indicate even greater potential, he thought. Ning Fan, Yao. When the elder called their names, the already boisterous stands grew even. Many cast ill-intentioned glances their way. How amusing. This pair of useless ones are infamous in the sect. 2 trashlings, they probably can't even light one jong. Elder Su swept a neutral glance at them and signaled for them to begin. Hand in hand, Ning Fan and Yao ascended and placed their palms on the dragon and phoenix pillar. In the next breath, a pillar of golden light shot into the heavens. The radiance was so intense that those present found it hard to keep their eyes open. The elder's previously composed visage suddenly stiffened. Six zhong of golden light. Elder Su could hardly trust his eyes. Ning Fan and Yao have lit 6 zhong on the pillar, advancing 3 levels of realm. The elder was stupefied. Weren't these 2 of notoriously poor cultivation aptitude? How could their realms leap so far? Such extraordinary potential. Silence fell over the plaza. Even Zhao Yuankai, who had been calmly meditating in the waiting area, shot open his eyes and stared at Ning Fan and Yao in utter disbelief. The entire square erupted at the sight of the 6 zhong pillar. How is this possible? Is the pillar Those 2 recognized as worthless have surpassed Zhao Yuankai, and by Ruo, in potential. Terrifying. I have never in my life seen anyone ignite 6 zhong of golden light on the pillar. At that moment, a dissenting voice rose from the onlookers. Even if they lit 6 zhong and broke 3 minor realms, it does not necessarily make them peerless geniuses. I recall a similar episode in our sect's history. 2 cultivators of mediocre aptitude, yet because their constitutions were extraordinarily compatible, their progress in early dual cultivation was explosive. One even lit 7 zhong, far outstripping others. However, that couple's rapid ascent lasted barely half a month before their cultivation speed fell away and they sank back into mediocrity. The remark immediately prompted many disciples to rethink the spectacle before them. Yes, I've heard of that. If their innate talents were truly poor to begin with, only an exceptional constitutional compatibility could produce such a temporary surge. Compatibility. Trash becoming compatible. Trash remains trash. Even if they fly for a moment, they will never become a phoenix. Indeed, the world ultimately reveres the strong. Even if Ning Fan has just broken 3 stages, his foundation is shallow. As a 4th-level Huangji realm, he might not defeat an ordinary 3rd-level Huangji. Hearing these voices, Ning Fan paused for a fraction, then smiled and let it pass. The truth of he and Yun Qingjiu's situation was not what those tongues assumed. With the Tianxian Heart Sutra in his possession, he felt confident even of engaging opponents beyond his rank. After a brief hesitation, the chief steward elder finally placed them at the top of the potential rankings. Whether Ning Fan and Yao would soon fade into the crowd remained to be seen, but their present achievement was undeniable. The rules alone must speak. Zhao Yuankai looked at the name on the potential list that Ning Fan had displaced his own. A flash of displeasure crossed his eyes. Although he bore no personal grudge with Ning Fan, the insult of a supposed waste stepping above him was intolerable. "Don't let me meet you in the combat rankings," he muttered. Zhao Yuankai murmured the words, and then closed his eyes to resume his meditation. The potential assessments continued. A few more promising pairs appeared, yet Ning Fan and Yun Qingjiu's blinding result had already eclipsed any ripples the others might create. When the potential test concluded, the top spot on the rankings remained occupied by Ning Fan and Yao, unchallenged and immovable. No one had managed to dislodge them from that pinnacle. The aptitude assessment concluded, the combat evaluation would now commence. Upon the martial arena, the supervising elder proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Next begins the combat trial. The rules are straightforward. Draw lots to form pairs. Each novice cohort may designate 1 representative to fight. Victory secures advancement. The last remaining contestant shall be crowned champion of the martial contest." Hearing this, senior disciples seated in the spectator stands finally stirred with renewed interest. At last, the main event. Let us see what spectacle those 2 incompetents can possibly muster. With their mediocre foundations, even if their physical constitutions happen to align favorably for early cultivation, they possess neither substance nor semblance of strength. How could they possibly contend in combat? They'll likely be struck down before even raising a hand. Amid murmurs and speculation, nearly all discussion centered upon Ning Fan and Yao, the so-called incompetent pair, whose astonishing aptitude results had ignited widespread fascination. Once all novice cohorts completed the lot drawing, the supervising elder flicked his sleeve, and the combat rankings board illuminated the match pairings. Ning Fan and Yao were slated for the opening bout. Spectators instantly turned their gaze toward their opponents, none other than Zhao Yuankai and Bai Ruo. A wave of astonishment rippled across the arena. The incompetent pair has just slammed headfirst into an immovable wall. Their very first match is against Zhao Yuankai's team. Luck after all must run its course. Whether Zhao Yuankai or Bai Ruo steps forward, the so-called incompetent duo stands no chance. Not even a single strike will suffice to fell them. That much is certain. Their cultivation has surged too rapidly, leaving foundations perilously shallow. Their innate talent was weak to begin with, and Zhao Yuankai surpasses Ning Fan by an entire cultivation tier. What a tragic mismatch. Upon seeing that his first opponent was none other than Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao, Zhao Yuankai's lips curled into a faint disdainful smile. Very well, let this farce end swiftly. On the other side, Ning Fan paused, startled upon learning his adversary was Zhao Yuankai. At Yellow Extreme Realm Tier 4, fortified by the extraordinary Celestial Pivot Heart Sutra, he believed himself unrivaled among novices. Yet fate had pitted him against Zhao Yuankai, the strongest among all newcomers. A flicker of tension stirred within Ning Fan. Though only one tier below his opponent, victory was no longer assured. After a moment's reflection, Ning Fan glanced at the innocent-looking young woman beside him and asked cautiously, "Qingyao, do you believe I stand a chance of winning this match?" "My husband is peerless. I trust you completely." Yun Qingyao blinked playfully and smiled. Ning Fan could only fall silent, speechless. His cultivation partner feigned ignorance so convincingly it was almost uncanny, yet the very fact she believed in him meant in her eyes he possessed the strength not merely to challenge Zhao Yuankai, but to triumph over him. That thought settled his heart like still water. Without further hesitation, he strode firmly onto the martial arena. Seeing Ning Fan step forward, Zhao Yuankai, who had long awaited this moment, lightly sprung upward, his body gliding like a breeze as he alighted upon the platform. Such refined movement drew thunderous applause from the crowd. Even the supervising elder nodded approvingly, though his glance toward Ning Fan carried unmistakable pity. To preserve life, sect regulations forbade lethal force during trials, thus no weapons were permitted, only barehanded combat. Gazing upon Ning Fan, grave-faced and fully prepared, Zhao Yuankai offered a faint contemptuous smile. "Surrender now, return with Yun Qingyao delivered to my residence, and I may allow you to depart this arena unscathed." Ning Fan remained silent and unmoved, leaving Zhao Yuankai with the hollow frustration of striking cotton. "Commence the match." The supervising elder's decree echoed sharply, and the duel began. "Since you seek death, blame no one but yourself." Zhao Yuankai sneered, then advanced with 7 deliberate steps, each mimicking the celestial alignment of the Big Dipper. His body streaked like a meteor, his fist roared like thunder, cleaving the air with a deafening howl as it hurtled toward Ning Fan's face. Even a lion expends full strength to slay a hare. Zhao Yuankai understood this truth well. He intended to crush Ning Fan, utterly annihilating this insignificant insect beneath absolute, overwhelming might. Though Ning Fan had braced himself, Zhao Yuankai's speed still surpassed his expectations. With no time to hesitate, he channeled the Celestial Pivot Heart Sutra to its utmost, launching a devastating counterfist. Zhao Yuankai did not evade. He met the blow heat and determined to shatter Ning Fan's arm with sheer force. Yet the instant their fists collided, the smirk on Zhao Yuankai's lips vanished, replaced by raw, incredulous horror. Boom! A muffled impact reverberated. Before spectators could even register it, a rapid series of bone-cracking snaps echoed like firecrackers. Zhao Yuankai shot backward faster than he'd arrived, spitting blood hurtling through the air like a shattered cannonball. Thud! The colossal crash left Zhao Yuankai embedded deep within the stone gate at the arena's edge. His arm grotesquely twisted, his chest caved inward, hair matted with blood, face drenched in crimson. Motionless, he hung suspended in the stone, blood dripping steadily, his fate unknown. Such terrifying power silenced the entire plaza. Even Ning Fan stared dumbfounded at his own fist. "I didn't even exert full force. How did you collapse so utterly?" The spiritual energy condensed by the Celestial Pivot Heart Sutra proved far more formidable than Ning Fan had imagined. All had assumed Zhao Yuankai would dominate, yet instead he was utterly crushed. A profound hush once again blanketed the square. "Victor, Ning Fan." Elder Su, finally recovering from shock, solemnly declared the result, after what felt like an eternity. The crowd erupted as if awakening from a dream. Did I truly witness that? Zhao Yuankai, 1 tier above Ning Fan, defeated in a single move. What realm of strength does Ning Fan command? Waste. If Ning Fan is deemed waste, then what do we call ourselves? We misjudged him entirely. He surely encountered some extraordinary fortune beyond mere resonance with his cultivation partner. Could it be? Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao possess a hidden dual cultivation constitution, awakened last night during their union. Otherwise, how could Ning Fan's power have surged so dramatically? I should have chosen Yun Qingyao back then. That's a dual cultivation constitution. What a loss. Such a peerless beauty, possessing a dual cultivation constitution. snatched away by this upstart Ning Fan. Many novices now bitterly regretted passing over Yun Qingyao when given the chance. One male disciple gazed upon Yun Qingyao's ethereal beauty, then at his current partner, whose stout figure resembled a plump pig, and nearly choked on his own breath. He had deliberately rejected Yun Qingyao, settling instead for a partner of merely average aptitude. Numerous female disciples likewise lamented. Had they known Ning Fan might harbor a dual cultivation constitution, they would never have declined his pairing request. In that moment, every soul present grasped an irrevocable truth: Ning Fan was no longer the universally despised outcast he once was. Even senior disciples ranked Yellow Extreme Realm Tiers 6 and 7 would now weigh the consequences carefully before provoking him. Yet a select few elite seniors, more powerful, more gifted, now watched Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao with keen calculating interest. Dual cultivation constitutions remained perpetually coveted within the Yin-Yang divine sect. Amid rapt attention from thousands, Ning Fan returned to the rest area. Pop. Under envious gazes, Yun Qingyao gleefully wrapped her arms around Ning Fan's neck and planted a resounding, affectionate kiss upon his cheek. My husband is simply extraordinary. Absolutely magnificent. Ning Fan flushed crimson. There are so many people watching. Male disciples nearby seethed with envy, desperate to trade places with him in that very instant. That Ning Fan, what unparalleled fortune he possessed. Thereafter, until the martial contest concluded, every novice cohort drawn against Ning Fan's team resigned themselves to ill fate, immediately surrendering upon stepping onto the arena. Zhao Yuankai's humiliating defeat served as stark warning: none wished to suffer the same fate or indulge masochistic impulses. When Ning Fan's final opponent surrendered before even taking the stage, the supervising elder declared the evaluation complete. After delivering a few perfunctory words of encouragement, he swept his silver sleeve, and the comprehensive rankings materialized upon the combat rankings board. Unsurprisingly, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao secured first place in the alpha tier ranking. Poor Zhao Yuankai, though he ranked second in the aptitude rankings, was eliminated in the opening match, defeated in a single strike. His final comprehensive standing placed him dead last in the beta tier, a ranking granted rumor held only out of the supervising elder's reluctant compassion for his grievous condition. Next came the distribution of rewards. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao first place of a rank. 10,000 silver coins, 100 spirit stones, 10 gathering chi pills, 7 body refining powders, 2 bottles of spring recovery pills, and 2 storage rings. Zhou Bin and Chun Shanshan second place of a rank. 8,000 silver coins, 80 spirit stones, 8 gathering chi pills, 7 body refining powders, 2 bottles of spring recovery pills, and 2 storage rings. After receiving the material rewards under the guidance of the supervising elder, everyone stored their rewards in their storage rings. The treatment of first place in a rank is really good. Ning Fan sighed, reminiscing about just passing the selection to become a preparatory disciple and receiving 5 spirit stones as cultivation resources for the month, which made him excited enough to stay awake all night. Now he had become a newly rich, receiving 100 spirit stones every week. In the past, Ning Fan wouldn't even have dared to imagine this. Then the supervising elder led them to another storage room to collect resources for dual cultivation. Ning Fan, Yun Qingyao 10 great strength pills, and 2 gentle heart powders. Hearing these names for auxiliary resources, Ning Fan was stunned. Why do these sound like names for aphrodisiacs and vitality pills? 1 set of yin-yang harmony powder. And now comes a love potion. Ning Fan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. 1 dual cultivation bathtub. After stuffing the large bathtub into the storage ring, they finally finished collecting these blushing auxiliary resources. Upon exiting the external storage, except for Yun Qingyao, who remained innocent and carefree, all the newcomers were blushing. The supervising elder, who was already accustomed to this, chuckled as he sent everyone back, repeatedly reminding them to make good use of the resources and to seize the time for dual cultivation. Back in the cave dwelling, Yun Qingyao took out all the resources and organized them by category. Great strength pills. For my husband. Gentle heart powder. For me. Yin-yang harmony powder. For everyone to use. After sorting, Yun Qingyao lifted her beautiful eyes and looked at Ning Fan, whose mouth was still twitching, sincerely asking, "Husband, we are about to dual cultivate again, right? Which one do you want to use first?" Ning Fan inwardly rejected these potent substances. As a vigorous young man, he thought he could just rely on his own efforts to cultivate. What use were these strange pills? Just as he hesitated, Yun Qingyao had already started mixing the body refining powder and added it to the dual-person bathtub. Seeing this, Ning Fan couldn't help but ask, "Qingyao, what are you going to? Didn't Elder Su say that we need to quickly refine our bodies together to strengthen our physical qualities?" Yun Qingyao said matter-of-factly. Ning Fan couldn't help but click his tongue. If Qingyao, a girl, wasn't shy, why should he, a grown man, hold back? If they didn't dual cultivate, how could he become stronger? After mixing, Yin Qingyao took out 2 spirit stones and embedded them into the grooves on the inside of the bathtub. This bathtub was clearly not an ordinary one. It had a spirit gathering array built into it to enhance the absorption of medicinal effects and spiritual power. The two of them shed their robes and bathed together. White mist enveloped the tub as they sat inside, with the water rising to their necks. When they first entered the water, the medicinal effects caused a sharp pain to surge through Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan quickly held his breath and concentrated, drawing the medicinal properties and spiritual energy from the water into his body. As the celestial rotation heart sutra circulated within him, the pain gradually faded, and a cool, abundant spiritual energy flowed through his limbs, continually merging with his flesh. Half an hour later, the spiritual energy in the spirit stones was almost exhausted, and they finally stood up from the water. Incredible! The energy that should have lasted at least 2 hours was completely absorbed in just half an hour. Ning Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart, while also secretly marveling at the efficacy of the celestial rotation heart sutra. However, compared to practicing alone in the bathtub, it was indeed much better to have a partner. Qingyao. Ning Fan lifted his head to look at the beauty on the other side of the bathtub. Moi. Shall we go rest on the bed? Then, husband, will you take the medicine given by the sect? Yun Qingyao tilted her head curiously, and I. Ning Fan was certainly prepared to refuse, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Yun Qingyao suddenly reached out her delicate hand and swiftly stuffed a pill into Ning Fan's mouth. Yun Qingyao shook the bottle of pills in her hand with a mischievous smile. Ning Fan felt a bit helpless. He didn't expect this girl to have a playful side. In the next second, Ning Fan's expression changed again as he felt a surge of heat rise from his lower abdomen, nearly overwhelming his consciousness. A husband! Yun Qingyao exclaimed, causing splashes in the bathtub. In the celestial rotation Holy Land. It seems these people are still unwilling to give up on my position as the Holy Maiden. Remembering the events from the elder meeting, Yi Honglian was filled with anger. Initially in the competition for the position of Holy Maiden, she had been conferred the title due to her breakthrough of the celestial rotation heart sutra to the 5th level, surpassing all other candidates. However, she later found herself stuck at the 6th level for more than a year without a breakthrough. Rumors in the Holy Land spread, claiming her talent was exhausted. Recently, the Han family announced that Han Yufei had broken through to the 7th level, and the Han family was actively promoting the idea of replacing the Holy Maiden. If it weren't for her accidental breakthrough last night, today's elder meeting would surely have only one topic: replacing the Holy Maiden. Strength. Yi Honglian's face was as cold as frost. Han Yufei had been harboring resentment since losing to her in the competition for the Holy Maiden, repeatedly creating trouble to try to replace her. Although both she and Han Yufei had now broken through to the 7th level, her family's influence in the Holy Land was far inferior to that of the Han family. In the past, she had relied on her talent to overshadow Han Yufei, which had prevented the Elder Pavilion from favoring the Han family and instead supported her. Now that their cultivation was similar, the situation was significantly unfavorable for her. Although the Grand Elder temporarily shelved the issue of replacing the Holy Maiden by stating that with both being at the 7th level, the position should not be easily changed, it was ultimately not a long-term solution. Once Han Yufei made another breakthrough, it would be difficult for the Grand Elder to persuade others, even if he wanted to help her. Just as Yi Honglian was in deep thought, she suddenly felt the jade pendant pulsating again. Having experienced what happened last night, how could Yi Honglian not know what was going on? She couldn't help but feel a mixture of shame and anger. Recalling how her purity had been forcefully taken from her, she harbored a burning hatred, wishing to tear apart the person who had violated her. However, upon calmly reflecting, although she was too ashamed to speak of it, she had indeed gained a lot from the events of last night. Since her purity was already lost, and she urgently needed to increase her strength, why not? Pa. Yi Honglian berated herself internally, trying to expel such incredible thoughts from her mind. But as she stared at the jade pendant shimmering with white light, the events of the day replayed in her mind, and Han Yufei's mocking face kept flashing before her eyes. Somehow she tightly grasped the jade pendant, and her body was uncontrollably pulled into another space within Ning Fan's cave dwelling. After the events of the previous day, tonight was filled with sweet whispers and tender murmurs. The spiritual energy intertwined, swirling around the two. Another flash of white light occurred, and Ning Fan assumed it was just like last night, focusing on his cultivation. As the scene shifted before her, Yi Honglian intended to assess her surroundings, but a pair of heated hands had already grasped her. Yi Honglian felt both embarrassed and angry. Just as she was about to resist, she discovered, just like yesterday, that all her spiritual energy had vanished. The technique operated autonomously, and now both of them possessed the Tianxian Heart Sutra, making their cultivation much smoother. Yi Honglian's initial shame and anger gradually gave way to the profound mysteries of the technique and her instincts. It seems Qing Yao indeed only undergoes such changes at this time. At this moment Ning Fan had noticed the changes in his partner's appearance, but chose not to mention it, treating it as a secret of Qing Yao. Since she didn't speak of it, he would not ask. Unaware of the jade pendant's significance, he could never imagine that Qing Yao and Yi Honglian were two different people. Yi Honglian certainly wouldn't explain such things. She was now completely immersed in cultivation. After an unknown amount of time at the Tianxian Holy Land, Yi Honglian's beautiful eyes slowly opened, feeling her body weak and powerless. Struggling to rise, she glanced around, realizing she had returned to the Holy Land, and let out a long breath. Remembering the indulgent sounds from not long ago, two blushes appeared on her delicate cheeks. Outwardly, Yi Honglian was an invaluable saint, but inside, she was merely a young girl who had just experienced love. Suddenly, she sensed a change in her cultivation and hurriedly suppressed the numerous distracting thoughts in her heart, urging her divine sense to investigate. Unexpectedly, this investigation left Yi Honglian stunned. In just one night, her Tianxian Heart Sutra had unexpectedly advanced from the early 7th layer to the mid-7th layer. She was already the most talented individual of this generation in the Tianxian Holy Land, yet even with her comprehension breaking through to the mid-7th layer from the early stage in such a short time was absolutely impossible without at least half a year's effort. One night was equivalent to her half a year of understanding. Yi Honglian chuckled bitterly, stroking the jade pendant in her palm, uncertain if the opportunity it brought her was good or bad. I am Han Yufei, a candidate for the Saintess, here to challenge Saintess Yi Honglian. A woman in white stood outside the hall, exuding an unparalleled elegance, holding a sword. Daring to strike at me, it seems junior sister is quite confident in herself. Yi Honglian appeared at the palace gate, looking at Han Yufei with indifference. Senior sister, please. With a flick of her arm, Han Yufei activated the inscriptions on her sword, and streams of sword energy surged forth, transforming into wind blades aimed directly at Yi Honglian. Yi Honglian did not dodge or evade, her entire being radiated a brilliant white light. Before the sword energy released by Han Yufei could reach her, it was dispersed by the white light. Mid-7th layer. Han Yufei cried out in shock, waves of turmoil surging within her heart. Since you dare to challenge the palace, you must be prepared to die. Yi Honglian's voice echoed, ethereal and overwhelming like a death knell in Han Yufei's ears. A flash of white light enveloped a Tenjong radius centered on Yi Honglian. Moments later, the white light dissipated and Yi Honglian remained in place as if she had never moved. Han Yufei maintained her sword stance. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept by, and Han Yufei's head rolled off her shoulders. The headless body remained in a fighting posture, blood gushing from the neck. To the captain who take people to clean up. Yi Honglian floated back to the palace without looking back, leaving behind a faint sentence that echoed in the breeze. The Saintess once again broke through in a single night, reaching mid-7th layer and defeated Han Yufei in one strike. The Holy Land erupted in excitement, and the Elder's pavilion trembled. Yang Divine Sect. A beauty slept on her couch. Ning Fan sat cross-legged on a stone bench in front of the cave, adjusting his breath and cultivating. Huff! After finishing his adjustment, Ning Fan let out a sigh of relief, his face revealing joy. Unexpectedly, I have broken through 2 realms again. Normally, the Yang Divine Sect's dual cultivation technique would only have a significant increase during the first dual cultivation. This was due to the first merging of their spiritual energies, physical attributes, and souls, which allowed both parties to gain so many benefits during their initial dual cultivation. After that, during subsequent dual cultivations, the improvement speed for both partners would naturally slow down. Generally, a new disciple at the 4th layer of Huangji realm would need at least half a month or more to rise to the 5th layer, even with resource assistance. Now, the benefits Ning Fan gained from his second dual cultivation surprisingly exceeded those of other disciples' first dual cultivation, which was simply incredible. It seems I need to dual cultivate more often in the future. As long as I don't die, I will cultivate to the limit. A hint of determination flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. Without dual cultivation, how could he establish himself in this ruthless Yang Divine Sect? I heard that Zhao Yuan Kai from the Zhao family was severely injured in the first round of the newcomer competition and only received a 2nd-tier evaluation. Looking at the invitation with Zhao Yuan Kai's name handed to him by his subordinate, Xiao Hong laughed lightly. Now he comes to visit me, he must have something to ask of me. But since he is from the Zhao family, bring him in. In the span of a tea's worth of time, a voice came from outside the door. Senior brother, Zhao senior brother has arrived. Come in. The door was pushed open. Xiao Hong glanced casually and was taken aback. He saw 2 young servants carrying a couch on which lay a person wrapped in white cloth with only the eyes and mouth exposed, resembling a living mummy. You are? Xiao Hong looked at the person before him in astonishment. Zhao junior brother. Senior brother Xiao. Zhao Yuankai's voice was hoarse and his tone was extremely weak. Xiao Hong first frowned, then his expression turned to one of concern as he hurriedly asked Zhao Jr. Brother what on earth happened. Who had the audacity to do this to you? Senior Brother Xiao, let's not discuss that for now. I came to offer you a treasure. Zhao Yuankai's tone was flattering. Among this batch of new disciples, there is a beauty named Yun Qingyao with extraordinary talent. In terms of appearance, she is comparable to our yin-yang divine sect's first beauty Ling, Su Xianzi. Junior Brother knows you have always loved beautiful women, so I came here to offer you this treasure, comparable to Ling Su Xianzi in beauty. Is that true? Xiao Hong's eyes lit up, revealing a lewd expression filled with greed. Of course it's true. Seeing that Xiao Hong was interested, Zhao Yuankai immediately stoked the flames, saying, Senior Brother, the beauty of Yun Qingyao is known by all. If you don't act fast, others might snatch her away. Xiao Hong had a pig-like expression, nearly drooling. I will go snatch her right away. Such a beauty can only belong to me, Xiao Hong. He patted Zhao Yuankai's shoulder. Thank you for the news, Junior Brother. Once I seize the beauty, you will not miss out on the benefits. Thank you, Senior Brother. Zhao Yuankai sneered inwardly. Ning Fan, oh Ning Fan. With Xiao Hong the notorious lecher taking action, you will surely end up regretting it. This is the consequence of provoking me. After sending Zhao Yuankai away, Xiao Hong transformed from his previous lewd demeanor, his expression calm as he instructed his subordinates. Within a day, I want to know all the information about Yun Qingyao. Senior Brother, she's just a newcomer. If you like her, I can simply capture her and present her to you. Why go through? Xiao Hong squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice, Everyone knows that I, Xiao Hong, enjoy the company of women, but they do not know my caution. A careful ship sails for 1,000 years. It do not let others use me as a pawn. If my guess is correct, this Yun Qingyao is probably related to Zhao Yuankai's injuries. You are right, Senior Brother. Go. After half a day, Xiao Hong looked at a document regarding Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao in his hands. He couldn't help but sneer. It seems that Zhao Yuankai truly thinks of me as a fool. First place in the first rank, humph. If I had followed Zhao Yuankai's words and acted rashly, I might have indeed suffered a great loss. So what does Senior Brother mean? To give up? Asked his subordinate. Xiao Hong set down the document, leaned back in his chair, and pondered. A beauty should not be easily discarded, especially since this Yun Qingyao might possess a dual cultivation physique. However, since they have achieved first rank, they might have caught the attention of the higher-ups of the divine sect. Moreover, they are still under protection. Acting rashly might lead to losing both people and wealth. I need to think of a way to have my cake and eat it too. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hong said, You go find Zhao Yuanjia. Hasn't he always wanted to find a woman with a special dual cultivation physique as a concubine? Find a way to let him know about it. Zhao Yuanjia, the man asked, puzzled. Isn't that too generous for him? Xiao Hong laughed. That young master of the Zhao family wants to use me as a pawn. I might as well let him take this opportunity. Zhao Yuanjia is Zhao Yuankai's cousin and a reckless man. He will make a good pawn. But what if he truly takes her away? Wouldn't that be? Xiao Hong waved his hand and smiled. Zhao Yuanjia is only fit to scout for me. I will observe in the shadows, and if the higher-ups of the divine sect pay attention, then let the Zhao family bear the brunt of it. If not, then I will act and intercept it myself. Others may fear Zhao Yuanjia, but in my eyes he is nothing. Xiao Hong sneered. As expected, Senior Brother is brilliant, his subordinate quickly praised. Xiao Hong smiled. Go find a way to let Zhao Yuanjia know. Yes, Senior Brother. Zhao Yuanjia hummed a tune as he leisurely arrived outside Ning Fan's cave dwelling. He was in a very good mood today. At noon, he drank with a few younger brothers and overheard the discussion at the neighboring table about the newcomer evaluation conference. At first, he found them annoying, but then he heard that there was a beauty named Yun Qingyao among the newcomers. Not only was she stunning, but she was also said to possess a special dual cultivation physique. That waste named Ning Fan actually broke through 3 realms during his first dual cultivation with her. Hearing this, Zhao Yuan's heart was set ablaze. His cultivation had stagnated for some time, but he didn't want others to know. After returning home and consulting the clan's physician, he found out. He realized he had long relied on auxiliary drugs, and overindulgence in dual cultivation had left him with hidden ailments. However, since he had already begun practicing that method, it was impossible to give up. Continuing like this would not lead to any improvement either. Fortunately, the old clan physician said that some women possess a special dual cultivation physique, and cultivating together not only enhances yin and yang, but also rapidly increases cultivation levels. However, such special physiques are extremely rare. He had stolen and pillaged countless women without ever discovering one. Now, after searching tirelessly, he was almost in despair, yet here, it was right before his eyes. Truly the heavens are favoring him. What does the protection period matter? As long as he can make that boy named Ning Fan willingly let go of his partner, the protection period is useless. If he is smart, that's fine. If he isn't, then he will be made to understand. Zhao Yuanjia stood at the entrance of the cave looking fierce. That waste named Ning Fan come out. Inside the cave, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao were in deep meditation. Hearing the commotion outside, Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes. Who is looking for trouble? He stepped outside the cave. Who are you? The sun is about to set, and you're here making a ruckus. Aren't you afraid of attracting wolves? Initially, Zhao Yuanjia shouted loudly, and the surrounding caves were filled with new and old disciples. Although the protection period had not yet passed, there had been plenty of older disciples looking for trouble these days. Upon hearing the shout, everyone immediately knew there was a good show to watch and rushed out of their caves. Upon hearing Ning Fan's response, everyone burst into laughter. Although Zhao Yuanjia was reckless, he was not foolish. Seeing so many newcomers around, he coldly stared at Ning Fan while releasing his spiritual energy. Demonstrating strength has always been a means to intimidate enemies. 8th level of Huangji realm. Feeling the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Zhao Yuanjia, everyone quickly realized and closed their mouths. That's more like it. If you're weak, you should keep a low profile. Zhao Yuanjia was very satisfied with this effect. At this moment, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao had already stepped out of the cave and approached Zhao Yuanjia. Very good, very nice. Zhao Yuanjia didn't even glance at Ning Fan, his small squinty eyes sizing up Yun Qingyao. Indeed, she is a stunning beauty. Yun Qingyao felt a chill run down her spine as Zhao Yuanjia looked at her weakly, hugging Ning Fan's arm and hiding behind him. Ning Fan stepped forward, shielding Yun Qingyao behind him, and pointed his finger directly at Zhao Yuanjia before shouting in contempt. Wretched cur, if you no longer wish to keep your eyes, I'll gladly pluck them out. She is my Dao companion. If you dare covet her, you must first ask me. Oh. Zhao Yuanjia withdrew his gaze, narrowed his eyes, and scrutinized Ning Fan from head to toe. How audacious. You dare flaunt such arrogance even after witnessing my yellow extreme realm 8th layer cultivation. It seems you've grown weary of life. While it's true the divine sect grants new disciples a probationary protection period, do not mistake it for absolute immunity. I assure you I have ways to deal with you. Zhao Yuanjia tilted his head, gazing down at Ning Fan with undisguised disdain. A number of new disciples watched Ning Fan with smug, malicious amusement. Though the divine sect did enforce protective regulations for novices, such safeguards were never absolute. Senior disciples always found means to humiliate newcomers. Moreover, Dao companions were not invariably loyal or united in heart. Once a novice faltered under senior pressure, and if their Dao companion proved flexible in disposition, the ensuing drama was all too predictable. Many turned their eyes toward Yun Qingyao, who remained hidden behind Ning Fan. Yun Qingyao's expression remained pure and guileless, with Ning Fan as her bulwark. The panic on her face had noticeably subsided. Senior brother, petty sparring holds no interest. Shall we raise the stakes? A sudden sharp smile curled Ning Fan's lips. Moi. Zhao Yuanjia frowned. I challenge you, spirit stones as wager. Should I prevail, you shall pay me 300 spirit stones. Ning Fan declared. The moment his voice faded, every onlooker's eyes widened in disbelief riveted upon him. Even Zhao Yuanjia himself froze in stunned silence. Then he burst into thunderous laughter. Ha! Ha 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 ha! So, you're Ning Fan, are you? Truly you surpass even audacity itself. A wager duel, a sanctioned form of disciple sparring within the divine sect, required both parties to place stakes. The victor claimed the opponent's wager. By issuing this challenge, Ning Fan voluntarily forfeited the sect's probationary protection for novices. Indeed, if a novice initiated combat against a senior, the senior was permitted to disregard the protection clause entirely during the duel. Should Ning Fan win, Zhao Yuanjia would surrender 300 spirit stones, a considerable sum. For Ning Fan, ranked first among the Alpha tier initiates, 300 spirit stones represented 3 weeks' worth of cultivation resources. Though Zhao Yuanjia was a senior disciple, his standing was unremarkable, making 300 spirit stones no trivial burden. 300 spirit stones could fund roughly 5 dual cultivation sessions for Ning Fan, enough to alleviate urgent needs. Should Zhao Yuanjia win, however, Ning Fan owed nothing. The terms appeared grossly unequal, yet Ning Fan bore an invisible cost, relinquishing sectal protection. In this duel, grievous injury, or even death, would be entirely self-inflicted. You have only yourself to blame. Blades heed no master. This was the very first lesson engraved upon every cultivator's soul. Ha ha. You tread the path to paradise, yet choose Hell's Gate instead. Very well, then do not fault me for mercilessness. Zhao Yuanjia accepted instantly. Preposterous. Would he lose? Ning Fan had barely entered the divine sect, his cultivation merely at yellow extreme realm 4th layer. Even as top-ranked alpha initiate, he would crumble beneath Zhao Yuanjia's might. Haha. Little maiden, just wait. Once I dispose of this nuisance, I'll escort you back to my cave abode. Rest assured, far brighter days lie ahead, with me. Zhao Yuanzhi's gaze lingered lasciviously upon Yun Qingyao as his tongue slid slowly obscenely across his lips. Yun Qingyao flinched backward, shrinking deeper into Ning Fan's shadow. Dare to die. A flash of fury ignited in Ning Fan's eyes, and in the next instant, before countless watching eyes, Ning Fan slammed both feet into the earth and lunged forward, launching a preemptive assault upon Zhao Yuanzhi. The spectacle left spectators dumbstruck. How brazen! This Ning Fan merely stumbled upon fortune, acquiring a Dao companion endowed with dual cultivation constitution, and now presumes himself a genius. That senior brother stands at yellow extreme realm 8th layer. Better dead, perhaps, than we might vie for his Dao companion. A woman blessed with dual cultivation constitution, no less. Sneering voices rose like discordant chimes. New disciples stared at Ning Fan with mockery and cruel delight. In their eyes, Ning Fan's act was sheer suicide. Zhao Yuanzhi concurred, "You truly underestimate me. Today I shall teach you what reverence for a senior brother truly means." Die. With a roar, Zhao Yuanzhi hurled a fist. Spiritual energy surged violently around him, the unmistakable aura of yellow extreme realm 8th layer radiating outward. His knuckles blazed with a cutting razor-edged gale. Before the fist struck, the gale itself tore past, whipping Ning Fan's robes and hair into violent tremors. Come. Unflinching, Ning Fan drove his spiritual energy to its zenith, silently activating the heavenly pivot heart sutra. Terrifying force coalesced upon his clenched fist. Boom! Fist met fist. A shock wave erupted from the impact point, followed by a sickening crunch of shattered bone and a cry of agony. Crack! Opt! Ning Fan stood motionless, arms still extended in mid-strike, while Zhao Yuanzhi staggered back, blood blossoming from his knuckles, wrist, and elbow. His body flew backward like torn cloth, crashing hard onto the ground. Silence. Utter stillness. The entire realm fell hushed, so silent a needle's fall would echo, save for Zhao Yuanzhi's ragged cries. All present stared at Ning Fan with raw, incredulous disbelief. Only after several breaths did someone break the silence. This? How is this possible? Zhao Yuanzhi, a senior brother at yellow extreme realm 8th layer, was sent flying by Ning Fan. How does Ning Fan, mere yellow extreme realm 4th layer, defeat a senior brother in a single blow transcending 2 cultivation layers? Wait. Look closely at Ning Fan's cultivation level. As one disciple spoke, others redirected their focus, fixing their gaze upon Ning Fan's aura. Yellow extreme realm, 6th layer. The revelation struck like a sledgehammer. Only yesterday his cultivation had registered at 4th layer. Now 2 layers higher. In a single day? Dual cultivation. Ning Fan and his Dao companion, one or perhaps both, must possess dual cultivation constitution. A murmur escaped someone's lips. Ning Fan's feat had irrefutably confirmed their earlier speculation. At that moment, Zhao Yuanzhi, gasping back to awareness on the ground, slowly rose. His eyes locked on Ning Fan, wide with shock and terror. "Uncle, save me." He suddenly brandished a communication jade token and bellowed skyward. Within mere heartbeats, an elder descended from the heavens, landing soundlessly beside Zhao Yuanzhi. Upon beholding his nephew's battered state, the elder's brow furrowed deeply. He swept his gaze across the crowd, voice resonating with crushing authority. "Who dares harm a member of the Zhao clan?" Silence answered him. "It's Elder Jiao, the elder of the Zhao family, openly assisting his disciple. This is going to cause great trouble for Ning Fan." A whisper echoed, revealing Ning Fan's predicament. "Third uncle." Zhao Yuanzhi limped over to Elder Jiao, raising his hand to point at Ning Fan. "You must take responsibility for your disciple. Is it you? Dare to harm a disciple of the Zhao family?" Elder Jiao scrutinized Ning Fan from head to toe, and upon sensing Ning Fan's realm, his brows furrowed slightly. Interesting. A new disciple. 6th level of Huangji realm. But so what? In the sacred sect, a mere new disciple wouldn't dare to harm their Zhao family's disciple. Kneel and apologize. Considering your exceptional talent, today's events can be treated as if they never happened. In the future within the sacred sect, remember who you can provoke and who you must avoid. Elder Jiao's voice was devoid of emotion as he coldly stared at Ning Fan. "Elder." Ning Fan narrowed his eyes. "There are rules in the sect. In duels, life and death are disregarded. This senior brother was injured by me simply because he was outmatched. Is it reasonable for you to defend him? Does it align with the sect's rules?" Ha ha. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, Elder Jiao laughed heartily, as if he had heard a hilarious joke. Once his laughter subsided, he looked mockingly at Ning Fan. "Reason? A mere new disciple, how dare you speak of reason and sect rules with this elder? Even if I violate the sect's regulations, I can bear the consequences. Before this elder changes his mind, kneel quickly and apologize to my Zhao family disciple." Ning Fan clenched his fists tightly upon hearing this. "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Kneel for me." Zhao Yuanzhi stepped forward, standing before Ning Fan, a look of satisfaction on his face. I'm sorry Zhao Yuanjia, I shouldn't have. Ning Fan seeing this slowly bent his knees. The crowd sided. What does it matter if one is a top-tier genius? When faced with the power of the Zhao family, one must still bow down. Huh. Kid, even if you can fight, you still have to kneel before me. Just wait your Dao companion. Just as Zhao Yuanjia was boasting, Ning Fan's bent legs suddenly straightened, power surging from his legs throughout his body, propelling him forward like a cannonball. I damn well shouldn't have given you a way out. Ning Fan raised his fist, his spiritual power surging violently, and punched Zhao Yuanjia in the chest. The sudden change was too abrupt, even Elder Jiao did not react in time. Bang! Ning Fan's fist struck Zhao Yuan's chest, causing the latter to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Huff! Zhao Yuanjia spat out blood which even mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His body twitched violently, and then his limbs went limp on the ground. Zhao Yuanjia, dead. In an instant, everyone present was stunned by this scene. This Ning Fan actually dared to kill Zhao Yuanjia with a single punch in front of Elder Jiao, a member of the sacred sect, which was simply too audacious. Hiss! Everyone who witnessed this couldn't help but gasp in shock. This Ning Fan not only had strength, but also had the audacity. You dare? Elder Jiao's eyes nearly bulged out. How could a mere new disciple dare to kill the person he was protecting right in front of him? A blatant slap to the face. Since you wish to die, I shall fulfill your wish. Elder Jiao's spiritual power surged wildly. The terrifying pressure surrounding Elder Jiao made Ning Fan's body tremble. In the next moment, Elder Jiao's figure flashed, and a punch struck Ning Fan. Ning Fan felt an irresistible force sweep over his body pained, as if it were about to be torn apart, his organs feeling as if they were about to explode. The pain was excruciating. Boom! Ning Fan soared higher than Zhao Yuanjia, landing heavier, crashing down hard onto the ground. But at the moment of impact, the pain that felt like it could tear his body apart vanished instantly, and Ning Fan suddenly realized that his dual cultivation partner Yun Xingyao was helping him bear the damage. Under normal circumstances, the damage borne by dual cultivation partners is limited, generally only a small part, so as not to affect the normal survival and cultivation of the other. It is rare for someone like Ning Fan to have all the damage completely borne by the other party. This is because his dual cultivation partner's realm is simply too high, making such damage trivial for her, which is why she could bear all the harm. Meanwhile, in the Tianxian sacred land, Yi Honglian suddenly felt a slight injury on her body. Although it healed instantly, it still raised her alertness. After searching around, she could not find the reason for this small injury. Yi Honglian, could this be related to the... Over here Ning Fan was unscathed, but he did not rise. Ridiculous. Ning Fan was no match for Elder Jiao. If he stood up now, would he let Elder Jiao beat him again? In the next moment, a loud voice rang out. Who? Which elder attacked a disciple at their residence? A middle-aged man descended from the sky, landing between Elder Jiao and Ning Fan. Upon seeing Elder Jiao, the man couldn't help but frown. Elder Jiao, it's you again. You actually killed a new disciple. Do you have any regard for the sect rules? Is your Zhao family too arrogant? Elder Jiao, it's you again. You actually killed a new disciple. Do you have any regard for the sect rules? Is your Zhao family... A mere deacon elder rank below this elder does not have the standing to teach this elder a lesson. According to sect regulations, it's nothing more than some compensation. This compensation is nothing but a drop in the bucket for my Zhao family, but it seems even that cannot be provided. The deacon elder fell silent upon hearing this. Yes, he also couldn't do anything to Elder Jiao, and as for compensation, he couldn't possibly ask Elder Jiao to compensate for a dead person, considering Ning Fan is already. Meh. Just as the deacon elder was thinking this, a groan suddenly sounded and Ning Fan's corpse on the ground suddenly. Everyone's eyes widened. Especially Elder Jiao. No, not dead. Impossible, that Ning Fan is merely a new disciple at the 6th level of Huangji realm. How could he possibly withstand a punch from Elder Jiao and not die? Everyone was astonished. But from the looks of it, Ning Fan's condition seemed dire. He twisted on the ground, but could not stand up. Although he did not spit blood, his meridians were likely severed. Elder Jiao. The deacon elder suddenly looked at him. Since this disciple is not dead, what about the compensation? Elder Jiao gritted his teeth upon hearing this, then flipped his hand and tossed a storage ring in front of Ning Fan, coldly stating, "These items are enough to buy your life. I hope to see you again next time." With that, Elder Jiao turned and left. His last words were clear to anyone. Ning Fan may not be dead, but he was heavily injured. Without at least a year and a half, he probably wouldn't be able to recover. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Wasting half a year healing, even if he can recover, he would basically be a useless person. Sigh. The deacon elder sighed, and then turned to leave. At this moment, even those who wished for Ning Fan's death couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. In the face of the great clans of the sacred sect, they, the new disciples, were like ants. Husband. Yun Qingyao stepped forward to help Ning Fan up, while also not forgetting to take the storage ring with her. After the two entered the cave with no one around, Ning Fan suddenly stood up, sweeping away the previous near-death appearance, instantly becoming lively and spirited, startling the sorrowful Yun Qingyao. "Oh, husband, are you all right?" Yun Qingyao's eyes were slightly red, but upon seeing Ning Fan lively, and well, a touch of surprise colored her face as she reached out her delicate hand to feel him. "I truly don't see any injuries." "Don't." Ning Fan quickly grasped Yun Qingyao's wrist. "If she continues to touch, the dual cultivation will have to be expedited." Here, coming back to her senses, Yun Qingyao felt that her actions were somewhat reckless. Her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze and handed the storage ring to Ning Fan. This was the compensation given to him by Elder Jiao. Opening the storage ring, inside was only one type of item: spirit stones, over 2,000 spirit stones, equivalent to half a year's resources for Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. What a windfall. Zhao. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes. The only person with the surname Zhao he had offended was Zhao Yuankai, and it seemed that Zhao Yuankai had sent Zhao Yuanjia to seek revenge on him. "It seems I was too lenient on him," Ning Fan muttered to himself. "I'll step out for a moment." "Husband." "It's nothing." Ning Fan left the cave abode. He tried to conceal his figure, slowly approaching the cave of Zhao Yuankai, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. After a while, "Who is it?" Zhao Yuankai opened the door, and since Ning Fan was hiding nearby, Zhao Yuankai did not notice him. When Zhao Yuankai stepped out to investigate, Ning Fan punched him squarely in the face. "Ouch!" Zhao Yuankai cried out in pain, and was about to retaliate when he saw Ning Fan's face, and was immediately alarmed. He couldn't beat Ning Fan. Ning Fan didn't care. He shoved Zhao Yuankai into the cave and unleashed a flurry of punches on him to prevent any retaliation that could provoke Ning Fan into more severe violence. Zhao Yuankai didn't dare to fight back, cowering and begging for mercy. He felt wronged. How did this escalate? Recently, he hadn't provoked Ning Fan. Wasn't the previous incident already resolved? Ning Fan continued beating him, leaving Zhao Yuankai, who had not fully recovered, bruised all over, especially his eyes, which were swollen to the point of obscuring his vision. Seeing that Zhao Yuankai wasn't fighting back, Ning Fan also found it uninteresting. "If you dare provoke me again, I'll kill you outright." With that, Ning Fan left Zhao Yuankai's cave. Zhao Yuankai lay on the ground of the cave, gritting his teeth in pain, while feeling a sense of inexplicable confusion. However, the next moment, knock, knock, the knocking sound rang out again. Zhao Yuankai trembled. Could it be that Ning Fan was making a comeback? This time, Zhao Yuankai refused to open the door. Knock, 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 knock. The knocking grew increasingly urgent. Finally, with a loud crash, the door of the cave was forcefully broken open from the outside. Zhao Yuankai was alarmed. Could Ning Fan really break the cave's restrictions? But when he saw the figure outside, Zhao Yuankai simply broke into tears. "Third uncle. Walk." It was Elder Jiao, a relative. However, upon seeing Zhao Yuankai, Elder Jiao suddenly furrowed his brows, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes. "Zhao Yuankai, do you know what you've done? Zhao Yuanjia is dead." Elder Jiao scolded loudly. "Huh?" Zhao Yuankai was taken aback. First, he was shocked by the death of his cousin, then he was bewildered as to what this had to do with him. "You scoundrel, kneel down." "Yes." Zhao Yuankai immediately kneeled. "You should know that Yuanjia was also a waste. Someone who neglected his cultivation. You sent him to deal with Ning Fan. You caused his death." Elder Jiao gritted his teeth. He had heard that Zhao Yuankai was severely injured by Ning Fan, and he suspected that Zhao Yuan's trouble with Ning Fan was instigated by Zhao Yuankai. This meant that Zhao Yuankai was responsible for Zhao Yuan's demise. "Wait, third uncle, I didn't do anything." Zhao Yuankai suddenly raised his head. "I never asked my cousin to act. I found Xiao Hong. It has nothing to do with my cousin." "My." Elder Jiao frowned. "Explain yourself carefully." "Yes." Zhao Yuankai recounted everything that happened when he contacted Xiao Hong, and after they discussed, they finally understood. It was Xiao Hong. That Xiao Hong is truly cunning and treacherous. He didn't want to act himself, but instead made members of the Zhao family test Ning Fan. Truly despicable. Zhao Yuankai cursed inwardly, while at the same time, he realized why Ning Fan had come to beat him earlier. It seemed that Ning Fan also believed Zhao Yuan's visit was orchestrated by him. Sigh. This just means I got beaten for no reason by Ning Fan again." Zhao Yuankai lament. "My." Elder Jiao frowned, sensing something was amiss in Zhao Yuankai's words. After scrutinizing him from head to toe, he noticed that the injuries on Zhao Yuankai seemed somewhat fresh. Fresh enough to appear as if he had just been beaten. "When did you get these injuries?" Elder Jiao inquired. Half an incense stick ago." "Half an incense stick ago." That was practically when Elder Jiao arrived, right? "Impossible. Are you saying that Ning Fan came just now and beat you into this state?" Elder Jiao immediately refuted. "Third uncle, why would I lie to you?" Zhao Yuankai lamented. Elder Jiao pondered for a moment. Indeed, Zhao Yuankai had no reason to deceive him. Tell me, does Ning Fan have any injuries? Is he about to die? Elder Jiu pressed further. No. He's lively and energetic, chasing disciples all around the cave, hitting them with full force, and it was truly powerful. Let alone being injured. He seems like he has been regaining his strength all day just to thrash some disciples. Zhao Yuankai's face was bitter. Elder Jiu's expression instantly turned solemn. Could it be that Ning Fan hadn't been injured at all? Hiss! Elder Jiu's eyes widened. That shouldn't be possible. Ning Fan was merely a new disciple. Even if he survived one of his punches, it was already a lot, yet he didn't even have an injury. What kind of mysterious means did he possess? What kind of defensive treasure could it be? Elder Jiu muttered. Uncertain. But without a doubt, Ning Fan was not as severely injured as he had imagined, meaning he not only failed to suppress Ning Fan. Instead, he had given Ning Fan over 2,000 spirit stones. Funding the enemy. Elder Jiu clenched his fist tightly, a look of embarrassment creeping onto his face. This Ning Fan. While killing Zhao family disciples in front of him, he pretended to be heavily injured to deceive him and obtained 2,000 spirit stones from him. Truly detestable. Good, very good. Elder Jiu sneered coldly, a glimmer of undisguised murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Ning Fan, is it? Opposing my Zhao family, you a newly admitted disciple, I wish to see how long you can survive. Third, Zhao Yuankai looked at Elder Jiu, a glimmer of joy appearing on his face. With Elder Jiu taking action, even if Ning Fan had exceptional talents and extraordinary abilities, he wouldn't be able to turn the situation around and could only wait for slaughter. Ning Fan must die? Third uncle, don't tell me you already have a plan. Humph. Elder Jiu replied with a sinister smile. Even if this elder can't openly act again, that kid shouldn't expect to live. This elder will issue a bounty. All disciples who can kill Ning Fan can come to my Zhao family to exchange for abundant cultivation resources and heavenly treasures. I don't believe the sect's protection can completely keep him safe. At the same time, Ning Fan returned to his cave abode. After the recent release of pent-up emotions, he felt particularly refreshed, as if the meridians throughout his body had become much more unblocked. Husband. Yun Xingyao leaned closer to Ning Fan, holding 2 pills in her hand. These pills had been used by both Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao yesterday. Ahem. Ning Fan coughed twice, instinctively averting his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he pushed the pills away. No need today, I want to try dual cultivation without the pills. Is that okay? Yun Xingyao tilted her head, complying with Ning Fan's suggestion. With a loud thud, both Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao fell onto the bed, and the entire cave was enveloped by the aura of cultivation. In the next moment, a dazzling light surged upward. Having witnessed this sudden brightness twice before, Ning Fan was no longer surprised. He activated the dual cultivation technique and entered a state of cultivation. After a long while, Ning Fan opened his eyes. But in the next moment, he was shocked. Something was wrong. The person on the bed had already removed their clothing, but at this moment, there was a white undergarment on her chest. How did she put on clothes again? Yi Honglian's cold demeanor had completely vanished, yet she still gritted her teeth, her gaze toward Ning Fan, filled with a mixture of playful irritation and shyness infused with a hint of murderous intent. If it weren't for witnessing it firsthand, Ning Fan would never have imagined what a gaze combining playful irritation, shyness, and murderous intent looked like. Wait a moment. Yi Honglian's voice trembled as she tried to stop Ning Fan. What's wrong, my wife? This cannot be stopped. Ning Fan's resolve was unwavering. Yi Honglian gritted her teeth. He responded to her. In the previous 2 similar situations, the other party was unable to communicate, but now it seemed the other party had some awareness. Even though the current situation was somewhat. Yi Honglian had to ask some useful information. Who are you? Your husband. Yi Honglian. How many jade pendants are there? Do you know where the other pendants are? What jade pendant? Yi Honglian. How did I come here? Why do I end up in this situation each time? Is there a way to increase strength without relying on this? Gulp. I don't know. Yi Honglian. Yi Honglian continued to ask questions while Ning Fan remained clueless. In the process of answering, Ning Fan also realized something. The person in front of him didn't seem to be Yun Xingyao. Regardless of appearance or aura, the woman before him was completely different from Yun Xingyao. Who are you? Tianxian Sacred Land Saintess Yi Honglian. Yi Honglian replied, then fixed her gaze on the man before. This was Yi Honglian's test. If the person in front of her understood the significance of this name, it was entirely possible for him to be instantly intimidated. She wanted to see how the young man would react upon hearing this name, but surprisingly, Ning Fan showed no response. Rather, he continued to cultivate with unwavering determination. No, this is not good. She needed to ask quickly, as she felt this session of cultivation was about to end. Yes. After this, she would return to the Tianxian Sacred Land. But before Yi Honglian could speak, Ning Fan continued to ask. So, fairy sister, what is your realm? Heavenly, Yi Honglian replied. Originally, she should have asked more questions, but in this current situation, Yi Honglian was at a disadvantage. The rhythm was entirely in Ning Fan's hands. One last question. Ning Fan's breath was somewhat heavy. Ask, is your husband powerful? Yi Honglian. Before she could answer, in the next moment the balance of yin and yang reached perfection. Under the enhancement of the technique, their spiritual powers fused seamlessly, reaching a peak in their cultivation simultaneously. A burst of white light enveloped the two of them. Until midnight, Ning Fan finally came back to his senses from the aftereffects of dual cultivation. After a brief moment of awareness, he couldn't help but be astonished. His realm had increased from the 6th level of Huangji realm to the 8th level of Huangji realm. It was also an increase of 2. The difficulty of advancing from the 6th to the 8th level of Huangji realm was undoubtedly greater than that of advancing from the 4th to the 6th level, meaning that this session of dual cultivation had benefited Ning Fan more than the previous one. Typically, others experience the greatest benefits during their first dual cultivation, and it becomes increasingly difficult thereafter. Yet Ning Fan managed to achieve greater gains each time. However, this time the cost was a staggering 300 spirit stones. Tisk tisk, I am truly grateful that Elder Jiu sent over more than 2,000 spirit stones. Otherwise I would be worrying about cultivation resources right now. Ning Fan lightly smacked his lips. Ning Fan looked beside him, where Yun Qingyao lay quietly. The chaos on the bed indicated the frenzy of the two just a few hours ago. Ning Fan frowned. What exactly was that Yi Honglian? Another person? Or was it another side of Yun Qingyao? No wonder his strength increased so rapidly. It was likely that Yun Qingyou's true power was the heavenly extreme realm. Ning Fan inwardly clicked his tongue. In the Tian extreme realm of the Yin-Yang divine sect, he didn't even have the qualification to come into contact, and now inexplicably, she had become his Dao partner. Tianxian Sacred Land. Exactly. If I can figure out what the Tianxian Sacred Land is, perhaps I can understand the relationship between Yi Honglian and Yun Qingyao. Ning Fan muttered to himself. He took advantage of Yun Qingyao still resting to leave the cave, winding his way to the library, and began to browse through various books. After several hours of browsing, Ning Fan could not find the name Tianxian Sacred Land in any of the books, let alone Yi Honglian. In this world, the heavenly extreme realm is already considered a top-level powerhouse. Yi Honglian absolutely could not be an unknown figure. As expected, then Yi Honglian doesn't exist at all, and there's no Tianxian Sacred Land. It's likely that Yi Honglian is just another personality that my wife created after cultivating to the point of going mad. After all, in this impenetrable divine sect, switching partners during dual cultivation and switching back afterward is truly absurd. Ning Fan's expression turned serious. This was not good news. Cultivating to the point of going mad needed to be addressed. Ning Fan returned to his cave. Husband. Yun Qingyao had already awakened. Seeing Ning Fan return, she immediately leaned forward with a naive expression, looking at him. It's so late, where have you been? It's nothing. Ning Fan raised his head and affectionately patted the shoulder of the madly cultivating Yun Qingyao. Husband only cares for you. Yun Qingyao tilted her head. Before the two could chat further, there was a knock on the cave door. Who? Ning Fan frowned and slowly approached the entrance of the cave, asking aloud. It was no wonder he was cautious. Earlier in the day, he had just used the same tactic to ambush Xiao Yuankai, and he certainly did not want to fall into the same trap. Ning Shidi, I am Xiaohong. A voice came from outside the door. Xiaohong. Ning Fan muttered to himself, and the next moment he opened the door to find a figure standing outside the cave. It was none other than Xiaohong, who had plotted against Zhao Yuanjia and lost his life. Ning Shidi, I have long heard of your great name. May I have a word? Xiaohong smiled as he spoke. Please come in. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Seeing Xiaohong's pleasant attitude, Ning Fan stepped aside, allowing him entry into the cave. Inside the cave, Ning Fan and Xiaohong sat opposite each other. Ning Fan got straight to the point and asked, Xiaohong Shixiang, did you come to see me for something? Hee. Xiaohong chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together in front of his chest, and after pondering his words, he began to speak. Oh well. Xiao would like to apologize to Ning Shidi. You may not know, but earlier today Zhao Yuanjia came to trouble you partly due to my words. Of course, this was not my intention, it was merely a small misunderstanding. Xiaohong spoke honestly. He had been observing from a distance when Ning Fan killed Zhao Yuanjia, and to be frank, seeing Zhao Yuanjia die sent a cold sweat down his back. His own cultivation was not much different from Zhao Yuan's, his strength slightly superior. If he had intervened, he too could have fallen at Ning Fan's hands. The real reason Xiaohong came to apologize was that he had witnessed Ning Fan walk into the library alive and well not long ago. It should be noted that Ning Fan was struck by a punch from Elder Jiu. In such circumstances, for Ning Fan to be so lively was a cause for caution for Xiaohong. If Ning Fan were to discover that Zhao Yuan's visit was due to him, Xiaohong feared that he would hold a grudge. It was better to come and apologize himself. Oh, Ning Fan nodded slightly. Zhao Yuan's visit was related to this person before him. He truly did not know. But since Xiaohong had personally come, it was surely not just to inform him of this matter. Indeed, the next moment, Xiao Hong flipped his palm, revealing a token. This token for entering the Pure Land, I wish to present it to Ning Shidi. Tomorrow you may bring your Dao companion to explore the Pure Land together. The Pure Land is a restricted area behind the sect above, which lies the Cliff of Regret. It is said that disciples trapped at the Cliff of Regret can leap down if they have grievances. If they survive the violent winds from thousands of meters, they will be proven innocent. Pure Land indeed carries this meaning. Every so often the sect releases a few slots for entering the Pure Land. Disciples must compete for the tokens, those who obtain a token can bring their Dao companion into the Pure Land to seek treasures and opportunities within. This slot is quite precious, Xiao Hong emphasized. Oh, Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. Xiao Hong offered such a valuable token as an apology. Then I thank you, Xiao Shixiao. Ning Fan clasped his hands accepting the token. By the way, has Ning Shidi learned any martial arts? Martial arts? The Yin-Yang Mystic Canon. Ning Fan countered. Of course not. The Yin-Yang Mystic Canon is the dual cultivation technique that all disciples must master upon joining the sect. What I mean here refers to combat techniques. Unlike dual cultivation techniques, which can only be used during dual cultivation, combat techniques are the foundation for warriors. Some advanced combat techniques can even cause a warrior's spiritual power to mutate, elevating their strength to a new level. Ning Shidi has yet to learn any combat techniques, I presume. Tomorrow you can first head to the martial arts building to select a suitable combat technique. Tomorrow afternoon, I will come to the cave to find you, and then we can together head to the sect's back mountain. An elder will guide us as we enter the Pure Land. Xiao Hong patiently explained. Oh. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of realization flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. Could the Tianqian Heart Sutra possibly be a combat technique? However, Ning Fan did not wish to disclose the existence of the Tianqian Heart Sutra to others, so he smiled at Xiao Hong and said, Thank you for clearing my doubts, Shixiao. In that case, I will first visit the martial arts building tomorrow to study a combat technique. Naturally, Xiao Hong replied. Immediately after Xiao Hong stood up, Ning Fan also rose, preparing to see him off. Just as Xiao Hong was about to leave, he suddenly paused, glancing deeper into the cave, then chuckled awkwardly. Hee. Have you not yet met Ning Shidi's Dao companion? Ning Fan frowned. There will be opportunities tomorrow. Xiao Hong's expression stiffened, and he said no more. The next day in the morning, Ning Fan left the cave and immediately set off for the martial arts building. Along the way, many gazes fell upon him. It seemed that news of his near-death incident had spread among many, and seeing him lively today shocked them. Ning Fan also did not intend to hide. After all, he could not remain in the cave indefinitely, as that would be no different from being truly useless. Martial arts building. A place within the sect that houses all martial arts texts. It has a total of 9 floors. One must meet certain conditions to enter the higher levels. New disciples may enter the first floor. After checking Ning Fan's entrance token, the disciple on guard allowed him into the first floor of the martial arts building, where rows of bookshelves came into view. The bookshelves held many scrolls, all of which were martial arts manuals. A wide variety, everything one. However, while there were numerous martial arts texts on the first floor of the library, their ranks were not high. The martial arts texts were categorized as Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huang, 4 tiers. Each tier is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The martial arts texts on the first floor of the library are mostly of the Huang level, low grade, with a few mid-grade Huang texts, but not a single high grade. Ning Fan casually approached a bookshelf and picked up a manual. After reading it carefully, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. It wasn't that he didn't understand. Rather, it was too simple. Ning Fan flipped through a few more manuals. Without exception, compared to the Tianqian Heart Sutra, they were all too simplistic. If the Tianqian Heart Sutra was a meticulous combat technique that intricately planned the flow of internal spiritual power, even bordering on the profound, the other techniques were as basic as using the simple terms up, down, left, right to outline spiritual power. Not even course could describe them. Too trashy. Ning Fan frowned. Given that he possessed the Tianqian Heart Sutra, these combat techniques were simply unworthy of his attention. I must obtain higher-level techniques from the upper levels, but unfortunately, I currently do not have the qualifications to enter the higher tiers of the martial arts building. First, I will go to the Pure Land. There should be many gains there. Ning Fan returned to the cave abode. Husband, shall we cultivate together? Yun Qingyao blinked as she leaned in, throwing herself into Ning Fan's embrace, innocently rubbing her forehead against his chest. Be good, not today. Ning Fan gently stroked Yun Qingjiao's back. He also wished to cultivate. However, it was already near noon, and Xiao Hong would be arriving soon. Exploring the Pure Land was more important than double cultivation. Just as Ning Fan's words fell, a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock. Without a doubt, it was Xiao Hong. Ning Fan opened the door to the cave. Standing outside were Xiao Hong and her partner, who naturally also noticed Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. In that instant, Xiao Hong's eyes were fixed firmly on Yun Qingyao. Beautiful. Truly too beautiful. Even though Zhao Yuankai was known for spreading rumors, his description of Yun Qingjiu's beauty was by no means exaggerated. She was indeed comparable to the foremost beauty of the sect, Ling Suxianzi. Xiaohong's mouth fell open, nearly drooling. Her eager demeanor made Yun Qingyao feel slightly uncomfortable, and she instinctively shrank back behind Ning Fan. This action brought Xiaohong back to her senses. Hee-ha! Xiaohong forced a smile and turned to Ning Fan to explain. Junior brother Ning, your partner truly possesses extraordinary beauty. Perhaps only a few in the entire sect can compare to her. You are indeed fortunate. Naturally, Ning Fan slightly lifted his chin and shot a sideways glance at Xiaohong, his words carrying a hint of threat. Ning will protect his partner, who anyone wishing to harm her must weigh their own worth. Ning Fan had inquired about Xiaohong earlier that morning. Everyone described her as a lustful ghost. However, if she laid her sights on Yun Qingyao, Ning Fan wouldn't mind adding another life to his hands. Xiaohong's lips twitched, but her partner stepped forward, bowing slightly to Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. I am Bai Ran. Greetings to you both. My husband is somewhat reckless, please bear with us. The Pure Land is fraught with danger, and we must unite our efforts to seize more opportunities. With Bai Ran speaking, the atmosphere began to ease. Let's go, junior brother Ning. Xiaohong gestured for him to proceed. Please. At the back mountain. The back mountain of the sect was vast, an area enclosed for nurturing rare materials and treasures, with several spiritual veins present. Junior brother Ning, please proceed with caution, Xiaohong advised. Rare materials and treasures are difficult to nurture and require sufficient spiritual energy. However, once the spiritual energy is abundant, demonic beasts will emerge. Demonic beasts? Ning Fan frowned. Yes, demonic beasts absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and condense demonic cores within their bodies. There are many in the Pure Land. We must be careful. Of course, if we can hunt demonic beasts and obtain their cores, it would also be a significant gain. The demonic cores can be used for alchemy, crafting, or even directly for cultivation. They are considered excellent rare materials. Xiaohong rubbed her fists, her eyes sparkling. The inner core of a demonic beast at the 9th level of the Yellow Extreme Realm is equivalent to 200 spirit stones. If we can hunt 3 or 4, it would be worth the trip. Hunting 3 or 4 demonic beasts. Bai Ran glanced at Xiaohong. I believe it would be better if we encountered no demonic beasts at all and collected more rare materials instead. Xiaohong nodded, pondering the suggestion. Hearing their conversation, Ning Fan's thoughts began to stir. It seemed there were indeed many opportunities in this Pure Land. Not to mention the demonic cores. Ning Fan needed a large number of spirit stones, and the demonic cores could be exchanged for spirit stones. If he could obtain a few, he could engage in double cultivation several more times. As Ning Fan and the others conversed and contemplated, they arrived at the back mountain. This is the spot. Xiaohong and Bai Ran stopped before a path that extended into the forest. Aside from Xiaohong, Bai Ran, Ning Fan, and Yun Qingyao, there were also 7 other pairs of partners. Those who could compete for the tokens were all exceptional. Each of the 7 pairs had strengths at least at the 8th level of the Yellow Extreme Realm. Some even at the 9th level of the Yellow Extreme Realm, and truly at the Profound Realm. The 7 pairs were also sizing up Xiaohong and Ning Fan. Oh! Suddenly a slightly frivolous voice rang out, and Ning Fan immediately looked over. It was a man dressed as a young master. He waved a folding fan, exuding an air of superiority with every gesture. Xiaohong, if I'm not mistaken, your companion is a new disciple. A new disciple, and you think he can come to the back mountain? The man's gaze fell upon Ning Fan, sizing him up from head to toe. This young master was a disciple at the threshold of the Profound Realm. Namely, it's none of your business who I accompany. Xiaohong replied coolly without any trace of anger. Nanli was not specifically targeting her. He treated everyone like this with an air of arrogance, always ready to throw a barb at someone, as did his partner. Nan Li and Song Nianxia, due to their favorable backgrounds, were never intimidated even by disciples stronger than them. Xiaohong was accustomed to it, but Ning Fan was not. Ning Fan frowned as he looked at Nan Li. The next moment he suddenly spoke up. Whether I'm worthy or you are, why don't we see whose skills are better? Moi. Nan Li was taken aback, and the next moment he furrowed his brows. This new disciple was actually challenging him. But before Nan Li could retaliate, 2 figures appeared in the distance, and upon seeing them everyone withdrew. Ji Wuxi Linya. Senior brother Ji, senior sister Lin, you've come. Several pairs of partners rushed forward, surrounding the newcomers with flattering smiles, ingratiating themselves with the 2. Ji Wuxi Linya. The first place in the previous batch of disciples should be the strongest among us, and they both have backgrounds. Xiaohong whispered to Ning Fan. Be careful not to offend them. These 2 have some bad habits. It is said they enjoy swapping partners with others, so it's best not to get too close to them. Ning Fan nodded slightly. If possible, he didn't wish to offend anyone, but if they sought trouble first. Ning Fan was not afraid of conflict. Disciples, display your tokens. Suddenly a voice rang out, and everyone turned to look towards the source where an elder appeared near the forest at the edge of the path. Greetings, elder. The crowd saluted and displayed their tokens one after another, Ning Fan included. The elder, upon seeing Ning Fan's token, was slightly surprised and stared at him for a moment, yet made no further remarks. After confirming everyone's tokens, the elder suddenly waved his hand. In the next moment, the barrier sealing the Pure Land was lifted, a layer of light membrane flashing by, and a surge of rich spiritual energy burst forth from the forest. 7 days. You disciples have 7 days to explore. After 7 days, return to the entrance and wait for the barrier to open. All rare materials and treasures obtained during this time will belong to you. However, if anyone is injured or even dies, the sect will not be responsible. Anyone wishing to give up still has the chance now. The elder's voice was stern, emphasizing the words life and death. Although the back mountain belonged to the sect, it was also home to many terrifying beasts. It posed considerable danger. At this moment, no one chose to give up. The path of cultivation was like walking on ice. If one feared danger, they should have abandoned it from the start. Good. Disciples, proceed. The elder stepped aside. As his voice faded, several figures suddenly advanced, stepping along the path into the Pure Land, including Ning Fan and Yunqingyao. After weaving through the woods for a few moments, Ning Fan found himself in a vast clearing, almost limitless, with a tall mountain visible in the distance. On one side stood a towering cliff, presumably the Regret Cliff. Just after passing through the forest, Ning Fan saw a group of people gathered together, led by Ji Wuxi and Lin Yao, 2 pairs of partners. Besides Ji Wuxi and Lin Yao, there were 5 other pairs of partners gathered around them, totaling 6 pairs, seemingly exceeding half of those holding tokens. These people had banded together. Apart from these 6 pairs, there were also 3 other pairs stirring restlessly, Xiaohong by Ran, Nanli Song Yinxia, and another pair of people Ning Fan did not recognize. All 3 pairs had intentions of approaching Ji Wuxi and Lin Yao, but before getting close they were met with unfriendly gazes. There were too many. The number of people was a bit overwhelming. In the exploration of this back mountain, the enemies were not only the beasts, but also fellow disciples, and conflicts over heavenly materials and earthly treasures were not uncommon. Everyone was huddled together, which was no different from not grouping at all. It was obvious that the disciples surrounding Ji Wuxi and Lin Yao were aware that they too had obtained tokens. They had communicated in advance. At this moment, if others approached, it would undoubtedly be pointless. Ladies and gentlemen, let's meet at the spiritual vein. Ji Wuxi stepped forward slightly, raising his head to look at the other pairs of partners, his expression devoid of any mockery, yet it darkened the faces of the others. The spiritual vein. This was the most precious opportunity in the Pure Land. Refining the body in the spiritual vein could enhance physical strength, eliminating impurities within, significantly improving future cultivation speed. Ji Wuxi's meaning was clear. They would definitely obtain the opportunity of the spiritual vein. Ji Wuxi and the other 5 pairs of partners huddled together, pointing at the spiritual vein. Did this not imply that the others had no chance of contending for the spiritual vein? Ji Wuxi dropped this statement and left without looking back. The remaining 5 pairs of partners followed Ji Wuxi, heading straight into the depths of the plain, aiming directly for the distant mountain. The spiritual vein lay within that mountain. Watching Ji Wuxi and the others retreating figures, the rest exchanged glances. Initially, there was no inclination to group or collaborate, but with strong figures like Ji Wuxi having 5 pairs of partners as followers, if they acted alone, they would surely lack competitiveness. Everyone, why not travel together? Xiaohong spoke. Sure, I have no objections. The other pair of partners, whom Ning Fan did not recognize, spoke first, looking at Nan Li and Song Yinxia, then at Ning Fan and his companion. They smiled at Ning Fan and his partner, showing ample goodwill. We are Ling Tian and Li Xianwan. Please take care of us. I don't mind. Ning Fan shrugged. He had come to the Pure Land temporarily and had no deep understanding of its opportunities. Traveling with Xiaohong and the others was not a bad thing. Humph. Nan Li snorted lightly, arms crossed over her chest. Xiaohong understood. Nan Li's attitude could be taken as agreement. Then shall we head straight for the spiritual vein? Sure. Thus, under the pressure of Ji Wuxi and his group, Ning Fan and the other 3 pairs of partners temporarily formed a team to explore the Pure Land together. The opportunities that might appear outside are relatively few. Xiaohong began. The Pure Land was the most basic restricted area in the back mountain of the divine sect, explored by various disciples. Even though the ultimate goal of everyone was the recoverable spiritual vein, the number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures along the way, especially on the outskirts, was not plentiful. My! Suddenly Yunqingyao stopped, letting out a light gasp, and the next moment, she bent down and pulled out a patch of weeds from the ground. What is it? Ning Fan asked, standing beside Yunqingyao. Nanli smirked with a mocking smile, not bothering to look. It was just some weeds on the ground. Ning Fan and his partner were making a big deal out of nothing, clearly new disciples who had never seen the world. It seems like there's something below. Yun Qingyao tilted her head. Good. Without hesitation, Ning Fan directly took action, digging at the spot marked by Yun Qingyao, swiftly creating a deep pit. In the next moment, a gem entirely bright red appeared in the pit, instantly attracting everyone's attention. This is... Xiaohong leaned in, staring at the gem in the pit, and the next moment shock appeared in his eyes. This is a yellow-grade top-tier heavenly material, an earthly treasure, bloodstone. If used during dual cultivation, the effect will increase by 20%, and it can additionally enhance physical strength. Indeed, a fine treasure. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan's eyes lit up, looking at Yun Qingyao with surprise. Truly impressive indeed. Such keen insight. They could even find heavenly materials and earthly treasures buried in the soil. Just as Ning Fan bent down to pick up the bloodstone, the soil beside him suddenly shifted, and in the next moment a small but deep hole appeared next to the pit, followed by a dark shadow springing out. Like a whip, it struck straight for Ning Fan's neck. Husband, be careful. A snake. Yun Qingyao. The others were not surprised by this scene. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures were usually guarded by beasts, especially the bloodstone, which was already very close to a mysterious grade material. It would be strange if there were no beasts guarding it. Rather, they were waiting for Ning Fan to attract the beast. As long as Ning Fan drew the beast out from the dark, dealing with it would become much easier. As for Ning Fan, he was not important. As the snake opened its gaping maw about to bite into Ning Fan's throat, a look of schadenfreude surfaced in everyone's eyes. But in the next moment, Ning Fan suddenly raised his hand, bringing his 4 fingers together into a blade shape, striking fiercely at the snake's 7 inches. Thud. Before the snake could bite into Ning Fan's throat, his hand blade struck first at the snake's 7 inches, sending the entire snake flying before the others could react. Ning Fan leaped into the air. Thud. Ning Fan stomped the poisonous snake in half. Silence. The few people present looked at Ning Fan in shock, surprise evident in their eyes. That snake had moved at great speed, and many did not react in time. Ning Fan, however, effortlessly struck the snake away with a knife hand, crushing it underfoot. However, the snake was of low grade, merely at the 4th level of the yellow extreme realm. Logically, a beast guarding a high-grade yellow-level treasure should be close to the profound extreme realm, yet this earth snake had stumbled upon the hidden red bloodstone. Ning Fan's face lit up with joy as he picked up the snake's corpse from the ground. After rummaging through it, he found a fist-sized crystal from which he sensed a rich aura of spiritual energy, even more potent than the spirit stones usually used for cultivation. Demon Core. This was a demon core of the 4th level of the yellow extreme realm, equivalent to 30 or 40 spirit stones, which was quite a significant gain for Ning Fan. In the next moment, Ning Fan stored the demon core and prepared to retrieve the red bloodstone lying in the pit. However, before he could, a figure rushed ahead, bending down to grab the high-grade yellow-level red bloodstone. Namely, this senior brother. Ning Fan frowned. The red bloodstone had been discovered first by him and Yun Qingyao, and the beast guarding it was slain by Ning Fan himself. What did Nan Li mean by this? A hint of disdain flashed in Nan Li's eyes upon hearing Ning Fan's question, as he casually stored the red bloodstone into his storage ring. As a new disciple, do you really think you deserve to claim this high-grade yellow-level treasure? If you're not satisfied, why don't we have a spar? I fear that my senior brother might hit too hard, leaving you half dead and unable to continue exploring this prison. Hearing Nan Li's domineering words, Xiao Hong and Ling Tian showed no surprise. Nan Li had always been unruly, and it was hardly surprising for him to snatch treasures from a new disciple. But Xiao Hong knew that Ning Fan was not one to endure humiliation. Sure enough, in the next moment, Ning Fan wasted no time. His figure flashed, and he appeared right in front of Nan Li, raising his fist to strike at the latter's face. Such a decisive move surprised both Nan Li and Ling Tian, but Nan Li quickly regained his composure, a sneer flickering in his eyes. You're seeking death. Just a new disciple, and you dare to lay hands on me. I want to see what kind of abilities you have. Shattering stone fist. As the voice fell, Nan Li also punched out. To Ning Fan's astonishment, the power of Nan Li's punch was enveloped in a strange energy that appeared earthy yellow, solidifying like a physical object rather than merely releasing spiritual energy. Before Ning Fan could think deeply, their fists collided. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and Ning Fan felt an overwhelming force surging through his arm, accompanied by a tearing pain. Thud, thud, thud. Ning Fan stumbled back several steps before stabilizing himself. At this moment, his right hand trembled violently, with 2 cracks appearing on his fist, blood dripping from the fissures. But in the next moment, Ning Fan's injuries disappeared, likely mitigated by Yi Honglian. The wounds healed, though blood continued to flow. It looked quite horrifying. Husband. Yun Qinjiao's anxious voice rang out as she rushed to Ning Fan's side, looking at him with concern. Martial skills. Namely, you already have the advantage in cultivation level, and yet you resort to using martial skills in battle. That seems a bit excessive. Ling Tian's voice echoed. Martial skills are techniques used in combat evolving various methods through the application of spiritual energy. Only starting from the second floor of the martial skill tower can martial skills be gradually recorded. Ling Tian's skill Shattering Stone Fist is a mid-grade yellow-level martial skill. By reinforcing the fist with spiritual energy, it can shatter rocks. In battle, martial artists go all out. The lack of martial skills is not my problem. Nanli smirked his eyes. Your strength and physique are acceptable. I thought this punch would leave you severely injured, but it seems it's just a minor wound. Do you want to continue? Ning Fan clenched his fists, flames of fury hidden in his eyes. Forget it, forget it. Xiao Hong suddenly stepped forward, placing himself between Ning Fan and Nanli, raising his hands to gesture for calm. The exploration of opportunities has just begun, and there are many places where we need cooperation. Let's not resort to violence. Everyone calm down. Xiao Hong, I'll give you face this time. Nanli crossed his arms over his chest, looking down haughtily as he threatened. However, if there's a next time, and you dare to lay hands on my senior brother, I guarantee you won't leave this pristine land intact. Do you understand? Ning Fan fell silent at this, realizing he was indeed no match for Nanli. He lacked martial skills. Being at a lower level with no martial skills was a significant problem. Everyone, let's discuss the distribution of opportunities. Ling Tian stepped forward. Cooperation requires rules. Otherwise, the scene we just witnessed will repeat itself over and over. How about this? We each take one treasure. Brother Nanli has already obtained one. The next one goes to Brother Ling. The one after that to me, Xiao O, and the next treasure belongs to Brother Ning. Does this work for everyone? Xiao Hong suggested. No one objected, and Xiao Hong's proposal was a rough attempt at fairness. Let's head towards the mountain peak. The group continued forward. Soon they encountered another mid-grade yellow-level treasure, the purple wisteria, guarded by a 6th-level yellow extreme realm mountain bee. The mountain bee was slain by Ling Tian, and the purple wisteria fell into the hands of Ling Tian and his companion. Shortly after, they stumbled upon a low-grade yellow-level treasure which was not coveted by any beasts and was successfully collected by Xiao Hong. The next treasure was set to belong to Ning Fan. However, when it appeared, Nanli once again rushed ahead, directly standing in front of Ning Fan and claiming the treasure for himself. I told you you're not worthy of the treasures. After taking the treasure, Nanli shot Ning Fan a contemptuous glance. This. Xiao Hong gasped slightly. Nanli was indeed going too far, completely slapping Ning Fan in the face. Xiao Hong knew Ning Fan's temper. He had dared to kill Zhao Yuanjia in front of Elder Jiao. However, under Xiao Hong's gaze, Ning Fan merely smiled and nodded, showing no dissent. At least you have some self-awareness. Consider this opportunity exploration as a chance to gain experience. It's not a wasted trip. Nanli mocked. The group continued forward. The treasures they encountered were distributed in the ratio of Nanli 2, Ling Tian 1, Xiao Hong 1, with all treasures that should have belonged to Ning Fan snatched away by Nanli. Ning Fan did not voice any objections. Nanli, Ling Tian, and their companions paid no heed to Ning Fan's reactions, but Xiao Hong increasingly felt that something was amiss. Ning Fan was not someone who would willingly suffer losses. Was he holding back for a big move? But what kind of big move could Ning Fan possibly have? Xiao Hong couldn't figure it out. As night fell, the sky gradually darkened. When visibility was limited to barely 10 meters, everyone realized that regardless of how enticing the heavenly materials and earthly treasures were, they had to rest. The back mountain was not safe, but once visibility was restricted, the level of danger would increase several times. They had to wait until tomorrow to continue their exploration for opportunities. The group found a safe and open area nearby, and then they each set up their tents to prepare for a brief rest. Suddenly, Xiao Hong called out to Ning Fan, noticing that his reactions had been off all afternoon. Xiao Hong hoped that the cooperation among the group could continue, as he was quite satisfied with the exploration efficiency of the 4 pairs. However, Ning Fan seemed not to hear Xiao Hong's call. He took Yunqing Yao into the tent. A faint barrier emerged outside the specially made tent formation that isolated them from the outside world during dual cultivation, indicating that Ning Fan was engaging in dual cultivation with Yunqing Yao. Xiao Hong was rendered speechless. After all that, he thought Ning Fan was holding back a great move, waiting until night for dual cultivation. But after all, Ning Fan was merely a newly initiated disciple. What means could he possibly possess? Xiao Hong shook his head and returned to the tent with his partner to rest. Inside the tent, Ning Fan calmed his mind, operating the yin-yang mystical scripture as he engaged in dual cultivation with Yunqing Yao, anticipating the usual flicker of light at the beginning of their practice. Yun Qingjiao's second personality, Yi Honglian, reappeared once more. After 3 sessions of dual cultivation, Yi Honglian had adapted significantly to the current situation, consciously absorbing enhancements during the practice. After all, the cost was high, and it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity for improvement. Sister Fairy. Ning Fan suddenly paused, looking deeply at Yi Honglian. I beg you, Sister Fairy, teach me some martial arts. Moi. Yi Honglian raised an eyebrow, sensing the low pressure surrounding Ning Fan, which likely stemmed from something that happened during the day, but she did not press further. But what martial arts do you want? Any martial arts will do. I was bullied by others using martial arts during the day, so I need you to teach me martial arts to take revenge tomorrow. Yi Honglian pondered for a moment. The martial arts she mastered were numerous, but the strength of the man before her was quite low. No, it should be said, it was very weak. The martial arts suitable for Huangji realm warriors were no longer in her usage. After some consideration, Yi Honglian thought of a technique. Kid. Dragon Snake Transformation Hand, are you willing to learn? I am willing. Ning Fan interrupted her eagerly. He wanted to learn whatever martial arts she could teach. Tomorrow he would definitely deal with Nanli. But how can I teach you? Sister Fairy, just use the martial arts in a dual cultivation state, and I will naturally learn it. Ning Fan. This what? Yi Honglian felt herself getting closer to the edge, her voice trembling slightly, but she forced herself to calm down. She began to execute the Dragon Snake Transformation Hand. In an instant, spiritual energy surged around, Yi Honglian coalescing in her right hand, forming a dazzling golden dragon. At the same time, a stream of characters appeared in Ning Fan's mind, these characters converging to outline the cultivation process of the Dragon Snake Transformation Hand. The Dragon Snake Transformation Hand was a high-quality, Huang-level martial art. However, unlike other Huang-level techniques, it had the potential for improvement. By immersing it in the blood of special demon beasts, its rank could be elevated. Huang level, Zuan level to level, even Tian level. Just like Yi Honglian, she had cultivated this Dragon Snake Transformation Hand to a level that was infinitely close to Tian level, making it the only Huang level martial art to follow her into the Tianji realm. As their spiritual energies intertwined seamlessly, both Ning Fan and Yi Honglian underwent a transformation. White light reappeared, and the entire tent seemed to transform into a world of light. Ning Fan also fell into a deep sleep. The next morning he opened his eyes, a glimmer of wild joy flashing in his gaze. The Dragon Snake Transformation Hand is definitely not a simple high-quality, Huang-level martial art. It can be enhanced simply by soaking it in the blood of special demon beasts. It's extraordinary. Nanli, right? Ning Fan squinted, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Previously they had mocked him for not possessing martial arts. Now he wanted to see whether he was worthy of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, the dual cultivation yesterday did not elevate Ning Fan's realm. It seemed that if he focused on comprehending martial arts, the improvement in realm during dual cultivation would be significantly less. Ning Fan stepped out of the tent. At this time, Nanli, Xiaohong, Ling Tian, and others had already packed up. Upon seeing Ning Fan appear, they prepared to leave. They continued toward the location of the spiritual vein. Soon another heavenly material and earthly treasure appeared in their line of sight, a withered tree growing abruptly on the grassland with 2 fruits hanging from it. The fruits were round and lustrous, resembling jade, and one could faintly see glimmers of water light swirling within them. This is the Zhuyu fruit, Xiaohong exclaimed, and a serious expression appeared on the faces of Ling Tian, Nan Li, and the others. The Zhuyu fruit. It was an earthly treasure that was infinitely close to the Zuan level, far more precious than the Qi Shui stone they encountered before, directly enhancing a warrior's realm upon consumption. It seems my luck is indeed quite good. Another high-quality heavenly material and earthly treasure. Nan Li's lips curled into a smile. Hearing what Nan Li said, Xiaohong, Ling Tian, and their partners exchanged meaningful glances, as according to the order the Zhuyu fruit should belong to Ning Fan. But from a certain perspective it was indeed lucky for Nan Li. Just as Nan Li was about to step forward to pick the red fruit from the withered tree, a figure stepped in front of him, blocking his way. Senior brother, this heavenly material and earthly treasure should belong to Ning Fan, right? Ning Fan looked at Nan Li with a seemingly playful smile. Nan Li's eyes narrowed instantly, a flicker of anger surfacing from being obstructed, which soon transformed into mockery. It seems that after a night of rest you've forgotten what happened yesterday. I said before, next time I won't show Xiaohong any mercy when we fight. Are you ready to die? Yun Qingyao, Xiaohong, Ling Tian, and their respective partners were all taken aback. Clearly Ning Fan had chosen to compromise in the face of Nan Li's dominance yesterday. But why was he starting a dispute again now? It had only been one night. Could it be that Ning Fan had already found a way to defeat Nan Li? Impossible. Even if Ning Fan were to engage in dual cultivation with his partner for just one night, he would absolutely not be a match for Nan Li. In the eyes of Xiaohong, Ling Tian, and their partners, Ning Fan seemed to have lost his rationality, captivated by the red fruit. Ning Shitty, it's just 2 yellow-grade supreme red fruits. There's no need to risk your life for them. Xiaohong spoke. Ning Fan waved his hand, ignoring Xiaohong's advice. Seeing this, Xiaohong did not say more, his eyes darting around, subtly glancing at Yun Xingyao, who looked worried. If Ning Fan were to be taken down by Nan Li, then Ning Fan's partner. Kid, you're courting death. This time I won't give you another chance to live. A ruthless glint flashed in Nan Li's eyes. In the next moment, he lunged forward, throwing a punch at Ning Fan. As the punch was halfway through, a surge of spiritual power erupted. Cracking stone hand. Died. The earthy yellow spiritual power enveloped Nan Li's fist, making it suddenly unbreakable. This punch, Ning Fan from yesterday couldn't withstand it. However, today's Ning Fan is no longer the one from the past. Come on. Ning Fan also threw a punch at Nan Li. Their fists were about to collide in midair, a scene that had played out completely, but just before their fists met. Dragon and serpent transformation hand. Ning Fan murmured to himself, and immediately the spiritual energy around him surged wildly, forming the head of a serpent on his fist. The serpent's head formed an inverted triangle, and one could even see the forked tongue flicking out. A wave of ominous wind swept towards Nan Li. What? Nan Li was momentarily stunned. Wait a minute. Why does Ning Fan possess martial skills? There was no time to ponder. Boom! The fists collided, producing a muffled sound, and this time Ning Fan stood firmly in place, not retreating at all. Song Yinxia, Xiaohong, Ling Tian, and their partners stared intently at the clash as Ning Fan suddenly displayed martial skills, transforming the originally certain outcome into a perplexing situation. The stalemate did not last long. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and everyone turned to locate the source, only to see that the serpent shadow had, unbeknownst to them, opened its bloody maw, biting through the earthy yellow glow on Nan Li's fist. Ning Fan's punch continued forward. Nan Li was utterly defenseless, his arm bending at an unnatural angle, evidently having been struck hard enough by Ning Fan's punch to break. And it wasn't over yet. Ning Fan's punch pressed on, crashing directly into Nan Li's chest. Pooh! A mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments was sprayed out by Nan Li, his body flying back like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground. In that moment of severe injury, Nan Li's partner Song Yinxia trembled all over, letting out a pained grunt, her face pale, clearly bearing a small portion of Nan Li's damage. Yet even so, Nan Li was still gravely injured and unable to move. Silence. Quiet. In this vast expanse, the sound of a needle dropping could be heard, as everyone stared at Ning Fan with eyes that reflected a sense of awe. How is this possible? The reason Nan Li was so domineering was because of his exceptional strength. He was undoubtedly among the best of the previous batch of disciples. With the power of a half-step Xuanji realm combined with a yellow-grade mid-tier martial skill, it was fitting of Nan Li's domineering nature. But now he had been sent flying by Ning Fan with a single punch. Wait a minute. That Ning Fan's martial skill seems a bit outrageous. It definitely isn't a low-grade yellow one, nor does it look like a mid-grade. Could it be a high-grade? Xiaohong exclaimed in surprise. High-grade yellow martial skills are things hidden on the third floor of the martial skill building, inaccessible to Xiaohong, Ling Tian, Nan Li, and others. Why does Ning Fan have the right to master them? Gulp. Xiaohong subconsciously swallowed, a sense of dread rising in his heart. Fortunately, he had tricked Zhao Yuanjia into seeking trouble with Ning Tian. Fortunately, even though he was coveting Ning Fan's partner Yin Xingyao, he hadn't done anything outrageous so far. This Ning Fan has the strength to defeat Nan Li. He could also defeat Xiaohong. No. Even if Yin Xingyao is stunningly beautiful, life is still... Xiaohong silently warned himself. Ning Fan, do not easily become an enemy. Ah! A sharp voice rang out, reminiscent of a groundhog scream, the source being Nan Li's partner, Song Yinxia. She frantically ran to Nan Li's side, lifting him from the ground. The damage she bore for Nan Li was limited, not affecting her normal movements. Upon seeing Nan Li's condition, Song Yinxia was shocked. His injuries were far more severe than she had imagined, with his right arm completely fractured. His chest was also sunken and evidently having several ribs broken as blood surged from Nan Li's mouth, leaving him gasping for air. You, how dare you? Song Niangxia's almond eyes widened as she looked fiercely at Ning Fan, her gaze filled with murderous intent, as if she wanted to tear him apart. But when she met Ning Fan's gaze, she immediately wilted. Ning Fan's expression was not fierce. It could even be described as calm. Yet beneath that calm gaze, Song Yinxia saw a trace of killing intent, faint, but incredibly resolute, accompanied by a slow approach, which instilled a sense of fear in her heart. What do you want to do? Song Yinxia stuttered. Kill him, Ning Fan replied. It's just fellow disciples competing for heavenly materials and treasures. There's no need to kill, right? Aye. Song Yinxia kept retreating, but holding on to Nan Li, she couldn't retreat quickly enough against Ning Fan's slow advance. As Ning Fan continued to close the distance. Thud. Song Yinxia directly knelt on the ground, bowing her head to Ning Fan. This junior brother. I'm sorry, we were wrong. We shouldn't have robbed what belongs to you. I am willing to offer all the heavenly materials and please spare us a way to live. Upon finishing, Song Nianxia took off her storage ring and placed it on the ground half a meter away from herself, then looked at Ning Fan with pleading eyes. Xia, don't plead with him, fight him. Suddenly Nan Li struggled to stand up, but even that movement took a while, and he spat out blood again. Husband. Song Nianxia wanted to touch Nan Li, but dared not due to his condition. At this moment Ning Fan also stepped in front of Nan Li, raising a foot to kick him in the abdomen. Bang! With a kick, Nan Li was sent flying again. Husband, don't worry, I'm just crippling him. Giving an enemy a chance is disrespectful to oneself. You should leave now. Ning Fan picked up the storage ring on the ground. Inside were all the heavenly materials and treasures that Nan Li and Song Nianxia had obtained along the way. Thank you, thank you. Song Nianxia gritted her teeth, stood up from the ground, and deeply bowed to Ning Fan, then ran to Nan Li, lifting the critically injured him. Given Nan Li's injuries, he would likely need to leave the clear white land immediately to seek help from the sect to preserve his life. Ling Tian, Xiao Hong, and their partners looked at Ning Fan with strange expressions. They felt a trace of fear in front of him. Brother Ning Fan, congratulations. Congratulations on obtaining the Zhu fruit, a rare, celestial treasure. Once consumed, your cultivation will undoubtedly ascend to a higher realm. Xiao Hong, Ling Tian, and their respective Dao companions stepped forward, lavishing praise upon Ning Fan as though nothing untoward had transpired moments earlier. Many thanks to you both. As we advance further, your experience shall remain indispensable. Ning Fan clasped his fists in respectful salute, offering due reverence to Xiao Hong, Ling Tian, and their Dao companions, neither arrogant nor domineering despite his formidable strength. Ning Fan approached the withered tree and retrieved the 2 Zhu fruits, placing them into his storage ring. He could consume them immediately. The spiritual energy they contained would surely elevate him by 1 minor cultivation realm, but their true potency would be unlocked during dual cultivation. Their effect would be amplified twofold, yielding far greater advancement. There was no need to rush. Let us proceed. We lag far behind the others. To avoid falling further behind those 6 Dao couples, we must quicken our pace. Indeed. Precisely so, Senior Brother Ning. You are absolutely right. We must hasten our steps. Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao, a Xiao Hong, and by ran a Ling Tian and Li Xianwan. The 3 Dao couples continued their journey toward the spirit vein. Along the way they encountered numerous celestial treasures, all distributed per Xiao Hong's prior agreement, and several demonic beasts as well. All were slain by the 6 cultivators. Ning Fan acquired 2 demonic cores, replenishing his meager cultivation resources. After all, dual cultivation consumed them at an astonishing rate. That day, having deliberately accelerated their pace, the 6 cultivators found themselves but a single step away from the towering mountain. Within half a shurchen, they would reach its summit. Let us rest for now. The mountain's terrain is treacherous. Better to enter at dawn tomorrow. Xiao Hong proposed. Agreed. Yes, that is wise. All nodded in unison, accepting Xiao Hong's counsel. With less than 1 shurchen until nightfall, pressing onward would yield no meaningful progress. Ning Fan once again unfurled his tent. After entering with Yun Xingyao, he chose not to engage in dual cultivation. Such practice drained both physical stamina and spiritual energy. When peak readiness was paramount, dual cultivation offered little advantage. A genuine rest, preserving vitality and replenishing reserves, proved far more prudent. Come here, let us sleep embraced tonight. Ning Fan beckoned to Yun Xingyao, who instantly flew into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Just as they prepared to rest, a voice sounded outside the tent. Senior Brother Ning, Senior Sister Yun, still awake. Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao exchanged a glance. They recognized the voice. Li Xianwan, the Dao companion of Ling Tian. Is something amiss, eh? Ning Fan asked. Well, perhaps. Li Xianwan's voice replied. At this, Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao could no longer remain inside. They unfastened the tent flap and stepped out. Glancing about, they saw not only Li Xianwan and Ling Tian, but also Xiao Hong and Bai Ran, both of whom had already retired to their own tent. Clearly something urgent had arisen. What is it? Ning Fan asked. Xiao Hong glanced at Ling Tian, gesturing for him to explain. It is this, Senior Brother Ning. This humble senior possesses a treasure-seeking rat. It has sensed a profound rank celestial treasure nearby. Oh. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan's eyes gleamed with sudden intensity. A profound rank celestial treasure. Though the 2 Zhu fruits in Ning Fan's possession approached profound rank rarity, even the narrowest margin could separate heaven from earth. A true profound rank celestial treasure held greater value than all the rare treasures Ning Fan currently possessed, combined. Yet night has fallen. If such a treasure is guarded by a demonic beast, the peril would be immense. Precisely. Xiao Hong nodded emphatically. Nighttime expeditions carried grave risk, and he harbored deep reluctance. Might we wait until dawn? Ning Fan turned to Ling Tian. Ling Tian slowly shook his head. Regrettably, not possible. The vast cosmos abounds with marvels. Many celestial treasures manifest only at specific times or seasons. Our treasure-seeking rat showed no reaction while we pitched the tents, but grew agitated as dusk descended. It is likely this profound rank treasure appears solely by night. We have little time. Should it truly appear only under moonlight, delay means forfeiting our chance entirely. A profound ranked celestial treasure, Ling Tian declared. Ning Fan and Xiao Hong fell silent, weighing risk against reward. A most difficult decision indeed. At that moment Li Xiaowan suddenly produced 3 small stones. Instantly the surrounding gloom brightened. What are these? Ning Fan asked, eyes fixed on the stones in Li Xiaowan's palm. Shattered flame stones. Not a celestial treasure, merely a curious artifact. They emit soft light and darkness, illuminating a 3-meter radius around the bearer. Li Xiaowan explained. With these stones, visibility expanded from under 10 meters to roughly 10, significantly enhancing safety. Let's do it. The moment Ning Fan saw the shattered flame stones, resolve hardened within him. The allure of a profound rank celestial treasure demanded boldness. Senior brother, where precisely does this profound rank treasure lie? Ning Fan asked. Ling Tian shook his head. 1 kilometer. Ning Fan thought. Not far at all. Entirely manageable. By day covering such ground would take no more than 2 ku. Now even at night. Ling Tian shook his head. 1 kilometer. Ning Fan thought. Not far at all. Entirely manageable. By day covering such ground would take no more than 2 ku. Now even at night. With 3 of them dividing the search, the area could be combed thoroughly within an hour. Ning Fan turned to Xiao Hong. Let's do it. Xiao Hong clenched his fist and struck his thigh decisively. Here, take 1. And another. Li Xiaowan handed a shattered flame stone to each of Xiao Hong and Ning Fan. Each pair should assign 1 member to search, while 3 remain at the tent to kindle a campfire. Its light will serve as our anchor, preventing disorientation. None objected. On such a pitch-black night, without a guiding flame, true loss of direction would be inevitable. Husband, be careful. Yun Qingyao tugged gently at Ning Fan's sleeve. Be at ease. I shall return unharmed. With those words he departed. Ning Fan, Xiao Hong, and Ling Tian each chose a direction, shattered flame stones in hand vanishing into the fathomless night. What none witnessed was Li Xiaowan's lips curling into a chilling, venomous smile beside the crackling campfire the instant their silhouettes dissolved into shadow. Ning Fan stepped into the darkness, the light of the shattered firestone much dimmer than he had imagined. Once it exceeded 2 meters around him, the glow would become scattered, gradually fading into obscurity. In reality, Ning Fan's line of sight barely reached 8 meters. This distance cannot be called far, but it is still somewhat adequate. Xian-level heavenly materials and earthly treasures are incredibly precious. Whether for cultivation resources or extraordinary items for refining the body, they must not be overlooked. Thinking of this, Ning Fan quickened his pace, moving further away from the campfire, soon plunging into the darkness. Damn it, the restriction blocks most of the moonlight. Ning Fan murmured to himself. The next moment, sniff sniff, he twitched his nose, suddenly detecting a strange scent. It was not fragrant, but peculiar, with an indescribable dizzying sensation. Ning Fan instinctively focused on the shattered firestone in his hand, then scraped it with his nail. With a rustling sound, some powder was scraped off the firestone, clearly not part of the firestone itself. It seemed to be deliberately adhering to the shattered firestone. What is this? Ning Fan murmured. He instinctively brought the powder on his nail to his nose, but before he could act, a faint sound suddenly rang out. Ning Fan immediately stopped. What was ahead? He couldn't see. All he could see was utter darkness. To discern the source of the sound, he would have to venture closer. But clearly in this perilous place, whatever made that sound was certainly not benign. Should he flee? Or whoosh. Just as Ning Fan was contemplating, a whoosh of air suddenly echoed, and a shadow burst out of the darkness, pouncing toward Ning Fan with lightning speed. By the time it emerged into the light, revealing its form to Ning Fan, he had less than 2 seconds to react. A ferocious tiger. Entirely black, adorned with intricate golden patterns, its gaping jaws dripped with foul saliva. It was terrifying. A half-step Xuanji realm beast, the golden-patterned demon tiger. Ning Fan's figure flashed, turning his body just in time to evade the sharp claws as they slashed down, dodging the brutal attack. As the golden-patterned demon tiger landed, it suddenly turned and lunged at Ning Fan again. This time Ning Fan was prepared. Dragon Snake Transformation Hand. Ning Fan unleashed a punch toward the golden-patterned demon tiger, with spiritual energy surging violently around him, a serpent shadow condensing at the tip of his fist. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Ning Fan actually sent the golden-patterned demon tiger flying. A large amount of blood flowed down. It must be noted that compared to human warriors, the strength of beasts is far. A large amount of blood flowed down. It must be noted that compared to human warriors, the strength of beasts is far more formidable, yet Ning Fan was able to push back a beast whose realm exceeded his own with a single punch. This demonstrates its horror. Of course, such a feat was also thanks to the Tianxian Heart Sutra and Dragon Snake Transformation Hand. The golden patterned demon tiger crouched at the juncture of light and darkness, glaring fiercely at Ning Fan, yet within its ferocious gaze there was also a hint of wariness. Being able to injure it with a single punch was enough to instill caution in this beast. The next moment, the golden patterned demon tiger slowly retreated, disappearing into the darkness after a few steps. Ning Fan stood in place, not pursuing. The pitch-black environment was highly unfavorable to him. Chasing the golden patterned demon tiger could easily lead him into danger. Finding that Xian-level heavenly material and treasure should be the priority. "Junior brother Ning, are you alright?" A shout rang out. It was Xiaohong's voice. Xiaohong, Ling Tian, and Ning Fan had separated to search for heavenly materials and treasures, but since the search radius was within 1 kilometer, they were not far apart in reality. Xiaohong and Ling Tian could hear the commotion from Ning Fan's side. They could even see the light orb moving swiftly. "Junior brother Ning, have you encountered a beast?" Ling Tian's voice also rang out. "No worries, you two also need to." Ning Fan shouted loudly, just as he cautioned Ling Tian and Xiaohong to be careful. 2 more shadows suddenly lunged from the darkness, abruptly cutting off Ning Fan's voice. 2 more beasts. Brand new beasts. One was a pure white wolf, and the other a monkey. All were half-step Xuanji realm. Ning Fan's heart sank. Encountering 1 beast could be considered bad luck, but now he faced 2. No, something was definitely off. Unless they invaded territory, stole guarded heavenly materials, or threatened safety under normal circumstances, beasts would not bother human warriors. Yet now 3 beasts had come one after another to find Ning Fan. "Junior brother Ning." Xiaohong's voice became anxious, clearly realizing Ning Fan was in trouble. "This is troublesome." Ning Fan replied loudly. "I will assist you." Xiaohong decisively responded. This was a great opportunity to befriend Ning Fan. After witnessing Ning Fan's talent, Xiaohong knew well that this prodigy should not be offended, and building a close relationship was best. Ning Fan saw a light orb slowly approaching him. The person within that light orb was Xiaohong. At that moment, Ning Fan was several hundred meters away from Xiaohong. In daylight, a few hundred meters could be crossed in mere moments, but in the current darkness, it would take some time to move. Roar, roar. The white wolf and monkey suddenly let out a roar, seemingly coordinating as they flanked Ning Fan from both sides. "Get lost." Dragon Snake Transformation Hand. Ning Fan stood unafraid, raising his hands, and with both fists he struck toward the white wolf and monkey's spiritual energy, surging violently around him, coalescing into 2 serpent shadows. In the next moment, 2 dull thuds resounded. Bang bang. The white wolf and monkey were also pushed back by Ning Fan, but facing 2 half-step Xuanji realm beasts at once made it difficult for Ning Fan. The white wolf's claws landed a blow on Ning Fan's chest. Its sharp claws tore through his clothing, leaving a half-meter-long scratch on Ning Fan's well-built chest, and in an instant a large amount of blood soaked his outer garment. It looked exceedingly tragic. However, in the next moment that horrific wound disappeared, but the blood still made Ning Fan appear quite wretched. "Junior brother Ning." Xiaohong's voice grew noticeably more anxious, rushing over much faster. Ning Fan noticed this, and a glimmer of contemplation flashed in his eyes. The beast attack had the scent of conspiracy. However, he could fully turn the tables. After calculating in his heart, a glint of ferocity flashed in Ning Fan's eyes, as his figure suddenly darted forward, directly pouncing towards the 2 half-step, Xian-level demonic beasts. In response to Ning Fan's assault, the white wolf and the monkey chose to engage in a fierce struggle, with 1 human and 2 beasts instantly caught in a brutal battle. Ning Fan's strikes were ruthless, showing no fear against the 2 demonic beasts. Warriors typically feel constrained when facing demonic beasts. Human warriors seek to kill the beasts without injury, for no warrior wishes to exchange injuries with a beast, let alone engage in a life-or-death struggle. This mindset can hinder a warrior's true potential. However, Ning Fan bore no such burden, as Yi Honglian could help him share the injuries. With a resounding bang, Ning Fan's fist struck the white wolf's abdomen, sending it flying through the air. With another kick, sent the monkey staggering back several steps. Naturally, during the fight, Ning Fan's injuries also grew more severe, with horrifying wounds appearing on his body. His clothes were torn into strips, hanging messily on his body, stained all over with blood. He appeared as a war god drenched in gore. The 2 demonic beasts clearly showed signs of retreat. At this moment, Xiaohong's light also gradually approached, allowing Ning Fan to see Xiaohong's face and figure. Thus, Ning Fan began to sway his body. He fell to the ground. Bang! "Junior brother Ning." Xiaohong saw Ning Fan collapse and rushed forward, his heart jolting upon seeing Ning Fan's bloodied form. Demonic beasts, several of them. All half-step Xian level. Brother Xiao, hurry and escape, Ning Fan spoke weakly. Yet within his weakened gaze there was a hint of scrutiny directed at Xiao Hong. Indeed, since Ning Fan sensed the smell of conspiracy, he might as well play along and feign severe injuries to see what was truly going on. Let's go. Xiao Hong picked up Ning Fan and carried him towards the tent. Fortunately, Ning Fan had not gone too far, and within about 15 minutes, Xiao Hong brought him back to the tent. Husband, Junior Brother Ning. Junior Brother Ning. Several exclamations arose from Yun Xingyao, Li Xianwan by Ran, and Ling Tian, who had also returned to the tent. Upon seeing Ning Fan's tragic state, Yun Xingyao rushed forward and hugged him, while the others displayed looks of concern. Ning Fan observed their reactions. Everything seemed normal with no signs of anything unusual, yet he had an ominous premonition. The one plotting the conspiracy was among these individuals. Fortunately, he is still alive, by Rand said solemnly. The night is far too dangerous. Even if there are precious treasures we cannot continue to explore. Acting recklessly might cost us our lives. I apologize, it was my fault. Ling Tian bowed his head, his voice filled with regret. If it weren't for my suggestion, Junior Brother Ning wouldn't have encountered such danger. Such severe injuries might affect future opportunities for exploration. I have a Xian-level healing pill here as compensation for Junior Brother Ning. With that, Ling Tian flipped his hand. Ling Tian intended to place the pill in Ning Fan's mouth. Ning Fan did not take it, but exchanged a glance with Yun Xingyao, who immediately understood and took the pill from Ling Tian's hand. Thank you, Brother Ling Tian. I will help my husband take it later, Yun Xingyao said with a bow. Yes, remember to take it, Ling Tian nodded. Sigh. The night is more dangerous than expected. We should rest early and ascend the mountain tomorrow to seek opportunities there. Without needing Ling Tian to say more, with Ning Fan's prior experience, none of them wanted to seek that Xian-level treasure anymore. Inside the tent. Husband. Yun Xingyao laid Ning Fan down on the sleeping bag, gently stroking his cheek, her expression filled with tenderness and worry. I'm fine. Ning Fan grasped Yun Qingjiao's wrist, signaling her not to worry. Although he looked miserable, he had no real injuries. What about this pill? Yun Xingyao handed the pill to Ning Fan. It might have issues. Ning Fan bluntly refused. Something might happen later. My dear, are you afraid? Not afraid. Yun Xingyao replied firmly. That night neither Ning Fan nor Yun Xingyao rested. They remained alert to the surrounding sounds. After about 2 hours the time reached the Ean hour, which is around 3 in the morning, when a barely perceptible sound suddenly emerged. Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao exchanged glances simultaneously, looking towards the source of the sound, where a slender stick prodded open the tent flap. Then a cloud of smoke wafted out from the stick. Hold your breath. Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao lay down on the bed, pretending to close their eyes while choosing to hold their breath, avoiding inhaling the suspicious gas. For a warrior of Huangji level, holding one's breath for a stick of incense was not an issue. What he feared was Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao falling asleep, failing to notice the presence of the smoke. That would be disastrous. Waiting a bit longer, Ning Fan wanted to see what the other side was up to. After a while, the person outside the tent seemed to believe that Yun Xingyao and Ning Fan had inhaled the smoke and boldly opened the tent flap to enter. Through the gap in the eye flap, Ning Fan clearly saw the identities of the visitors. Ling Tian and Li Xianwan. The answer was as expected. Husband, it worked. Li Xianyuan's voice was filled with excitement. Now we can explain everything. Ling Tian nodded. This conversation left Ning Fan somewhat bewildered. Explain. To whom? Ling Tian and Li Xianwan targeting him, and Yun Xingyao. Could it be that it was not by their own will, but rather following someone else's orders? Xiao family. Or someone else? Ning Fan truly wanted to uncover who was orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Not long after, Ning Fan felt Ling Tian approaching him and hoisting him onto his shoulder, while Li Xianwan also lifted Yun Xingyao. Ning Fan did not act rashly. After all, he was uninjured, and Yun Xingyao was a hidden powerhouse at Tianji level. Even though her Tianren persona was in control, her true nature as a Tianjia level being remained, so there was no way it would cause problems. In fact, compared to Yun Xingyao being injured, Ning Fan was more worried about the possibility of Yi Honglian appearing if Yun Xingyao was provoked. Ning Fan could rely on the Yinyang Xianjing to suppress Yi Honglian during their dual cultivation, but if faced with Yi Honglian under normal circumstances, Ning Fan feared something might go wrong. Heaven knows what could happen if he faced Yi Honglian normally. However, after a brief contemplation, Ning Fan decided to observe further. Whether Yi Honglian would appear remained uncertain, but clarifying the other party's intentions was a concrete necessity. Let's wait and see. To see what Ling Tian and Li Xianwan truly intended to do. Ling Tian and Li Xianwan carried Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao out of the tent, without hesitation stepping boldly into the darkness, and Ning Fan vaguely sensed that they were heading towards the mountain. About an hour later, light reappeared before Ning Fan's eyes. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two muffled sounds, Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao were placed on the ground, while Ling Tian and his companion seemed indifferent to whether the two were conscious, their actions showing no restraint. Senior brother, G. Senior sister Lin. These two have been brought to you. Don't forget your promise to me regarding them. Ling Tian's voice rang out. Ning Fan was startled. Ji Wuxi and Lin Yao. He truly hadn't expected that. The masterminds were actually Ji Wuxi and Lin Yao. Clearly Ning Fan had no connection with them, so why would Ji Wuxi and Lin Yao target him and Yun Qingyao? Truly strange. TSK. What's going on? Why are there so many wounds on this person? It's really disappointing. Lin Yao glanced at Ning Fan with slight disdain. There's no helping it. Don't underestimate Ning Fan. Just because he's a new disciple, his strength is quite formidable. If it weren't for Xianyuan's cleverness using heavenly materials as bait to lead Ning Fan to walk at night with spirit-influencing powder on the shattered firestone, he would have been injured by the beasts first. We're probably unable to bring them here. Ling Tian spoke. How strong can a new disciple be? Lin Yao sneered. Nong Li almost died at his hands. Ling Tian dropped a bombshell. What? Only then did Lin Yao look surprised. Nong Li's strength was outstanding among the previous batch of disciples. How could he have died at Ning Fan's hands? It seems the rumors are true. Ning Fan and his partner both possessed dual cultivation physiques. Now then, we are in for a treat, Ji Wuxi said with a smile. I'll take care of this woman and you handle Ning Fan. Let's first engage in dual cultivation and taste these two. If they truly have special physiques, capturing them as playthings wouldn't be out of the question. Hearing Ji Wuxi's words, Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. This couple, Ji Wuxi and Lin Yao, is rather open-minded. Are they planning to play separately? Some couples are like that. There are no feelings between them, merely emotionless dual cultivation machines. If dual cultivating with others brings benefits, they would do so without hesitation. Lin Yao stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the bloodied Ning Fan on the ground, not because Ning Fan's appearance was an issue, but because he was covered in blood and his clothes were tattered. You two at least clean him up. Get the blood off him, Lin Yao ordered. Yes, not a problem. Ling Tian and Li Xianwan replied in unison. Serving two for dual cultivation was a first for them, but thinking of the benefits, they decided to go for it. The two bowed down, preparing to tear away the cloth from Ning Fan's body. At that moment, the unconscious Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light shining from within. Gone was his previous weak appearance. Boom, boom. Taking advantage of Ling Tian and Li Xianwan's unpreparedness, Ning Fan launched a punch at their chests, catching them completely off guard. Puff. The two spat out blood, their chests visibly caved in, evidently having been broken by Ning Fan's punch, and their bodies flew heavily backward. They crashed to the ground, convulsing twice before losing all signs of life. What? Ji Wuxi and Lin Yao were instantly stunned. They had not anticipated Ning Fan's sudden eruption, and for a fleeting moment, they were caught off guard. Ning Fan's figure flickered, and he appeared directly in front of Lin Yao. Slap. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Lin Yao's face, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Bitch. How dare you covet my body? You should consider if you're worthy. Ning Fan mocked. This woman, she actually wants to get on top of him. How is that possible? Ah! Lin Yao let out a piercing scream, but before she could react, Ning Fan had already withdrawn and ran toward Yun Qingyao. Looking for death, Ji Wuxi certainly wouldn't stand by. He swung his fist and hurled a punch at the approaching Ning Fan. Dragon and snake transforming hands. Ning Fan's spiritual power surged as he fiercely unleashed his own yellow-grade intermediate martial skill, but when his fist collided with Ji Wuxi's, he felt an uncontrollable force surge at him, directly throwing him backward. Ning Fan took advantage of the force to retreat, grabbing hold of Yun Qingjiao's body to stabilize himself. Run! Ning Fan exclaimed. They couldn't afford to fight. This Ji Wuxi was indeed the top of the previous batch of disciples. His strength far surpassed Nong Li, a true expert of the Xuanji realm, leading Ning Fan by a significant margin. Currently Ning Fan was no match for Ji Wuxi, not to mention there was also Lin Yao. Husband, be careful. Yun Qingyao caught Ning Fan's body, and without needing a reminder from him, she knew they had to escape quickly, as staying here was certainly not an option. In just a few flashes, Ning Fan and Yun Qingjiao's figures disappeared into the darkness. The night that had previously restrained Ning Fan and others was now perfect for their escape. Lin Yao saw the two vanish and immediately rushed forward, angrily pursuing them, but Ji Wuxi reached out a hand to stop her. Don't rush, the darkness is not suitable for pursuit. And we have urgent matters. As he finished speaking, Ji Wuxi flipped his palm, revealing a communication jade pendant, and began infusing spiritual power into it. Fangqi Luyu Jiangzheng. You three, along with your respective partners, immediately descend from the mountain to pursue and kill Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. Try to capture them alive, but killing is also acceptable. The communication jade pendant is a treasure used for contacting martial artists. Upon seeing Ji Wuxi's orders, Lin Yao's lips curled up, a fierce expression appearing on her face. 3 pairs of partners would pursue Ning Fan. Even if Ning Fan had the ability to ascend to the heavens or descend to the earth, he was still doomed to face disaster. Brother Ji is right. They are not even worth our time. The spirit vein is the more important existence. We must hurry to the spirit vein. Lin Yao gazed towards the mountain's direction. There lies the spirit vein. At the same time, in the darkness, Ning Fan tugged at Yun Qingyao as they frantically fled back the way they came. Even though they sensed no one chasing them from behind, they didn't dare to stop. What took an hour to travel before they managed to return in less than a quarter of an hour? What happened? As soon as they reached the tent, their commotion woke Xiao Hong, and Bai ran inside, who hurriedly exited the tent. They saw Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao returning. Ning Jr. brother you. Xiao Hong was extremely shocked. Ning Fan had looked like he was on the verge of death before. How was he now full of vitality, and what was the situation with the two of them? And where are Ling Tian and Li Xianwan? With such a commotion, why didn't they come out? Could it be they didn't hear? Xiao Senior brother. Run. Ning Fan did not answer Xiao Hong's question, but exclaimed. What's going on? Why is it dangerous here? There's a smoke screen. Oh, generally there shouldn't be any beast attacks. Leaving here would mean entering the darkness, and Ning Shidi, you know how perilous the night can be, right? You don't need your senior brother to remind you, do you? Ning Shidi, please calm down, don't be rash. Let's wait for Ling Tian to come out. We can discuss everything together. Don't wait any longer. A Ling Tian and Li Xianwan have already been killed by me, Ning Fan declared decisively. Ah, what? Xiao Hong was taken aback, bewilderment flashing in his eyes. Ling Tian and Li Xianwan were taken out by Ning Fan. What's happening? Sigh. Ning Fan shrugged, succinctly recounting the actions of Ling Tian and Li Xianwan to Xiao Hong and Bai Ran. Upon hearing the details, their eyes widened in disbelief. The two exchanged a glance, each seeing incredulity reflected in the other's eyes. Ling Tian and Li Xianwan had secretly colluded with Ji Wuxi and Lin Yao, even plotting against Ning Fan, without him noticing, almost succeeding. Truly terrifying. If Ning Fan hadn't been there, Ling Tian and Li Xianwan might have set their sights on Xiao Hong and the others. Xiao Hong and Bai Ran both realized that without Ning Fan's abilities, being plotted against would have meant certain death. They felt a genuine sense of relief. Ning Shidi, we understand, but isn't it a bit too cautious to flee now? It's late at night. Senior brother Ji and the others might not even pursue us. Let's discuss everything tomorrow. After some contemplation, Xiao Hong spoke. Nighttime brings too many uncertainties. If possible, he preferred to wait until daytime to act, as moving during the day would be much easier. I'm just suggesting if Xiao Shixiao can wait here if he wishes. Besides, there's no grudge between that pair of scoundrels and Xiao Shixiao. That's all I have to say. Oh, we will take our leave first. Let's go. Ning Fan seized his persuasion, taking Yun Qingyou's hand, preparing to continue fleeing. Staying here was not a viable option. Perhaps Ling Tian and Li Xianwan have already informed Ji Wuxi and that pair of scoundrels of our camp's location. Waiting here could mean being easily trapped. Ning Fan couldn't take that gamble. Wait a moment. Just as Xiao Hong hesitated, Bai Ran suddenly spoke, a serious glint flashing in her eyes. Ning Shidi, we are willing to accompany you. Husband, let's go. Wife. Xiao Hong remained indecisive, looking at Bai Ran. After a moment of shared eye contact, he also made up his mind. Let's go, Ning Shidi. At this time, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao had not yet left the illuminated area, and Xiao Hong and Bai Ran immediately followed suit, the four of them stepping into the darkness. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao walked ahead with Xiao Hong and Bai Ran closely trailing behind. Initially, Ning Fan was moving backward, but as they walked, Ning Fan chose to detour towards the mountain. The reason was simple. True escape does not solve problems if one cannot when they cannot win. To be able to win, one must enhance their strength. Dual cultivation. However, dual cultivation requires resources. Even though Elder Jiu compensated Ning Fan with 2,000 spirit stones, he had already depleted over 1,000 in the 2 dual cultivation sessions. Only a small portion remains. Considering the demon cores obtained in Qingbai, he could manage 2 more rounds of dual cultivation at most. To achieve a significant breakthrough in realm and truly stand a chance against Ji Wuxi and Lin Yao, he must elevate his strength to the Xuanji realm, which is impossible with the spirit stones at Ning Fan's disposal. Spiritual veins. If he could utilize the spiritual veins for dual cultivation, he might achieve a breakthrough. Running away does not solve the problem. Crisis. Amidst danger, opportunities often lie hidden. This spiritual vein must be pursued. Boom. Just as Ning Fan, Yun Qingyao, Xiao Hong, and Bai Ran detoured back to the periphery of their original camp, a massive explosion resounded. What? Xiao Hong's spirit jolted as he turned toward the source of the sound, his entire being stunned. A red cloud rising from their original camp's location. That red cloud illuminated the surroundings in a blood-red hue. It was a martial technique. Their original camp was attacked. Hiss. Upon realizing this, Xiao Hong couldn't help but inhale sharply, a hint of fear and relief surfacing in his heart. Fortunately, after much hesitation, he chose to leave with Ning Fan. If Xiao Hong and Bai Ran had stayed in the camp, they probably would have been blown sky-high by that red cloud. The might of that red cloud was no mere probing move, it was aimed directly at taking lives. Receiving a hit unprepared would mean not surviving or at least being severely injured. Xiao Hong clenched his fists, a mix of anger rising in his heart. The opposing side couldn't possibly be unaware that apart from Ning Fan, he and his partner were also in the camp, yet they still acted so decisively. Clearly they simply did not care about the lives of Xiao Hong and his partner. Heavens, it's getting light soon, At this moment, the sky had already begun to lighten, visibility increasing at a visible rate, and after their detour, Ning Fan and the others were less than half a kilometer from the foot of the mountain. Once they reached the peak, they would have the freedom to soar. The sky had already begun to lighten, visibility increasing at a visible rate, and after their detour, Ning Fan and the others were left. Ning Shitty, this is the path to the spiritual vein, Xiao Hong said. The spiritual vein won't just sprout legs and run away, the path is fixed. Hearing Xiao Hong's words, Ning Fan couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, it was as if he thought of something, looking around with vigilance. Almost simultaneously, a sharp sound cut through the air, a cold gleam shooting toward Ning Fan. Dodge! Ning Fan pushed Yin Xingyao aside and also dodged to the side. He saw an arrow graze past Ning Fan's cheek, the sharp arrowhead leaving a cut on his face. Had he been a moment slower, he might have faced a fatal blow from that arrow. Who? Xiao Hong's voice rang out. Before he could finish speaking, a figure emerged from the nearby bushes, a man and a woman with the male holding a long bow. Clearly it was the one who had just shot the arrow. Zhang, is that you? Xiao Hong exclaimed, recognizing the identity of the newcomer. Zhang and Zhou Linger. This pair were one of the 5 couples following Ji Wuxi and Lin Yao, their strength at half-step Xuanji realm. Ning Fan showed no shock at the appearance of his opponents. It was simple. There was only one path from the foot of the mountain to the spiritual vein. The other side must have sent people to block this route. Encountering Ji Wuxi's lackeys was only natural. It would have been abnormal if they hadn't. Ning Fan scrutinized Zhang and Zhou Linger. 2 half-step Xuanji realm warriors. They could be dealt with. But just as Ning Fan leaned forward ready to pounce, a voice suddenly rang out from not far behind them. Oh, you didn't stay at the camp, but chose to detour up the mountain. Not bad. A wise choice that bought you a few extra hours of life. However, this is where it ends. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan slowly turned around. 2 figures stood behind them, having appeared there without him noticing. Fang Qi and Hermione. Xiao Hong announced their identities, his expression turning solemn. Fang Qi and Hermione were a cultivation couple, both on the verge of the profound rank. They were far stronger than Zhang and Zhou Linger. In the previous generation's disciple ranking, Fang Qi and Hermione placed among the top 5 of Class A, ranking significantly higher even than the renowned duo from Namli. Ning Fan gazed at Fang Qi and Hermione, his eyes narrowing with grave intensity. He sensed a palpable threat emanating from them. Let us end this swiftly. We still must reach the spirit vein. We have only 2 days for cultivation. A further delay may cost us this rare opportunity. Fang Qi spoke calmly. Senior Brother Fang, please act quickly and complete Senior Brother Ji's assigned task, urged Zhang. If Ning Fan remained uneliminated, Zhang would be forced to guard this mountain path indefinitely, unable to enter the spirit vein for cultivation. Thus Zhang and Zhou Linger fervently hoped for Ning Fan's swift removal so they could either enter the spirit vein or search for resources instead of standing vigil here. Be careful, Junior Brother Ning. Xiao Hong's voice was stern as he instinctively stepped half a pace sideways, increasing the distance between himself and Fang Qi and Hermione, neither of whom he dared confront directly. He could only warn Ning Fan. Get out of my way. Ning Fan blurred forward in a flash, lunging straight at Fang Qi. Spiritual energy surged violently around him, amplified to terrifying levels by the heavenly pivot cultivation scripture. Humph, so you choose not to flee but charge headlong toward me. Oh no. Behind me lies your only path of retreat. A faint smirk curled Fang Qi's lips. He neither dodged nor flinched from Ning Fan's fist. Instead, primordial energy roiled around his body as he met the strike with a counterpunch. Crimson flames erupted across his knuckles. Beware, Junior Brother Ning. Fang Qi masters a mid-tier, yellow-rank cultivation technique. The spiritual energy coursing through his body fully transmutes into flame energy. It is exceedingly perilous. Xiao Hong shouted the warning. Ning Fan needed no reminder. He already sensed Fang Qi's dread power. That combat art was formidable indeed. The searing heat radiating from Fang Qi's flaming fist had noticeably raised the ambient temperature. Boom! And the fists collided with a deep, muffled thunderclap. The crimson flames wreathing Fang Qi's knuckles scattered wildly, and Ning Fan felt sharp, stinging pain lance up both arms. Yet Ning Fan stood rooted, unmoved, unwavering. In Fang Qi, however, and thud, and staggered backwards several paces, staring down at his own fist, astonishment flickering across his face. What is this? In such raw strength. How could I be forced back in direct confrontation? And Fang Qi whispered, stunned into disbelief. Zhang Zhengzhou, Linger, and Hermione, Fang Qi's cultivation partner, all exchanged grim glances, their expressions hardening with newfound respect as they fixed their gaze upon Ning Fan. No wonder Nanli fell before you. With such strength, and if you mastered even a single martial technique, Nanli truly would stand no chance against you. In Fang Qi locked eyes with Ning Fan and spoke each word with deliberate weight. You, are worthy of being my opponent. Nas, the final syllable rang out. Spiritual energy exploded around Fang Qi, its sheer magnitude brushing perilously close to the profound rank threshold. Ning Fan's expression turned austere. He raised his hand. Upon it shimmered a faint serpentine silhouette, the dragon serpent manifestation palm. Just as Ning Fan prepared to engage Fang Qi, a figure flashed beside him. Hermione, Fang Qi's cultivation partner. Hermione's spiritual energy surged in tandem, intertwining seamlessly with Fang Qi's in midair, two currents merging as one. The fusion of two energies, each nearly reaching the profound rank, transcended that boundary entirely, surging into full profound rank power. It's a synergistic martial technique. And beware, Xiaohong's concern sharpened into urgency as he cried out the warning. Synergistic technique. Ning Fan arched a brow. This was the first time he'd heard the term. The Yin-Yang divine sect emphasizes dual cultivation and harmonious resonance between cultivation partners. Under perfect attunement, practitioners can jointly execute specialized martial techniques, amplifying their power to terrifying heights. Fang Qi and Hermione are executing precisely such a synergistic technique. Bai ran at it. Ning Fan's pupils contracted slightly, his wariness deepened. Against Fang Qi alone he believed he held a fighting chance. But this synergistic technique, this would be exceedingly difficult. Yet there was no turning back. Fang Qi blocked the only escape route. This clash could not be avoided. Ning Fan roared, slamming his foot into the ground as spiritual energy surged to its absolute limit, then lunged forward, striking with outstretched hands. Dragon serpent manifestation palm. At his cry, spiritual energy coalesced at his knuckles into a vivid ash-gray serpent, more solid, more lifelike than ever before. Not bad, but still insufficient. Flame wave, heaven-crushing impact. Fang Qi and Hermione struck simultaneously, one from left, one from right. Palms unleashing torrents of scorching flame aimed directly at Ning Fan. The infernal wave crashed into Ning Fan, shattering the ash-gray serpent instantly. Boom! The conflagration slammed into Ning Fan and erupted skyward, a colossal crimson mushroom cloud identical to the one that had obliterated the campsite earlier. It was unmistakably the same technique that had destroyed Ning Fan's tent and supplies. Sensing imminent disaster, Ning Fan crossed his arms tightly over his chest and curled his body inward, bracing against the cataclysmic thermal shockwave. His entire frame was hurled backward like a ragdoll, landing hard upon the earth. Ning Fan lay battered, his freshly changed robes half consumed by fire, tufts of hair singed away, his face blackened and blistered. My husband. Nian Qingyao flashed forward, rushing to Ning Fan's side. Yet the moment she reached him, he sprang upright in a single fluid motion. Seizing her wrist, he bolted. Run now. His speed rivaled a released arrow, so startling that every onlooker froze in mild disbelief. Logically, after enduring the flame wave heaven-crushing impact, Ning Fan should have been grievously injured, yet his flight was astonishingly swift. Was he truly unscathed? Stay, na flash of fury ignited in Fang Qi's eyes. He shot forward to pursue Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao, only to find another figure blocking his path. It was Xiaohong. Xiaohong, dare you obstruct me? Do you realize the consequences of opposing me, and senior brother Ji and senior sister Lin? Fang Qi stared coldly at Xiaohong. Unfazed by the threat, Xiaohong offered a light chuckle and profuse apologies, yet his feet remained planted firmly in place. Senior brother Fang, we are all fellow disciples of the same sect. Must you pursue annihilation? With you stationed here, junior brother Ning Fan cannot ascend the mountain at all. So why chase him? Fang Qi's patience snapped under Xiaohong's deliberate stalling. Xiaohong, I ask you just once. Step aside, or refuse, Xiaohong sensed the hostility coming from Fang Qi, but remained unyielding. Bai Ran, witnessing this scene from the side, couldn't help but feel slightly astonished. One must know that Xiaohong is known for his caution. It was unexpected for him to choose to cover for Ning Fan. The reason Xiao Hong blocked Fang Qi was after deep contemplation. Given the current situation, even if Xiao Hong were to concede, he could not join the camp of Ji Wuxi and Linya, and he was not even qualified to enter the spiritual veins. It should be noted that the greatest opportunity in the Pure Land is the spiritual veins. Being unable to enter them is not much different from coming here for nothing. However, if he were to gamble on Ning Fan. Indeed, Ning Fan is currently not a match for Fang Qi or He Min, nor can he be compared to Ji Wuxi and Linya, but Ning Fan's rate of improvement is truly frightening. Previously, Ning Fan was no match for Nan Li, but after just one night of dual cultivation, he gained enough power to defeat Nan Li in an instant. Betting on Ning Fan might yield even greater rewards. Moreover, last night Fang Qi and He Min, knowing he might be in the camp, directly bombarded the tent with flame waves crushing the sky. They completely disregarded the lives of Xiao Hong and Bai Ran. People strive for a breath of air, while Buddhas strive for a stick of incense. Xiao Hong felt a surge of anger in his heart. Fang Qi gazed at the retreating figure of Ning Fan, but after being blocked by Xiao Hong for just a brief moment, Ning Fan and Yin Xingyao had already run several hundred meters. To chase again would be much more difficult. Let's go. We need to meet senior brother Ji. This matter requires an explanation. Xiao Hong, you need me to make a move, right? Fang Qi stared at Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong nodded. He knew that blocking Fang Qi to allow Ning Fan to escape meant he would not be able to escape himself. It was fine. Could Ji Wuxi really kill him? After all, they were fellow disciples. At most they would just face some punishment. Fang Qi and He Min turned around and walked towards the path leading to the mountaintop. As the two left, Jiang Zheng and Zhou Linger, who were guarding the small path, instantly became unwilling. Wait, senior brother Fang. Ning Fan has escaped. Shouldn't we hurry to chase him? Leave it to Lu Yu and the others. Ning Fan should have sustained serious injuries, and Lu Yu and his partner can handle it. I still need to go to the spiritual veins. I can't delay here for too long. Fang Qi spoke in a flat tone. Jiang Zheng and Zhou Linger's expressions instantly darkened. Fang Qi and He Min could go to the spiritual veins, but as long as Ning Fan was not captured, they would have to stay here. Wasting time for nothing. But there was no other way. In this world, power is paramount. Even within the sect, Ji Wuxi and Linya are the strongest, and Fang Qi and He Min's strength also surpassed Jiang Zheng and Zhou Linger. Jiang Zheng and Zhou Linger were at least guarding the small path, while Lu Yu and his partner had to chase Ning Fan all over the world, even more exhausted. Let's go. Fang Qi and He Min walked in the front, while Xiao Hong and Bai Ran followed closely behind. After a short while, Fang Qi and the others arrived at the mountainside. By the time they reached the mountainside, there was already no vegetation around, only bare rocks. At this time, everyone stood at the entrance of a cave, and dense spiritual energy flowed out from within. That cave is where the spiritual veins are located. Where are the people? Ji Wuxi stood at the cave entrance looking towards Fang Qi and the others, who were rushing over, frowning as he asked. They ran away. Fang Qi shrugged, a look of indifference appearing on his face. Ning Fan is not an ordinary person. Even with a lower cultivation level, he could overpower me in a contest of strength. It seems the rumors are true. Both Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao possess dual cultivation physiques. However, he took one of my hits. Flame waves crushing the sky should have left him severely injured. I originally had a chance to catch up, but he blocked me for a moment. Fang Qi gestured towards Xiao Hong, and Bai ran in front of Ji Wuxi. Ji Wuxi's brows furrowed even deeper as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Hong and Bai Ran. Xiao Hong and Bai Ran felt immense pressure. Their bodies trembled. Even though they knew they wouldn't be killed, facing Ji Wuxi still made Xiao Hong and Bai Ran feel tremendous pressure. Do you dare to oppose me? No, I dare not. Xiao Hong's temples were damp with sweat as he lowered his head deeply. How do you really think Ji could not kill the two of you? Ji Wuxi's killing intent surged, but at the peak of that murderous aura, it suddenly vanished. He raised his head and glanced sideways at Xiao Hong and Bai Ran. You two will serve as vanguards in the spiritual veins. Ji Wuxi spoke coldly. In fact, Xiao Hong miscalculated the anger Ji Wuxi felt for letting Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao go. The attraction of their dual cultivation physiques to Ji Wuxi and Linya was too great. If not for the fact that Xiao Hong and Bai Ran still had some usefulness, Ji Wuxi might not have really intended to kill them. The spiritual veins are places where spiritual energy gathers, and not to mention that the spiritual veins themselves are heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The space they occupy is also filled with abundant spiritual power. Numerous demon beasts reside within the spiritual veins, making the exploration of the spiritual veins not a safe endeavor, especially when acting as vanguards. Xiao Hong and Bai Ran's expressions darkened, but it has come to this. They could only proceed in this manner. Ning Fan, oh Ning Fan, I shall have bet on you. You must not let me down at all costs. At the same time, on the other side of the mountain, Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao did not escape far. but instead circled around again, moving from one side of the mountain to the other. Indeed, Ning Fan was unwilling to give up on the spiritual veins. Only by dual cultivating within the spiritual veins could he truly turn the situation around. The opportunities within the spiritual veins cannot be underestimated. The so-called spiritual veins refer to a spiritual stone vein within the mountain, where at its core lies a river formed by concentrated spiritual energy. That river is the best location for cultivation, having the effect of tempering the body. Since it is a mine within the mountain, then finding the location of the spiritual veins can be accomplished by changing positions. All roads lead to the spiritual veins. Ning Fan looked up at the mountain. This was not a conventional path up the mountain. There was no road in the usual sense, only a thicket of trees and thorns. There were even cliffs blocking the way ahead. It was quite perilous. No matter how treacherous the road ahead is, one must carve out a path. Ning Fan's eyes shimmered with a fiery light. In the next moment, he grasped Yun Qingjiu's arm and resolutely plunged into the thicket before him. As he advanced, Ning Fan encountered numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but unless they were within reach, he showed no interest. His only objective was the spiritual veins. Until night fell, Ning Fan reached halfway up the mountain. Seeing the sky gradually darken, he and Yun Qingjiu could only choose to rest. After setting up a tent in an open area, Ning Fan took Yun Qingjiu's hand. "Wife, let's dual cultivate." Even though a great battle was about to unfold, Ning Fan still needed to enhance his strength as much as possible. Dual cultivation was imperative. At the same time, at the Tianxian sacred land, Yi Honglian closed her eyes to meditate, sitting quietly on her mat, while spiritual power, naturally, surrounded her, presenting a picture of harmony. However, there was a hint of worry on her face. "Metal of Gong," Yi Honglian murmured to herself. Due to her dual cultivation, Yi Honglian has cultivated the Tianxian Heart Sutra to the mid-7th level, but to advance further, she needs to replenish the 5 elements vitality. The energies of water, earth, wood, and fire are manageable, as the saintess of the Tianxian Holy Land, her sect, provides her with rare materials to assist her. Moreover, Yi Honglian has her own reserves. However, she is stuck on the metal energy. If she cannot obtain the metal vitality, she will be unable to further enhance the Tianxian Heart Sutra. If I cannot enhance the Tianxian Heart Sutra, does that not mean? Yi Honglian bit her lip. Does it not mean that I will have been cultivated by that little lecher for nothing? As for allowing Ning Fan to cultivate her for the sake of power, Yi Honglian could barely accept it. But to be cultivated by Ning Fan for nothing, she would surely be mortified. As she was lost in thought, a buzzing sound resonated. The jade pendant reacted once more. Yi Honglian. Logically, she didn't wish to respond to the jade pendant, yet she had resisted before, only to find herself unable to completely fend it off. Indeed, even if Yi Honglian did not activate the jade pendant, it would still trigger. Boom! The familiar white light filled the tent, and once the white glow dissipated, the familiar figure of Yi Honglian appeared before Ning Fan, someone he was already accustomed to. Immersed in cultivation. Little lecher. As soon as Yi Honglian arrived, she felt a wave of energy rushing towards her, causing her voice to tremble. For some reason, she found Ning Fan somewhat odd. He felt different from before. Now there seemed to be a pressure surrounding him, and his expression was much more serious. Similar to how she felt a while ago, this was the tension of desperately needing to enhance her strength. "Sister Fairy, come." Ning Fan flipped his palm, revealing 2 lustrous fruits. These were the Zhuyu fruit he had previously obtained, which could enhance both parties' realms during dual cultivation. This is the Zhuyu fruit. Upon recognizing the Zhuyu fruit in Ning Fan's hand, Yi Honglian was momentarily taken aback, then her eyes widened in shock. This Zhuyu fruit was the source of the fire energy within Yi Honglian. It was a rare treasure that required the collective effort of the entire sect to acquire. Ning Fan could take it out so easily. And there were 2 of them. Quickly consume it. Use this Zhuyu fruit to enhance your cultivation. You must reach the half-step mystic realm during this dual cultivation. Ning Fan spoke. Yi Honglian cooperated with Ning Fan, and they both consumed the Zhuyu fruit. The unique spiritual energy of the fruit circulated within them, continuously blending together. A large amount of spiritual energy gathered within Ning Fan. In an instant, he achieved a breakthrough, 9th level of Yellow Extreme Realm. However, just as Ning Fan sought to further enhance his realm, he discovered that the energy flowing back from Yi Honglian was not spiritual energy, but a special vitality. Warm and soft, it seemed to nourish his meridians, making them much more resilient. Ning Fan did not understand the fire energy, but he knew it was beneficial, instantly allowing that warm vitality to nourish his meridians. Spirit stones vanished one by one, consumed by both Ning Fan and Yi Honglian. "Little lecher, let me ask you, have you been getting injured often lately?" During their cultivation, Yi Honglian suddenly inquired. "Yes, indeed." Ning Fan felt somewhat guilty. He knew that his rapid recovery from injuries depended entirely on Yi Honglian's support. Now that the main party was asking, Ning Fan felt guilty. I warn you. I also fear pain, and if something goes wrong at an inappropriate time it could affect me. You need, Yi Honglian warned. Yes, Sister Fairy. Ning Fan replied awkwardly. By the way, where did this Zhuyu fruit come from? Yi Honglian's eyes flickered. If Ning Fan could obtain 2 rare Zhuyu fruits, could he also procure the rare materials containing metal vitality that she needed? I found them at the back mountain of the sect. Ning Fan answered. Hearing this, Yi Honglian's gaze flickered as she considered, and then she tentatively asked, Have you ever heard of thundergrass? Heard of it, and I've seen it too. Ning Fan replied. Really? Ning Fan replied. The thundergrass was merely a high-grade yellow-level material. Recently, while collecting materials, he had seen Xiaohong obtain 2 stalks. Can you help me get some? As long as you can get me 2 stalks of thundergrass. Oh no, even 1 leaf of thundergrass would be fine. If you can obtain it, consider it a favor owed to you. Yi Honglian said seriously. Will try my best. Ning Fan replied. If Yi Honglian had asked earlier, he could have just asked Xiaohong, but now, thinking of Xiaohong, Ning Fan couldn't help but grit his teeth. This person initially had some designs on Yun Qingyao, but did not take any outrageous actions in the end. He even helped Ning Fan out. He probably won't escape. Reciprocating kindness. Ning Fan could not ignore Xiaohong. Strength. It still comes down to strength. Yi Honglian noticed how readily Ning Fan agreed and began to calculate in her heart. She feared that the thundergrass she cherished might be quite ordinary in Ning Fan's territory. Previously, she had searched through records and found no major forces that primarily used dual cultivation as a means of training, so it was reasonable that there was such a large disparity in the special materials they produced. Sister Fairy, can you let me quickly enhance my strength? Just to the half-step mystic realm. Ning Fan spoke. He had a premonition that this dual cultivation would halt at the 9th level of Yellow Extreme Realm. This pace felt a bit too slow for Ning Fan. This cultivation technique is already incredibly extraordinary. I warn you, do not cultivate too quickly, otherwise your foundation may become unstable. Furthermore, spirit stones are limited, and without enough spirit stones the effective cultivation will also be restricted. Yi Honglian spoke. Ning Fan fell silent. Yi Honglian was right. The consumption during this cultivation was not small, especially the spirit stones consumed while being nourished by that gentle energy. Basically, all the spirit stones Ning Fan had on hand were consumed. The spirit vein. It's still the spirit vein. Kid, remember this. Excessive pursuit of strength may lead you astray. That's all I have to say, think it over yourself. Yi Honglian's voice rang out. In the next moment, a white light enveloped their bodies, and then Yi Honglian's figure disappeared, while Ning Fan also fell into a deep sleep. The next day in the morning, Ning Fan opened his eyes. Instinctively he looked beside him, but to his shock, there was no one. Yun Qingyao, who should have been by his side, had vanished. Ning Fan shot up. Without time to put on his clothes, he rushed out of the tent. Wife! Ning Fan shouted loudly. Could it be? Something happened to Yun Qingyao. No, that couldn't be. He had slept beside Yun Qingyao. If something had happened to her, there was no way Ning Fan, who had also been in a deep sleep, would be unharmed. Stay calm. You must remain calm. Ning Fan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Just as he was calming down, the nearby bushes suddenly rustled with movement. Ning Fan immediately looked towards the bushes where a small head peeked out, gazing innocently and adorably at Ning Fan. It was Yun Qingyao. Who? Ning Fan took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. The moment he saw Yun Qingyao, the tension in his heart vanished, as if a heavy stone had dropped. What were you doing? Ning Fan asked with a stern face. Yun Qingyao stuck out her tongue and then crawled out from the bushes. It seemed she knew she had worried Ning Fan, so she cleverly entered the tent and took out Ning Fan's clothes, helping him put them on one by one. I saw my husband was overly exhausted and wanted him to rest a bit more. What were you doing? Ning Fan asked. Yun Qingyao tilted her head, a glimmer of hesitation in her eyes. After a moment of struggle, she finally spoke. It's like this over there. I sensed a strange fluctuation of spiritual energy. I thought there were rare treasures, but. Yun Qingyao hesitated at the end of her words. What? Ning Fan frowned and asked. You should see for yourself. Yun Qingyao held Ning Fan's hand, and the two of them passed through the bushes, arriving at the location she mentioned. Upon seeing the situation there, Ning Fan was also taken aback. A rock wall. Indeed. The place where Yun Qingyao mentioned the rare treasures was a rock wall, which normally would not contain anything. However, with the precedent of the Crimson Bloodstone, Ning Fan was willing to trust Yun Qingyao. Step aside, let me take a look. Ning Fan signaled Yun Qingyao to move aside, then took a stance and punched the location Yun Qingyao pointed out. Bang! A muffled sound erupted, followed by a cry of pain. Oh! Ning Fan immediately bent over, using his other hand to rub his fist, his face filled with agony, his features slightly twisted. Husband, are you alright? Yun Qingyao worriedly approached. I'm fine. Ning Fan grinned in pain. It wasn't serious, just a bit of pain, not even a proper injury. After this probing punch, Ning Fan could confirm that the rock wall Yun Qingyao mentioned was quite solid, and it definitely wasn't hollow. His punch barely made it budge. This made Ning Fan doubt the authenticity of Yun Qingyao's perception. No, I must try again. Ning Fan's spiritual energy surged, wildly vast spiritual energy coalescing into a black-gray serpent shadow at the tip of his fist. He struck the rock wall with a powerful punch. Dragon and serpent transforming hand. Boom! The yellow-grade superior martial skill struck the rock wall, and this time the wall did not remain still. The hard stone shattered into fragments. Countless fragments scattered in all directions. Yun Qingyao instinctively stepped back further. Ning Fan retracted his fist, and without needing to observe, he realized there was something behind the stone wall. The reason was simple. Ning Fan sensed a refreshing wave of spiritual energy emanating from the point of impact of his punch. Upon closer inspection, he saw cracks appearing at the spot where the wall was struck, faint light shimmering from within. Under the daylight, it was almost imperceptible, but with careful observation some traces could still be seen. Ning Fan felt ecstatic. Indeed, Yun Qingyao's perception was not wrong. There was indeed something behind this rock wall, but he did not know what kind of rare treasure it was. Come. Ning Fan beckoned Yun Qingyao over to excavate the rock wall together. The wall had already been smashed by Ning Fan, creating a pit about half a meter deep filled with fragments and cracks, making it easy to dig deeper along the pit. A quarter of an hour later, boom, with Ning Fan's hand suddenly pulling at the cracks, the last layer of the rock wall collapsed, revealing the situation behind the wall to both Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. What is this? Ning Fan's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. Behind the rock wall was not a rare treasure, but rather a spacious area filled with clusters of stones glowing with faint light. These stones were arranged closely together in various shapes, and the rich waves of spiritual energy emanated from these stones. Spiritual vein, Ning Fan exclaimed. The so-called spiritual vein refers to a vein of spirit stones. Even though Ning Fan had never seen one before, he could immediately recognize it when these special stones were placed before him. Ning Fan pondered slightly. Indeed, a spiritual vein is a massive vein spanning between mountains, and there must be multiple entrances. It seems that Yun Qingyao accidentally found another entrance. Husband. Yun Qingyao approached, her voice filled with excitement. Qingyao is truly amazing. She could sense the location of the spiritual vein. With a spiritual vein present, we have the potential for a significant boost in our strength. Ning Fan said, let's go. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao entered the spiritual vein one after the other, and instantly, they felt surrounded by rich spiritual energy. Husband, can we take these stones? Yun Qingyao tilted her head and asked. Not really. Ning Fan shook his head. Though these stones possessed abundant spiritual energy, their concentration was insufficient. A cubic meter of unrefined stone barely equaled one refined spirit stone. If they were to cultivate with unrefined stones, they would need over 300 cubic meters piled together, and then Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao would lie in the middle. Not to mention whether the storage ring had that much space, they also couldn't absorb such a vast area of spiritual energy during cultivation. Spiritual vein spirit stones. Ning Fan muttered to himself. Without refinement, unrefined stones did not hold much value. They had to find the specific location of the spiritual vein. Of course, there were some small stones around with particularly rich spiritual energy. Those small stones had a considerable concentration of spiritual energy, nearly comparable to spirit stones. But they had to be carefully selected. Husband, which way should we go? Yun Qingyao suddenly asked. After the two of them ventured more than 100 meters into the spiritual vein, they came upon a fork in the path, the southern and northern routes, requiring Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao to choose one direction to continue. Ning Fan raised his hand, gently stroking his chin. Random choice. No. The path of the spiritual vein actually has signs to follow. The closer the unrefined stones are to the outer side, the more concentrated the spiritual energy. Upon careful sensing, the southern path's energy was gradually thinning, while the northern path's energy became increasingly dense. In other words, the south leads deeper into the spiritual vein, while the north leads to the shallower parts. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fan made his decision. South. Ning Fan chose to delve deeper into the spiritual vein. The reason is simple. Under the current circumstances, if he encountered Ji Wuxi and the others, the situation would definitely not be optimistic for Ning Fan. Ji Wuxi and his group should be searching for the densest parts of the spiritual vein. Ning Fan would take the opposite route to avoid them, silently increasing his strength. Once his strength was sufficient, Ning Fan's eyes flickered. Ning Fan took Yun Qingyao's hand, and the two of them stepped onto the southern path one after the other. Along the way, Ning Fan picked and chose, also finding quite a few unrefined spirit stones with abundant spiritual energy. which although inferior to refined spirit stones still held significant value for cultivation. Time passed without them noticing. Ning Fan estimated that 6 or 7 hours had gone by. He had collected quite a number of unrefined spirit stones in his hands and decided to cultivate in place for a while. Wife, we'll have the heavens as our tent and the earth as our mat. Let's cultivate here in the spiritual. Yun Xingyao let out a soft murmur, then the two of them found a secluded corner within the spirit vein. She leaned lightly against a protruding raw stone while he stood behind her, and thus began their intimate cultivation. A familiar flash of white light enveloped them. Though Yi Honglian had grown accustomed to cultivation, no longer blushing as she once did, the moment she took in her surroundings her cheeks flushed crimson. Wait, hold on. Isn't this outdoors? At least we should erect a canopy. Yi Honglian turned back toward Ning Fan, her vermilion lips parting slightly as she voiced her protest. There's no time for that. Cultivation comes first. The pace of realm advancement must accelerate further. We must reach the threshold of Xuanji realm, no matter what. Ning Fan spoke even as he cultivated his movements steady and purposeful. Though dissatisfied, Yi Honglian could not resist. She yielded entirely to his guidance, clenching her teeth tightly to suppress any wanton sound from escaping into the open wilderness. Yet the more she tried to suppress it, the more fiercely that inexplicable sensation surged. So much so that what should have been a quarter-hour cultivation session ended well before half that time. Just before completion, however, Ning Fan suddenly slowed his rhythm. What are you doing? Yi Honglian glanced back, pouting faintly as she looked at him. Why halt mid-cultivation? Wait a little longer. The spiritual energy here is extraordinarily dense. Every extra moment spent cultivating yields greater gains. We must break through to the threshold of Xuanji realm. We need more. Still not enough. He needed further breakthrough, until he reached the threshold of Xuanji realm. Under normal circumstances, dual cultivation without spirit stones would yield barely perceptible progress. But the ambient spiritual energy here was so potent that time itself could be transmuted into tangible cultivation gains. Yi Honglian bit her lip. How infuriating. That trivial breakthrough, reaching the threshold of Xuanji realm, had reduced her, the sacred maiden of Tianxian holy sect, to this very act. Yet she had no choice. After precisely half an hour of cultivation, Ning Fan finally shattered through to the threshold of Xuanji realm, just one step away from the true Xuanji realm. A deep breath escaped him, his restraint finally broken. At that instant, yin and yang harmonized to their absolute zenith. Both Ning Fan and Yi Honglian soared to the pinnacle of cultivation together. Brilliant white light erupted, blazing fiercely for several breaths, before fading. When the radiance subsided, Yi Honglian had transformed once more into Yun Xingyao. Ning Fan sat slumped upon the ground, utterly spent. A full half-hour of intense cultivation, not mere exertion but profound spiritual labor, left him yearning only for sleep. In stark contrast, Yun Xingyao remained perfectly composed, as if the preceding tempest had been no more than a passing breeze. Terrifying, truly worthy of a great existence at the celestial peak realm, unfathomably resilient. Even exhausted, Ning Fan dared not rest. The spirit vein teemed with peril. Feral beasts could emerge at any moment. To fall unconscious, there would almost certainly mean death. Leaning against the cavern wall, Ning Fan settled into quiet meditation, restoring his vitality while savoring the profound insights gained during dual cultivation. He rested for 3 full hours. For prolonged dual cultivation, 3 hours was scarcely long enough. Though restored somewhat, Ning Fan remained far from vigor, still weary, still drained. Let's go. Ning Fan rose and spoke. No sun pierced the cave. Day or night, he could not tell. Yet opportunities for cultivation within the spirit vein were rare and precious. Time was spent wisely gathering spirit stones when possible, engaging in dual cultivation when sufficient stones were amassed, resting afterward, maximizing every moment's value. Yun Xingyao nodded gently, then fell in a step beside Ning Fan as they advanced deeper into the spirit vein, neither hurried nor reckless. They searched not only for spirit stones, but also scanned vigilantly for threats. Suddenly Ning Fan raised a hand, halting Yun Xingyao's advance. In an instant, both vanished into the shadows, pressing themselves flat against the stone wall. A sound. Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao heard it, a faint, distant noise. At that moment they stood at a sharp bend in the cavern passage. Neither could see beyond the turn, nor could anyone beyond see them. Both held their breath, ears straining, listening intently to whatever lay ahead. Yet for a moment they wondered if it had been illusion. No, it was real. Ning Fan was certain whatever lay ahead was deliberately muffling its steps. The earlier sound had been a small stone dislodging and rolling. Perhaps a feral beast, or a cultivator. Unclear, but confrontation posed no moral dilemma. 1 breath, 2, 3. Counting silently, they waited. Then at 5 breaths exploded into motion, whipping around the corner. Fists struck forward. True to expectation, 2 figures appeared at the turn. Cultivators. Startled by the sudden appearance of Yun Qingyao and Ning Fan, the pair instinctively surged with spiritual energy and launched counterattacks, only to freeze mid-motion upon recognizing each other's faces. Senior brother Xiao, junior brother Ning, and senior sister Yun. Indeed, the 2 figures before Ning Fan were none other than Xiao Hong and Bai Ran. Their presence sent shockwaves through his mind. Leaving aside why Xiao Hong and Bai Ran were here at all, Ning Fan's path inward should have kept him far from any sect disciples. He was heading deep into the spirit vein, yet here they were. Upon closer inspection, Ning Fan noted their condition. Bai Ran bore only minor wounds, torn robes and faint blood traces, but Xiao Hong was grievously injured. Lacerations crisscrossed his body, fresh blood trickled from his lips, and his gait was unsteady. Senior brother Xiao, what happened to you? Ning Fan's voice trembled with anguish. If not for protecting him, Xiao Hong would never have suffered such wounds. Too long a story, watch out. Xiao Hong suddenly remembered something and cried out. But before his warning fully left his lips, a figure lunged from behind, hurling a devastating fist toward Ning Fan. So, you're Ning Fan. Interesting. You actually made it here. An unfamiliar cultivator. His spiritual aura unmistakably that of a threshold of Xuanji realm practitioner. Ning Fan did not flinch. He met the blow heat in. Boom. Fist collided with fist. A muffled thunderclap echoed. Ning Fan stood unmoved while the attacker staggered violently backward. Only when steadied by a female disciple did he halt his retreat. Wah! Such power, and such cultivation level. Impossible. The man squinted his eyes, staring intently at Ning Fan, fully aware of his realm. 9th layer of the Huangji realm. Originally at the 8th layer of the Huangji realm, after entering the Pure Land, Ning Fan quickly ascended to the 9th layer. To their surprise, in just half a day's time, Ning Fan's strength had further advanced, directly reaching the threshold of the Xuanji realm, an astonishing rate of improvement. This was truly astonishing. Even with a dual cultivation physique, it was still too outrageous. Ning Fan raised his hand, gripping Xiao Hong's shoulder, shielding him behind himself, while Yun Qingyao protected by Ran, the 2 pairs standing confrontationally. It was a posture of mutual defiance. Junior brother Ning, it's not just the 2 of them, Fang Qi and Ji Wuxi are also here. Xiao Hong said gravely. As his voice fell, 4 figures emerged from around the corner before Ning Fan, namely Ji Wuxi Lin, Yao Fang Qi, and He Min. Together with the couple in front of Ning Fan, there were 3 pairs of couples opposing them, outnumbering them. Where did you come from? Did you stumble upon another entrance to the spiritual vein by sheer luck? Lin Yao crossed her arms and spoke. She was indeed correct. Half-step Xuanji realm. Tisk, what kind of physique allows you two to cultivate at such a rapid pace? Since we've met, you shouldn't leave. Ji Wuxi's attention was now focused on the realms of Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. Such a physique, if he could benefit from it, would surely lead to rapid advancement. Thinking of this, Ji Wuxi's figure flickered, charging straight at Ning Fan, leaping high to deliver a flying kick from above. Ning Fan had no room to maneuver behind him, so he could only raise his fist and strike against Ji Wuxi's flying kick. Bang! A dull sound erupted, causing the entire cave to tremble for a moment. Ning Fan's body was forcefully pushed back, but was caught by Yun Qingyao in the next instant. At a disadvantage, he still managed to withstand Ji Wuxi's probe. Interesting. Ji Wuxi looked at Ning Fan with a scrutinizing gaze. This was the second time he had seen Ning Fan, and this time there was a hint of seriousness in Ji Wuxi's eyes. A disciple at the half-step Xuanji realm was nothing to Ji Wuxi, but a newly initiated disciple reaching the half-step Xuanji realm was impressive. This talent was somewhat outrageous. Shall we collaborate? Unexpectedly, Ji Wuxi did not attack again, but instead extended an olive branch to Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. Collaborate. Ning Fan frowned. Exactly. There are 2 ways to collaborate. You may choose whichever you prefer. Go on. Ning Fan asked with interest. Collaborate to explore the spiritual vein, jointly fend off the beasts along the way, and when we reach the spiritual vein, I will capture you too. Ji Wuxi raised a finger. And the second option? The second option. You and your partner will submit to me and Lin Yao, and when we reach the spiritual vein, we can play and exchange dual cultivation. I won't make things difficult for you then. What do you say? Ji Wuxi inquired. For Ji Wuxi, it made no difference when he captured Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao, whether he caught them now or at the spiritual vein, it was the same. Moreover, collaborating in advance could provide some assistance during the exploration. I choose the third option. Ning Fan suddenly smiled widely. The third option? This time it was Ji Wuxi's turn to frown. Collaboration, and when we reach the spiritual vein, I will strike and suppress you too. Ning Fan spoke lightly. Ha ha ha. Ji Wuxi let out a long laugh as if he had heard an extremely funny joke, and after a while his laughter ceased. Being overly confident is not a good thing. After all, you are still just at the half-step Xuanji realm. Then you need not worry, senior brother. Ning Fan replied coldly. Junior brother Ning, there seems to be something unusual about this spiritual vein. Xiaohong's voice suddenly rang. Unusual? Indeed, the strength of the beasts in the spiritual vein is generally quite high. Normally the beasts outside the spiritual vein shouldn't leave me in such a predicament, but, Xiaohong said with a bitter smile. Having encountered just a few beasts on the outskirts of the spiritual vein, Xiaohong had already sustained such injuries. If Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao had not appeared, he and Bai Ran would likely have been forced by Ji Wuxi and the others to explore until death. Not only that, but the spiritual energy of the vein is also quite peculiar. Normally the energy near the edge of the spiritual vein should be the most concentrated, becoming more diluted as one goes deeper, yet in this vein the energy becomes denser the further in you go. Considering the strength of the beasts, there may be even rarer treasures deeper within the spiritual vein. Ning Fan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. This makes sense. No wonder Ning Fan ran into Xiaohong and the others. It turns out the fluctuations of the spiritual energy in this vein are abnormal. Ning Fan thought he was moving deeper into the vein. In reality, Ning Fan was moving towards the outskirts of the spiritual vein. Furthermore, since Yun Xingyao had discovered the midpoint, moving outward would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Ji Wuxi and the others coming in. Please, both junior brothers and sister. Ji Wuxi gestured invitingly, indicating that Ning Fan and Xiaohong's group should go ahead. Although it was called collaboration, there was still a disparity in strength between the two groups. The task of exploring the road ahead naturally fell on Ning Fan and Xiaohong's group. Let's go. Ning Fan was not concerned. He even hoped to encounter more beasts to hunt and obtain beast cores as resources for cultivation. Ning Fan was in dire need of resources. Ning Fan, Xiaohong, Yun Xingyao, and Bai Ran walked in front. The riches of the others were considered a return trip for Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao. They walked smoothly to the junction. Heading south and north, they could only choose another path this time. The spiritual energy clearly became more concentrated. If Xiaohong had not informed them of the anomaly of this spiritual vein in advance, Ning Fan would have thought they were moving outward. Be careful. After walking a few hundred meters, a shout erupted from Xiaohong's mouth, and at the same time a tiger-shaped beast pounced towards the fore from the shadow of a massive boulder. A half-step Xuanji realm beast. Him coming. Ning Fan's figure flashed, directly arriving before the tiger-shaped beast with spiritual power surging around him, activating the Tianxian Heart Sutra to its peak. With one punch, he struck the tiger-shaped beast's lower abdomen. Bang! The tiger-shaped beast was thrown back with a speed even faster than when it came crashing against the rock wall, causing the entire cave to tremble. Even though they were somewhat aware of Ning Fan's strength, upon witnessing such a shocking punch, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Ning Fan's power was simply monstrous. The tiger-shaped beast howled in pain, and after standing up it fled without looking back. Ning Fan would not let the beast core slip away, pursuing closely. As he turned the next corner, the scenery before him opened up. The narrow cave expanded into a spacious— it is somewhat inaccurate to call it a stone chamber. At this moment, Ning Fan and the others stood on a platform suspended in midair. Before them lay an expansive space. Looking down from the platform, they could see an underground river shimmering with a faint blue glow slowly flowing, while a large amount of spiritual energy was drawn into the river. Spiritual vein. Ning Fan exclaimed, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The river flowing through the entire mine naturally represented a spiritual vein. Roar. With a roar, a tiger-shaped demon beast leaped from the high platform several meters up, and in a few blinks it vanished among the scattered stones, never to be found again, just as the spiritual vein appeared before everyone. Hunting a demon beast at the half-step mystic realm seemed to hold little significance. Ning Shitty, what is that? Xiaohong, falling half a step behind, raised his hand and pointed at a large tree standing alone in the center of the spiritual river, speaking up. Normally there should be nothing on top of a spiritual vein. The vast spiritual energy was indeed emanating from that large tree. No wonder the energy was even more abundant when close to the spiritual vein. Indeed, there is a treasure. Ning Fan remained silent, leaping down from the high platform, his feet pounding the ground as he rushed towards the peculiar tree. The strange tree stood about 10 meters tall, with several fruits hanging low from its crown, particularly eye-catching. The fruits, the size of a fist, displayed a pale blue color etched with intricate patterns, emitting rich spiritual energy that swayed without wind. It must be a treasure. Yun Xingyao, Xiaohong, and Bai Ran also reacted, jumping down the high platform in quick succession, rushing towards the strange tree. Senior brother Ji, sister Lin, there truly is a treasure. A voice followed, coming from Feng Qi. Feng Qi and He Min were a step behind, but were quick to notice the presence of the strange tree. Go block them and seize the treasure first, Ji Wuxi said decisively. Fang Qi, He Min, and another pair of partners immediately chased after Ning Fan and the others. Seeing that Ning Fan and the others had already rushed halfway, Fang Qi exchanged a glance with He Min. The two stood firm, their spiritual power surging wildly. Flame wave crushing heaven. A terrifying blast of energy struck towards the path Ning Fan and the others were taking. Even though Ning Fan and the others were quick on their feet, they couldn't outpace the attack. Everyone came to a sudden halt, dodging the terrifying explosion before them. And in that instant of pause, Ji Wuxi and his group closed in. "Let's finish you off right here," Ji Wuxi murmured. Heart-crushing thunder. With the whisper, Ji Wuxi shaped his palm into a claw, a terrifying spiritual power, unique to Mystic Realm warriors, gathered in his palm. In the next moment, that concentrated spiritual power transformed into bolts of lightning, several streaks of thunder flickering like small snakes in Ji Wuxi's palm. The surrounding space was dyed a blue-white hue. "Don't worry. I won't kill you. Yao Mei still needs you for duel." Ji Wuxi's lips curled into a smile as his figure suddenly flashed forward, lunging at Ning Fan, and at the moment he reached close to Ning Fan, he thrust his palm forward. He pressed the flickering thunderball toward Ning Fan. Dragon Snake Transformation Hand. Facing the incoming thunderball, Ning Fan also unleashed his martial skill, a black-gray snake shadow, condensing on the edge of his fist. After advancing to the half-step Mystic Realm, the snake shadow produced by the Dragon Snake Transformation Hand became even more solidified, greatly enhancing its power. Boom! The thunderball and the snake shadow collided, resulting in a violent explosion. Ji Wuxi remained steady while Ning Fan was forced back several steps before managing to stop himself. Ji Wuxi squinted his eyes, clearly dissatisfied with this outcome. At the same time, he grew more wary of Ning Fan, who, despite being at a significant realm disadvantage, he was still able to match him blow for blow, compounded by Ning Fan's terrifying rate of improvement. "That Yin Xingyao, Ji Wuxi must have her. Brother Ji, hurry up," Lin Yao exclaimed with a pout. Her gaze was fiercely directed at Ning Fan, as she not only wanted to dual cultivate with him, but also wanted to torment him severely, payback for that slap. Just one Ji Wuxi was enough to give Ning Fan a headache, not to mention now, there was also a Lin Yao whose realm was not much different from Ji Wuxi. She was also a Mystic Realm warrior. Just one Ji Wuxi was enough to give Ning Fan a headache, not to mention now, there was also a Lin Yao whose realm was not much different from Ji Wuxi. She was also a Mystic Realm warrior. If the two joined forces, Ning Fan feared he would have no choice but to flee. However, in the next moment, "Husband!" A low voice rang out. Yin Xingyao flashed forward, intercepting Lin Yao just before she could reach Ning Fan. Seeing this, Lin Yao did not insist on targeting Ning Fan. Her spiritual power surged as she unleashed a martial skill aimed directly at Yin Qingjiao's chest. "Be careful." Ning Fan couldn't help but feel anxious. Logically, with the Yi Honglian persona, Yin Xingyao shouldn't be injured, but Ning Fan had never seen Yin Xingyao in action, which made him somewhat worried. Dragon Snake Transformation Hand. In the next moment, Yin Qingjiao's spiritual power surged, and with a whisper, a black-gray snake shadow condensed in her hand. This is the martial skill Ning Fan mastered from Yi Honglian. That makes sense. Since Ning Fan could master this technique, Yi Honglian would naturally be able to as well, though it is reasonable for Yin Xingyao, as another persona of Yi Honglian, to exhibit this martial skill. Boom! After a clash, Lin Yao was sent flying back a few steps, and in this exchange, surprisingly, Yin Xingyao managed to gain the upper hand. This scene left the others present quite astonished. Yin Xingyao was by no means incompetent. Ning Fan was also taken aback. The power Yin Xingyao displayed was strikingly similar to his own. "Senior Brother Ji, we will help you." Fang Qi and He Min did not choose to stand by idly. The rare treasure was right in front of them, and defeating the enemies first was the best choice. Ning Shidi, Sheng Hong, and Bai Ran also rushed forward, standing in front of Fang Qi and He Min, ready to engage at any moment. But there was still a pair of partners on Ji Wuxi's side. Seeing that pair of partners about to join the battle, a wave of spiritual energy suddenly surged from the strange tree, expanding and even coalescing into a visible pale blue halo. Anyone who came into contact with this tangible spiritual energy involuntarily felt a jolt of energy. At the same time, the fruits on the strange tree glittered brilliantly, their swaying arc much larger than before. They ripened. The fruits on that strange tree had ripened. Roar! A roar echoed, and the next moment a tiger-shaped demon beast pounced out from the shadow of the stones. This tiger-shaped demon beast belonged to the same species as the one Ning Fan had encountered earlier, but its realm was different. The one before him was at the mid-stage of the Mystic Realm. Its power was even above that of Ji Wuxi and the others. In an instant, Ji Wuxi and his group's expressions grew significantly more serious. Ning Fan, Yin Xingyao, Xiao Hong, and Bai Ran have yet to resolve their issues, when suddenly a mid-stage Xuanji realm tiger-shaped demon beast appears. The situation becomes even more perplexing. In the next moment, the tiger-shaped demon beast charges directly towards the strange tree in the spiritual vein, its target unmistakably clear, the fruit on the strange tree. A heavy silence fell upon everyone. If those fruits were to fall into the mouth of the tiger-shaped demon beast, not even the most powerful strike from their side could compel it to regurgitate the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The urgent matter is to seize the ripe fruits. Several junior brothers Jiwuxi spoke. Let's set aside our grievances for now and deal with that tiger-shaped demon beast first. As for the fruits on the strange tree, we will divide them equally. Ning Fan gazed deeply at Jiwuxi, weighing the truthfulness of his words. He did not fully trust Ji, yet Ning Fan seemed to have no other option. All right, let's cooperate to slay the demon beast first, and as for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, we shall divide them equally. With that, Ning Fan spoke. As his voice faded, both he and Jiwuxi immediately abandoned their standoff, flanking the tiger-shaped demon beast from either side. Lin Yao and Yun Qingyao exchanged glances, sparks flying as their eyes met in midair, yet in the next moment, both chose to rush towards the tiger-shaped demon beast. Get lost. Ning Fan arrived before the tiger-shaped demon beast first, throwing a punch as a shadow of a black-gray snake coalesced around the edge of his fist. Roar. The tiger-shaped demon beast was obstructed by Ning Fan, letting out a furious roar, and in the next moment it extended its claws towards him. Bang! After a clash, Ning Fan's body lost its balance, instantly stumbling backward as he appeared to lose his footing under the beast's immense power. But before the tiger-shaped demon beast could pursue, Jiwuxi had already arrived at the side, unleashing the heart-crushing thunder, striking the demon beast with terrifying lightning, causing its fur to stand on end. For a moment the beast's body went rigid, and in that brief moment of stiffness, Lin Yao, Yun Qingyao, Fang Qi, and Hemin also rushed in, surrounding the tiger-shaped demon beast. Even though it had the upper hand in realm, it was still no match for four opponents. Roar! Roar! A series of piercing roars erupted as the tiger-shaped demon beast, like a trapped animal, twisted and turned amidst the onslaught. Ning Fan seized the opportunity. He slammed a punch into the tiger-shaped demon beast's back. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the beast let out a near-sobbing wail of pain, its bones shattered by Ning Fan, and it stumbled. Good opportunity. Xiaohong's voice was heard. Without needing further prompting, the others also seized the chance, launching their attacks on the tiger-shaped demon beast. Bang 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 bang. With several strikes, the tiger-shaped demon beast was turned into a puddle of flesh, its demon core exposed for all to see, yet no one looked towards the core. The demon core of a mid-stage Xuanji realm beast was worth just over 400 spirit stones, but the fruits on the strange tree could very well be priceless treasures. Onward. Ning Fan and Jiwuxi simultaneously dashed towards the strange tree. As they ran, they exchanged a glance, and indeed, equal division was merely an excuse for a temporary alliance. Get lost. The one who should get lost is you. Ning Fan and Jiwuxi clashed fists. Without employing their martial skills, Jiwuxi could not overpower Ning Fan. If the two became entangled, the fruits on the strange tree might fall into the hands of others, and while Fang Qi and the others were indeed with Jiwuxi. If they truly obtained a treasure of immense value, would Fang Qi be willing to hand over the heavenly materials and earthly treasures to Jiwuxi? Not necessarily. For anyone, profit is the most important thing. Jiwuxi glanced at Ning Fan and then abandoned the entanglement, rushing towards the strange tree. Ning Fan also did not wish to linger with Jiwuxi. The two walked side by side, heading straight for the strange tree. Come. At the edge of the spiritual vein, Ning Fan stomped the ground hard, leaping towards the strange tree, reaching out to pluck 4 fruits. Jiwuxi also managed to grab 4 fruits. Following them were Lin Yao and Yun Qingyao. The fruits on the strange tree were scattered, some were close while others were further away. Ning Fan and Jiwuxi naturally chose the ones that were easiest to reach. When it was Lin Yao and Yun Qingyao turn, they could only take 2 fruits each. Next came Fang Qi and Hemin. Each could only take 1, and by now only 2 fruits remained on the strange tree, while 4 others had yet to make their move. Xiaohong Bai Ran and another pair of partners had to fight for the last 2 fruits. Xiaohong and Bai Ran were no match for the other pair, and the remaining 2 fruits fell into the hands of the other 2. As for why Ning Fan and Jiwuxi stopped after getting 4 fruits, it was not that they were unwilling to compete, but that they couldn't. The strange tree grew within the spiritual vein, which is essentially a river formed by condensed spiritual energy, a substance slightly thicker than water. It was quite deep. Unless other means were employed, it was impossible to leap in the water without a force to assist. However, Jiwuxi and Ning Fan were very satisfied. Including what their partners obtained, they each had 6 fruits. Even though they did not know what these fruits truly were, the overwhelming spiritual energy they exuded indicated they were not ordinary items. Using these fruits for cultivation would undoubtedly yield considerable benefits. Ning Fan, you still have a chance to choose. Ji Wuxi's upper body was above the water's surface, his gaze stern as he spoke deliberately. Come over here. Let me and Yao Mei enjoy your special physique. After we complete our dual cultivation, I won't hold you accountable for what happened before or after. Otherwise, you should think about how to leave this spiritual vein. The threat in Ji Wuxi's words was unmistakable. In response to Ji Wuxi's threat, Ning Fan's reply was simple. He raised his clenched right fist, and under Ji Wuxi's watchful gaze extended his index finger. What a joke. Within the spiritual vein, Ji Wuxi couldn't threaten him at all, but once they left the spiritual vein, who would let whom go was still uncertain. Stubborn fool. Ji Wuxi's face darkened like a pot's bottom. Fine. Just wait till I want to see how you leave the spiritual vein. Ning Fan completely ignored Ji Wuxi and turned to Xiaohong. Senior brother. The thunderclap grass. Ning Fan had not forgotten that he needed to find the thunderclap grass for Yi Honglian, and it was in Xiaohong's possession. Xiaohong was taken aback at his words. The next moment, he directly took off his storage ring from his finger and tossed it to Ning Fan. Junior brother Ning, help yourself. Inside the storage ring were many items, and finding the thunderclap grass would take some time. Xiaohong simply tossed the storage ring to Ning Fan. Here. Ning Fan looked at the storage ring in his hand, pondering briefly before giving Xiaohong one of the strange tree's fruits in exchange for the thunderclap grass. Ning Fan was likely at a loss, but considering Xiaohong's earlier assistance, he felt he should give him one. Senior Ji, I look forward to our next meeting. Ning Fan gazed intently at Ji Wuxi. He then took Yun Qingjiu's hand and dove into the river of the spiritual vein, his figure suddenly disappearing. The depth of the spiritual vein is unknown. As Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao entered the vein, their vision suddenly diminished to less than 5 meters, for the vein is composed of a pale blue liquid. At a slightly farther distance, it becomes impossible to see with the naked eye. This is one reason why Ji Wuxi did not engage in combat with Ning Fan inside the vein. The visibility is restricted, and it is underwater. In such circumstances, fighting would be extremely difficult. As for breathing, it is unnecessary. The spiritual vein is a liquid formed from high concentrations of spiritual energy, continuously nourishing the bodies of warriors within it, with every pore inhaling and exhaling this spiritual energy. There is absolutely no need to breathe. Let's go, Ning Fan said. The liquid-like spiritual energy filling his lungs caused no discomfort. It merely meant that speaking would require a louder voice to be heard. Ning Fan tugged Yun Qingjiu's hand, casually swimming in a random direction, estimating that they wouldn't encounter anyone else. Soon he held her in his embrace. Yun Qingyao instantly understood Ning Fan's intention. This was to cultivate together. Underwater dual cultivation was undoubtedly thrilling for both Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao, though the thrill was secondary. In such a rich environment of spiritual energy with the peculiar fruit they had just obtained, failing to cultivate together would be a violation of natural law. As a white light flashed, Yun Qingyao and Ning Fan's arms suddenly transformed into Yi Honglian. Having just experienced dual cultivation in a cave, Yi Honglian considered herself well-versed in such matters, yet upon seeing the surroundings, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. A pair of mandarin ducks playing in the water. Oh, must it be this extravagant? But in the Yi Honglian realized that this was not water, but highly concentrated spiritual energy, a level of energy that could only exist within a spiritual vein. Is this the spiritual vein? Yi Honglian asked. Exactly. Come, Sister Fairy. Ning Fan handed over the 5 fruits he held to Yi Honglian. Upon seeing them, Yi Honglian couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. This is the spiritual fate fruit. A very rare treasure. Consuming it can enhance a warrior's potential and assist in breakthroughs. With these 5 spiritual fate fruits, breaking through to the Xuanji realm should be no problem. Where did you get this spiritual fate fruit? Yi Honglian inquired. Ning Fan explained the situation regarding the spiritual vein, the peculiar tree, and the fruits. After hearing everything, Yi Honglian pondered for a moment before suddenly shifting the topic. Little Lecher, do you know why this spiritual fate fruit got its name? Why? The term spiritual refers to its birthplace, which must have abundant spiritual energy. This spiritual vein meets one of the conditions for its birth. As for fate, this ancient tree is not rootless. It must have grown under some greater fortune, with its root system connecting to an even greater opportunity. Oh! Ning Fan's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in excitement. There are opportunities. Yi Honglian pouted and feigned annoyance. Could you not suddenly do that? Sorry, I got too excited. Ning Fan felt embarrassed. Hearing about great opportunities made him very thrilled, causing him to act a bit recklessly. It's only human nature. With a deep breath, Yi Honglian tried to suppress her unusual feelings, asking in a voice that was steady yet slightly wavering, what about the thunderclap grass? Did you find it? Of course. Ning Fan handed over Xiaohong's storage ring to Yi Honglian. Utilizing her powerful divine sense at the Tianji realm, she quickly located the thunderclap grass within. Two thunderclap grasses. Yi Honglian exclaimed in excitement. Even with the power of the Holy Land, she had been unable to find such treasures, but unexpectedly Ning Fan had easily obtained two. It is truly incredible. With these two thunderclap grasses, Yi Honglian could elevate the Tianxian Heart Sutra to a higher level. Just as Yi Honglian was thrilled about obtaining the thunderclap grass, a gasp escaped from Ning Fan's lips, causing him to halt his movements. Sister Fairy, your excitement is quite something, isn't it? 2 XXX. Little. Upon hearing Ning Fan's teasing, two blushes appeared on Yi Honglian's cheeks, her voice trembling slightly. As the Holy Maiden of the Tianxian Holy Land, she had never heard such lewd words and couldn't help but tremble. But Ning Fan was right. Sister Fairy, how do you plan to handle this thunderclap grass? Ning Fan changed the subject. If the other party did not cooperate, he would be the one to suffer. Of course I will take it with me, Yi Honglian replied without hesitation. Based on my guess, the region we are in should be quite far apart. The rare items on my side are common on yours. Conversely, what is common on my side may not be abundant on yours. We can mutually exchange resources. This way our path of cultivation will be much smoother. Yi Honglian. Ning Fan was taken aback. No, that's not right. According to Ning Fan's analysis, Yi Honglian is the second personality of Yun Xingyao. How could she take the thunderclap grass? Could she store it in her storage ring? Then how would she obtain heavenly materials and treasures for herself? Would she pull them out from the storage ring? Something is amiss. It feels very off. If Yi Honglian's earlier statement could be realized, wouldn't that imply that she is not just a single consciousness, but rather another person? Is this for real? Is Yi Honglian really the second personality of Yun Xingyao, or is she an independent entity? Ning Fan couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Let it be. To reach a correct conclusion, he needs to start from the Tianxian Holy Land and gather more information about it. Everything would become clear. As for now, just treat Yi Honglian with caution. Ning Fan calmed his mind and began immersing himself in cultivation. Benefiting from the enhancement of the spiritual fate fruit, the shackles of the Xuanji realm were instantly shattered. A humming sound resonated, and the fluctuations of spiritual power around Ning Fan surged several times, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to resonate. Xuanji realm. Achieved. At the same time, Ning Fan noticed that his physique had become significantly sturdier, with his muscles growing more solid. This was not just the effect of the spiritual fate fruit, but also the cleansing effect of the spiritual vein. Regardless, this cultivation session brought Ning Fan immense gains. As the harmony of yin and yang elevated, a white light engulfed Yi Honglian. When the light faded, the original Yi Honglian transformed back into Yun Xingyao. Ning Fan looked at Yun Xingyao with a complex and strange expression. Husband. Yun Xingyao tilted her head, her face filled with innocence. It's fine. Ning Fan shook his head, dispelling his suspicions about Yi Honglian. After all, Yun Xingyao knew nothing of it. Questioning her would only sow unnecessary distress. It's fine. Ning Fan shook his head, dispelling his suspicions about Yi Honglian. After all, Yun Xingyao knew nothing of it. Questioning her would only... Suddenly Ning Fan recalled Yun Xingyao's fierce duel with Lin Yao. Her strength and techniques had been nearly identical to his own. Leaving aside the identical martial art, the dragon serpent manifestation palm, it was astonishing that she, still only a half step into the Xuanji realm, had not only clashed head-on with the full Xuanji realm cultivator Lin Yao, but even gained the upper hand. If she possessed no combat cultivation manual, Ning Fan would never believe it. And most likely, she wielded the Tianxian Heart Sutra. Viewed from this angle, Yi Honglian truly seemed to be Yun Xingyao's second self. Ning Fan shook his head again. Why was he once more pondering the relationship between Yun Xingyao and Yi Honglian? An answer, after all, was impossible to obtain. Husband, shall we confront them after resting a while? Yun Xingyao asked. No, not yet. Ning Fan replied calmly. Before settling scores with Ji Wuxi and the others, one matter remained unresolved. The mysterious object buried deep within the monstrous tree's root system. According to Yi Honglian, the true opportunity lay precisely at the root's terminus, yet its nature remained utterly unknown. Follow me. Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao soared through the spirit vein until they located the monstrous tree's roots and descended steadily along their winding path. How long they descended none could say. Surely at least an hour, before finally reaching the bottom. What in the world is this, eh? Ning Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. The roots coiled in chaotic profusion, yet at their very source something was tightly enwrapped. Upon closer inspection, it was an egg. Ning Fan exerted considerable effort, painstakingly prying apart each root, until at last he extracted the strange egg from the narrow crevice. The egg was no small thing, nearly 6 fists in diameter, and its smooth, opaque shell revealed nothing of its contents. A question thus arose: what should be done with it? Refine it. uncertain whether such a method would even succeed. Yet judging by the faint spiritual energy rippling from its surface, refining it would yield less benefit than refining several spirit stones. Far short of the great opportunity Honglian had described. Hatchet. That at least was feasible. A thought flickered across Ning Fan's gaze. In the cultivation world, many sentient artifacts or beings could be bound through blood oath. Whether effective or not, the attempt was worth making. He would try first. Thus Ning Fan bit open his index finger and smeared his blood across the shell. A crisp crack echoed. Then a hairline fissure appeared. Ning Fan held his breath, heart pounding, awaiting what lay within. Crack, crack, crack. The fractures multiplied rapidly, until with one final shattering report the shell split cleanly down the middle. At last its occupant emerged before Ning Fan's gaze. A turtle. A palm-sized turtle. Ning Fan. This turtle appeared unimpressive. Its aura barely reached mid-level Huangji realm. Was this the great opportunity Honglian had spoken of? Yet Ning Fan sensed an unmistakable bond, a kinship pulsing through his blood. Wait, a bloodline resonance, with a turtle. That felt rather peculiar. Husband, what kind of creature is this turtle, eh? Yun Xinyao tilted her head, scrutinizing the diminutive creature from head to toe, then reached out, poking it gently here and there. Yet no matter how she teased it, the turtle remained utterly unmoved. Is it dead, eh? Yun Xinyao boldly poked its head. Just as her fingertip neared its snout, the head shot forth like lightning and sank its teeth deep into her finger. Ow! Huss! 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 Husband! Help! Help me! Yun Xinyao flailed her arm wildly, tears welling in her eyes. Ning Fan's lips twitched. Why on earth did you provoke it? It had been sitting peacefully, yet you insisted on jabbing its head. Wasn't this entirely self-inflicted? Still Ning Fan's pulse quickened. What truly enraged the turtle seemed not merely Yun Xingyao's touch, but her careless remark, "Is it dead?" Did it possess sentience? The thought startled Ning Fan, yet he swiftly dismissed it. Normally demonic beasts only awakened intelligence at mid-level DG realm. This turtle, however, stood at mere Huangji realm. To attain sentience so early, what exalted bloodline must it bear? Release her, Ning Fan commanded, and astonishingly the turtle obeyed, loosening its grip instantly. Wah! Yun Xinyao yanked her finger back, cradling it tenderly, only to pause abruptly. She thrust her hand toward Ning Fan. Husband, look. There, calm down, I know it hurts. Let me blow on it. Ning Fan offered perfunctory comfort. No, the technique. Yun Xinyao shook her head emphatically. Only then did Ning Fan notice a faint ashen-black mist swirled around her palm. The same mist summoned when performing the dragon serpent manifestation palm. Except now it flowed spontaneously, without conscious intent. The mist thickened, its shape no longer serpentine, but thicker, longer. A jiao. What a... Ning Fan recoiled in shock. He remembered clearly the dragon serpent manifestation palm evolved only upon contact with, and refinement of, the blood of specific demonic beasts. Wait. His gaze snapped to the turtle. Indeed, tiny droplets of blood clung to its head, not Yun Xingyao's, but from the fractured shell. Ning Fan seized the shell. Fortunately, the spirit energy liquid hadn't fully dissipated, the blood remained intact within. He plunged his hand into the shell, and searing agony erupted from his palm. HSS. This pain felt identical to the turtle's bite. Ning Fan bore it. This was the chance to elevate the dragon serpent manifestation palm. Unmissable. For over a dozen breaths the torment raged, then ceased. Ning Fan withdrew his hand. Indeed, his palm mirrored Yun Xingyao's transformation. He sensed a new bestial force surging within his dragon serpent manifestation palm, enabling him to manifest not serpents, but jiao when unleashing the technique. The jiao embodied dragon serpent manifestation palm surged in power, ascending firmly into the realm of Tier 3 martial arts. A colossal leap. Truly a great opportunity, Ning Fan murmured, deeply satisfied. Not only for the turtle itself, but for this singular advancement of the dragon serpent manifestation palm alone, the entire ordeal was amply justified. And he sensed unmistakably this turtle was no ordinary being. Let's ascend. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes, whispering to himself. Some debts were long overdue. Come up. Ning Fan beckoned to the turtle, which climbed slowly onto his shoulder at an excruciatingly slow pace, causing Ning Fan to feel anxious. Fortunately, the little turtle held on steadily, as Ning Fan darted swiftly through the water, remaining as steady as a mountain. Splash. Accompanied by a burst of splashing water, Ning Fan and Yun Xingya leaped out of the spiritual vein, standing on the shore. Senior Brother Ji, it's time to settle our accounts. Ning Fan spoke up. The expected response did not come. He instinctively glanced around, but did not see Ji Wuxi and the others at first. Instead, he spotted two unfamiliar figures. In the next moment, Ning Fan lowered his gaze and finally saw Ji Wuxi, Feng Qi, Xiao Hong, and the others. The reason was simple. they were crouching. Upon meeting Ning Fan's gaze, the faces of these individuals displayed a complex array of expressions. Some were embarrassed, some evasive, while others appeared to take delight in his misfortune. Several senior brothers, what are you all doing? Resting, Ning Fan inquired. Ji Wuxi and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths. Had the situation allowed, they would have liked to stand up and slap Ning Fan. How could he see them as resting? Obviously, they were under control. You are Ning Fan, the top-ranked new disciple. Rumor has it that both of you possess dual cultivation physiques. The unfamiliar figure looked at Ning Fan with interest, asking him in a voice tinged with amusement. Who are? Ning Fan retorted. Luo Ming IV in the secondary rank. I'm merely a disciple from the previous generation. No matter how exceptional your talent is, cultivation is not solely reliant on talent. Time is also a critical factor. I entered the sect 2 realms ahead of you, so you, and even these few, can only bow your heads in defeat. Luo Ming spoke with a slight lift of his chin, looking down upon Ning Fan. The previous generation was the one just before Ji Wuxi and the others, which explained why even the top-ranked Ji Wuxi had to bow his head before Luo Ming. Senior brother Luo, the benefits promised to us. The unknown warrior following Ji Wuxi spoke with a face full of flattery to Luo Ming. From his words, Ning Fan realized that Luo Ming was someone he had summoned. This person nominally following Ji Wuxi was actually secretly colluding with Luo Ming, proving to be quite untrustworthy. No problem, I won't skimp on the heavenly materials and earthly treasures I promised you, senior brother. Moreover, when you join the Yinyang Peak, it'll conveniently bring you along. Rest assured, Luo Ming said. Thank you, senior brother Luo. The warrior's eyes lit up. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures were secondary. The key was the promise of joining the Yinyang Peak. There are 5 major peaks in the Yinyang sect. Among them, Yinyang Peak is the strongest. Being with an excellent peak is immensely beneficial for future cultivation. Generally speaking, after recruiting 2 more generations of new disciples, it will be time for the current generation to choose their main peak for cultivation. Of course, there are exceptions. Hand it over. Luo Ming extended a hand towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan was taken aback. You should still have 4 of those fruit over there, right? Hand them all over, or else Luo will do it himself. Luo Ming flipped his palm and a spirit fruit appeared in front of him. With a flick of his wrist, he began tossing the spirit fruit around. Oh, you mean the spirit fruit? I don't have any left. I used them during cultivation. Ning Fan spread his hands and shrugged. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, Luo Ming seemed quite dissatisfied, furrowing his brows deeply, emanating an aura of pressure. Ning Fan, do you take me for a fool? The number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures used during cultivation is limited. Even with endless spirit stones, a warrior can only consume a portion based on their realm. Did you see? Luo Ming pointed at Ji Wuxi and the others on the ground, then continued. Even these 2 from the Xuanji realm could only use 2 fruits, while dual cultivating, you are just half a step into the Xuanji realm. 1 fruit is enough for your dual cultivation. Did you use them all? Luo Ming shook his head, adopting an air of having seen through everything. Junior brother Ning. Xiaohong, crouching on the side, kept giving Ning Fan meaningful glances, signaling him to come up with another excuse. Even if he was reluctant to give the fruit to Luo Ming, he needed a reasonable justification. Even saying I lost them in the river would suffice. It was better than saying he used them during cultivation. The expressions of Ji Wuxi and the others turned playful and gleeful as they guessed that Ning Fan would be unwilling to part with the fruit. However, Ning Fan actually chose such an absurd excuse. He was practically forcing Luo Ming to take action. Just as Luo Ming had said, his talent might not be as good as Ji Wuxi or Lin Yao, but he had been in the sect longer. Luo Ming's realm was already at the 4th level of the Xuanji realm. He could barely be considered a mid-level Xuanji realm practitioner. Even for Ji Wuxi and the others, Luo Ming at the 4th level of the Xuanji realm would be hard to deal with, let alone Ning Fan. It should be noted that in their previous confrontation, Ning Fan was at a disadvantage against Ji Wuxi. Given enough time, Ning Fan would likely lose to Ji Wuxi. Moreover, when Ji Wuxi, Feng Qi, and the others banded together, they would not be a match for Luo Ming and his partner. The gap was insurmountable. It seems that junior brother Ning has chosen to drink the fine wine without recognizing the consequences. In that case, do not blame Luo for being ruthless. If you end up crippled, it's your own fault, junior brother Ning. As the voice fell, Luo Ming's figure flashed and appeared before Ning Fan in the blink of an eye, raising his hand to deliver a punch at him. Before the punch arrived, the gale from it had already swept through, causing Ning Fan's clothes to flutter. This punch was incredibly terrifying, far more powerful than Ji Wuxi's strength. It was indeed the might of a 4th-level Xuanji realm warrior. Yet in the face of this punch, Ning Fan did not dodge or evade, and there was no sign of panic or fear on his face. He calmly raised his hand, simply meeting the punch. What? Ning Fan actually chose to take it heated. Is he really all right in the head? He's being a bit... Everyone looked on in shock at Ning Fan's choice, exclaiming in disbelief. They even wanted to pry open Ning Fan's head to see what he was thinking. Luo Ming was a powerful figure who surpassed Ji Wuxi. Before the crowd could think further. Bang! The fists collided with a solid thud, and the anticipated defeat did not unfold. Ning Fan stood his ground, as if his feet were rooted in place. He did not fall behind in receiving Luo Ming's punch. Silence. Quiet. In an instant the entire world fell silent, and the sound of a pin drop could be heard as everyone stared at Ning Fan with disbelief. How is this possible? How could Ning Fan withstand Luo Ming's punch heat? Wait. Suddenly the crowd noticed something unusual about Ning Fan. He is not merely at the half-step Xuanji realm, but rather at the true Xuanji realm. How can this be? How could Ning Fan's advancement speed be so astonishing? A prodigy, absolutely a prodigy. Indeed. But as Ning Fan fully mobilized the spiritual energy within his body, his first level of Xuanji realm was clearly evident. In the sect, first-level Xuanji realm warriors were as common as grass, not worthy of special attention. But if this first-level Xuanji warrior had just entered the sect, that would be outrageous. Defeating a 9th-level Xuanji realm warrior and almost achieving parity with Ji Wuxi at half-step Xuanji realm, now Ning Fan has broken through to the true Xuanji realm. This happened in just 2 or 3 days. Is this really the speed of human advancement? A chorus of shocked voices arose. Anyone who knew of Ning Fan's speed of breakthrough had to be astonished. Ning Fan's realm was already on par with the top student from the last generation, overpowering 2 generations. Xuanji realm. Luo Ming narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Ning Fan from top to bottom, a grave expression emerging in his gaze. Ning Fan at Xuanji realm was no longer someone he could easily handle. However, you are ultimately at the first level of Xuanji realm. As for me, I am already at the mid-stage of Xuanji realm, having remained at this level for a full 6 months. Defeating you would be as easy as pie. Luo Ming's eyes widened, his spiritual energy surging wildly, his aura significantly stronger than before. In the next moment, Luo Ming lunged forward, engaging Ning Fan in close combat, seeking to crush him under the advantage of his superior realm. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen breaths passed, with Ning Fan and Luo Ming exchanging nearly 30 blows, all a brutal clash of fists. The solid sound of impact was enough to make one's teeth ache as Ji Wuxi and the others envisioned themselves in this intense battle, all feeling a chill of fear. They probably couldn't endure even half the time. Bang! After a fierce exchange, both Ning Fan and Luo Ming were forced back a distance, creating some space between them. At this moment, Ning Fan appeared quite disheveled, his clothing extensively damaged, revealing bruised skin with a trickle of fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Luo Ming was in much better condition. Apart from a slight breathlessness, he showed almost no change from before the battle. Luo Ming held a clear advantage. Yet Luo Ming's expression was extremely grim, mixed with a significant degree of seriousness. Despite his advantage in realm, he struggled to convert it into a decisive victory, as Ning Fan skillfully countered every attempt. This indicated that Luo Ming could not defeat Ning Fan, at least for the short term. The two were locked in a stalemate. Ning Fan was quite impressive. I admit your talent is indeed high enough, but this move was learned by me from the 3rd floor of the martial arts pavilion. Can you defend against it? Luo Ming's spiritual energy surged violently as he raised his hand, a blazing flame igniting in his palm, raising the surrounding temperature dramatically. Burning flame blade. Luo Ming swung his hand fiercely, the flames extending into a long fiery blade, the space around it warping due to its terrifying heat. This is a lower grade, Xian level martial skill. Burning flame blade. Ji Wuxi narrowed his eyes, a grave expression flickering in his gaze, recognizing this technique from the 3rd floor of the martial arts pavilion. Logically speaking, Ning Fan didn't even have the qualifications to step onto the 2nd floor of the martial arts pavilion. Luo Ming was not only suppressing Ning Fan with his realm, but also with the grade of martial skills. This was truly excessive. However, in a world where the strong ruled, there was no rationale in life and death combat. It was uncertain how Ning Fan would withstand Luo Ming's Xian-level martial skill, given his lower realm. Ning Fan stared at the flame blade in Luo Ming's hand, a serious expression surfacing in his eyes. This strike was undoubtedly more powerful than Ji Wuxi's methods. It was the strongest strike Ning Fan had ever faced. He had to treat it with caution. Dragon Serpent Transformation Hand. Ning Fan's spiritual energy surged around him, and in the next moment a shadow of a black-gray serpent coiled around his arm. Indeed, after improving the Dragon Serpent Transformation Hand, Ning Fan had become much more adept at controlling the technique, allowing the serpent's shadow to manifest on his arm with just a thought. Even more effortlessly. Die. Luo Ming leaped into the air, descending from above with the force of pushing a mountain and toppling a pillar, striking down toward Ning Fan. Come. Ning Fan's eye shone brightly as he suddenly punched toward the flame blade. In an instant, the black-gray serpent shadow on Ning Fan's arm shot forward, its gaping mouth aiming directly for the edge of the flame blade. No, not enough. Ji Wuxi murmured to himself. Having clashed with Ning Fan, he knew that the black-gray serpent shadow was merely at the Huang-level martial skill standard insufficient to compete with Luo Ming's Xian-level martial skill. But just as the black-gray serpent shadow shot out, it suddenly became solid, transforming into a pure black color. The original serpent shadow sprouted 2 horns and 2 whiskers, and even grew a pair of legs on its abdomen, evolving into a dragon-like creature. Compared to the previous serpent shadow, the current dragon form exuded a significantly stronger aura, having touched the threshold of Xian-level martial skills. It might even surpass Luo Ming's burning flame blade. The same martial skill, but in a different form. Is it the peculiarity of this martial skill, or did Ning Fan hold back before? Ji Wuxi felt very complicated. Just the thought that Ning Fan might have held back during their previous battle made him feel oddly unsettled. In the next moment, the black dragon coiled around the flame blade, seemingly unaffected by the terrifying heat, wrapping its body around the blade's edge before suddenly shaking its body. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed as Luo Ming's Xian-level martial skill, burning flame blade, was utterly destroyed in an instant. What? Luo Ming watched as his deadly move crumbled, his eyes widening in shock, his pupils constricting to pinprick size, feeling as though a giant hand was gripping his throat, making his breathing rapid and labored. Ning Fan did not grant him much time to be stunned. Bang! The black dragon slammed into Luo Ming's chest, sending him flying backward like a rag doll. Husband! Seeing this, Luo Ming's partner rushed forward, but as soon as she made a move, she was stopped by Yunqing. Bang! Luo Ming's body crashed heavily to the ground, followed by a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned ashen, devoid of breath. Defeated. Luo Ming was defeated by Ning Fan. This outcome far exceeded everyone's expectations. Ji Wuxi and the others had thought that they would simply kill Ning Fan once he emerged from the spiritual vein. Unexpectedly, Ning Fan ended up defeating Luo Ming, who had controlled Ji Wuxi and the others. This result was rather ironic. Just as Ning Fan approached to take Luo Ming's storage ring, the entire spiritual vein suddenly trembled, followed by countless rays of light descending from the sky. Who? Ning Fan looked toward the source of the light, where a figure stood. Could it be someone else? Ning Fan wore a grave expression. His recent fierce battle with Luo Ming had already exhausted every trick he possessed. Facing yet another master-level opponent, he feared he truly could not withstand the pressure. Faintly, Ning Fan glimpsed a graceful young woman standing at the far end of the radiant aurora. With each light step, she took the tint. The Sansang radiance behind her coalesced into a floating bridge, allowing her to tread gracefully forward until she stood before Ning Fan and the others. We pay our respects to the Holy Maiden. Hail the Holy Maiden, Your Highness. The moment the young woman arrived and stood still, Luo Ming, Ji Wuxi, Feng Qi, and Xiao Hong immediately knelt and kowtowed. Across the entire heavens and earth, only Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao remained upright. The Holy Maiden. Ning Fan murmured softly, his gaze sweeping over the girl before him. She appeared youthful, roughly the same age as Yi Fan and Yun Xingyao, clad in an exquisitely opulent black gauze gown whose fabric seemed to absorb all surrounding light. Her raven hair was elegantly coiled into a high chignon, cascading like a midnight waterfall. Oh, every gesture exuded an aloof, ethereal chill, a sovereign serenity that commanded reverence. Even veiled by delicate black gauze, her silhouette and aura alone betrayed a beauty so transcendent it rivaled Yun Xingyao's. Truly one who could make fish sink and geese fall moon hide and flowers blush. Lingshu Xinzi. The name flashed instantly across Ning Fan's mind. Only Lingshu Xinzi, famed throughout the sect as its most exquisite maiden, could possess such peerless grace. Moreover, Lingshu Xinzi was indeed the sect's holy maiden. Yet wait. Her cultivation realm was unfathomably profound, her status supremely exalted. Why would such a being deign to appear here? A spiritual vein held little allure for Lingshu Xinzi, certainly insufficient to draw her august presence. Why do you not kneel before this sovereign? Lingshu Xinzi's voice rang out, crystal clear and frosting, as her gaze settled upon Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao. Instinctively, Yun Xingyao shrank behind Ning Fan. Lingshu Xinzi, would you consent to become my mother? Ning Fan suddenly asked. A palpable flicker of bewilderment crossed Lingshu Xinzi's face. The first time in her life she had ever heard such audacious words. What did you say? Haha, I kneel only to heaven, earth, and my parents, and perhaps one day to my future master. For you to demand my kneeling, Lingshu Xinzi, means you wish to be my mother. Ning Fan spoke with a playful grin. He failed to notice how Ji Wuxi, Feng Qi, and Xiao Hong, standing behind him, paled instantly at his words. She was the sect's Holy Maiden. Though lacking administrative authority, she reigned supreme in dignity, a figure revered by disciples across generations. Ning Fan's remark bordered on brazen irreverence. Lingshu Xinzi might well strike him down. Indeed, upon hearing his words, a faint flush of indignation rose to her cheeks, and spiritual energy roiled violently around her. Yet in the next breath, she stilled her hand. A protection edict. You bear the sect's protection edict. No, impossible. You're already at the profound extreme realm. How can you still possess such an edict? Lingshu Xinzi's voice trembled with astonishment. The protection edict was a unique restriction. Its presence grew more perceptible the greater the disparity between one's realm and that of the edict bearer. Of course, should one willingly endure the punishment for defying sect law, the edict became meaningless, as with Elder 9 before her. Luo Mingji Wuxi and the others had attacked Ning Fan because they competed fiercely for treasures within the Opportunity Land. Surely the edict was never meant to grant immunity, there enabling unchecked domination. Upon Lingshu Xinzi's revelation, Luo Ming and Ji Wuxi exchanged stunned glances. Ning Fan bore a protection edict. None of them had imagined they'd one day contend with a new disciple shielded by such a decree. Nothing is impossible. I am the top-ranked first-class initiate of this cohort, granted a full 6-month protection edict. Ning Fan shrugged lightly. A new initiate. Lingshu Xinzi arched a delicate brow, astonishment shimmered in her luminous eyes. Then as comprehension dawned, sheer disbelief flooded her gaze. A new initiate. This youth at the profound extreme realm had entered the sect less than a week ago. How could this possibly be? His cultivation speed defied reason. Dual cultivation physique. Both of them. Lingshu Xinzi seized the crux instantly and voiced her inquiry. Ning Fan merely shrugged, uncertain himself whether he qualified as dual cultivation physique, though Yin Qingyao likely did. Their joint cultivation yielded extraordinary breakthroughs. Excellent. With talents such as yours, the divine sect shall surely flourish eternally. Lingshu Xinzi nodded slowly. Then almost imperceptibly a mischievous curve tugged at the corner of her lips. Brother disciple, heed this warning. The protection edict expires the moment a cultivator attains the profound extreme realm. I shall urge the elders to verify your realm upon your departure from the Opportunity Land. If confirmed at profound extreme, the edict will be revoked. This time Ning Fan's grin vanished. The protection edict revoked just like that? 6 months safeguard, gone in an instant. In truth, according to sect regulations, even a top-ranked first-class initiate required roughly 6 months to reach the profound extreme realm. The edict existed precisely to ensure safe cultivation up to that threshold. Yet Ning Fan had shattered precedent, breaking through long before exhausting his allotted protection. Wait, Lingshu Xinzi would urge verification. Then, if no one urged it, might the edict persist a little longer? Absolutely. The restriction lifting upon reaching profound extreme required formal verification. A discretion could extend the edict's duration indefinitely. Ning Fan's lips twitched. Alas, a few reckless words had provoked Lingshu Xinzi and cost him his precious protection edict. Hardly worth the price. Yet kneeling to preserve the edict. Out of the question. This sovereign has urgent matters. No further time shall be wasted upon you. Lingshu Xinzi turned away without another glance, her steps gliding toward the spiritual vein. Ning Fan and the others watched her intently, deeply curious what matter could possibly summon the sect's Holy Maiden herself. She halted before the spiritual vein, fingers weaving intricate seals as primordial energy surged violently around her, until in an instant she merged seamlessly with the vein itself. The once placid vein erupted into tempestuous turbulence. Rivers of condensed spiritual energy churned violently, sending forth cascades of luminous spray. What is happening? Ning Fan and the others stared in astonishment at the actions of the Lingshu fairy, completely puzzled by the method she was employing. As time passed, the intensity of the spiritual veins boiling increased. It seemed as if the entire spiritual vein was coming to a boil. Boom! Under everyone's gaze. The entire spiritual vein unexpectedly detached from the ground and rose into the air, continuously shrinking in size. Ultimately, it transformed into an ancient jade quietly resting in the hands of the Lingshu fairy. Finally, it has been nurtured to completion. The Lingshu fairy gazed at the ancient jade in her hands, her eyes flickering with ecstatic joy as she murmured in a voice only she could hear. This ancient jade was accidentally obtained by the Lingshu fairy's master. At that time, the spiritual energy of the jade had diminished, yet her master still discerned its rarity, placing it within the spiritual vein for continuous nurturing, ultimately restoring its spiritual essence over time. During the nurturing process, the spiritual vein and the ancient jade became inseparable. Removing the jade pendant would also cause the spiritual vein to vanish. However, the sect would not overly scrutinize the matter. After all, it was just a relatively minor spiritual vein, and being able to awaken a rare treasure in the hands of the sect's Holy Maiden could be seen as making the best use of resources. The Lingshu fairy gazed intently at the ancient jade in her hands. The design of the jade was quite common, yet it exuded a strange aura with the number 2 inscribed on its front. If Yi Hongyan were present, she would undoubtedly recognize that this ancient jade was identical to the one she possessed apart from the number. It originated from the same source. Although the Lingshu fairy was unaware of the specific function of the ancient jade, there was no doubt that it was not an ordinary item. Once she understood the jade pendant's secrets, it would surely yield significant benefits. With this thought in mind, the Lingshu fairy tucked the ancient jade into her bosom, then cast her gaze upon Ning Fan, Luo Ming, Ji Wuxi, and the others. Let's conclude this exploration here. Among disciples of the sect, we must avoid life and death battles. Sparring is beneficial, but killing is harmful. Indeed, what the Holy Maiden says is absolutely correct. We will surely remember our bond as fellow disciples. Ji Wuxi, Luo Ming, and the others immediately nodded respectfully, having no doubts about the Lingshu fairy's words. However, Ning Fan slightly furrowed his brows and directly spoke up. Holy Maiden, I have a question. Luo Ming does not even have the qualifications to enter the opportunity realm. It seems unreasonable for him to seize the heavenly materials and treasures from us. Moreover, since I defeated Luo Ming, he should surrender the heavenly materials and treasures to me, shouldn't he, Holy Maiden? As Ning Fan's voice fell, Xiao Hong and the others couldn't help but cast him an admiring glance. Ning Fan was indeed bold. He actually questioned the Lingshu fairy's words not once but thrice. The Lingshu fairy also stared at Ning Fan regarding this. Ning Fan remained unafraid, standing confidently as he locked eyes with the Lingshu fairy. He believed that his words were grounded in reason. Standing right and sitting straight, what was there to fear? You are correct. Disciples from the previous sessions should not appear in this opportunity realm, let alone seize heavenly materials and treasures. After we leave the opportunity realm, the elder in charge will verify the matter, and furthermore, the heavenly materials and treasures you seized will be returned to their rightful owners. The Lingshu fairy declared decisively. Yes. Luo Ming and his partner's faces turned pale in response. Who would have thought that they would encounter the Lingshu fairy after stealthily bribing the gatekeeper to enter? It seemed that they would not escape a round of punishment. Wait a moment. Ning Fan was still unsatisfied and raised his hand to interrupt the Lingshu fairy. How can everything return to its rightful owner? I defeated Luo Ming, so his heavenly materials and treasures should belong to me, right? Holy Maiden, you agree, don't you? Everything shall return to its rightful owner. No further discussion is needed. This exploration of the opportunity realm concludes here. Everyone please leave in order. So be it. The Lingshu fairy's gaze turned icy, clearly having made her decision, and she would no longer listen to Ning Fan's arguments. Ning Fan felt somewhat regretful. Those were several spirit fruit after all. If he could obtain them, it would at least allow Ning Fan and Yun Xinyao to cultivate together a couple of times. However, since the Lingshu fairy had already decided, further discussion was pointless. As the Lingshu fairy's voice faded, a radiant light enveloped her body once more, and when the light disappeared, her figure vanished as well. The spirit fruit only enhances a warrior's potential upon first use. To Ning Fan at present, the spirit fruit was merely a pile of spirit stones, not worth confronting. The spirit fruit only enhances a warrior's potential upon first use. To Ning Fan at present, the spirit fruit was merely a pile of spirit stones, not worth confronting the Lingshu fairy over a mere pile of spirit stones. After all, he was a leading figure among the younger generation of disciples. Let's go, Ning Fan said. There was no longer much value in exploring this opportunity realm. Just as Ning Fan took Yun Qingjiu's hand and prepared to step away, the turtle on his shoulder stirred. That turtle, which had remained motionless on Ning Fan's shoulder even during the battle with Luo Ming, slowly crawled down Ning Fan's body. It headed straight for the corpse of the tiger-shaped demon beast. Under Ning Fan's gaze, the little turtle began to devour the flesh and blood of the tiger-shaped demon beast. The little turtle's speed of consumption was astonishing, and within a few breaths the pile of flesh and blood on the ground was entirely consumed. Though the little turtle was only the size of a palm, it managed to swallow the entire tiger-shaped demon beast, leaving Ning Fan dumbfounded. Moreover, according to Ning Fan's perception, the aura emanating from the little turtle had become much denser, reaching the mid-stage of the Huangji realm. Its realm has improved. Could it be that this creature can enhance itself by consuming demon beast flesh? Ning Fan had never heard of a demon beast enhancing its realm in such a way. Normally demon beasts also relied on their own cultivation. Otherwise they would guard the heavenly materials and treasures, waiting to enjoy them when they matured. Instead, this one was truly peculiar. This also confirmed one of Ning Fan's suspicions. This little turtle was not simple. After the little turtle cleaned up the corpse of the tiger-shaped demon beast, It climbed back onto Ning Fan's shoulder, returning to its previous motionless state. Seeing this, Yin Qingyao merely wanted to poke it, but after considering the turtle's speed, she retracted her urge to provoke the little turtle. Before long, Ning Fan, Yin Qingyao, Xiaohong, and Bai Ran returned the same way they came. As for Ji Wuxi and the others, they had left first while the little turtle was devouring the corpse of the tiger-shaped demon beast. Ji Wuxi and the others were not friends with Ning Fan, so there was no reason to travel together. As long as they didn't fight, it was a good thing. Junior brother Ning, farewell for now. Once I settle down a bit, I will go to your cave to thank you. Xiaohong clasped his hands toward Ning Fan. Ning Fan had just returned the storage ring to him, and it had indeed only lost 2 thundergrass. 2 thundergrass were exchanged for a spirit fruit. Xiaohong certainly felt the need to express his thanks. No worries. Ning Fan waved his hand. Those 2 thundergrass were very important to him, or rather to Yi Honglian. Even if thundergrass was not rare, being able to obtain it sooner was still worthy of the spirit fruit's value. However, Xiaohong insisted on coming to express his gratitude. Ning Fan did not decline. After parting ways at the back mountain, Ning Fan and Yin Qingyao headed straight back to their cave dwelling. Just as they caught their breath, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Knock, knock. A middle-aged voice accompanied the knocking from outside. Is Ning Fan in? I am an elder in charge sent by the Holy Maiden to verify the disciples' realms. The elder steward. Upon hearing the visitor announce themselves outside, Ning Fan couldn't help but feel a shiver run through him, surprised that the elder steward had come to verify his cultivation level so soon. The efficiency of Fairy Lingshu is indeed remarkable. Please wait a moment, Ning Fan said. Upon opening the door to his cave dwelling, Ning Fan saw 2 middle-aged men outside, one of whom he recognized. This elder steward had once spoken on his behalf when Elder Jiu had attempted to harm him. As for the other man, Ning Fan was entirely unfamiliar with him. Welcome, seniors, please come in. Ning Fan gestured politely, stepping aside to let the elder steward and the other man enter the cave. New disciples Ning Fan and Yin Qingyao, correct? The elder steward asked straightforwardly. Yes, they replied in unison. Indeed, Ning Fan and Yin Qingyao responded earnestly. The elder steward exchanged a glance with the other man, then flipped his palm, retrieving a round orb from his storage ring and handing it to Ning Fan and Yin Qingyao. This is the spirit testing orb, which can accurately determine a disciple's cultivation level. Since the upcoming matters require an absolute assessment of your levels, please cooperate. No problem, the elder steward explained. Ning Fan and Yin Qingyao nodded. They could indeed gauge a martial artist's level through their aura, but it might not be precise. The spirit testing orb, however, provided the most accurate assessment. Ning Fan and Yin Qingyao each placed their hands on the spirit testing orb and released their spiritual power. The orb lit up. The red glow gradually intensified, and just before Ning Fan and Yin Qingyao could exhaust their energy, the red light turned completely orange. Orange light, the hallmark of a Xuanji realm martial artist. It truly is the Xuanji realm. The elder steward exchanged a look with the other man, surprise flickering in their eyes. Even though they had been informed beforehand that Ning Fan and Yin Qingyao might be of Xuanji realm, witnessing new disciples of this caliber was still quite impactful. Both of you possess exceptional talent. You will undoubtedly become the pillars of our sect in the future. Indeed, indeed. The elder steward nodded with an approving smile, his demeanor noticeably more amiable. Talent. It also earns respect. Let me introduce, this is our sect's talent seeker, responsible for finding geniuses within the sect. Your talents are certainly enough to be classified as geniuses. The elder steward introduced. Greetings, talent seeker. Ning Fan and Yin Qingyao bowed respectfully. The talent seeker slowly nodded in response, appearing quite unassuming. You two possess outstanding talent. I will report to the higher-ups, and they will surely pay special attention to you both. Please work hard in your cultivation. Additionally, due to your extraordinary talents, you may conclude your outer sect period early and choose one of the 5 peaks of the sect to join for further training. Choose a peak. Ning Fan and Yin Qingyao exchanged glances, both registering a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Logically, new disciples were supposed to choose their peaks after 2 generations during the time of Luo Ming. They never expected Ning Fan and Yin Qingyao to qualify for peak selection 2 generations early. The Yinyang Divine Sect has 5 major peaks: Yinyang Peak, Xianpin Peak, Qihua Peak, Lingyue Peak, and Changming Peak. Choosing a peak is undoubtedly a second chance at changing one's destiny for disciples, and after selecting a peak, martial artists would train within the various peaks. Various opportunities, sect tasks, and mentoring all operate on a peak basis. Choosing an excellent peak to join will undoubtedly benefit future cultivation. May I ask, talent seeker, which peaks can we choose from? Ning Fan inquired. Hee. The talent seeker smiled broadly at Ning Fan's question, stroking his beard with a hand and responding with a beaming smile. For you both to catch my attention, you are absolute geniuses within the sect. You may freely join any of the 5 peaks of our divine sect. Ning Fan and Yun Qingjiu's eyes sparkled. Frilly choose. That meant they could join the Yinyang Peak. Yinyang Peak is the foremost peak of the Yinyang divine sect, with the peak master and various stewards being the strongest, possessing the most resources. Moreover, Yinyang Peak independently controls unique martial skills and techniques not recorded in the martial arts library. Joining Yinyang Peak is undoubtedly a step above the rest. You need not rush. I believe soon the peaks will send you invitations. You can choose whichever peak you desire with the invitations. The talent seeker spoke. Ning Fan Yun Qingyao, the sect's protection order has a hidden rule. Once a disciple breaks through to the Xuanji realm, the protection order is automatically lifted. You both have already broken through to the Xuanji realm. The protection order will no longer shield you, so please be extra cautious while moving within the sect. If you encounter an insurmountable opponent, you may report to the higher-ups, who might extend special care to you. The elder steward spoke meaningfully. Thank you for the reminder, elder. Ning Fan clasped his fists in a bow. Opponents. Zhao family. Without the protection order, the Zhao family will surely come for him. Of course, even without the protection order, powerful elders cannot casually harm disciples, but those Zhao family disciples who have already joined various peaks may act freely. This is undoubtedly a huge trouble for Ning Fan. Fortunately, he had demonstrated sufficient talent to attract the sect's attention. If the Zhao family wished to deal with him, they would have to weigh the cost. We shall not disturb you any longer, Ning Fan said. Choosing a peak is exceptionally important, as it fundamentally determines the cultivation environment for martial artists in the future. You must think carefully and not act rashly. The elder steward stood up, and the talent seeker followed suit. After giving Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao a few reminders, the two took their leave. After the two departed, news of Ning Fan's talent spread throughout the entire Yinyang divine sect. A talent seeker informed the higher-ups, who then notified the various peaks, including Luo Mingji Wuxi and others who had clashed with Ning Fan. In an instant, the news of a top talent emerging among the new disciples swept through the sect like a whirlwind. In the highest secret cave of the sect, a powerful being exuded a terrifying pressure, undoubtedly a supreme figure within the divine sect. Yet at this moment, this powerful being was respectfully kneeling on the ground, facing a shadow standing before. The shadow was enshrouded in swirling smoke, obscuring their entire form, seemingly devouring the surrounding light, with only the eyes visible outside the black mist, giving off a chilling aura. Congratulations, ancestor, congratulations. Our sect has gained two more talents as formidable as Ling Yan. When these two grow sufficiently, ancestor can have two more furnace cauldrons for the ancestor to harvest. The powerful being spoke respectfully. Upon hearing these words, the black mist surged violently, revealing the shadow's joy, and a chilling laughter echoed through the cave. Wonderful. Our sect has gained two more excellent furnace cauldrons. It truly is a blessing from the heavens for our Yinyang divine sect. Send a message down. Ensure that Gue Yazi pays special attention to these two, allowing this entity to quickly elevate their cultivation. This entity can hardly wait. Yes. At the same time, Qianyang Cave. Qianyang Cave is a paradise within the Yinyang divine sect where abundant yang energy allows for efficient cultivation. This rare celestial abode exclusively belongs to the Zhao family. All disciples of the Zhao family can choose to cultivate in Qianyang Cave instead of the accommodations arranged by the sect. During this time, in the deepest part of Qianyang Cave in the conference hall, a group of senior Zhao family members stood on either side, with Elder Jiu visibly present, standing at the lower end, his face filled with indignation. At the upper end sat an old matron and an elder. The atmosphere suggested that the disciples on the left and right sides of the Zhao family were at odds, creating a tense situation. It appeared that the Zhao family was not a united front, with internal factions emerging. Zhao Bo, give us an explanation. The disciple you made things difficult for has now entered the attention of the sect's higher-ups, breaking through to the Xuanji realm as a new disciple. Such talent, if he were to become an enemy of our Zhao family in the future, would likely lead to our further decline. The old matron closed her eyes, her fingers twisting a bead bracelet, and directed her ire at Elder Jiu. Zhao Bo, that is the name of Elder Jiu. The elder's expression was also quite grim. Who would have thought that casually making things difficult for a new disciple would lead to encountering a ancient century genius? The crux of the issue is that Elder Jiu had acted without killing Ning Fan. If given another chance, even if he were to deal a fatal blow, Elder Jiu would certainly not spare Ning Fan's life. But now Ning Fan had already displayed sufficient talent, drawing the attention of the sect's higher-ups. If he were to strike and kill now, the sect would not let Elder Jiu off easily. Elder Jiu fell silent, and faced with this half-leader of the Zhao family, he had to restrain his arrogance and sought help from the elder at the upper end. As expected, the elder at the upper end spoke to absolve Elder Jiu. No matter how talented he is, Ning Fan is currently just a first-level warrior in the Xuanji realm. Only those who truly grow deserve to be called true experts. In this world, fallen geniuses are not a rarity. As the elder finished speaking, the warriors at the lower end began to voice their support for Elder Jiao. Even if Ning Fan's talent was exceptional, many still did not regard him highly. The pillars of the great Inyang divine sect are not without warriors at the Tianji realm. In the eyes of those at the Tianji realm, a genius is merely an unknown quantity that has yet to mature. Arrogant. Our Zhao family has gradually declined due to your arrogance. Back when the spirit void fairy rose, you were just like this, offending that sect's saintess. Now 2 disciples have emerged with talent not inferior to the spirit void fairy, and yet you still oppose them. Have you all gone mad? Prepare gifts immediately and apologize to Yun Qingyao, especially to Ning Fan, to ease relations and avoid repeating past mistakes. The warriors at the lower end immediately rebutted, and the atmosphere in the hall grew tense once again. The 2 factions were even on the verge of a physical confrontation. Bang bang, 2 heavy sounds echoed as the old matron struck the ground twice with her dragon head, cane instantly suppressing the clamor. Zhao Qian, this matter is related to your offspring. You need to take a stand. The old matron spoke. I remember we have a disciple named Zhao Qishuang, right? The elder named Zhao Qian spoke abruptly. The old matron raised an eyebrow at the mention of Zhao Qishuang. At this time, bringing her up could only mean one thing. Correct, Qishuang is about to reach the age to join the sect. The old matron declared. Then let's offer Zhao Qishuang to Ning Fan, giving that boy a concubine with dual cultivation aptitude. That should be sufficient to quell his enmity with our Zhao family. Zhao Qian slowly spoke. This is unacceptable. How can we give Qishuang to Ning Fan? Qishuang is the daughter of Zhao Wuqing. Several opposing voices immediately arose, all from the Zhao family disciples on the old matron's side. The reason was simple. Zhao Qishuang is the daughter of Zhao Wuqing, the old matron's grandson, who perished during a sect mission while ensuring the retreat of many Zhao family disciples. Zhao Qishuang could be considered a heroic orphan. How could she be offered as a gift of apology? Everyone. Zhao Qian slowly raised his hand, suppressing the discussions. I know you care about Qishuang, but everyone should think carefully. Is following Ning Fan such a terrible choice? Even if she is a concubine. In an instant, those who spoke against it fell silent. Indeed, Ning Fan's talent rivals that of the spirit void fairy. Even if Qishuang is beside Ning Fan as a concubine, with our Zhao family's support, she would not suffer, and it would not be impossible to help her secure a primary wife position in the future. This does not count as burying Zhao Qishuang's talent. The group of disciples at the lower end fell silent, realizing this was indeed a feasible solution. Yes, let's proceed with this. Remember, our Zhao family no longer holds the glory of old, and we must act cautiously in the future, as if walking on thin ice. The old matron made a decisive statement. Go find Qishuang. Make the arrangements. Understood. After discussing the solution, the group, including the old matron, left one after another, leaving only Zhao Qian, Elder Jiao, and a few trusted aides in the hall. Great-grandfather. Great-grandfather, how can you be like them? Several discontented voices arose. These people were not satisfied with Zhao Qian's proposal, as they were not worried about Zhao Qishuang. Rather, it was about the Zhao family compromising. How could the Zhao family show weakness to a disciple in the Xuanji realm? A great shame. No rush. Zhao Qian raised his hand, signaling the others to lower their voices, his lips curling into a faint smile as a chilling glint appeared in his eyes. I have my own plans. I want Zhao Wuqing to personally speak out and have his lineage take action to kill Ning Fan. Hearing Zhao Qian's words, the others were momentarily stunned. Zhao Wuqing is the name of the old matron. From her earlier attitude, it was clear that her stance was to keep a low profile, which she actively opposed Ning Fan. Impossible. Zhao Qian, however, did not elaborate further, his eyes glinting with a conspiratorial sheen. The disciples' residence. The cave. After sending off the supervising elder and the talent seeker, Ning Fan began to tally the heavenly materials and earthly treasures with Yun Qingyao. On their journey through the land of opportunities, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao reaped bountiful rewards. Altogether, they had gathered resources equivalent to about 1,000 spirit stones for cultivation, allowing Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao to cultivate together twice. While this could alleviate their immediate difficulties, the fundamental issue of Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao lacking cultivation resources remained unchanged. To achieve true freedom in spirit stones, they needed to choose a peak first. Indeed, after joining the main peak, the cultivation resources received by the disciples would increase as well. The specific increase would depend on which main peak they joined. With Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao's talent, joining the Inyang peak is not a problem. According to the treatment at Inyang peak, the weekly stipend not only doubles, but the spirit stones consumed during dual cultivation can also be subsidized by half, significantly reducing the pressure on Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao during their dual cultivation. However, they were unsure when they would be able to choose a peak. Just as they were thinking about this, a voice like a great bell echoed outside the cave. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. They had just been wondering when they would join the main peak, and now the invitation from Enyang Peak had arrived. Before the two could react, several more voices rang out in succession. The talent scout from Xianpin Peak has arrived. Here is an invitation letter from the peak. The talent scout from Qihua Peak has arrived. Here is an invitation letter from the peak. The talent scout from Linghua Peak has arrived. Here is an invitation letter from the peak. The talent scout from Changming Peak has arrived. Here is an invitation letter from the peak. A total of 5 voices sounded, and the disciples from the 5 major peaks of Enyang Divine Sect had simultaneously arrived at the new disciples' residence to extend their invitations to Ning Fan. Ning Fan quickly stepped out of his cave dwelling. At this moment, 5 talent scouts stood in the square in front of the disciples' residence, with many new disciples peeking out from their caves as well. They observed this rare commotion. It was not uncommon for talent scouts to recruit disciples ahead of time, but it was the first time in nearly 100 years that all 5 peaks were recruiting simultaneously. Even the Su Ling Fairy did not have such a grand occasion. The Su Ling Fairy was directly designated as the personal disciple of the sect master and was not a disciple of any main peak. Ning Fan, where is Yun Qingyao? The lead talent scout called out loudly. Here we are. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao hurriedly stepped forward. Are you Ning Fan? The talent scout looked Ning Fan up and down, his eyes filled with scrutiny and a hint of frivolity. For some reason, that gaze made Ning Fan feel a bit uncomfortable. Indeed, I have met with the talent scout elder brother. Ning Fan clasped his fists in respect. Each sect has its own talent scouts, and each main peak has its own talent scouts. It was not unusual to address them as elder brother. However, you are a new disciple who has just broken through to the Xuanji realm. You qualify to become a disciple of Enyang Peak. Here is an invitation letter. In 3 days you may present this invitation letter at Enyang Peak to report for duty. The talent scout said. Indeed. The somewhat arrogant talent scout was from the first main peak of Enyang Divine Sect, Enyang Peak. Compared to Enyang Peak, the attitudes of the other main peak talent scouts were considerably more amiable. After the talent scout from Enyang Peak spoke, the other talent scouts hurriedly handed their invitation letters to Ning Fan and reminded him that in 3 days he could use the invitation to become a disciple of the main peak. This is wonderful. Ooh, I can choose any main peak at will. So envious. I can't even imagine the Xuanji realm. I am still at the 4th level of Huangji realm. This speed of cultivation is absurd. One by one the new disciples exclaimed with envy. However, upon considering Ning Fan's talent, they felt relieved. Oh, with such talent, it was only natural to receive this kind of treatment. You all have no chance. As long as Enyang Peak takes action, any martial artist with a functioning brain will choose my Enyang Peak. The talent scout from Enyang Peak looked at the other talent scouts with a mocking gaze, particularly lingering on the talent scout from Changming Peak. Changming Peak. Among the 5 main peaks, the weakest one, the talent scout from Changming Peak, turned pale after being mocked by Enyang Peak, but said nothing. The talent scout from Enyang Peak was right. As long as one had a normal brain, they would choose the first peak of Enyang Divine Sect, Enyang Peak. Junior brother Ning, junior sister Yun. I will be waiting for you at Enyang Peak. The talent scout smiled at Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao, his gaze quite lecherous as it swept over Yun Qingyao, eventually even licking his lips. Ning Fan instantly furrowed his brows. However, he saw that the talent scouts had already turned to leave and thus said nothing. Enyang Peak. This first peak of Enyang Divine Sect left Ning Fan with a rather poor initial impression, but even with a bad first impression, he could not refuse Enyang Peak in light of the benefits. Ning Fan would not refuse Enyang Peak. Junior brother Ning. Suddenly a voice suddenly rang out, and Ning Fan looked toward the figure approaching him. It was Xiao Hong, and Bai Ran, whom he had just separated from not long ago. Senior brother Xiao, senior sister Bai. Ning Fan greeted. Just in time. I have some questions to ask both of you, senior brothers and sisters, and I hope you won't hesitate to enlighten me. Enlighten you. If junior brother Ning has questions, we will certainly answer without holding anything back. Xiao Hong replied. Please, let's discuss this in the cave. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao let Xiao Hong and Bai ran into the cave, and after closing the cave door, Ning Fan asked a question that was very much on his mind. Senior brother Xiao, senior sister Bai. Do you have any understanding of the 5 main peaks of our sect? Of course. Xiao Hong answered decisively. Except for new disciples, the other disciples had long been informed about each main peak. After all, choosing a main peak was equivalent to a second rebirth. It was impossible to reincarnate without researching the family. Enyang Peak, Xianpin Peak, Qihua Peak, Linghua Peak, and Changming Peak ranked from strongest to weakest. Each main peak has its own unique characteristics. The most significant difference is in resources. Ning Fan interjected. In Ning Fan's imagination, the biggest difference in joining different main peaks would be the amount of resources one could obtain. Aside from that, the main peaks should be quite similar. No, it is the dual cultivation rules. Xiaohong shook his head. Huh, dual cultivation rules. Ning Fan was taken aback. How could he not understand the terms used by Xiaohong? What does dual cultivation rules even mean? Junior brother Ning, do you know the dual cultivation rules of Yin Yang Peak? No, I don't know. Ning Fan shook his head. The dual cultivation rule of Yin Yang Peak is that there are no rules to any disciple of Yin Yang Peak can engage in dual cultivation with any other disciple of Yin Yang Peak. Disciples of Yin Yang Peak cannot refuse dual cultivation invitations. Because of this, there are countless small rooms in various locations of Yin Yang Peak, such as training grounds and along the roads. Once a dual cultivation invitation is given, one can directly enter a room and start right away. Bai Ran continued. Ning Fan's eyes widened at these words. This. At that moment, he couldn't find the words to describe his shock. Yin Yang Peak was simply a place for promiscuity. This is absurd. Everyone can engage freely, and there is no way to refuse. This is why Yin Yang Peak has become the first peak. Rampant dual cultivation and an unfettered increase in strength far surpass the other main peaks. Ning Fan stood frozen, instinctively glancing at Yun Xingyao beside him, who was looking back at him with a worried expression. Clearly Yun Xingyao could not accept the rules of Yin Yang Peak. Ning Fan was also having difficulty accepting it. No way. Yin Yang Peak is not an option. No matter how many benefits there are to joining Yin Yang Peak, I cannot accept the rampant dual cultivation. For some reason, Ning Fan recalled the gaze of the talent scout from Yin Yang Peak as he looked at Yun Xingyao. It was a gaze that viewed her as prey. Ning Fan could imagine that if he joined Yin Yang Peak, that talent scout would definitely act on it at the first opportunity. No, this simply won't do. I must ask senior brother Xiao for advice. If I rashly join Yin Yang Peak, I truly fear I won't be able to accept it. Ning Fan felt a wave of dread. If Yin Yang Peak is not an option, then what about Xianpin Peak? If the first peak won't do, then there is still the second peak. Senior brother Xiao. Xianpin Peak shouldn't have any rampant dual cultivation rules, right? No. Xiaohong shook his head. Ning Fan instinctively let out a sigh of relief, but before he could fully exhale, Xiaohong's expression suddenly became subtle. Seeing the subtle expression on Xiaohong's face, Ning Fan was taken aback. Senior brother Xiao. Xianpin Peak, it won't have its own rules, will it? Of course there is. Xiaohong replied as expected. Compared to Yin Yang Peak, the dual cultivation rules of Xianpin Peak are not as straightforward. The dual cultivation at Xianpin Peak, which is not between Dao partners, requires registration with the relevant disciples. Only with mutual consent can partners be exchanged for dual cultivation. Ning Fan's eyes widened, filled with confusion at the words. Non-Dao partner dual cultivation exchange upon mutual agreement. It turns out Chinese characters can be combined in such ways, truly enlightening. If I join Xianpin Peak, can I refuse to exchange partners from beginning to end? Ning Fan asked. After all, Xianpin Peak is the second peak. If it's possible to join, the benefits would only be slightly less than joining Yin Yang Peak. No, it is not allowed. Disciples of Xianpin Peak have fixed exchange tasks for every heavenly stem and earthly branch and must fulfill the corresponding tasks. Xiaohong spoke. Also, joining Xianpin Peak means being compelled to exchange Dao partners, and it must be a willing exchange. This is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. If junior brother Ning cannot accept such absurdities, you might consider Qihua Peak. Almost all disciples who cannot convince themselves choose to join Qihua Peak. Xiaohong proactively mentioned the next peak. Oh, Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. If the disciples who cannot accept the absurd practices of Yin Yang Peak and Xianpin Peak choose Qihua Peak, then Qihua Peak would be very suitable for him and Yun Xingyao. Without waiting for Ning Fan to ask, Xiaohong began to introduce. Qihua Peak has no small houses scattered by the roadside, nor does it have the task of registering and exchanging Dao partners. Disciples generally respect each other. It is the model of our Yin Yang divine sect. If possible, I plan to join Qihua Peak. Hearing Xiaohong's words, Ning Fan felt increasingly certain. Yes, Qihua Peak it is. Joining the first and second peaks is impossible. Joining the third peak by a narrow margin would still count as being in the middle, not too high, yet not low either. Wait, junior brother Ning, I haven't finished speaking. Xiaohong waved his hand. A sense of foreboding spread in Ning Fan's heart. Usually disciples respect each other, but that is during normal times. Qihua Peak holds a grand dual cultivation ceremony at a specific time each month. All disciples must attend wearing masks, and based on their aura and realm, they are randomly matched with dual cultivation partners without any restrictions. Oh, Ning Fan stood there dumbfounded. He had only one question in his mind, and as he thought about it, he asked out loud, "Isn't this also quite absurd? What do you mean by those who cannot accept the disciples of Yin Yang Peak and Xianpin Peak joining Qihua Peak? Can the matters of Qihua Peak convince themselves? Junior brother Ning, did you forget? When the dual cultivation ceremony of Chi Hua Peak begins, everyone will wear masks and no one knows who is who. Ning Fan. So if you can't tell who is who, you can convince yourself, right? For a moment, Ning Fan didn't know how to. Brother Xiao, please tell me about the next peak. Ning Fan asked with a bitter face. He couldn't afford to be discouraged. The top 3 peaks of Yin Yang Divine Sect are all absurd in a row. Even if the next main peak has no ridiculous dual cultivation rules, it would still be the second to last choice. I will ask out of turn, Junior Brother Ning, do you know you are joining the Yin Yang Divine Sect? Bai Ran looked at Ning Fan and tilted his head to ask. Ning Fan. Facing Bai Ran's question, Ning Fan was rendered speechless. No, the Yin Yang Divine Sect is primarily focused on dual cultivation, but that doesn't mean it has to be this outrageous. The next main peak. Olingwe Peak. 1 husband and 1 wife. Xiao Hong stated. Even though Xiao Hong introduced it this way, Ning Fan did not let his guard down. He still felt that the first 3 main peaks were already so outrageous. Ceremonies. All disciples adhere to the rule, 1 husband and 1 wife. Xiao Hong stated. Even though Xiao Hong introduced it this way, Ning Fan did not let his guard down. He still felt that the first 3 main peaks were already so outrageous. Lingwe Peak is not a good place either. Brother Xiao, just tell me directly. Ning Fan said decisively. Sure enough, after Ning Fan's inquiry, a conflicted expression appeared on Xiao Hong's face. After a while, he finally spoke. Lingwe Peak does have issues. Lingwe Peak ranks 4th in the Yin Yang Divine Sect, which is considered a low-tier position. The overall level of the disciples is average. All disciples of Lingwe Peak will be involved with Yin Yang Peak, Ximpin Peak, and Chihua Peak. Lingwe Peak not only actively participates in the dual cultivation of the top 3 peaks. Disciples from the top 3 peaks also naturally come to Lingwe Peak to seek prey not only for dual cultivation, but also for the sake of releasing desires. Xiao Hong explained one by one. During dual cultivation, it is always the lower realm that benefits greatly, as disciples from the top 3 peaks actively seek out Lingwe Peak disciples for dual cultivation. They definitely have other intentions. Ning Fan was rendered speechless by Xiao Hong's words. This is just. While Lingwe Peak does not have absurd dual cultivation rules, the peak itself is absurd enough. Joining Lingwe Peak means becoming the prey of the disciples from the top 3 main peaks. Now that Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao are both rumored to possess dual cultivation physiques, if they join Lingwe Peak, they would definitely become targets. With Yin Yang Peak, Ximpin Peak, Chihua Peak, and Lingwe Peak all unselectable, the only main peak left for Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao is Changming Peak. Ning Fan had little hope for the last main peak. Not only were the first 4 peaks uniformly absurd, but Changming Peak was also the last-ranked main peak in the Yin Yang Divine Sect, making the benefits of joining it the worst. Brother Xiao, what about the last main peak? Ning Fan asked as if he had nothing left to lose. Since Junior Brother Ning has asked about this, from my perspective, Changming Peak should be the final belonging for you. Xiao Hong suddenly became serious. Oh, Ning Fan also grew serious. Could it be that there is something special about Changming Peak? Even though our Yin Yang Divine Sect is based on dual cultivation, there is still a group of outliers, just like Junior Brother Ning, who have their own principles. These people gather in one place. That is Changming Peak. Similarly, due to the considerable principles held by the disciples of Changming Peak, dual cultivation is highly restricted, making the level of disciples the lowest. With the low level of disciples, Changming Peak's ranking is naturally the last. Junior Brother Ning, I advise you to think twice. Given your current situation, all main peaks within the Yin Yang Divine Sect are open for selection. Once you choose a main peak, it cannot be changed, and you will have to spend the next decade, or even several decades in that main peak. If the main peak offers no prospects. Xiao Hong paused here. The implication was clear. If one's aptitude is mediocre, one can only join the Lingwe Peak. In that case, it would suffice to follow one's heart and choose the Changming Peak. However, now all the main peaks are open for Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao to choose from. Choosing Changming Peak means giving up the abundant resources of Yin Yang Peak, which includes cultivation resources, priority in task assignments, and the sect's attention. Moreover, there are various other benefits. Compared to each other, the differences are not trivial. Senior Brother Xiao, if what you say is true, does that mean there is nothing worthwhile about Changming Peak? Not exactly, Xiao Hong pondered before responding. Changming Peak is built upon an ancient ruin. No, to be precise, it is established on an ancient ruin with many inscriptions visible to the world. No one knows what those inscriptions contain, but they may hold great legacies. Xiao Hong said this while raising his hand to dip into the tea before him. He then drew several symbols on the ground. Ning Fan stood up to take a look. It was completely incomprehensible, resembling random scribbles. Yet inexplicably, Ning Fan felt that these symbols seemed somewhat familiar. Wait a moment. Ning Fan seemed to have seen similar patterns, or perhaps characters, on Yi Honglian's clothes. Perhaps Yi Honglian knows what these patterns represent. Junior Brother Ning, think carefully. If there are no other matters, I will take my leave first and not disturb your contemplation. You still have plenty of time. Do not do anything you might regret. Seeing Ning Fan's expression, Xiao Hong also intended to take his leave. He stood up and spoke earnestly. Thank you for your explanation, senior brother. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao stood up to see him off. After sending off Xiao Hong, and by Ran, Ning Fan looked at Yun Qingyao. The choice of the peak was not solely Ning Fan's decision. Yun Qingyao was also involved. My dear, Ning Fan began to ask. Husband, no need to say more. I trust your decision. Yun Qingyao did not wait for Ning Fan to elaborate, raising both hands to hold her gaze filled with Upon hearing this, Ning Fan felt reassured in his heart. His choice. There was only one. The matter of peak selection was temporarily set aside, as there were still 3 days until the actual joining of a peak. During these 3 days, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao had nothing to do. For newly initiated disciples, the first few months, even up to half a year, are mostly idle, receiving allowances weekly. Then they engage in dual cultivation and practice. Those with family backgrounds enjoy certain privileges, while those without slowly advance their cultivation. Only when the next batch of disciples is recruited will this batch gradually come into contact with opportunities and begin to experience true combat. This serves as a buffer period for new disciples. Ning Fan chose to wander around. Although he had heard Xiao Hong's introduction to the 5 main peaks, some things are better understood through observation. It was not that he distrusted Xiao Hong. Ning Fan needed to rely on his own observations. Over the course of 2 days, Ning Fan observed the disciples at the foot of several main peaks, finding them generally consistent with what Xiao Hong described, particularly the Yinyang Peak and Lingyu Peak. Ning Fan even saw 2 pairs of unfamiliar Dao partners switching partners at the foot of the Yinyang Peak, which greatly shocked him. As for Lingyu Peak, it had a large number of disciples from various peaks gathering there. Clearly ranked 4th among the main peaks, the flow of people was comparable to, if not exceeding, the combined traffic of the other main peaks. As for Xinpin Peak and Xihua Peak, Ning Fan did not have the qualifications to enter the main peaks, hence he could not witness the registration and dual cultivation ceremony. But he believed what Xiao Hong said was not far from the truth. As for Changming Peak, it was desolate and gloomy. Ning Fan waited at the foot of the peak for a full half-hour before he finally saw a pair of Dao partners come and go. It was quite pitiful. During his observations of each main peak, Ning Fan gained some understanding of the overall structure of the Yinyang sect. These new disciples who had not chosen a peak could only be considered outer disciples. They had no access to many things and could only truly engage with the various rules of the Yinyang sect after joining a main peak. To give an extreme example, if a new disciple makes a mistake, they do not even qualify to go to the regret cliff. It's either expulsion or direct punishment by execution. Simple and straightforward. It's about what I expect. Ning Fan continued to observe at the foot of Changming Peak, preparing to leave. As he turned, he suddenly noticed a figure rushing towards him. At the same time, a startled cry rang out. Be careful. It was a voice as clear as a yellow oriole, mixed with a hint of panic and helplessness. The owner of the voice was a girl. She seemed startled by Ning Fan's sudden turn and stumbled towards his embrace, her demeanor somewhat flirtatious and delicate. The girl's beauty was extraordinary, just slightly inferior to Yun Qingyao, Yi Honglian, and Ling Su Xianzi, qualifying her as a top beauty. As the girl was about to crash into Ning Fan's arms, a hint of pride appeared in her eyes. But the next moment, Ning Fan swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the girl's tackle. Without any support, she fell directly to the ouch. A painful cry erupted, and the girl's previous delicateness, helplessness, and flirtatiousness transformed into embarrassment. That was close. Ning Fan raised his hand to smooth down his chest. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. As for the girl's state, let's not mention cultivators. Any normal person would not have any issues from that fall. Ning Fan simply stepped away, leaving the girl sitting on the ground staring wide-eyed. This person, is he out of his mind? Can't he even help her up? How could he dodge when a delicate girl like her was about to fall into his arms? What kind of heartless person is he? The girl sat on the ground, pouting with a face full of grievance as she watched Ning Fan's departing figure. Then a spark of determination ignited in her eyes. Ning Fan, right? Just you wait. I want to see how long it takes to win you over. Ning Fan did not pay attention to the little incident, just now making his way toward the new disciple quarters. The distance from the main peak to the new disciple quarters was not short. Unless he rushed, it would take several hours. Along the way, there were various landscapes. The Yinyang sect is such a large sect, and each area is extraordinarily beautiful. Splash! As Ning Fan was on his way, the sudden sound of someone falling into water broke the silence. He immediately looked over to see a figure plunging into the lake beside him. Help! A girl was struggling in the water, her pure white dress getting soaked. Ning Fan could even see her undergarments. Damn, that's huge! Ning Fan exclaimed. The girl raised an eyebrow at his words, thinking, humph, I thought Ning Fan would be harder to deal with. It was merely a slight ruse to showcase a bit of charm. This would make the man instantly infatuated. Jumping into the water, she dove into Ning Fan's embrace, like a swallow returning to its nest, naturally fulfilling her family's arrangements. Indeed, this girl was Zhao Qishuang, a disciple of the Zhao family, intended to smooth over relations with Ning Fan. However, the expected splash did not occur with Ning Fan. What a big splash. Such a great jump, ordinary people cannot create such a large splash. Ning Fan clapped his hands and sighed, the astonishment in his eyes genuine, as he was truly amazed by the size of the splash just now. The girl's petite body caused a splash in the lake that far exceeded normal proportions. It was astonishing. Zhao Qishuang laughed inwardly. This really big that Ning Fan mentioned wasn't about her size, but the splash, huh? Where exactly was his attention focused? Son, Zhao Qishuang called out to Ning Fan with a hint of grievance, while Ning Fan ignored her completely and continued walking once the water surface calmed. Save her. What a joke. Ning Fan had never heard of a martial artist drowning. As for Zhao Qishuang splashing about in the water, perhaps she was just playing around. Son. Ning Fan's figure grew increasingly distant, and Zhao Qishuang's cries gradually fell behind, becoming barely audible. Seeing Ning Fan truly leave, Zhao Qishuang finally stopped struggling and swam to the shore with a few quick strokes. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Ning Fan's back, puffing her cheeks and stamping her feet. Damn it. This is truly infuriating. That Ning Fan. Could he be a block of wood? No way. She must get her hands on Ning Fan. Thus, Ning Fan encountered numerous obstacles on his way back. It was either a girl being coerced into a marriage or a girl unconscious in the grass, her clothes disheveled. It was either a girl inviting him for a drink or a girl needing an antidote for a love poison. But without exception, Ning Fan chose to take a detour. The reason was simple. Ning Fan was a carefree man. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave dwelling, Ning Fan scratched his head in slight confusion, a strange expression rising in his heart. Had he encountered too many obstacles on this journey? He didn't know. Better hurry back to the cave. He still had to cultivate with his wife. Upon returning to the cave, Ning Fan saw an unfamiliar figure. Yun Qingyao was sitting opposite another girl. The two seemed to be chatting about something, emitting a series of silver bell-like laughter. Wife, who is this? Ning Fan approached and asked. When did Yun Qingyao make a friend? He was oblivious. Hubby. Yun Qingyao stood up, pulled Ning Fan to sit beside her, and faced the girl, smiling as she introduced. This junior sister is preparing to join the sect next time. We met by chance, and she is asking me for advice on related matters. Oh. Ning Fan nodded, sizing up the girl before him. Inexplicably, he felt she looked somewhat familiar, so haven't we met somewhere? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qishuang's mouth twitched momentarily. She had already prepared a response, waiting for Ning Fan to inquire. Unexpectedly, none of her previous actions had allowed Ning Fan to remember her. How unfair. No, I don't think so. Zhao Qishuang forced a smile. You are Qingyao's friend, thus my friend. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Ning Fan extended his hand. Zhao Qishuang tilted her head, a look of surprise appearing on her face. The previous setbacks were indeed genuine, but the current smoothness was also real. Unexpectedly starting from Yun Qingyao made it easy to draw closer to Ning Fan. Thank you, senior brother. Senior brother is truly kind to me, unlike the older brothers and sisters at home, who never take care of me. Zhao Qishuang spoke with a hint of grievance. Then your older brothers and sisters at home are truly worthless. Ning Fan nodded seriously. Zhao Qishuang. Why can't this Ning Fan hold a conversation? Honestly, Zhao Qishuang chatted intermittently with Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. Thanks to Yun Qingyao's presence, her relationship with Ning Fan had grown much closer. For now, they could at least converse. Ning senior brother, Yun senior sister, I have overstayed my welcome and will take my leave. Zhao Qishuang stood up. Let's call it a day for today. How too much can be as bad as too little. Yun Qingyao and Ning Fan escorted Zhao Qishuang to the entrance of the cave, who, just as she was about to leave, Ning Fan suddenly seemed to remember something. Miss, I haven't asked your name yet. Qishuang, Zhao Qishuang. Zhao Qishuang turned back, looking at Ning Fan. Ning Fan instantly frowned. Zhao. That's surname. Before Ning Fan could think too much, Zhao Qishuang had already stepped away, leaving only her back to Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. Zhao Qishuang walked towards Qianyang Cave. As she passed a secluded path, a figure silently appeared before her, blocking her way. Who? Is it the ancestor? Zhao Qishuang instinctively jolted upon recognizing the identity of the figure. She respectfully clasped her fists and deeply bowed. The person was none other than Zhao Qian, half the head of the Zhao family, the one in charge. How is it? Interacting with that Ning Fan. Zhao Qian had his back to Zhao Qishuang, and she could not see his expression at all. It's going well. There were some obstacles, but overall it's smooth. I've already told him my surname. He didn't show any particular rejection, so with some more contact, I should have a chance to win him over. Zhao Qishuang replied. No, it's not like that. Zhao Qian's aged voice resonated. Oh. Zhao Qishuang was momentarily stunned. What does not like that mean? Pursuing Ning Fan was her action. The situation was as it was. Oh, what did Zhao? It should be like this. That Ning Fan is arrogant and conceited, looking down on others. Upon hearing your Zhao family identity, he immediately turned hostile, arrogantly berating my Zhao family. And then he would take action against you. With a single strike he would eliminate you. Zhao Qian's aged voice carried no emotion, sounding exceptionally cold. As the last word fell, he slowly turned around. His gaze towards Zhao Qishuang was filled with indifference. In an instant, Zhao Qishuang understood the meaning behind Zhao Qian's words. Ancestor. Zhao Qishuang was about to speak when suddenly she felt a warmth on her face as she reached up to touch her cheek, only to find her palm covered in blood. Then a sharp pain radiated from her forehead. The next moment, thud, Zhao Qishuang fell straight to the ground, devoid of life. Great uncle. A voice sounded as Elder Zhou slowly stepped out of the shadows, glancing at Zhao Qishuang's cold body on the ground, his face showing no surprise. Boy, you know what to do, right? Zhao Qian lifted his aged eyelids and cast a glance at Zhao Bo. Understood. This is all Ning Fan's doing. Ning Fan is arrogant and conceited, killing the heroic orphan of my Zhao family, a crime unforgivable. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Elder Zhou's eyes. Hee. Didn't Zhao Wuqing's faction want the Zhao family to fade into obscurity? Now he wanted to see how the Zhao family would choose to remain in obscurity. Morning. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao woke up exceptionally early. Today was the day for their selection of peaks, and Ning Fan held 5 invitation letters in his hand. Let's go. Ning Fan took Yun Qingyou's small hand. The main peak he chose today might cause quite a stir, but all along Ning Fan had only one choice. Ning Fan stepped out of the cave. Outside, many new disciples had already gathered to watch. The commotion from 3 days ago was not insignificant, and everyone knew that Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao would be selecting their peaks today. Even though the peak selection of Yun Qingyao and Ning Fan had nothing to do with them, this rare spectacle of a century was something they had to see. Ning Fan walked towards the main peak with many new disciples following behind him, the number of trailing disciples increasing as Ning Fan progressed. It was a remarkable sight. Soon Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao arrived at a fork in the road where the 5 peaks of the Yin Yang sect lay in 5 different directions. At this time, many disciples were already waiting there. They were not new disciples, but came from the 5 peaks of the Yin Yang sect. Among them were several familiar faces. The talent scouts who had delivered the invitation letters were present, with the leader being the talent scout from the Yin Yang peak. Upon seeing Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao, the talent scout from the Yin Yang peak stepped forward slightly, lifting his head, a touch of arrogance appearing on his face as he extended his hand towards Ning Fan. Hand it over. Huh. Ning Fan was taken aback. The invitation letter. The talent scout from the Yin Yang peak frowned, an expression of displeasure crossing his face, and there was a hint of impatience in his demeanor. However, this impatience vanished upon seeing Yun Qingyou's beauty, replaced by a look of desire. Not bad, truly not bad. Previously I caught a glimpse and thought this woman was decent. Now upon closer inspection, she is indeed a beauty of unparalleled grace. As the words of the talent scout from the Yin Yang peak faded, the group of disciples behind him also let out strange laughs, their eyes brazenly roaming over Yun Qingyao. Hurry up. The gaze of the talent scout from the Yin Yang peak returned to Ning Fan, his expression becoming impatient again. Join our peak. Become a disciple of the Yin Yang peak, and then we can enjoy some dual cultivation together. I find your Dao partner quite agreeable. Let's have some fun with her. As he spoke, the talent scout from the Yin Yang peak even stepped forward, seemingly unable to contain himself, raising his hand to touch Yun Qingyou's cheek. At that moment, Ning Fan could no longer contain his anger. Get lost. With a furious shout, Ning Fan suddenly swung his fist, striking directly at the chest of the talent scout from the Yin Yang peak. The talent scout from the Yin Yang peak was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground. Silence. Quiet. No one expected Ning Fan to suddenly strike, sending the talent scout from the Yin Yang peak flying. Everyone stared in shock, unsure of how to respond. You laid hands on my Dao partner. My retaliation is merely a light punishment. Ning Fan looked coldly at the talent scout from the Yin. You laid hands on my Dao partner. My retaliation is merely a light punishment. Ning Fan looked coldly at the talent scout from the Yin Yang peak. In the Yin Yang sect, a Dao partner is considered the most precious resource, with mutually beneficial relationships between men and women. To act against a Dao partner in front of others, that is a provocation that could escalate into a fight to the death. Kid, you must not know our Yin Yang peak has rules. All disciples can engage in dual cultivation freely. Just wait. Once you join our Yin Yang peak, I will take good care of your Dao partner. I will make sure she never forgets it. The talent scout from the Yin Yang peak grinned menacingly. Indeed. Right now he was concerned about Ning Fan's Dao partner, but once Ning Fan joined the Yin Yang peak, he could do whatever he wanted with her. They simply assumed that Ning Fan, while casually selecting a peak, would certainly choose to join the first peak of the Yin Yang sect. With this statement, everyone present was taken aback. Indeed, Ning Fan had never stated that he intended to join the Yin-Yang peak. They simply assumed that Ning Fan, while casually selecting a peak, would certainly choose to join the first peak of the Yin-Yang sect, the Yin-Yang peak. But what they did not realize was that it was Ning Fan's choice. Junior brother Ning, choose our Xianpin peak. We will not force you, you can exchange Dao partners whenever you want. Our Qihua peak is also good. During the dual cultivation ceremony, we will conceal your identity, so you won't have to worry about who is who. Our Lingwei peak. Upon hearing that Ning Fan would not choose the Yin-Yang peak, the other peaks instantly felt they had a chance, each stepping forward to persuade Ning Fan. Faced with the crowd's persuasion, Ning Fan showed no sign of wavering. After all, he had already made his decision before coming. Ning Fan scanned the crowd, his gaze ultimately landing in a corner. Are you disciples of the Changming peak? The two in the corner were startled upon hearing Ning Fan's words, and it was the female disciple who elbowed her Dao partner that made the man snap back to reality. The man then stepped forward immediately. That's right, junior brother Ning, we are disciples of the Changming peak. If you join our Changming peak, join our Changming peak. The Changming peak disciple was about to start persuading, wanting to talk about the benefits of joining his peak, but the words stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. Because there were no benefits. The Changming peak, being the weakest among the Yin-Yang sect's main peaks, had the worst resources and treatment, with nothing commendable to offer. If one had to say something, joining the Changming peak could stimulate the disciples' subjective will and hone their character, as the saying goes, exert their muscles and bones, starve their bodies, so as to cultivate their hearts and strengthen what they cannot. But that Changming peak disciple still had some self-respect. He did not speak those words. No need for more words. Senior brother, I will join the Changming peak, Ning Fan said decisively. After speaking, he looked at Yun Xingyao beside him, who also returned his gaze with a confirming expression. Indeed, the Changming peak was their choice. What? Joining the Changming peak. You do realize that the Changming peak is the weakest main peak of the Yin-Yang sect, and that joining it will make future cultivation extremely perilous. Ignorant. Wasting talent. Voices erupted, and no one present could understand the choice Ning Fan made. Could it be that Ning Fan truly abandoned the more favorable treatment of other peaks for the sake of so-called loyalty? Ning Fan, if you don't choose our Yin-Yang peak, you will regret it. The talent scout from the Yin-Yang peak looked coldly at Ning Fan. Ning Fan's public choice of the Changming peak was undoubtedly a slap in their faces. You need not worry, senior brother. I have made my decision to join the Changming peak, Ning Fan said. Just as he was about to hand over the invitation letter to the disciple from Changming peak, a voice suddenly rang out melodiously from afar. Wait, this peak cannot be chosen like this. The gathered crowd looked around in confusion, wondering who dared to interrupt Ning Fan's selection at this moment. Just then their gazes were drawn to the sky, where a figure swept in from the horizon and landed before them in an instant. Greetings, Peak Master. Greetings, Ghost Peak Master. A series of respectful voices arose as the talent seekers and disciples from each peak bowed in reverence to the figure. The other new disciples, momentarily stunned, soon realized the identity of the visitor and followed suit with respectful bows. Ghost Tooth, Master of Yin-Yang Peak. The 5 main peaks are the foundation of the Yin-Yang divine sect, with nearly all disciples identifying as members of the 5 peaks during their journeys and cultivation. Thus, the identity of the peak master is far from insignificant. Especially Yin-Yang peak, the foremost peak of the Yin-Yang divine sect, whose status is comparable to that of the elders ranked lower, making it an existence that disciples cannot overreach. Greetings, Peak Master. Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao clasped their fists and bowed, for although they wished to join Yin-Yang peak, they certainly could not afford to offend a peak master. Kid, why did you not choose my Yin-Yang peak? Do you have any concerns? The Ghost Peak Master fixed his gaze on this Yin-Yang peak master had a somewhat unkempt appearance. He was completely bald on top, with only a fringe of gray hair around the edges. His eyes were particularly small and triangular, and as he stared at Ning Fan, a chilling pressure emanated from him. Apologies, esteemed Peak Master. I simply cannot accept the dual cultivation rules of Yin-Yang peak. The idea of casual dual cultivation is something my heart cannot reconcile with. Ning Fan said firmly. Hee ha ha. Upon hearing Ning Fan's answer, Ghost Tooth was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, as if he had heard an extremely amusing joke. Ning Fan frowned, greatly displeased by the Ghost Peak Master's almost mocking reaction, but he still suppressed his emotions. Kid Mini, share your thoughts, but do you know what it means to give up Yin-Yang peak for Changming peak? Let me give you a rough estimate. In 1 month, at least 1,000 spirit stones. If you perform excellently at my Yin-Yang peak, this number could further increase, potentially reaching 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones. Ghost Tooth raised 3 fingers, his eyes playfully looking at Ning Fan. The treatment of Yin-Yang Peak disciples surpasses that of the other peaks, and when it comes to selecting sect tasks, Yin-Yang Peak disciples also have advantages. Adding to that is the concentration of spiritual energy at the main peak. Calculating for a month, a Yin-Yang Peak disciple receives an equivalent of 1,000 spirit stones more in cultivation resources than a Chongming Peak disciple. If one performs exceptionally and receives extra rewards from the main peak, this number will increase further. The amount of cultivation resources rewarded to Yin-Yang Peak and Chongming Peak disciples can never be the same. Ning Fan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Even though he had considered the matter beforehand, he couldn't help but be astonished at the disparity of cultivation resources equivalent to 1,000 to 3,000 spirit stones per month. The difference between the first and fifth peaks was indeed vast. However, even with such a disparity, Ning Fan would not choose Yin-Yang Peak. Apologies, esteemed Peak Master. I will still choose Chongming Peak. The idea of letting my partner engage in dual cultivation with others is something I absolutely cannot accept. Ning Fan's voice was resolute. Many present couldn't help but sigh, realizing that after knowing the difference between the first and fifth peaks, Ning Fan still chose Chongming Peak. They were unsure whether to label Ning Fan as foolish or principled. What they did not know was that Ning Fan had already set his sights on the ancient ruins of Chongming Peak. Of course, more so they felt jealousy. The selection of the 5 peaks that Ning Fan faced was an achievement that the others present could never hope to attain in their lifetime. Surprisingly, even after Ning Fan's refusal, there was no sign of anger on Ghost Tooth's face, as if he had already anticipated Ning Fan's response, and he shook his head helplessly. I have seen too many disciples like you, but most meet a tragic end. Let alone whether your partner is equal. I ask you one question. Can you forever maintain your partner's loyalty? Loyalty once lost loses all meaning. If you are still at Chongming Peak, you cannot leave. That could mean 10 years, decades of torment. Loyalty losing both cultivation resources. Ghost Tooth said with a faint smile. In truth, the majority of disciples possess normal values, but why do most ultimately choose to join the top 4 peaks? Ghost Tooth's words were in fact decisive. Virtue of fidelity. Losing it once is no different than losing it 10 or 100 times. If one chooses to protect their partner's virtue, it means they cannot allow their partner to lose their virtue even once. Let alone the issue of their partner's loyalty, who can guarantee that while navigating the sect, they will never encounter someone more powerful or with greater background targeting their partner. If one were to join Chongming Peak with a single-minded determination and then fail to protect their partner's virtue, it would truly be as Ghost Tooth said, both wealth and virtue lost. Under the premise of losing both wealth and virtue, the vast majority of martial artists would simply choose to abandon the issue of virtue and directly opt for the peaks ranked higher. This way they could at least ensure their cultivation resources and the dual cultivation rules of each peak are not biased. Both partners can indulge in dual cultivation within the rules, right? Strictly speaking, no one. After finishing this statement, Ghost Tooth gazed at Ning Fan with a smirk, believing that Ning Fan simply had not thought through the pros and cons. With a little persuasion, he could easily lead him to switch to Yin-Yang Peak. Esteemed Peak Master. Ning Fan looked at Ghost Tooth, seriously clasping his fists and bowing. What you said is perfectly understood by the disciples. Protecting a partner's virtue must be done forever, and it is extremely difficult. One may encounter immense trouble at any time. On this point, I have already had some experience. During a fortunate encounter, I encountered Ji Wuxi and others who coveted the dual cultivation physique of Yun Xingyao and me, wanting to play together. In the future, others will certainly have the same thoughts. But that is not a reason to fall. Cultivation is inherently a journey against the current. If one gives up simply because of difficulties ahead, then, as a martial artist, they have already failed. Ning Fan declared with conviction, each word pronounced clearly. The road ahead is perilous. I, Ning Fan, can carve out a path. Husband. Yun Xingyao, standing beside Ning Fan, took his hand, her face also displaying determination. No matter what, Xingyao will accompany you. This time. Ghost Tooth's expression suddenly darkened. Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao were truly stubborn. Good, good, good. Ghost Tooth repeated good 3 times, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Since that's the case, don't blame this Peak Master for exercising his privileges. You too. I, the Peak Master of Yin-Yang Peak, Ghost Tooth, will execute the rules for disciples to seize each other. The Peak Master's privilege, disciple seizure. Ning Fan murmured to himself, a flicker of astonishment flashing across his eyes, even as an unsettling premonition slowly stirred within his heart. No further explanation was needed. The very name of this privilege revealed its nature. How many decades has it been since a Peak Master last invoked the disciple seizure privilege? A voice rang out. In the next instant, several figures descended from the heavens and landed among the crowd. Upon seeing these sudden arrivals, the disciples bowed deeply in salutation. Greetings, Peak Masters. Indeed. These four figures who had appeared without warning were none other than the masters of the other four primary peaks. Unimaginable. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao had not only provoked the Yinyang Peak Master into exercising the Peak Master's privilege, but had drawn all four other Peak Masters to attend in person. Young man, you are exceptional. A voice sounded. Ning Fan turned to see a middle-aged woman praising him, her hair coiled into an elegant cloud bun clad in a flowing white gauzy gown. Every gesture exuded a gentle, serene grace. She was the master of Changming Peak. She had overheard Ning Fan's debate with Gue Yaji moments earlier. Every insight he voiced resonated perfectly with the founding principles of Changming Peak. Greetings, esteemed Peak Masters. Ning Fan clasped his fists and bowed deeply before them, his gaze lingering longest upon the master of Changming Peak. Esteemed Master, I willingly wish to join Changming Peak. At these words, the master of Changming Peak slowly shook her head. Changming Peak gladly welcomes you, but at this moment your assignment is not mine to decide. Should you succeed in the disciple seizure trial, Changming Peak shall reserve a place for you. Ning Fan fell speechless. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a choice of Peak? Yet in the end he held no authority over the outcome. Then what exactly was there to choose? The so-called Peak Master's privilege, disciple seizure, is a right granted by the sect to the higher-ranked primary peaks instituted to foster the greater prosperity of the Yinyang divine sect. Some disciples make misguided choices, joining ill-suited peaks, and thereby squander their innate talent, a grave loss to our sect. Thus top-ranked peaks may seize exceptionally gifted disciples. Believe me, young man, you will one day thank me for this. Gue Yaji fixed Ning Fan with a profound gaze. Impossible. I will never join Yinyang Peak. Ning Fan declared resolutely. He would absolutely refuse to join the peak whose main summit was lined with humble cottages. The disciple seizure does not entirely override a disciple's will. Should a disciple prove, even without the support of a top-tier peak, that his or her innate talent alone suffices to advance swiftly along the cultivation path, then full autonomy in peak selection shall be granted. The master of Changming Peak spoke calmly. Haha. Upon hearing this, a mocking smile flickered across Gue Yaji's face. Since the founding of the Yinyang divine sect, 23 disciple seizures have occurred, yet not a single disciple has ever cleared all 3 trials. Ning Fan, one final time. I ask you, do you still cling stubbornly to your choice of Changming Peak? Should you persist, I shall enforce the disciple seizure privilege. You must clear 3 successive trials to prove your aptitude. Succeed, and you join Changming Peak. Fail, and you become a disciple of Yinyang Peak. Since the sect's founding, not one of the 23 disciple seizures has yielded a single triumphant disciple, testament to the trial's unforgiving rigor. I have no alternative. Ning Fan clasped his fists and bowed once more. Excellent. Gue Yaji locked eyes with him, unwavering. The onlookers watched Ning Fan with amused anticipation. Most present, like him, had never even heard of the disciple seizure, and all now leaned forward, eager to witness its true nature. What extraordinary feat might Ning Fan, who possessed such peerless talent that he could freely select among the 5 peaks, accomplish in the disciple seizure? Bring forth the spirit-testing jade spheres. Gue Yaji swept his hand outward. Instantly a disciple presented 2 jade spheres before Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. Recognizing them instantly, Ning Fan understood their purpose. First trial of the disciple seizure, innate aptitude. The disciple must demonstrate that even under conditions of scarce cultivation resources, his or her advancement remains unimpeded. From the moment the trial commences, the disciple must ascend 2 cultivation realms within 3 days, and simultaneously elevate his or her core cultivation art by 1 tier. Failure in either task results in disqualification. Gue Yaji declared the terms. HSSSS. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd upon hearing the stipulations. The conditions were staggering: ascending 2 realms in 3 days, and elevating one's core art would strain even those lavishly supplied with resources. Worse still, during the disciple seizure, the candidate officially belongs to no peak and receives no peak support. That meant Ning Fan must progress from Xuanji Realm Level 1 to Xuanji Realm Level 3, using only Class A Tier 1 resources. This single requirement alone would shatter the resolve of ordinary disciples. And then there was the cultivation art, the refinement of which defied simple measurement. Each art demanded unique breakthrough conditions. Comparatively, however, advancing one's art remained slightly less daunting than realm ascension. Yet even this easier task proved near impossible within 3 days, let alone accomplishing both simultaneously. Ning Fan's eyes widened. Had the other peak masters not remained silent, he would have suspected Gue Yaji of deliberate provocation. Haha. To evade the disciple seizure, you must prove you can soar unaided, even without the backing of a supreme peak. This trial is precisely such proof. Of course, You may surrender now and become a disciple of Inyang Peak. Gue Yaji observed him with quiet amusement. I wish to attempt it. Ning Fan clenched his teeth. No matter what he would try. 3 days. Ascending 2 realms seemed impossible, yet given Ning Fan's unparalleled speed of advancement, a sliver of hope remained. After all, he had surged from Huangji Realm Level 8 to Xuanji Realm in merely 2 days, a leap of immense magnitude. Yet another complication loomed, his cultivation art. Ning Fan dared not allow the sect to examine his Tianxian Heart Sutra, an art shrouded in profound mystery. Its origins he could never explain. My realm progression poses no issue, but I currently master no cultivation art. Ning Fan ventured cautiously. No matter. I shall grant you 3 yellow rank arts. You need only master 1 to pass. Gue Yaji gestured lightly. Instantly a disciple delivered 3 manuals of yellow rank cultivation arts. With no recourse, Ning Fan accepted them silently. Record both disciples' current realms. Gue Yaji signaled again. Immediately the spirit-testing jade spheres were presented before Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. After testing, their realms were formally recorded. Xuanji Realm, Level 1. Upon verifying both disciples' realms, Gue Yaji's expression deepened with even greater intrigue. Both Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao stood at the very beginning of Xuanji Realm Level 1, meaning they must each complete 2 full realm ascensions. Originally, the 2 realms clause was designed to guarantee at least 1 complete ascent. It was simple. A cultivator at Xuanji Realm Level 1's late or peak stage could effortlessly ascend to Level 2. Under the rules, such a disciple would only need to complete the full ascent from Level 2 to Level 3. The first stage leap would count as incidental. A disciple at mid-stage would effectively need to ascend only and a half realms. But Ning Fan and Yun, both newly arrived at Xuanji Realm Level 1's earliest phase, must therefore accomplish 2 complete uninterrupted realm ascensions. A trial already formidable had now become nearly insurmountable. How arduous! Merely the first trial is so grueling it is hard to imagine how terrifying the subsequent trials will be. Then again, it makes sense to succeed in the disciple seizing contest. One must prove they can surge forward in cultivation without the backing of a top-tier main peak. It ought to be this difficult. Murmurs rippled around. None present held any optimism about Ning Fan clearing the trials. The disciple understands. Ning Fan cupped his hands. The disciple seizing challenge is difficult to pass, is it? Today Ning Fan truly intends to attempt it. Not merely to evade Inyang Peak, but to test himself. In half a day the tale spread. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao declined Inyang Peak in favor of Changming Peak, only to be seized by the master of Inyang Peak. The rumors of the trial's extraordinary difficulty spread throughout the Inyang sect like wildfire. 3 days to break 2 minor realms and to master a yellow-grade cultivation technique, by any reckoning nearly impossible. Some disciples of Inyang sect even organized wagers on whether Ning Fan could pass all 3 trials. Naturally, the betting markets were far more intricate than a simple pass or fail. They were exceedingly elaborate separate bets for passing 1 trial, 2 trials, all 3, for completing 2 realm breakthroughs, for mastering a yellow-grade technique. Each outcome carried its own market. Anyone could place a wager. The most outrageous market, Ning Fan passing every trial, saw odds balloon to 1 to 1,000. A single spirit stone staked on him would return a full 1,000 spirit stones, an astronomical 1,000-fold payout. Even so, every disciple who bet staked against him. Since its founding, the Inyang sect's peak master-initiated disciple seizures had never failed in more than 20 attempts, a record not to be dismissed. One must remember, anyone who drew the peak master's attention to the point of initiating a disciple seizure was without exception a prodigy of astounding talent. A little inquiry revealed how extraordinary those people were. None had succeeded. Ning Fan succeed. Even the most conservative odds for Ning Fan to master a yellow-grade method stood at only 1 to 4. 1 spirit stone wagered would yield 4 if he succeeded. The news naturally reached Ning Fan. He sat upright in his cave dwelling, clicking his tongue and murmuring, I thought this would be a simple peak selection. Oh, I never expected such a commotion. The entire sect is consumed. Still, it gives me an opportunity. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. His cultivation resources were meager, at most equivalent to 1,000 spirit stones. Tomorrow he would receive the A-grade first place stipend, 100 spirit stones plus 10 Kigathring pills. 10 such pills barely equated to 50 spirit stones, so tomorrow Ning Fan's total assets would amount to 1150 spirit stones. Silver coins were not counted. Silver is hardly used to purchase cultivation supplies. It is reserved for mundane goods such as food and clothing. Fortunately, there has been no dual cultivation these days. Without cultivation resources equivalent to 1150 spirit stones, attempting to pass the first trial would be pure folly. Ning Fan rubbed his chin in relief. Though he now possessed only 1150 spirit stones, who could say what he might hold after tomorrow? The remaining question was the technique. Could he disguise the Tianxian Heart Sutra as if he had already mastered a yellow-grade method? If so, he could slip through the trial. He must ask Yi Honglian. My dear, come. Ning Fan lay on the bed and beckoned to Yun Qingyao, who obediently came and reached to untie the silk sash at her waist. The diaphanous gown slipped away, her pale skin bared before Ning Fan. Before Yun Qingyao could continue disrobing, Ning Fan suddenly raised a hand and halted her. Wait, no dual cultivation now. Oh, Yun Qingyao replied, and then laid down beside Ning Fan. They were so close he could see her eyelashes. After a long moment, Yun Qingyao was still the same. Ning Fan slapped his forehead and cursed inward. Damn. He wanted to ask Yi Honglian about the technique, but if he did not dual cultivate, Yi Honglian would not appear. So he had to dual cultivate. 4 Ning Fan spirit stones had other necessities. He could not afford to squander cultivation resources on dual cultivation. Dual cultivation without using expendable resources yielded only modest improvement. But there was no choice. He had to cultivate. Come. Ning Fan drew Yun Qingyao into his arms. At first their embrace was tender, then they fell into fervent entwining, and after a time a brilliant white light flared. As expected, Yi Honglian appeared. Fairy sister, Ning Fan called. HM. HM. Yi Honglian had relaxed because of the familiar surroundings. Previously it had been in water, the time before in a cave. A bed was not so strange. But the next moment, she sensed there was no spiritual energy in the vicinity, not even much mingling of their spiritual forces. It did not feel like cultivation at all. It felt more like simply engaging in that act. You little lecher. Why do you not employ celestial treasures to assist cultivation? Are you merely trying to bed me? Yi Honglian asked angrily. If it were truly for cultivation, being compelled to couple with Ning Fan could be forgiven. After all, she would gain something. But to be used purely for carnal pleasure, Yi Honglian could not accept that. No, no, no. Fairy sister, you misunderstand. I do not mean to. Ning Fan waved his hands frantically. HM. You do not mean to. Before Ning Fan could speak, Yi Honglian's voice rose with fury. She was the sacred maiden of Tianxian Sanctuary, and many men coveted her. This man had accidentally taken her, and now claimed he did not want her. Ning Fan's face darkened. Damned if he did, damned if he did not. Might as well die, he thought. Fairy sister, please listen. It's like this. Ning Fan winced and related the whole matter to Yi Honglian. Wah! What? Filthy base file. What a depraved sect. Exterminate them all, annihilate. Yi Honglian spoke in fury. An accidental dual cultivation with Ning Fan might be tolerated, but if in the future she were to be dual cultivated by many men, even several in a day, truly better to die than endure that. This. As Yi Honglian raged, Ning Fan suddenly drew a cold breath. The inhalation drew her attention. She saw his face pale as paper. FAI. Fairy sister, I told you, during dual cultivation, do not allow great emotional upheaval. It hurts, it hurts. Hearing Ning Fan's words, Yi Honglian instantly realized what had just occurred. Her lovely face flushed crimson, and she muttered a coquettish rebuke under her breath. You little lecher. Yi Honglian took a deep breath, seemingly trying to forcibly shatter the shyness within her heart. She mustered a confident or perhaps arrogant demeanor. I don't know if you've heard, but there is an ancient saying in my hometown. If you don't have a diamond, don't take on pottery work. You little lecher, I see you lack a diamond. Yi Honglian teased, yet her heart was bleeding with shame. How could the esteemed saintess of the Tianxian sacred land utter such reckless words? Hearing this, Ning Fan felt a surge of defiance within. A man cannot be deemed inadequate. Sister Fairy, don't you already know if I possess a diamond? Today we shall see if you have a diamond. Ning Fan grew serious. After a while, Yi Honglian leaned her arm against Ning Fan's shoulder, her voice soft and yielding as she admitted defeat. Wait. Can we talk about serious matters? Ning Fan wished to keep things from escalating too far. If Yi Honglian were to go elsewhere, it would be a waste of time. The serious matter is there a way to disguise the Tianxian Heart Sutra as a yellow-grade martial art, allowing me to pass unnoticed? Ning Fan asked, breathing heavily. Why disguise it? If you can elevate the Tianxian Heart Sutra to the second level, you can assimilate and integrate it with another martial art. Just absorb and integrate one of the 3 martial arts, and it will suffice. Yi Honglian spoke. Ning Fan was taken aback. Assimilate and integrate. The Tianxian Heart Sutra has such an effect. Of course, the Tianxian Heart Sutra is a closely guarded secret of our Tianxian sacred land. Starting from the second level, each elevation allows the absorption of a martial art. Transform that martial art for your own use. Yi Honglian spoke with a hint of pride. How can a brat like you elevate the Tianxian Heart Sutra to the second level? Ning Fan's eyes lit up. You must achieve the harmony of yin and yang. Both rootless grass and floating water are indispensable. Once you gather both and practice over time, the breakthrough can be achieved. Ning Fan was slightly stunned upon hearing this. He had heard of rootless grass and floating water, Both were extremely rare treasures, with rootless grass being a heavenly grade treasure. Where would Ning Fan find them? Before he could collect his thoughts, Honglian withdrew her hand from Ning Fan's back, revealing a pitch-black celestial herb and a drop of water before him. Is this? Ning Fan's expression changed drastically. Honglian suddenly let out a melodious sound like a yellow oriole. Her face flushed as she glanced at Ning Fan with a hint of sorrow. Ning Fan awkwardly scratched his head. He had just told Honglian not to get too excited, but now he found himself unable to control his own emotions. But this wasn't Ning Fan's fault. The sight of a heavenly grade rootless grass and a heavenly grade floating water was astonishing beyond measure. Sister Fairy, this thing is very precious, isn't it? Ning Fan did not reach for it. I assure you the two of us are indeed far apart. The rootless grass and floating water where I come from are not considered valuable. Honglian's eyes sparkled with joy as she finally unraveled some mysteries of the strange ancient jade. She indeed had been transported to a distant place. Not precious. Ning Fan was taken aback. Even if they were not precious, being recognized as heavenly grade and earthly grade treasures indicated their extraordinary nature. There are countless rare items in this world, most of which go unnoticed. If rootless grass and floating water didn't have sufficient value, how could they be classified as heavenly grade and earthly grade? Rootless grass and floating water are not the sort of universal treasures for body tempering or realm elevation. Their value lies in their contained yin and yang powers. If yin and yang powers are needed, then rootless grass and floating water become exceptionally important. But if not needed, one would not bother to pick them up by the roadside. Honglian explained. After saying this, Honglian thought for a moment. If rootless grass and floating water became rare around the Tianxian sacred land, their value would surely skyrocket, as many martial arts and techniques require the balance of yin and yang. First, elevate the Tianxian Heart Sutra to the second level. Little lecher, you must pass the 3 trials. Do you understand? Honglian said seriously. Whether Ning Fan completed the 3 trials related directly to Honglian's future cultivation. Honglian would spare no effort to assist Ning Fan in passing. Yes, Ning Fan nodded. Without Honglian's reminder, he would strive with all his might to complete. Honglian crushed the rootless grass and floating water, merging the 2 forces into a black and white Tai Chi diagram, which fused into Ning Fan's body. Honglian was already satisfied with the prerequisite for the Tianxian Heart Sutra breakthrough. At this moment, she began to cultivate the Tianxian Heart Sutra. Countless insights flooded into Ning Fan's mind as Honglian's cultivation experience was shared with him without reservation. In an instant, the yin and yang powers from the rootless grass and floating water reached harmony within Ning Fan, allowing the Tianxian Heart Sutra to achieve a breakthrough. Tianxian Heart Sutra 2nd level. What originally required careful cultivation was unexpectedly completed in an instant due to dual cultivation. Of course, this was also because Honglian's realm far surpassed Ning Fan's, and he reaped far greater benefits from the dual cultivation. A flash of white light. Honglian's figure vanished, and Yun Qingyao returned while Ning Fan remained immersed in his cultivation, sensing the changes in the Tianxian Heart Sutra. It took several hours for Ning Fan to finally open his eyes. He felt that the Tianxian Heart Sutra had undergone earth-shattering changes, with the spiritual power circulating through his meridians containing a profound emptiness, as if it could accommodate another martial art. Ning Fan flipped his palm, revealing 3 martial arts in his hand. Cold Water Technique, Flame Meditation Technique, Sleepy Wood Heart Sutra, 2 yellow-grade intermediate martial arts, and 1 yellow-grade superior martial art. Flame Meditation Technique was indeed that yellow-grade superior martial art. Ning Fan perused the martial arts cultivation texts. The next moment, he began to cultivate the Flame Meditation Technique. What had once been obscure and complex now felt easy to Ning Fan. This was not due to his extraordinary talent, but rather because the Flame Meditation Technique was simply too low in grade. A wave of flames surged from his palm, which were not true flames, but highly condensed fire attributes spiritual power. Spread his hand. A wave of flames surged from his palm, which were not true flames, but highly condensed fire attributes spiritual power. This Tianxian Heart Sutra is truly marvelous, Ning Fan murmured to himself. At this moment, he felt 2 different martial arts within him. Under normal circumstances, the martial art in Ning Fan's body remained the Tianxian Heart Sutra. However, he could simulate the Flame Meditation Technique through the Tianxian Heart Sutra, and at this moment the grade of the Flame Meditation Technique was determined by the Tianxian Heart Sutra. From the 2nd level onward, the Tianxian Heart Sutra could devour and merge with a new martial art. Did this not mean that Ning Fan could master multiple martial arts? Martial arts each possess unique characteristics. Having various martial arts would greatly benefit him in his future travels. It's time to take the next step. Ning Fan murmured to himself. At the same time, in a certain location of the yin-yang divine sect, the immortal Ling Su held an ancient jade in her hand, her eyes shining with a fiery light as the mysterious ancient jade emanated a stream of heat. Ling Su sensed a mysterious call from within. She had a premonition that if she responded to the call, she would gain an unexpected and tremendous opportunity, yet she still managed to suppress her excitement. No, it's not the time yet. Ling Su put the ancient jade back into her bosom, her expression returning to calmness. I'll wait a bit longer. I'll use this ancient jade at the moment of breaking through, maximizing its potential. I've already waited for so long. I don't mind waiting a little longer. After leaving the cave, Ning Fan immediately headed to the location where the gambling event was set up, which was located in one of the most densely populated areas of the yin-yang divine sect, the Fan Building. The Fan Building was a place for the disciples of the yin-yang divine sect to interact on ordinary days, selling some food. If one was willing to spend spirit stones, they could also buy spiritual meals made from heavenly materials and demon cores. Consuming these spiritual meals could elevate one's realm, though not as efficiently as normal cultivation. Only the highest standard banquets would use spiritual meals to flaunt their prestige. As soon as Ning Fan arrived, he immediately saw several stalls set up outside the Fan Building with long lines of disciples shouting enthusiastically. It was extremely lively. Without needing to get closer, Ning Fan could hear words related to him clearly indicating that this was the place for the gambling event. Ning Fan exerted all his strength and finally squeezed to the front. He raised his hand and heavily slammed a storage ring onto the table. I place my bet. I bet that I can master a yellow level technique in the first round, and the stake is all the resources inside here, equivalent to 1150 spirit stones worth of cultivation resources. Ning Fan spoke. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze toward him. The equivalent of 1150 spirit stones worth of cultivation resources was no small sum. The monthly stipend of a newly entered disciple was roughly this amount. Placing such a large sum of resources on Ning Fan was quite rare. Moreover, the reference to Ning Fan was significant. You are Ning Fan. The disciple responsible for calculating the bets raised his gaze, looking at Ning Fan with a hint of surprise, as many had placed bets because of him, and now they were seeing him in person. There was a sense of peculiarity. That's right, record my bet. Ning Fan crossed his arms. Sorry, I cannot accept your bet. The disciple responsible for calculating the bets shook his head slowly, directly rejecting Ning Fan's wager. Why not? Ning Fan was stunned, feeling quite puzzled. Because you are a party involved in the gamble, and parties involved cannot place bets. Isn't that common sense? If you personally lose and admit defeat, wouldn't that be a guaranteed profit? The disciple calculating the bets rolled his eyes. Ning Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. It sounded reasonable, yet it wasn't entirely true. Ning Fan was betting on his own success. Of course, Ning Fan already knew whether he would succeed, but that success was achieved through his own ability and could not be considered speculating. Is it not acceptable for me to bet on myself winning? Ning Fan spoke. No, that's the rule. The disciple responsible for calculating the bets replied. Fine. Ning Fan gritted his teeth, his eyes spinning, and then an idea struck him. Let me ask, how much has been wagered since the start of the gambling event? It's estimated to be worth at least several tens of millions of spirit stones in cultivation resources. A disciple standing next to Ning Fan spoke. The new talent, the selection of the peak, and the disciples fighting for resources. All these three factors gathered together, combined with the fact that the yin-yang divine sect rarely had much excitement to watch. Almost all disciples were placing bets in the gambling event, including many high-ranking sect members, and even if I'm not allowed to bet, then don't blame Ning for flipping the table. Ning Fan said loudly, and immediately all eyes turned to him, feeling a slight hesitation towards his words. What does it mean to flip the table? If I am not allowed to bet, I will immediately go to Yin-Yang Peak and tell the Peak Master that I give up on fighting for the disciples and directly join Yin-Yang Peak. Ning Fan spoke. At first glance, the crowd did not think there was anything wrong with Ning Fan's actions, but as a voice rang out, everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. If you give up on the challenge, does that count as a success or a failure? The crowd. This is a question. It definitely counts as a failure. No failure refers to the 3-day period being up, and Ning Fan has not broken through 2 levels or mastered the yellow level technique. Giving up on the challenge indicates that he is willing to join Yin-Yang Peak, and he hasn't even attempted the challenge, so how can that be considered a failure? Even if it's a failure, giving up isn't still a failure. It definitely doesn't count. The debate about whether giving up counts as a failure instantly swept through the entire outside of the Fan Building, with everyone arguing continuously. In fact, normally speaking, if Ning Fan gave up, it would be reasonable to consider it a failure in the challenge. The problem is that there was no clear definition regarding this point before the gambling event commenced. Without a clear definition, there is room for argument. Moreover, from the perspective of the first round regarding giving up the challenge, it makes sense to consider it a failure, but what about the second and third rounds? Failing the first round means failing the subsequent 2 rounds naturally, but giving up the first round makes it unreasonable to consider the second and third rounds a failure. The fairest method would be to declare a stalemate. However, Ning Fan had just looked at the rules, and in this gambling event the house does not participate in the bets, but instead takes a cut. Each side of the bet wins the opponent's cultivation resources. The house takes 5 of the total amount bet. If it results in a stalemate, then the stakes must be fully refunded, which means the house cannot take that 5. How much is 5? Taking the equivalent of 10 million spirit stones in cultivation resources, as an example 5, would be 5 spirit stones. 500,000. If Ning Fan admits defeat, it could indeed be seen as flipping the table. No matter what, the gambling event would be difficult to proceed smoothly. Realizing this, the many disciples below the fan building began to argue. The already noisy fan building became exceptionally chaotic, with many disciples showing signs of physical confrontation due to disagreements. In an instant, all the disciples responsible for recording the bets were sweating profusely, flustered, and at a loss, especially the disciple who had just rejected Ning Fan. What should be done? Ning Fan truly had the ability to flip the gambling table. Stop! Who was causing a ruckus? Suddenly a voice rang out clear and distinct despite its softness, catching everyone's attention as they turned to the source of the sound. They saw a man slightly older than Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao slowly approaching. This man was dressed in elegant attire, exuding an air of refinement. It's young Master Zheng, the top disciple of Yin Peak from previous generations, rumored to have already left the main peak to travel the outside world in the name of the sect. This young Master Zheng was also a former top genius, overshadowing the presence of many disciples. It's just a difference in philosophy. Ning Fan shrugged, showing no signs of timidity in front of the former chief disciple of the Yin Peak, Master Zheng. Do you want to place a bet? That's right, I bet on being able to learn and master a yellow-grade martial art in the first round. Ning Fan spoke decisively. Fair enough. Bet on your own victory. If you truly can win the wager, it proves your own capability. However, I must first confirm that you do not currently grasp that martial art. I recall that the master selected 3 yellow-grade martial arts for you: Cold Water Technique, Blazing Flame Technique, and Sleeping Wood Heart Sutra. All 3 of these yellow-grade martial arts have distinct characteristics and will change the properties of the martial artist's internal spiritual energy upon mastering them. From attributeless spiritual energy into energy containing water, fire, and wood attributes. This cannot be hidden or disguised. Come on, show me your spiritual energy. Master Zheng stared intently at Ning Fan. Without saying a word, Ning Fan immediately mobilized the spiritual energy within him, causing a surge of powerful energy to spread around him, lifting a layer of dust. His spiritual energy would not be an issue. Ning Fan only mastered the Tian Xian Heart Sutra, and the Blazing Flame Technique was simulated through it. As long as Ning Fan didn't actively simulate the Blazing Flame Technique, just now his energy remained attributeless. Not bad. A first-layer martial artist in the Xuanji realm possesses such spiritual energy, which is indeed exceptional talent, pure energy, without any traces of the 5 elements. You have not mastered any of those 3 martial arts, and learning a yellow-grade martial art within 3 days is no simple task. The wager is fair and can be established. Master Zheng nodded. Record it. Ah, yes. The disciple responsible for recording the bet was already sweating profusely. With Master Zheng stabilizing the situation and making a decision, he quickly accepted the storage ring that Ning Fan had just passed him, confirming the quantity of training resources within. He registered Ning Fan's bet. Ning Fan 1150 spirit stones, betting that he could comprehend a yellow-grade combat martial art within 3 days. The disciple responsible for recording the bet put down his pen and spoke. Ning Fan noticed his wager was recorded accurately, and a slight smile crept across his lips. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, Ning Fan spoke again. Close the betting, prepare for settlement. Huh? What? Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, not only did the disciple responsible for recording the bet frown, but Master Zheng also slightly furrowed his brow. Ning Fan is a party to the wager. Your bet is inherently unreasonable. I have already made an exception to allow you to bet, but what are you doing now? Master Zheng frowned. Initially he thought there was some merit to Ning Fan, but now it seemed that this genius who stirred waves in the Yin divine sect might just be a troublemaker. Close the betting, we can settle now. I have mastered the Blazing Flame Technique, and am ready for the settlement of this. Ning Fan spoke in a calm voice. Ha ha ha. Master Zheng suddenly burst into laughter, then reined in his laughter, fixing a cold gaze on Ning Fan, responding with just 5 simple words. Go back and cultivate. Having said that, Master Zheng turned to leave, uninterested in lingering on Ning Fan any longer. However, in the next moment, Ning Fan flipped his palm and took out the Blazing Flame Technique cultivation manual from his storage ring, directly sitting cross-legged on the spot. What is this? Cultivating on the spot. Off. A chorus of astonished voices erupted as no one expected Ning Fan to act this way. After a brief moment of shock, ridicule, and sighs soon followed. Hee. What is this person doing? Even if yellow-grade martial arts are easy to cultivate, it normally takes quite a bit of time. With a martial art that doesn't fit oneself, it could take a week, and even with innate compatibility, it would take around 3 days to master. What does cultivating on the spot mean? Ha. Under the mocking voices of the crowd, Ning Fan flipped through the entire blazing flame technique cultivation manual from start to finish. Then he stood up, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the crowd. Are you thinking of leaving because you feel you cannot cultivate? What a joke. This is truly a top genius who has received invitations from the 5 main peaks, yet why do I see him having a few screws loose? Talent is indeed important, but one must also consider whether the talented individuals have normal intelligence. Don't let him be an idiot, aha. The mocking voices grew louder. If Ning Fan's act of cultivating on the spot was amusing to a degree of 5 out of 10, then the humor of him flipping through the blazing flame technique cultivation manual and then getting up would register a full 10. Ning Fan's actions truly added a touch of amusement to the disciples' otherwise dull cultivation lives. However, in front of everyone, Ning Fan slowly extended his hand. The Tian Xian Heart Sutra revolved wildly around him, with spiritual energy roaring within him like a river, a surge of heat coalescing in his palm. Whoosh! A cluster of flames erupted from the palm of Ning Fan, illuminating the surroundings even brighter during the day, and the temperature increased significantly. Silence. Quiet. The entire world fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's faces still bore expressions of ridicule, but their eyes were filled with shock. Even Master Zheng turned around, staring wide-eyed at the flames in Ning Fan's hand, his pupils constricting to the size of pinholes, as if a huge hand had gripped his throat, making his breathing much more rapid. Flames. These flames are not a martial skill, but pure fire attribute spiritual. Many martial artists who had seen or mastered the blazing flame technique could confirm that this was the spiritual energy possessed by a martial artist when fully activating the blazing flame technique. Well, what? When did he master the blazing flame technique? Could it be that he had already mastered it before coming over? A gasp arose, voicing what everyone was thinking. But in the next moment, this speculation was instantly refuted. There was no fire attribute energy in Ning Fan's previously displayed spiritual energy. None. This means that the time Ning Fan learned the blazing flame technique was just that fleeting moment. Sit down. Flip through. Learn. Terrifying. No, this is impossible. How could this happen? How can someone master a yellow-grade martial art so easily? This is simply impossible. Voices of doubt arose as many recalled the difficulties they faced when they first cultivated yellow-grade martial arts with an average time of around 5 days. For Ning Fan, even if he took 2 days to master it, people would only be surprised by his talent and feel a bit jealous. But the qualification of mastering it instantly had rendered everyone incapable of jealousy. After all, jealousy can only arise when one can see the other person's back, but Ning Fan's talent that allowed him to instantly master the blazing flame technique had made it so that no one could harbor jealousy. People only know the soaring cloud would, but do they know how high the soaring cloud truly is? A melodious voice rang out. Ning Fan looked over. It was the ethereal fairy whom he had encountered in the realm of opportunities, with whom he shared a connection. Many thanks for your kind praise, Immortal Lady Lingshu. Ning Fan clasped his fists in salute. Immortal Lady Lingshu gave a slight nod, yet the next moment Ning Fan scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Your ladyship's words, what precisely did they mean? Immortal Lady Lingshu. So Ning Fan hadn't understood it all. Then why had he thanked her? People speak often of geniuses in this world, but few truly grasp what a genius is. Her voice was soft, almost murmured to herself. What is a genius? One who ascends to the Xuanji realm within a mere week of embarking upon the cultivation path. That is a genius. One who instantly comprehends a yellow rank combat art. That too is a genius. Yet in this vast, boundless cosmos, true geniuses dwell beyond the ken of ordinary mortals. So extraordinary that when you finally behold them, you shall experience sudden profound enlightenment. This is what a genius truly is. I see. Truly, Your Highness, the Holy Maiden possesses unparalleled clarity of mind. We are simply lacking in vision. Instant mastery of a yellow rank art is indeed not impossible. The geniuses of this world truly defy comprehension. The crowd murmured assent. Your Highness, might I, perhaps, have the honor of undertaking a sect mission alongside you? Young Master Zheng fanned himself with a languid smile as he stepped closer. Immortal Lady Lingshu cast a single indifferent glance toward young Master Zheng. His smile froze instantly. No words were needed. That one look alone compelled him to retreat 3 paces, his frivolous thoughts instantly quelled. You are exceptional. Not because of innate talent. It is your temperament that captivates me deeply. You have not lost your original heart amid abundant cultivation resources, nor forsaken your moral compass. Were it not for a flicker of complexity crossed Immortal Lady Lingshu's eyes, but it vanished as swiftly as it appeared, perfectly concealed. She turned away, presenting her back to Ning Fan and the others, then tossed over her shoulder a final sentence before vanishing without trace. I hope in days to come we may stand side by side to witness our sect's prosperity. The onlookers stared at one another in stunned silence, then fixed Ning Fan with looks of envy and awe, not only for his recent display, but for having earned Immortal Lady Lingshu's rare favor. Even a single word from her was exceedingly rare. After all, young Master Zheng had boldly approached her, only to be cowed into retreat by a single glance. Within the entire Inyang divine sect, how many disciples merited such special regard from the Holy Maiden? For Ning Fan, still only at the Xuanji realm, to achieve this was nothing short of astonishing. Settle the wager. Ning Fan spoke calmly. He harbored no desire to show off. Had circumstances permitted, he would have preferred quiet humility, pretending to master the blazing flame meditation art only after 1 or 2 days' practice. But time pressed. He still needed to ascend 2 cultivation realms, and must reserve ample time for subsequent breakthroughs. The longer the better. The disciple assigned to tally the wagers blinked in bewilderment. Ning Fan's public demonstration of his trial success had been entirely unforeseen. They hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed. Haha, settle it. Since senior brother Ning has already demonstrated mastery of the blazing flame meditation art, the outcome of this wager is unequivocal. Young Master Zheng gently snapped his fan shut, the words addressed to the tallying disciple, yet his gaze locked unblinkingly onto Ning Fan. This Ning Fan was no ordinary cultivator. Worse, he might become a rival to the Inyang peak. Such a figure could not be ignored. Still, withholding the settlement would serve no purpose. Many disciples had placed wagers that delaying payment would betray poor grace, and even if Ning Fan received cultivation resources equivalent to 460 spirit stones, whether he could ascend to Xuanji realm 3rd tier remained uncertain. Here are the celestial treasures, 4-fold the wagered amount. Please verify. The tallying disciple handed Ning Fan a storage ring. After a swift inspection confirmed the quantity, Ning Fan turned and departed without delay. He had to cultivate immediately. Senior brother Ning. Just as Ning Fan's figure receded into the distance, young Master Zheng's voice rang out sharply. Ning Fan instinctively halted and turned back. For some reason, Ning Fan detected a faint undercurrent of hostility in young Master Zheng's expression. Senior brother Ning, I advise you not to read too much into Her Highness's words. They were merely benevolent encouragement, not special favor. Everyone knows Immortal Lady Lingshu remains unwed, and her suitors across the Inyang divine sect number like fish crossing a river. You are no exception. Young Master Zheng's gaze burned fiercely. Have you broken composure? Ning Fan tilted his head slightly. He felt no particular sentiment toward Immortal Lady Lingshu, nor did he indulge in the vanity of believing she held him in special regard. Yet young Master Zheng chose to utter such nonsense. There was only one explanation: he had broken composure. Indeed, no sooner had Ning Fan spoken than an imagined crack echoed, a fissure seeming to split young Master Zheng's polished mask. His cultivated demeanor dissolved, his features twisted grotesquely. Abandoning pretense, young Master Zheng glared at Ning Fan with chilling malevolence. Senior brother Ning, do ensure you complete all 3 trials. Otherwise, once you join the Inyang peak, you'll find your future Dao companion receiving special care from your senior brother. You covet my Dao companion. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes, fixing young Master Zheng with an intense penetrating stare. And if I do? Young Master Zheng lifted his chin haughtily, gazing down upon Ning Fan with disdainful condescension. You will regret it. Ning Fan's voice was calm, yet a glint of lethal intent flickered in his eyes. With those words, he strode away from the pavilion. Ha ha ha. Ha. Young Master Zheng doubled over, shaking with laughter, as though he'd just heard the most absurd jest imaginable. Make me regret it. Senior brother Ning, do you know I served as chief disciple of the Inyang peak years ago, and now walk freely beyond the main peak unbound by sect walls? Can you possibly catch up? Delusion. Unconcerned whether Ning Fan heard, young Master Zheng shook his head faintly, snapped his fan shut with a flick of his wrist, and walked away from the wager's site. Half an hour later, Ning Fan returned to his cave abode, clutching cultivation resources worth 4600 spirit stones. The moment he stepped inside, Yun Qingyao darted forward and flung herself into his arms. My husband, here are the resources. Come, let us cultivate together. Ning Fan's eyes gleamed with fierce, insatiable hunger for strength. It was still insufficient. Even at his current power, he remained far from formidable. He needed to enter the main peak. Urgently. He must ascend swiftly. My husband. Allow this humble wife to serve you. A flash of white light shimmered. Yi Honglian appeared before Ning Fan. How long has it been? Yi Honglian looked at Ning Fan with a hint of helplessness. The frequency of their cultivation was rather excessive. I have other matters to attend to. How can I cultivate with you continuously, especially during the day? It's just not feasible. Yi Honglian had just been participating in a sacred land council, discussing the exploration of a secret realm with several elders, when unexpectedly, the ancient jade suddenly heated up. Startled, Yi Honglian quickly sought a reason to temporarily leave the elders' hall, and found a quiet place the next moment, arriving by Ning Fan's side. Sister, fairy time is limited. Ning Fan spoke. 2 days. There are still 2 days left. I must break through 2 levels to reach the 3rd layer of the Xuanji realm. If I can't achieve that, Sister Fairy wouldn't want to cultivate with others casually either. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, Yi Honglian closed her eyes. After a moment, she had to admit that she felt threatened by Ning Fan. There was no choice. Yi Honglian simply could not accept the idea of cultivating with more people. Hurry up, I still need to discuss important matters with several elders. Can we finish in a quarter of an hour? Yi Honglian negotiated with resignation. Oh, it was troublesome. Ning Fan had exceptional stamina, and their cultivation sessions usually lasted over half an hour, which was too time-consuming. I will do my best, Ning Fan replied. About half an hour later, the spiritual power within Ning Fan had significantly increased. He broke through from the early, mid, and late stages of the 1st layer of the Xuanji realm directly to the 2nd layer. A white light soared into the sky, enveloping Yi Honglian. You little lecher. Next time remember to choose the night for cultivation, and be careful, or I'll castrate you. Yi Honglian's threatening voice echoed. At this moment, Yi Honglian's voice was slightly lazy and hoarse due to her cultivation, and using such a tone to threaten could only be seen as playful. Having finished cultivating, Ning Fan was eager to rest. But according to his estimation, it seemed he would need 2 more sessions to break through to the 3rd layer of the Xuanji realm. If he rested, time might not be enough. He would have to cultivate twice in one day. With this thought, Ning Fan gritted his teeth. After all, Yi Honglian had just said that the next time must be at night, yet whether this time was finished was up to Ning. Wife. Ning Fan looked at Yin Qingyao lying beside him, seemingly untroubled, and a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Husband. Yin Qingyao was also startled. Ning Fan's current state was quite exhausted. Could he still? Yin Qingyao was worried. Yet she read a glimmer of determination in Ning Fan's gaze. He conveyed to her through his eyes he could. Yin Qingyao naturally wouldn't refuse. In the next moment, the white light surged again, and Yi Honglian reappeared. When she materialized, she was utterly bewildered, looking at Ning Fan with a slightly trembling voice. What do you want? No, it can't be. Yi Honglian struggled to refuse. She had just cultivated with. Why did they have to do it again? There was no break in between. Sister Fairy, everything is for the sake of cultivation, Ning Fan stated. His voice already sounded a bit airy. Yi Honglian felt helpless. At this moment, she could only comply with Ning Fan, knowing well that he urgently needed to improve his realm. There was no choice but to cooperate. During this cultivation session, another half an hour passed, but neither Ning Fan nor Yi Honglian had completed their cultivation. What's going on? Yi Honglian felt Ning Fan holding on and couldn't help but ask. A bit fatigued, Ning Fan had to admit. Hearing this, Yi Honglian bit her lip again. The current cultivation pace was too slow. They needed to cultivate for nearly an hour. Forget it. I'll do it. Yi Honglian made up her mind. Sister Fairy. Ning Fan was taken aback. This time it indeed proved effective. Their cultivation efficiency increased significantly. A quarter of an hour later, the spiritual power of both Ning Fan and Yi Honglian surged. The white light blazed. Ning Fan's spiritual power surged again, progressing from the early, mid, and late stages of the 2nd layer of the Xuanji realm. But it got stuck at the late stage of the 2nd layer. Just a little more was needed to break through to the 3rd layer of the Xuanji realm. Cultivation resources. Ning Fan checked the cultivation resources by his bedside. Not bad. The 2 previous cultivation sessions consumed over 1,000 spirit stones, each, meaning he still had over 2,000 spirit stones left. The cultivation resources were sufficient. As for time, yesterday didn't count. Today was the first day. After betting and 2 dual cultivation sessions, it was already nearing midnight. If he rested now, given Ning Fan's current state, he would likely end up fainting for an entire day or more. Assuming Ning Fan awakened on the 3rd day, then time would be very tight. If any mishaps occurred, he might not have time for the final realm assessment. At that time, his realm could be sufficient, yet if he didn't get assessed on time, he could lose in the disciple competition, and Ning Fan would surely regret it. As the saying goes, one must exert oneself in one go, then it diminishes and finally exhausts. What difference would it make to do it again? Husband, if you want to commit suicide, you don't need to choose this method. Yin Qingyao, seeing Ning Fan's movements, Ning Fan gritted his teeth. Cultivate. As long as I don't die from cultivation, I'll push myself to the limit. He waited until the white light subsided. When Yi Honglian appeared on the bed, she was completely stunned, staring blankly at Ning Fan with a hint of lifelessness in her eyes. No, it was 3 times. Yi Honglian pressed her hands against Ning Fan's chest. This was not merely about the act itself. Even that alone would take nearly an hour. Moreover, this was cultivation. Promise me don't die in front of me, okay? If it was for the purpose of dual cultivation, Ning Fan seriously considered giving up. However, Ning Fan gradually realized that by shifting his focus away from dual cultivation and onto other aspects, he could persist for several more rounds. Sister Fairy, you are truly beautiful, Ning Fan said. With just this one line, Yi Honglian's face flushed bright red. Even though they had already engaged in dual cultivation several times, it was the first time she heard such sweet words from Ning Fan. While engaging in dual cultivation, she listened to sweet nothings. Yi Honglian's heart raced. You little lecher. What nonsense are you talking about? Really? Ning Fan continued. There was no other way. To continue cultivating, he couldn't focus on cultivation, but rather immerse himself in the other person, which would invigorate him. Indeed, this was also the first time Ning Fan focused primarily on Yi Honglian during dual cultivation, appreciating her beauty. In an instant, Ning Fan felt all his fatigue dissipate, replaced by a surge of energy. He could still go on, he was still capable. Yi Honglian seemed to be affected by Ning Fan as well. In previous dual cultivations, she had consciously reminded herself, this was merely cultivation. But now Yi Honglian clearly sensed Ning Fan's emotions. How could she completely ignore this sincere feeling? In an instant, the enchanting atmosphere grew intense. This round of cultivation was entirely different for Ning Fan and Yi Honglian. They neglected cultivation and focused on each other. In just a quarter of an hour, Ning Fan and Yi Honglian felt the yin and yang were about to reach harmony. Throughout the process, their spiritual energies flowed exceptionally smoothly. In the next moment, the spiritual energies within Ning Fan and Yi Honglian completely merged into one. When the spiritual energy returned to Ning Fan's body, he had no time to perceive the extent of his energy growth. He fell directly into a coma. It was unclear how long it had been. When Ning Fan recovered from his unconscious state, he felt an intense soreness throughout his body, as if he had been beaten by several strong men in succession. Every bone, tendon, and muscle was sore. Ning Fan took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. After feeling the surging spiritual energy, within a smile finally appeared on his face. He had reached the 3rd level of the Xuanji realm. Midstage. He initially thought that the forced 3rd round of cultivation would produce unsatisfactory results, considering both he and Yi Honglian had already pushed themselves to their limits. However, the results were no different from the 1st and 2nd rounds. Ning Fan even felt that during the 3rd round of cultivation, the merging of spiritual energies between him and Yi Honglian was even smoother. The first 2 rounds felt like an exchange of spiritual energies between 2 individuals, but during the 3rd round their energies had synchronized to the point of merging freely. Ning Fan pondered thoughtfully, having engaged in dual cultivation several times. He didn't fully understand cultivation, but he had his own insights. If one focuses solely on the act, it's merely that act. But if one concentrates completely on cultivation, like completing a task, the results will not be very good. The truly perfect cultivation occurs when both parties maintain a cultivation state, while being completely immersed in the harmony of yin and yang with love, emotions, and desires intertwined. Completely synchronized. This is what perfect cultivation looks like, Ning Fan mused, as if recalling something, murmuring to himself. If that's the case, all the main peaks aside from Changming Peak have strayed from the right path. Exchanging partners would break their synchronization. Although exchanging partners can provide substantial boosts during cultivation with new partners, it cannot achieve synchronization with the cultivation partner. It seems beneficial at first glance, but in reality, it is a misguided path. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. Of course, this was merely Ning Fan's conjecture. Whether it was true or not required further observation. However, the idea that synchronized cultivation enhances results undoubtedly strengthened his resolve to choose Changming Peak. He had decided on Changming Peak. Husband, you're awake. Yun Qingjiu's caring voice rang out. At this moment, she was sitting on the edge of the bed looking at Ning Fan with a face full of concern and affection. She reached out her hand and gently stroked the side of Ning Fan's face. Seeing Yun Qingjiu's vibrant demeanor, Ning Fan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What on earth is going on with her? After cultivation, it's as if nothing happened. Could it be that Yi Honglian is really someone else? But if Yi Honglian isn't Yun Qingjiu's second personality, then the fact that their powers are completely identical is still inexplicable. The two even possess the same techniques and martial skills. I don't know. But regardless, every time after cultivation, Yun Qingjiu's energetic appearance made Ning Fan very envious. He also wanted infinite stamina. That would truly mean as long as I don't die from cultivation, I'll push myself to the limit. Wife, what time is it now? Husband, you were unconscious for a day and a half. There are still less than 12 hours until the deadline for the disciples' competition, so we have plenty of time. Help me sit up. Ning Fan weakly lifted his arm. Ning Fan's weakness was not a facade. The continuous 3 rounds of dual cultivation had indeed drained his body. The peaceful experience of 3 rounds of dual cultivation was incomparable to the pressure exerted by 3 rounds of simultaneous dual cultivation on a warrior. In simple terms, Ning Fan was struck in the chest 3 times by a 3rd-layer Xuanji realm warrior, once a day for 3 consecutive days. Nothing might happen. However, if a 3rd-layer Xuanji realm warrior were to strike him 3 times in quick succession, it would likely result in him spitting blood and breaking ribs. The same principle applies. Husband. Yun Qingyao helplessly helped Ning Fan up, her tears stemming from her heartache for his current frail state, but what was she smiling about? No need for explanation. Yun Qingyao assisted Ning Fan out of the cave with Ning Fan leaning against her as he moved forward, relying on her strength for support. Due to the existence of the gambling stakes, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao had become the focus of attention among the disciples of the Yin-Yang divine sect during this period. As soon as they left the cave, they drew the attention of many. Especially after witnessing Ning Fan's condition, the disciples were even more puzzled. Is this the result of cultivation? Huh, what does that mean? How many rounds of dual cultivation did he undergo? 2, 3, 4. I don't know. But if Ning Fan's partner could dual cultivate once, I would willingly accept, even if his realm were to drop. Discussions erupted, and amidst the ongoing chatter behind them, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao arrived at a 5-way junction. This was the junction leading to the 5 main peaks. Last time Ning Fan had been robbed here by the leader of the Yin-Yang peak, Gui Yazi, exercising his privileges, thus making it a natural witness to the results of the trial. At this junction stood 10 disciples from the 5 main peaks waiting for Ning Fan's arrival. As soon as he came, they would immediately notify the important figures from each peak to witness the trial results. Upon seeing Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao, the 10 disciples displayed expressions of astonishment. The reason was simple: there were still nearly 12 hours until the deadline for the first trial, and Ning Fan's early arrival raised questions. Surrender. No one expected that Ning Fan's realm had already reached the 3rd layer of the Xuanji realm. Even if he barely completed the breakthrough at the last moment, everyone would still applaud his talent. Achieving the trial goal a day early, that seemed impossible. Brothers, please summon the peak masters to appear. Ning Fan spoke up. Moi. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, the talent seeker from the Yin-Yang peak frowned, looking displeased, as he warned Ning Fan. Ning Fan, the peak masters are busy and don't have time for your trifles. If you wish to surrender, just inform our disciples. If there's nothing else, please take your leave. Please have the peak masters appear to witness the results of the disciples' trial. Ning Fan spoke calmly. Alright, I want to see what you want the peak masters to witness. The talent seeker from the Yin-Yang peak shot Ning Fan a glance. He then took out a communication jade pendant. The other disciples from the main peaks also took out their communication jade pendants to relay the message to their respective peaks. Moments later, several figures swept across the sky. It was indeed the leaders of the 5 main peaks. Isn't there still a day until the trial deadline? As soon as Gui Yazi appeared, he frowned and spoke. When he received the news of Ning Fan's appearance, Gui Yazi thought he had misremembered the time, but after a moment's reflection, he confirmed it. Indeed, Ning Fan had arrived a day early. Ning Fan summoning us peak masters shouldn't be for surrendering, right? If you want to surrender, just tell the disciples from each peak. Our presence is to witness the trial results. A peak master whom Ning Fan did not recognize spoke. The peak master of Changming Peak also stared at Ning Fan, her face revealing a hint of worry. She too did not understand why Ning Fan had summoned them early. Ning Fan clasped his fists in respect towards the peak master of Changming Peak, and then respectfully spoke. I asked the peak masters to witness the results. Oh, my. Several surprised voices came from the peak masters, not expecting that Ning Fan truly wanted them to witness the trial results. Could it be? A guess took shape in the minds of the peak masters, but the next moment they shook their heads discouraged. They had just heard from the disciples that Ning Fan had comprehended a yellow-level cultivation method a day prior, and now just a day and a half later, he had broken through 2 layers of realm to reach the 3rd layer of the Xuanji realm. Impossible. If that were true, such talent would be ridiculous, making the others seem like they had wasted their year. Bring the spirit-testing jade ball here. Gui Yazi waved his hand, and the talent seeker from the Yin-Yang peak immediately presented the spirit-testing jade ball to Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao each took a spirit-testing jade ball and began to infuse their spiritual power into it. The spirit-testing jade ball emitted a glow, first red, then the red faded away, transforming into orange-yellow. The orange-yellow light did not stop, but deepened gradually, indicating that Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao's realms were no longer at the first layer of the Xuanji realm. This light indicates they have reached the second layer of the Huangji realm. Mid-second layer. Late second layer. Could it be? As the orange light deepened, all present were left dumbfounded. Could it be that Ning Fan had truly completed the trial task a day early? Is this real? As the orange light further intensified, it clearly began to show a hint of Xuanji realm third layer. Third layer. What kind of monster is this? To elevate 2 layers in just 2 days? Is he even human? A gasp arose, echoing the thoughts of everyone present. No one now doubted the weight of Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao's choice of peak. Such terrifying talent warranted direct entry into the Yin-Yang peak, without selection, even making them candidates for chief disciple, without any doubt. Terrifying. Such qualifications are indeed at a horrifying level. Just as everyone was in shock, the light from the spirit-testing jade ball continued to change. The bright yellow that had only appeared slightly before was now very pronounced, resembling a pearl wrapped in orange light, displaying 2 layers of brilliance. Silence. Quiet. The entire world seemed to hush, with every pin drop audible, as everyone stared fixedly at the spirit-testing jade ball in Ning Fan's hand, their breaths quickening. This color means that Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao have not only broken through to the third layer of the Xuanji realm, but are also in the mid-stage. Overachieved. Completed the trial. In the stillness of the entire realm, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, with only the heavy panting of the crowd echoing as shocked gazes fell upon Ning Fan. While few had considered the possibility of Ning Fan passing the first trial, a select few acknowledged his extraordinary talent, especially since he had received invitations from the 5 main peaks, and had even prompted the first peak, Yin-Yang peak, to use its privileges to secure him. However, the notion of exceeding expectations was something no one had anticipated. 1 day in advance, he had already reached the mid-stage of the Xuanji realm. This talent, many recalled the words of the spirit void fairy spoken under the grand pavilion. The world knows only the Lingyun tree, but knows not how high the Lingyun truly is. As the crowd believed this to be the limit of genius, Ning Fan repeatedly showcased even more remarkable talent, affirming to everyone that this was true genius. Is this acceptable? Ning Fan spoke up. The several peak masters present turned to Ning Fan, their lips twitching slightly. This should not be considered acceptable. What qualifies as acceptable? For the first trial I deem you have passed, the ghostly tooth spoke. But do not rejoice too soon. Disciples must pass 3 trials, which will comprehensively assess their talent and character. Only possessing extraordinary talent is insufficient to pass these 3 trials. I understand. Ning Fan clasped his fists in respect. Please, Peak Master, announce the content of the next trial. I will strive to complete it with all my might. Humph. The ghostly tooth snorted coldly. The next trial will assess the disciple's comprehensiveness, and it's not just comprehension, it must also align with the main peak you choose. Do you understand? Align with the chosen main peak. Ning Fan furrowed his brows. Exactly. You must select a unique martial technique or skill from your chosen main peak and master it within a specified period. If you succeed in the trial. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. It seemed that the content of this second trial had some overlap with the first. Wasn't the first trial about comprehending a yellow-grade martial technique? Ning Fan was also puzzled. It is not as you think. The ghostly tooth seemed to understand the thoughts of the crowd and began to explain. In this world, all yellow-grade and the vast majority of mysterious-grade martial techniques and skills are quite simple. Given enough time, one can master them. However, a few mysterious-grade techniques, most earthly-grade, and all heavenly-grade martial techniques and skills have thresholds for mastery. Some martial techniques and skills require special conditions to cultivate, while others need sufficient comprehension, and a very few must have a special physique to master. Each main peak possesses unique martial techniques and skills independent of others. This trial not only tests the disciple's comprehension, but also the degree of alignment with the chosen main peak. Martial techniques and practitioners are mutually selective. If one does not align with the chosen main peak, they cannot pass the disciple selection trial. After hearing the ghostly tooth's explanation, the crowd felt a sense of realization wash over them. It made sense. A disciple who could compel a peak master to exercise their privileges must possess exceptional talent, and a low degree of alignment with the chosen main peak could also serve as a reasonable reason for rejection. Please proceed, Master of Fengyue Peak. The ghostly tooth gestured to the master of Changming Peak, but the latter's expression remained grim throughout. The reason was none other than the peculiar nature of Changming Peak's martial techniques. Ghost Peak Master, can the rules of this trial be adjusted? The martial technique of my Changming Peak is not suitable to serve as a target for the disciples' trials, let alone the disciples' many elders from the Yin-Yang divine sect. have studied that technique, yet no one has ever managed to comprehend it. This is not my problem. The ghostly tooth raised his hand, interrupting the master of Changming Peak. This is the sect's rule, not something I devised. Moreover, your peak's inability to present unique martial techniques and skills only proves your peak's weakness. If that Ning Fan joins my Yin peak, we have plenty of martial techniques to offer him for cultivation. Isn't that an advantage for my peak? The master of Changming Peak fell silent instantly. The ghostly tooth's words held some truth. Master, the martial techniques you mentioned, are they the legacies from the ancient ruins? Precisely. It is well known that Changming Peak is established on an ancient ruin from which many legacies have been excavated. Initially, countless elders and disciples from my Yin divine sect flocked to study those mysterious inscriptions. But without exception, they all returned empty-handed. Now only a few new disciples show slight interest upon hearing about the ancient ruins, hence they come to study at Changming Peak. The master of Changming Peak began to speak. Many clearly had heard of the legacies within the ancient ruins and began discussing among themselves. It's astonishing that the unique martial techniques of Changming Peak are actually ancient ruin legacies. How impressive indeed. Impressive, my foot. This means that all martial techniques of Changming Peak must be learned within the sect's martial arts building, and those who join Changming Peak cannot receive any help regarding techniques or skills. No wonder it's the weakest main peak. The murmurs reached the ears of the master of Changming Peak, who maintained an expressionless face, her slightly wrinkled beautiful eyes fixed on Ning Fan as she spoke in a bland tone. Rules are rules. The unique martial techniques of my peak are indeed ancient ruin legacies. Disciple Ning Fan. If you regret it now and join Yin Peak, you will certainly be favored by the Peak Master. I understand. Oh, I am willing to comprehend the ancient ruin legacies. Ning Fan interrupted the master of Changming Peak's advice. For others, the ancient ruins posed an insurmountable barrier, but for Ning Fan, with Yi Honglian by his side, his chances of unraveling the secrets of the ancient ruins greatly increased. Indeed, I must witness that worthless ghostly script. Oh, wouldn't you agree, master of Fengyue Peak? The ghostly tooth laughed heartily as he looked at the master of Changming Peak. The competition between the main peaks was evident, with most peak masters being at odds, especially with Changming Peak being the lowest. I believe that Changming Peak is the most outstanding main peak of our Yin divine sect. Ghost Peak Master, please announce the next round of trials. Ning Fan spoke. The ghostly tooth narrowed his eyes at Ning Fan. This kid really seemed to have a deep interest in Changming Peak, and even before joining he already displayed the stance of a disciple of Changming Peak. No matter. If he fails to pass the 3 trials, Ning Fan must join their Yin Peak. Disciples trial for the second round. Comprehension. 3 days time. Disciple Ning Fan must continually contemplate the unique martial techniques of Changming Peak here. If successful, he will pass the trial. Otherwise, he will fail and join Yin Peak. The ghostly tooth announced. Disciple understands. Ning Fan nodded. In the next moment, the master of Changming Peak raised her slender hand, drawing in the air as a streak of light descended from the heavens, crashing heavily into the crowd. Boom! A massive sound erupted, accompanied by clouds of dust scattering. What's going on? A chorus of startled cries rose as the great object struck the ground, making the earth tremble. A cloud of dust rolled like a gray tide and engulfed the crowd. Some Huangji realm disciples who were unprepared were even knocked to the ground. After a moment, the dust settled. They saw standing amid the throng a colossal stone stele. Its mere presence exuded an ancient, weathered elegance. Even the lowest-ranked disciples could tell that this monument was no ordinary thing. On closer inspection, the surface was covered with dense, twisting patterns, meandering like writhing earthworms, like snakes scrawling across sand. Utterly without order, nothing but inscrutable scrawl. Is this the stele from the ancient ruins? Ning Fan stared at it. Xiao Hong had once dipped his finger in tea and drawn similar patterns on the ground for him, but Xiao Hong's had been imprecise. Seeing it now with his own eyes, Ning Fan was absolutely certain he had seen similar markings on Yi Honglian's robe. Those characters. Yi Honglian might truly know them. A calm settled in Ning Fan's heart, tinged with a faint excitement. If this ancient stele truly recorded a powerful martial technique, it would be a tremendous opportunity for him. Disciple Ning Fan, begin your contemplation, Gui Yazi said. Hearing this, Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, one elbow propped on his thigh, with his palms supporting his head, the other hand resting on his knee. In any case, he would put on the act for now, and Ning Fan also genuinely needed rest. The last dual cultivation had been too intense, and his body had not yet recovered. Ning Fan yawned, a faint bruise still darkened beneath his eye. Disciple Ning Fan. A soft summons drew Ning Fan's attention. It was the Changming Peak Master. With a flick of the wrist, the Peak Master tossed a small porcelain vial to Ning Fan's feet. Ning Fan opened the tiny bottle and sniffed. A fresh fragrance filled his nostrils, and his fatigue seemed to ebb away at once. What is this? Ning Fan asked. Shenbao. Shenbao? Exactly. Our Yinyang Shun sect advances through dual cultivation, but if one neglects the Buddhist needs during such practice, a cultivator risks losing his source. This pill borrows the characters for prudence and protection. Its purpose is to urge caution in dual cultivation and to safeguard the body, the Changming Peak Master explained. Ning Fan nodded in dawning comprehension. So it was Shenbao, just as had suspected. Ning Fan opened his palm and shook the little vial. 2 Shenbao pills clinked into his hand. He tilted his head back and swallowed them. Instantly, a warm current rose from his lower abdomen and flowed along his meridians to every limb. His aching bones, muscles, and channels relaxed at once. Even his spirit felt much restored. Truly a marvelous remedy. Ning Fan eyed the vial. About 6 Shenbao pills remained. He did not hesitate and slipped the small bottle into his storage ring. After stashing the remaining pills, Ning Fan stole a glance at the Changming Peak Master. Seeing no reaction, he resumed studying the steel. Time flowed quietly as Ning Fan observed. At first, many disciples were curious about the inheritance steel from the ancient ruins. Several gathered together, hoping to glean something from it. Yet however they examined it, the characters on the steel remained like crude scrawl, utterly indecipherable. Those attempting to study the inscription began to give up and turned their attention to Ning Fan, eager to see whether this repeatedly proclaimed genius could divine anything. But Ning Fan kept the same casual posture, sitting on the ground while his gaze remained on the steel. The crowd nonetheless felt that his focus was not truly fixed on the inscription. Was he daydreaming? No. Impossible. He must be pondering. After all, the epitaph was inscrutable, and time was short, and Ning Fan would not waste it. As time passed, the circle of onlookers did not thin but swelled. After all, a stele from an ancient ruin was a rare spectacle. Many had never seen such a stele in person and were eager to witness the commotion. Suddenly Ning Fan's spirit sharpened, and he sprang to his feet. All eyes fixed on him. Could it be? Someone gasped. Many swallowed hard, hearts brimming with astonishment. This Ning Fan. Could he truly read anything from that obscure inscription? Even Gue Yazi's? No, it can't be. Can it? The Changming Peak Master, however, felt a keen light ignite in his eyes. He grew visibly excited. If Ning Fan could crack the steel's content, Changming Peak might be transformed and cease to be the weakest main peak in the Yinyang sect. Feeling the weight of so many gazes, Ning Fan scratched his head. I need to step away. Gue Yazi fell silent. The Changming Peak Master and the other Peak Masters exchanged looks. The disciples were likewise mute. If he only needed to step away, there was no need for such theatrics, rising as if about to break through his realm. Honestly, Ning Fan dealt with his urgent business not far off and returned to the fork. This time he had no intention of wasting his time. He cupped his fists respectfully toward the Peak Masters. Honored Peak Masters, I wish to conduct dual cultivation while attempting to comprehend the steel's profound inscription. Would you mind withdrawing, or perhaps setting up an array? It was nearly midnight, and the sky had dimmed. Presumably, Yi Honglian was already in a relatively secure position to engage in dual cultivation. Very well. We will deploy an array to isolate sound and light within, so you may dual cultivate in peace, the Changming Peak Master said. She looked to the Chi Hua Peak Master at her side, a notably young man about the same age as young Master Zhou. He was clearly much younger than the other Peak Masters. Leave it to me, he offered. A smile curved the Chi Hua Peak Master's mouth. He produced a palm-sized model from his sleeve and tossed it into the air. It swelled in the wind, forming the seed of an array. The array foundation descended above Ning Fan's position and then fell to envelop Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao. Activate. Chi Hua Peak Master moved his fingers through a flurry of esoteric hand seals. In the next moment, the array base flashed with light. The light swept upward. Where it passed, the external scene grew faintly blurred to Ning Fan. Aside from that, nothing else changed. Disciple Ning Fan, the array to conceal your aura is complete. No one outside can see or hear what occurs within. You may dual cultivate with peace of mind. The Chi Hua Peak Master's voice announced it, yet Ning Fan regarded the claim with some skepticism. As for the reason to disbelieve, it is simple. From Ning Fan's perspective, everything appeared exactly as usual save for the surroundings growing slightly translucent. That's it. Could outsiders neither hear nor see inside? Senior Sect Master, has the formation truly been activated? Ning Fan asked. Yet as his voice faded, no response came from beyond the barrier. Not even a flicker of awareness in the gazes directed outward. Indeed, though those outside continued to face his direction, their gazes did not lock upon Ning Fan himself. Rather, they scattered loosely across the space he occupied. Could it be? Outsiders truly could not see inside. Ning Fan raised his hand and extended his middle finger toward Gue Yazi's direction, then waggled it slowly. Gue Yazi clearly gazed toward Ning Fan's position. Yet he showed no reaction whatsoever to the gesture. It It seems this formation is indeed reliable. In that case, my wife. Ning Fan beckoned gently toward Yin Qingyao. Yin Qingyao did not immediately approach. Instead, she lingered awkwardly where she stood, her delicate fingers nervously twisting the hem of her robe. My wife. Husband, it feels as though we're exposed. Watched by everyone. Yin Qingyao whispered softly. It's all right, they cannot see us. Ning Fan replied. Were it possible, he would have preferred retreating to their secluded cultivation chamber for quiet dual cultivation. But that was impossible. The steel could not be moved into the chamber. The second trial demanded full comprehension under the watchful eyes of the peak masters, thereby eliminating any possibility of subterfuge. Very well, Yin Qingyao murmured reluctantly, drawing nearer. No matter, we'll keep our robes on as much as possible. Even partial cultivation will suffice. Ning Fan said. Facing the ancient steely Ning Fan and Yin Qingyao commenced dual cultivation. Meanwhile, within the Tianxian Holy Land, Yi Honglian lay languidly upon the opulent bed of her private chamber, a faint sorrow shimmering in her eyes. Her position as Holy Maiden remained precarious. Several formidable rivals still contested for the title within the Tianxian Holy Land. To secure the Holy Maiden seat, I must rise supreme among the Emperor Realm cultivators. Yet for me, the Tianxian Heart Sutra offers no further advancement at present. I require a supremely powerful martial technique. Yi Honglian murmured to herself. Yet such techniques were no common commodity, like cabbages sold in marketplaces. Even the vast Tianxian Holy Land possessed none suitable for her cultivation. To master a formidable martial technique before the Emperor Realm's opening, and thereby elevate her strength, was exceedingly difficult. Yi Honglian suddenly sensed warmth emanating from the ancient jade pendant resting against her chest. As she lifted it into her palm, soft radiance pulsed from its surface. It demands more. Yi Honglian drew a deep breath. In the next instant, she vanished, sucked entirely into the jade. Little lecher, you never rest, do you? Wait. Upon materializing, Yi Honglian had intended only to chide Ning Fan about the frequency of his summonings. Yet upon taking in her surroundings, her voice choked mid-sentence. Fortunately, Ning Fan had anticipated her arrival and halted dual cultivation just in time. Otherwise, the pain would have been excruciating once again. Little lecher, do you wish to die, eh? Her voice trembled, stammering uncontrollably. She crossed her arms tightly over her chest, as if trying to shrink herself entirely within their shelter. Holy Lady, please listen. I've activated a formation that conceals our presence and obscures vision from outside. You were summoned solely to assist in comprehending this ancient ruined steel. Ning Fan hastily explained. Cannot see. Yi Honglian steadied herself slightly. And indeed, though the gazes of those outside remained fixed upon her and Ning Fan's location, their expressions remained perfectly composed, utterly unlike those one would expect while witnessing an intimate scene. Still, even so, how can you possibly engage in dual cultivation under such conditions? It feels as though we are being watched directly. Truly, how utterly shameless. Yi Honglian continued her complaints, then paused as Ning Fan spoke again. Holy Lady, examine this steel before us. Can you decipher its inscriptions? Our future dual cultivation depends upon it. Steal it. Only after Ning Fan mentioned it twice did Yi Honglian finally notice the steel he referred to. Her gaze swept toward it, and the moment her eyes traced its ancient script, her pupils contracted sharply, narrowing to pinprick points. All sense of embarrassment vanished, replaced by rapt intensity as she stared unblinkingly at Ning Fan. Little lecher, where did this steel originate? HSS. No words were needed. From the sheer physical reaction rippling through Yi Honglian's body, Ning Fan instantly knew she could read the script, and that its contents were nothing short of extraordinary. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tensed so abruptly. It emerged from an ancient ruin within my sect. We must comprehend the martial technique inscribed upon it within 3 days. Success grants passage through the second trial, Ning Fan added. I haven't been slept with in vain. Yi Honglian burst into laughter. Ning Fan. What did she mean? Every session of dual cultivation granted Yi Honglian tangible benefits. Even if subtle compared to Ning Fan's gains, she still received thunderripple herbs. A heavenly tier martial technique. Yi Honglian declared. A heavenly tier technique. Ning Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Even as he spoke, Yi Honglian's slender fingers seized his waist. What are you doing? Preventing you. If you can prevent me, can I prevent you too? Yi Honglian shot him a sly glance, her eyes shimmering with liquid light, radiant, alluring, brimming with intoxicating charm and grace. Ning Fan had their bodily resonance already intensified so dramatically. Holy Lady, precisely what kind of technique is this? Elaborate thoroughly. Heavenly tier martial technique. The primordial seal comprises 4 successive seals: human seal, earth seal, heaven seal, and primordial seal. Each ascends progressively in profundity, Mastery of the Heaven Seal alone yields power rivaling that of divine mechanism tier techniques. Mastery of the primordial seal surpasses even heavenly tier might. Yi Honglian declared, her voice resonant with awe. Human seal, earth seal, heaven seal, primordial seal. Ning Fan murmured, repeating her words. Like the dragon serpent transformation palm, this too was a tiered martial art, ascending step by step. So one must first cultivate the human seal, then advance gradually until attaining the primordial seal. No, the steel's transmission already contains the primordial seal itself. Yi Honglian's gaze blazed with fervor. She raised her hands, consulting the steel's inscriptions as she painstakingly formed each seal, her gestures stiff, unrefined, yet deliberate. With the final seal completed, boom! Golden light erupted skyward from the steely, piercing the heavens, scattering clouds like ash, then plummeting downward with celestial force. It crashed before Yi Honglian, coalescing into a radiant seal, ancient, weathered, imbued with primordial weight and unimaginable terrifying power. What is this? Ning Fan cried out in shock. This, the transmission embedded within the steel, is the primordial seal. Is this the primordial seal? Ning Fan was momentarily stunned. No, that can't be right. Normally, shouldn't one start from the human seal and gradually progress to the primordial seal? Why is the primordial seal right in front of me from the very beginning? This is the understanding of this martial skill by that senior, containing the senior's experiences and will. Under normal circumstances, even if one were to cultivate the primordial seal to its limit, one would only reach the level of the heavenly seal. It is only in possessing the insights of that senior that one can cultivate the primordial seal. To be precise, the understanding and experience belonging to the senior in front of me is more like a treasure. Possessing it allows one to execute the primordial seal. Yi Honglian explained patiently. Oh, Ning Fan nodded slowly, realizing this was the essence of inheritance. It is not merely a manual for cultivating a martial skill, but rather embodies the experiences and insights of the previous master throughout their life. That is the most precious thing. Ning Fan instinctively reached out, wanting to touch the golden seal floating in midair. But just as his hand reached halfway, it was grasped by Yi Honglian. No. The senior was extraordinarily talented, and their power far exceeded our comprehension. Even I can only look up to them. Even a trace of the senior's power within the insights in front of you is something you cannot withstand. If you touch it, you will perish. Yi Honglian said. Oh. Ning Fan quickly withdrew his hand. It seemed this was not something he could touch. Little lecher. The primordial seal is not a boon for you, but rather a source of calamity. I will keep it for now until you are capable of wielding the primordial seal. Then I will give it to you. How about that? Yi Honglian tentatively suggested. From her perspective, it was normal for Ning Fan to reject her proposal. After all, this was the insight of a super-powerful being, a terrifying, means exceeding heavenly level martial skills. However, to Yi Honglian's surprise, upon hearing her proposal, Ning Fan agreed, without a second thought. Sure, the primordial seal is of no use to me, I might as well give it to senior sister. Besides, senior sister must need it right. With the primordial seal, it would make things easier for senior sister, which is definitely a good thing. Although it was a question, Ning Fan stated it with great certainty. From Yi Honglian's recent reaction, she seemed to be in dire need of a powerful martial skill. Yi Honglian fell silent. She leaned into Ning Fan's embrace, making it impossible for him to see her expression, raised her hand, and gently waved in midair, causing the primordial seal to settle on her arm. Senior sister. Ning Fan looked at the peculiar Yi Honglian. Stop babbling. Quickly cultivate together. Yi Honglian said irritably, still not lifting her head. Oh. Ning Fan looked at Yi Honglian in his arms. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to hold her closer, and he indeed did so. Ning Fan's movements were not hurried, but rather gentle. Yi Honglian also began to comprehend the primordial seal within her body. Compared to observing the inscriptions, understanding the primordial seal was evidently a better method of cultivation. In an instant, a series of memories flooded into Ning Fan's mind. The spiritual power in his meridians naturally operated, and the martial skill primordial seal was seamlessly imprinted in his memory. Human seal, earth seal, heavenly seal. Unbeknownst to how long had passed, even after Yi Honglian disappeared, Ning Fan remained immersed in this martial skill. At the same time, in the sacred land of Tianxuan, in a magnificent sleeping palace, Yi Honglian lay on the bed, her expression somewhat dazed. In the next moment, she raised her hand to look at the golden mark that had appeared on her arm. With this primordial seal, it will make things easier for senior sister, which is definitely a good thing. Yi Honglian's mind echoed Ning Fan's words. With this primordial seal, it will make things easier for senior sister, which is definitely a good thing. Yi Honglian's mind echoed Ning Fan's words of her lips at that moment. Since her birth, Yi Honglian had pursued the position of the Holy Maiden of the sacred land of Tianxuan, enduring countless life and death challenges before becoming the Holy Maiden. That sentence, just now. Perhaps it was the only statement she had ever heard in her life that considered her perspective. I just hope it isn't the last. Imperial realm. I must make a name for myself. Yi Honglian clinched the golden mark on her arm. With the primordial seal in place, she aimed to be the best. After a quarter of an hour, Ning Fan opened his eyes. Primordial seal. Ning Fan murmured to himself, opening his palm to reveal a faint human character. This is the human seal. The human earth and heavenly seals require a martial artist to enhance their understanding of the primordial seal step by step and, more importantly, their realm. The primordial seal will consume vast amounts of spiritual power. Even if I were to use the earth seal now, I would probably be powerless. Even using the human seal would be enough to devour 80% of the spiritual power within Ning Fan's body. It's truly excessively terrifying. However, what it brings in return is tremendous power. Half-step earth level. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled. This human seal actually reaches the level of half-step earth level martial skills. It's truly frightening, and I have the aura of the primordial seal on me. Although the primordial seal is not with Ning Fan, the aura of the primordial seal remains within him. If I infuse the aura of the primordial seal into the human seal, earth seal, and heavenly seal, I can further enhance their power. Not bad. Ning Fan's eyes gleamed as he murmured to himself, turning to Yun Qingyao at his side and asking, "Wife, can you master the primordial seal?" Of course. Yun Qingyao nodded. Qingyao cultivates alongside her husband. Whatever martial skill her husband masters, Qingyao naturally masters as well. TCH. Ning Fan clicked his tongue. As expected, Yun Qingyao had also mastered this martial skill. It's hard to distinguish. Regarding the relationship between Yun Qingyao and Yi Honglian, Ning Fan truly could not tell. Disciple Ning Fan, have you finished your cultivation? If finished, you may break the formation internally. The voice of Peak Master Qi Huafeng rang out. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao exchanged a glance. Both tidied their clothes. Then Ning Fan approached the formation and punched it. Buzz. The formation trembled, eventually bursting open like a popped bubble, cracking outward from the point where Ning Fan's fist landed. The formation was lifted. People outside could once again see where Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao were. Everyone stared intently at the two. Even the Peak Masters wore solemn expressions, their gazes fixed on Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao without a moment's distraction. Disciple Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao, you two, have you made any gains? The expressions of the crowd were serious, not inquiring whether Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao had gained anything, but rather confirming that they already knew the two had indeed made a discovery. It's very simple. Just now the stone tablet burst forth with golden light soaring into the sky, clearly indicating that an anomaly had occurred. The stone tablet, which had been studied for years by numerous disciples and elders, had shown no reaction until now, when it suddenly erupted with golden light. No matter what, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao must have gained something from the stone tablet. As a disciple, I have acquired a martial skill. Ning Fan clasped his fists in a respectful gesture. A martial skill. They actually managed to comprehend a martial skill from the stone tablet of the ancient ruins. This is impossible. Countless disciples and elders have pondered over the stone tablet for years without any gain, yet Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao have managed to grasp a martial skill from its inscriptions. Really? Is this true? A chorus of astonished voices arose after the golden light from the stone tablet erupted, with more and more disciples and high-ranking members of the sect gathering around. The number of people present had already multiplied several times compared to before, with figures moving on a nearby hill gazing towards Ning Fan and the others. I am a disciple, Ning Fan. Did you really comprehend a martial skill from the stone tablet? Gui Yazi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Ning Fan from head to toe, as if trying to see through him. The master of Changming Peak had shining eyes, his body trembling with excitement, his fists tightly clenched, suppressing his inner emotions. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao had indeed managed to comprehend the contents of the inscriptions. Doesn't this imply that what was once a worthless ancient ruin might be thoroughly explored with Ning Fan's involvement? Although Changming Peak may not leap to become one of the top 2 peaks, it could indeed rise again, attracting more disciples who wish to remain true to their hearts, thus not joining the other 4 main peaks due to Changming Peak's decline. Sensing the gazes around him, Ning Fan raised his hand, performing intricate gestures as mysterious seals appeared between his fingers. In the next moment, a yellowish seal appeared before Ning Fan. It wasn't large, roughly the size of a palm, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Human seal. Upon sensing the ancient and profound aura emanating from the human seal, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, recognizing that its aura was identical to that of the stone tablet. It must be a legacy from the stone tablet. Disciple Ning Fan, what level of martial skill is this? The master of Changming Peak asked with focused attention. It's Xian level. After a moment of thought, Ning Fan replied. There was nothing wrong with this. A half-step earth-level martial skill also falls under the Xian category. As long as it hasn't truly broken through to the earth level, it remains Xian level. As for the Earth Seal, Heaven Seal, and Primordial Seal, Ning Fan did not share his thoughts with everyone. As the saying goes, a common man has no sins, but bears the guilt of having treasure. If he revealed that he possessed such a technique, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Xian level. Upon receiving the answer from Ning Fan, a hint of disappointment appeared in the master of Changming Peak's eyes. Xian level martial skills were plentiful within the Yin-Yang divine sect, numbering at least in the hundreds, if not thousands, and were hardly anything of significance. Including Gue Yazi, the other peak masters also shifted their gazes, their vigilance subsiding upon hearing Xian level. Regardless, disciple Ning Fan has successfully comprehended a martial skill from the inscriptions and should be considered to have passed this phase. Yes, indeed, that is how it should be. The other peak masters nodded in agreement, none expecting Ning Fan to have successfully passed even the second stage, albeit only by comprehending a Xian-level martial skill from the inscriptions. But comprehension is comprehension. Disciple Ning Fan has succeeded in passing the challenge. Gue, splash. A wave of discussion erupted around them like a tide, as everyone felt a shock upon confirming Ning Fan's success. Ning Fan actually passed 2 stages. His talent is somewhat terrifying. No wonder he received invitations from the 5 main peaks, and was targeted by the master of Yin-Yang Peak, truly living up to his reputation. However, the ancient ruins of Changming Peak are somewhat lacking. In such a magnificent stone tablet, there is only a single Xian-level martial skill. It seems rather superficial. I wonder if Ning Fan can pass the 3rd stage. Are we about to witness history? I also wonder what the difficulty of this 3rd stage is. It shouldn't be simple, right? The discussions gradually subsided, and gazes turned towards Gue Yazi, waiting for him to reveal the contents of the 3rd stage. The 1st stage tests a disciple's talent, the 2nd stage tests a disciple's comprehension and their compatibility with the main peak. The 3rd stage is a comprehensive test for the martial artist. Battle! Gue Yazi declared loudly. Battle! Ning Fan's expression grew solemn. The first 2 stages were tests of himself, while the 3rd stage was a direct confrontation with the other disciples with no techniques involved. Victory is victory, defeat is defeat. The question lies in the strength of the opponent and what level of opponent he would face. Disciple Ning Fan and Yin Xingyao must choose one to battle against the disciple who has joined the main peak. If they defeat him, they will successfully pass the final stage. Gue Yazi stated. Ning Fan frowned. They actually had to battle against the disciple who had joined the main peak. A disciple like Luo Ming from the previous generation was still preparing to join the main peak, which meant that Ning Fan's opponent would have to be at least from 2 generations before. At least a disciple from 3 generations ago. Tisk. Ning Fan couldn't help but click his tongue softly. The others, upon hearing that Ning Fan's opponent was a disciple of the main peak, were momentarily taken aback. A disciple who joined the sect at least 3 generations ago. And disciples only begin systematic cultivation after joining the main peak, creating an unbridgeable gap between main peak disciples and non-main peak disciples. It's no wonder that Ning Fan is in a tough spot. Under normal circumstances, he would face a disciple from the last generation, or perhaps the one before that, yet Ning Fan has entered the peak as an exception. This makes it even harder for him. Zoyu, you'll be his opponent. Gue Yazi turned his gaze to the back. The earlier talent scout stepped forward from the disciple group, gazing at Ning Fan with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Ning Fan, you were the one who ambushed me earlier, right? Now let me as your senior brother teach you what respect truly means. Once I defeat you, and you join Yin-Yang Peak, your Dao companion. The talent scout named Zoyu grinned wickedly at Yin Xingyao. Just as he continued to step forward, a fierce wind suddenly howled. At the same time, an ancient roar echoed, its sound striking the eardrums of the crowd like the tolling of a great bell. Who is Ning Fan? The roar struck like a heavy hammer, crashing into the hearts of everyone present. Those with slightly weaker realms had their legs give way beneath them, collapsing to the ground while covering their ears. Ning Fan turned towards the source of the sound, where a surge of black smoke emerged, swirling down from the heavens like a tornado, carrying with it an overwhelming might. It was barreling straight towards Ning Fan. He was startled. This was bad. This strike seemed to contain the power of heaven and earth far beyond what he could resist. Just as Ning Fan was in a daze, a figure stepped in front of him. It was the master of Changming Peak. Master, this boy is about to become my disciple. No matter the grievances you hold, I ask you to spare him for my— As the voice fell, the master of Changming Peak raised his palm, and a lotus flower floated from his palm, shooting towards the black mist. Boom! Upon collision, they erupted violently, unleashing a terrifying storm of spiritual energy that swept across the surroundings, sending the nearby disciples flying like leaves in a gale. A few peak masters joined forces to regain control of the situation, preventing any casualties. As the black mist dispersed, an old woman with a dragon head staff stood before Ning Fan, her sunken eyes glinting with profound hatred. She fixed her gaze on Ning Fan, and the old woman was none other than Zhao Wuching, one of the heads of the Zhao family. Senior. Ning Fan was taken aback. Who is this person? Why does she harbor such intense hostility towards me? Ning Fan racked his brain, unable to fathom why he had provoked such a formidable existence. Fenyue, are you protecting him? The old woman looked at the master of Changming Peak. She wanted to kill, and the mere rules of the sect could no longer restrain her. The master of Changming Peak was her only obstacle. The Dao Master. A supreme existence above elders, those who could become Dao Masters were all influential figures from various clans, not only possessing exceptional strength, but also robust backgrounds. A mere Peak Master should not be compared to a Dao Master. Yet the master of Changming Peak faced the old woman with an air of nonchalance, showing no signs of fear. Indeed, the master of Changming Peak nodded. My disciple Ning Fan has deciphered the content of the inscriptions and comprehended a martial technique. He is crucial to my Changming Peak. Inscriptions. Ancient ruins. The old woman was taken aback, then turned to the massive stone tablet beside her, her brow furrowing. She was certainly aware of the existence of ancient ruins. How could Ning Fan comprehend something that countless disciples and elders could not? And why was he here understanding the content of the inscriptions? Ning Fan's trials had stirred quite a commotion within the sect, but he was ultimately a new disciple, making it difficult to attract the Dao Master's attention. Moreover, the old woman had just learned of Zhao Qishuang's death, and had spent the entire day searching for the culprit. How could she pay attention to Ning Fan? Disciple Ning Fan wishes to join my Changming Peak, but was forcibly taken by the master of Yin Peak. Using his privileges, he is just now broken through the second trial. The master of Changming Peak explained. The old woman was initially startled by Ning Fan's talent, but in the next moment that astonishment was replaced by hatred. After some investigation, she was convinced that the killer of Zhao Qishuang was the very person Zhao Qishuang had been entangled with. Ning Fan. Zhao Qishuang was the only descendant of the old woman's grandson, Zhao Wuji, who had perished as a hero while covering for Zhao family's disciples to escape. Zhao Qishuang could not have died in vain. Senior, may I ask where I have offended you? Ning Fan clasped his fists in respect, speaking reverently. Oh, facing such a figure, he dared not be negligent. Zhao Qishuang died at your hands, the old woman declared firmly. Oh, Ning Fan was stunned. It took several breaths for Ning Fan to realize who the Zhao Qishuang the old woman mentioned was. Wasn't she the disciple he had consulted with Yin Qingyao on joining the sect that day in the cave? No way. Ning Fan had absolutely not laid a hand on Zhao Qishuang. Senior. No need for explanations. I have already made my judgment. The old woman suddenly shook the dragon head staff in her hand. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Ning Fan. If it weren't for the old woman's overwhelming strength, he would have wanted to curse her out. This was truly an unjust accusation falling squarely on him. I said my disciple Ning Fan is under my protection. Zhao Wuching. You haven't forgotten where your position as Dao Master of the Zhao family comes from, have you? The master of Changming Peak's tone grew cold. Hearing her words, the other Peak Masters and disciples looked startled. To speak so to a Dao Master was certainly not something a mere Peak Master could do. The remaining Peak Masters exchanged glances. Upon reflection, they realized they truly knew little of the background of the Master of Changming Peak, only that her name was Yin Fenyue. Aside from that, there was nothing more. Could it be that Yin Fenyue has a powerful background? Faced with Yin Fenjiu's words, the old woman's gaze flickered slightly. Instead of directly confronting her, she shifted the conversation. The disciples are to be seized. It is the third trial now, correct? Indeed, Dao Master. Guei Yazi stepped forward respectfully, saluting before speaking. Then the disciple provided for the final trial shall come from my Zhao family. How about that? The old woman Guei Yazi hesitated. He must ensure Ning Fan fails in this trial. But if the choice fell to a Zhao family disciple, would it be too risky? Zhao Qi, come forth, the old woman said loudly. As her voice faded, a figure suddenly leapt into view from a distance, soaring over 10 meters, aggressively cutting through the crowd to reach the center where Ning Fan stood. Zhao Qi will serve as the guardian for the final trial. Is that acceptable? Zhao Qi, the Iron Hand Zhao Qi. A gasp echoed, revealing the identity of the newcomer. Iron Hand Zhao Qi. A top talent among the younger generation of the Zhao family, he was directly taken in as a direct disciple by the Peak Master after joining Xianpin Peak, and then vanished from sight. Of course, Zhao Qi's disappearance did not stem from lack of talent, but rather from the Zhao family pouring all their resources and top-tier cultivation materials into him. At this moment, Zhao Qi's realm had evidently reached the 5th layer of Xuanji realm. Don't be fooled by the fact that his realm was only 2 layers ahead of Ning Fan. The resources Zhao Qi enjoyed were far beyond what ordinary disciples could compare, from techniques to martial skills. All were resources of the Zhao family. It must be noted that when he first entered Xuanji realm, Zhao Qi had already defeated a disciple at the 4th layer. His talent was evident. And now Zhao Qi was at the 5th layer of Xuanji realm. You step down. Zhao Qi looked at Zhou, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Just that one glance made the talent scout from Yinyang Peak take a half step back. Then it settled. Guo Yazi nodded in satisfaction. The 3rd trial of disciple, seizing disciple Zhao Qi against disciple Ning Fan. At this moment the gazes of the crowd toward Ning Fan were filled with pity. It was already unfortunate for him to confront the talent scout from Yinyang Peak. Who would have thought that the Zhao family would intervene, changing his opponent from the Yinyang Peak talent scout, Zhou, to Zhao Qi, whose reputation greatly surpassed that of Zhou. A sigh echoed, revealing Ning Fan's dire situation in the eyes of those present. Each challenge felt harder than reaching the heavens. Ning Fan daring to kill a disciple of the Zhao family, you have sealed your own fate. Zhao Qi looked at Ning. Ning Fan opened his mouth to argue, but his voice caught in his throat. After all, Zhao Qi's words were not entirely wrong. Zhao Yuanjia did die by his hand. But Zhao Qishuang's death truly had nothing to do with him. Forget it. If he had the chance, he might as well take down a few more Zhao family members, so he wouldn't feel he took the blame for nothing. Ning Fan, do you dare to raise the stakes? Zhao Qi suddenly smiled. Oh. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the stakes Zhao Qi mentioned. If only he had cultivation resources in hand, he would bet everything he had on passing all 3 challenges. Unfortunately, Ning Fan had spent all his cultivation resources on dual cultivation, missing the chance to strike it rich overnight. Now with Zhao Qi mentioning stakes, it was exactly what Ning Fan had hoped for. What are we betting on? Just so you know, I currently don't have many spirit stones. If credit is allowed, I would definitely bet with you. Ning Fan confidently spoke. Little did he know, upon facing Ning Fan's challenge, Zhao Qi merely smiled knowingly, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Junior brother using cultivation resources as stakes seems a bit childish, doesn't it? If we're going to gamble, let's make it worthwhile. Worthwhile? Ning Fan tilted his head. Yes. Let's bet on partners. Zhao Qi declared his intention, his voice laced with aggression. The 2 of us will wager our partners. Whoever wins can take the other's partner as a concubine. How about that? Ning Fan frowned instantly at the proposition. Betting on partners was the biggest gamble within the Yinyang divine sect, where disciples cultivated based on the Yinyang mystic scripture. This meant dual cultivation. Dual cultivation required partners, and if one lost their partner in the bet, that individual would lose their qualification to cultivate unless they found another partner. But how easy would that be? Fish seek fish, shrimp seek shrimp. The one who lost their partner would be lucky to only find a woman abandoned by her male partner. One loses their partner, and the other is discarded by theirs. The 2 would end up together, which had little prospect. Most importantly, Ning Fan had no use for Zhao Qi's partner. However, he could wait until he won, and then sell Zhao Qi's partner for a good price. What are you afraid? Zhao Qi raised his head slightly, looking down at Ning Fan with an air of superiority. It's a shame that the other disciples praise your exceptional talent. Now it seems you are just a coward, and that thing on your shoulder suits you well. It was a simple provocation. Ning Fan did not get angry. I just think that my partner is not an object. No matter what, I have no right to treat her as a stake. Husband. Yin Xingyao looked at Ning Fan with a moved expression, her eyes sparkling with starlight, a feeling of being respected. Generally, in a pair of partners, one is strong and the other weak. The dominant party would overshadow the other, leading to such gambling on partners. But Ning Fan did not want to gamble. Yin Xingyao was matched with him during his most helpless times, and they had come this far together despite the many hardships. There was a bond between them. It's okay. Yin Xingyao spoke up, trust shining in her gaze as she looked. Husband, I believe in you. Besides, if we lose to the other side, we would have to join Yinyang Peak, which is hardly better than losing a partner. Hearing Yin Qingjiao's words, Ning Fan frowned and pondered. Indeed, Yin Xingyao was right. They both urgently needed cultivation resources. If they joined Changming Peak, they would face a visible shortage of cultivation resources. If they didn't take the opportunity to gather more cultivation resources, they would likely struggle in the future. All right. Ning Fan looked at Zhao Qi and nodded in agreement. Everyone please witness. I am adding a stake to this bet. We will wager our partners. Whoever loses the competition must forfeit their partner, and the victor may take them as a concubine. Zhao Qi declared loudly. The crowd exchanged glances. None expected that the situation would escalate to a wager on partners, suddenly pushing Ning Fan into an unwinnable predicament. Originally, the crowd thought that even if Ning Fan lost the challenges, it wouldn't matter. Losing would mean joining Yinyang Peak, something many disciples would hope for. But now, if he lost his partner, even if he joined Yinyang Peak, Ning Fan could not cultivate. Losing a partner would be a heavy blow to anyone. Zhao Qi's proposal to gamble on partners clearly indicated his deep-seated hatred for Ning Fan. Agreed. We witness this, whether it is disciple Zhao Qi or disciple Ning Fan, the loser will automatically forfeit their partner. The victor may take them as a concubine. Gui Yazi declared loudly. Third challenge. Start. Everyone step back and give space to disciples Zhao Qi and Ning Fan. This match has no restrictions, and both may exert their full strength until one side concedes. During this time, life and death are inconsequential, Gui Yazi stated. He then lightly tapped the ground with his foot, floating backward gracefully, as did the other peak masters, while the disciples hurriedly ran. They left the center area for Ning Fan and Zhao Qi. Come on, please. Bang. The two exchanged slight pleasantries before they both stomped the ground, violently charging at each other like cannonballs, each raising a fist in midair. Their fists collided without any avoidance. Boom! A muffled sound erupted and a visible shockwave radiated from the point of impact, raising the dust beneath their feet. Dang dang! Ning Fan staggered back 2 steps before stabilizing himself. He raised his hand, and blood was visibly seeping from the knuckles of his right fist. Oh! Zhao Qi did not pursue the advantage, but stood still looking at Ning Fan with keen interest, as if observing a dying prey. Not bad. You managed to trade blows with me using your physical strength, junior brother Ning. You are truly impressive. Tisk. Hearing Zhao Qi's condescending words, Ning Fan couldn't help but click his tongue lightly. How unpleasant. Rather than arguing, Ning Fan was more eager to fight. In the next moment, he directly lunged forward, engaging Zhao Qi in close combat. The distance between them was minimal, almost just half a body length apart. An inch longer meant greater strength, an inch shorter meant greater danger. This kind of close-quarter combat was incredibly perilous. A single misstep could lead to a severe injury from the opponent, resulting in an immediate loss in the entire match. This Ning Fan really dares. This Ning Fan truly dares to act. A gasp of astonishment rose, voicing the collective shock in everyone's hearts. And generally speaking, only the advantaged party chooses close-quarters combat, thereby effortlessly converting superiority into decisive victory. Yet moments earlier, all had witnessed Ning Fan deliberately closing the distance to engage in hand-to-hand combat. All were struck by Ning Fan's audacity. Why not wager with me, esteemed peers? How many moves do you suppose Ning Fan can endure? Gui Yaji stroked his beard, his expression radiating serene confidence. And the other peak masters remained silent, but inwardly concurred with Gui Yaji's assessment. Ning Fan could not possibly withstand Zhao Qi for long. A single misstep would spell total defeat. Such a misstep was not only easy to incur, it was nearly inevitable. In mortal combat, one must constantly bear the oppressive pressure exerted by the opponent, a pressure that accumulates relentlessly. The more one is suppressed, the more vulnerabilities inevitably surface. Yet amid mounting anticipation, the anticipated collapse never materialized. And thud, 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 thud. In the blink of an eye, over 10 minutes passed, during which Ning Fan and Zhao Qi exchanged dozens of strikes, their fists and limbs clashing repeatedly. Every blow landed flesh and flesh. The muffled thuds of knuckles striking bone made onlookers' teeth. Strangely though, Ning Fan's strength and physical constitution slightly lagged behind Zhao Qi's. He remained like a solitary skiff adrift upon a storm-tossed sea, maintaining a tenuous, unwavering equilibrium even beneath Zhao Qi's tempestuous onslaught. Thud. Ning Fan and Zhao Qi exchanged another thunderous punch, then recoiled backward, propelled by the force of impact. Ning Fan breathed shallowly, a fine sheen of sweat glistening across his skin. Zhao Qi, by contrast, stood utterly composed. At first glance, Zhao Qi held the upper hand. But appearances deceived. Precisely because Zhao Qi held the advantage, he sought throughout the duel to convert it into outright victory. Yet Ning Fan proved as unyielding as tempered steel. Despite Zhao Qi's relentless pressure, Ning Fan revealed no flaw, no opening. And Zhao Qi, however, during several intense face-to-face exchanges, inadvertently exposed openings, and Ning Fan seized them, without hesitation, driving 2 brutal elbows into Zhao Qi's chest and ribs. Had his robe been lifted, 2 deep bruises would have been plainly visible upon Zhao Qi's torso, while Ning Fan bore no serious injury from the exchange. The faint discolorations on his body were merely ordinary marks left by fierce, clean exchanges. No exploitable weakness had ever surfaced. And this Ning Fan is intriguing. He possesses an extraordinary heart, calm, unshakable, and supremely resilient. And even confronting a martial artist stronger than himself, he maintains absolute composure and makes flawless, instinctive decisions, a rare and precious trait. Talent, insight, and temperament, each beyond reproach. This youth may well ascend the demonic prodigy. And among the spectators stood peak masters whose discerning eyes caught every nuance of the duel. What truly awed them was Ning Fan's indomitable temperament. Many venerable cultivators seasoned through decades of arduous practice felt humbled upon witnessing Ning Fan's unruffled poise, so profound was its mastery. Utterly unflinching, Ning Fan's unwavering composure during combat stemmed from Yi Holian's ability to disperse injuries, ensuring he sustained no real harm, thus granting him boundless fortitude. You are worthy of being my true adversary. In continuing this bare-handed contest serves no purpose. Let us settle this with genuine martial techniques. Zhao Qi fixed Ning Fan with a steady gaze. As his voice faded, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted around him, far surpassing the power of a 5th-rank Xuanji realm cultivator verging upon 7th-rank potency. 10,000 Catty Palm. And Zhao Qi launched himself skyward, hurtling toward Ning Fan, his palm blazing with coalesced spiritual energy, forming a colossal spectral hand. The energy hand descended like a collapsing mountain range, intent on crushing Ning Fan into oblivion. And can you withstand this strike? Zhao Qi roared. It's a lower-tier Xian-grade martial technique. Its destructive force is formidable. And that Zhao Qi? And someone murmured softly. Granting Ning Fan no time for reflection, Zhao Qi closed in. Ning Fan's countenance hardened, his eyes blazing with infinite unquenchable battle fervor. To meet Heaton, and then so be it. In Dragon Serpent Manifestation Palm, in spiritual energy, surged violently around Ning Fan, condensing into a black and gray serpentine aura coiling tightly around his arms. At the instant the energy palm bore down, Ning Fan drove his fist upward with explosive force. The serpent surged forward, then midair transformed abruptly into a mighty scaled Geodragon. Boom! The Geodragon pierced skyward, colliding headlong with the colossal energy palm. A deafening detonation shook the heavens. The earth beneath Ning Fan's feet shattered instantly. Immense force channeled from Ning Fan's body into the ground, spiderweb cracks racing outward. Within moments, stone fragments exploded into the air. What a... Ning Fan felt an overwhelming force slam into him. His legs buckled, unable to anchor his stance, and he was hurled backward like a ragdoll. He crashed heavily onto the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood, yet his wounds healed instantly. Externally, however, his condition appeared dire. Ning Fan struggled upright. No. Something was wrong. Zhao Qi's technique should not have possessed such devastating power. Though Zhao Qi's cultivation realm surpassed Ning Fan's enhanced Dragon Serpent Manifestation Palm had already reached lower-tier Xian-grade refinement, and further amplified by the Tianxian Heart Sutra's prodigious spiritual energy, even at a disadvantage. He should not have suffered such catastrophic collapse. How do you find my battle constitution? Zhao Qi smiled faintly at Ning Fan. Battle constitution. Ning Fan murmured quietly. Precisely. Unlike your cultivation affinity, my battle constitution exclusively enhances combat prowess. A 1st-rank constitution, steel-bone body. It fortifies physical resilience during hand-to-hand combat, and when executing compatible martial techniques elevates their rank by 1 tier. And otherwise, how could I of the Zhao clan have mastered this technique? Zhao Qi explained calmly. Ning Fan gave a slight, thoughtful nod. And so that was it. The world was vast and wondrous. Such constitutions bestowing unique martial advantages were utterly unprecedented to him. No wonder Zhao Qi was hailed as the Zhao clan's peerless prodigy. Ning Fan. There's no need to fret over life after losing your Dao companion. You won't see tomorrow's sun. Blood debts shall be repaid in blood. Zhao Qi's gaze sharpened, a chilling aura of killing intent rippling outward. Instantly spiritual energy flared anew. Another colossal energy palm coalescing above his outstretched hand. Die! Zhao Qi lunged forward. The monstrous energy palm aimed directly at Ning Fan's face. Dangerous, peerless. Several cries rang out, including Xiao Hong's. He knew Ning Fan's most potent technique was precisely that serpentine palm. If even the serpent palm had failed against Zhao Qi, Ning Fan stood in grave peril. Facing the terrifying energy palm, Ning Fan drew a slow, deep breath, then exhaled steadily. Raising his hands, he began weaving intricate esoteric seals. As the final seal settled into place, Ning Fan's eyes blazed with sudden incisive intensity. Wuxia seal. Human seal. As the human seal appeared, an ancient and weathered wave emanated from Ning Fan's surroundings, indistinguishable from that of a stone tablet. In an instant, Ning Fan's complexion turned pale. The primordial seal directly devoured more than half of Ning Fan's spiritual energy, leaving him feeling somewhat unsteady on his feet. What is this? Zhao Qi narrowed his eyes, gazing at the sudden appearance of the human seal, before Ning Fan, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes, yet he did not sense overwhelming pressure from the seal. Many more felt mystified. The others, witnessing the emergence of the human seal, also focused slightly, with many recognizing that this move by Ning Fan was the martial technique just gleaned from the stone tablet. Isn't it just a profound level martial technique? Can it really turn the tide? A voice rang out articulating the thoughts of the crowd. The rank of this seal was spoken by Ning Fan himself, and ordinary profound-level martial techniques would be utterly powerless against Zhao Qi's enhanced 10,000 Jun hand due to his steel body. Bang! A spiritual energy hand struck the human seal, and a wave of energy suddenly surged forth, causing Zhao Qi, who was initially full of momentum, to freeze midair. He could no longer advance an inch. In contrast, the human seal remained completely still, not even trembling, standing firm like a mountain amidst the storm. What? Zhao Qi's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinholes. The recoil from striking the human seal left him gasping, his face suddenly turning crimson. In Zhao Qi's perception, the human seal floating in midair did not seem like a formless entity, but rather a mountain rooted in the earth. No matter how hard he exerted his strength, he could not shift it in the slightest. Go! Ning Fan moved his finger again, and the human seal suddenly expanded, growing from the size of a palm to 1.5 times a person's height, directly blocking Zhao Qi. In the next moment, the human seal lunged forward violently, carrying Zhao Qi along as it charged ahead. Then the seal changed direction and crashed heavily onto the ground. Boom! A loud sound erupted as the human seal along with Zhao Qi sank into the ground, leaving a massive pit in front of everyone. Once the human seal vanished, everyone saw Zhao Qi's figure embedded in the earth, looking extremely disheveled. Ugh! A mouthful of fresh blood spewed from Zhao Qi's mouth, and upon closer inspection the blood was mixed with bits of internal organs, clearly indicating serious injury to his insides. Zhao Qi's body trembled, and he could feel himself exerting every ounce of strength, yet the surrounding soil and stones firmly encased him. Injured severely, Zhao Qi could not escape. Silence. Stillness. The entire world was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop as everyone looked at Ning Fan, their eyes filled with shock. That tiny seal actually unleashed such great power. It was truly hard to believe. Zhao Qi has lost. It seems so. Iron Hand Zhao Qi, the prodigy of the Zhao family, personally taught by the peak master of the Xianpin peak, a genius with a combat physique, actually lost to Ning Fan, who hasn't even joined the main peak. That handprint is not an ordinary profound-level martial technique. It absolutely is not. The attention of the surrounding peak masters and disciples gradually fell onto the martial technique Ning Fan had displayed. That ancient and weathered handprint was capable of defeating the steel body-enhanced 10,000 Jun hand in a heated confrontation. If not for Zhao Qi's special physique, that human seal could have directly crushed Zhao Qi to death. Hiss! As the reality dawned on them, everyone collectively gasped, their gazes fixed on Ning Fan, brimming with shock and seriousness. In the future, within the entire Yin-Yang divine sect, there would likely be another top genius that all the younger generation must take seriously. A genius that could be deemed monstrous. Ning Fan gazed at the critically wounded Zhao Qi on the ground, and if one looked closely, they could see a slight rise and fall in his chest. He was still alive. Realizing that Zhao Qi's life was still intact, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in Ning Fan's eyes as his figure flickered and rushed towards the defenseless Zhao Qi. What? Is Ning Fan actually planning to kill him? A voice of shock arose, encapsulating the horror felt by the crowd. After all, Zhao Qi was backed by the Zhao family, and the Dao master of the Zhao family was still present. This was tantamount to seeking death. As expected, in the next moment the old woman shook the dragon head cane in her hand, and a wave of dark clouds surged forth, instantly engulfing Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan felt as if he had lost control over his body. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his original position. Ning Fan was taken aback. The old woman truly acted without regard for her face. No, she should still have some reservations. If she had no reservations at all, Ning Fan might have already become a corpse. We concede. This battle ends here. The voice of the old woman echoed. The nearby Ghost Tooth watched this scene, gritting his teeth in frustration, as Ning Fan had indeed managed to pass all 3 trials. Damn it. Exercising privilege while allowing a disciple to escape was undoubtedly a significant disgrace for their Yin-Yang peak. Yet Ghost Tooth had nothing to say. He had witnessed the battle firsthand. Zhao Qi had held nothing back and had not underestimated his opponent. Yet even so, Zhao Qi had nearly been killed by Ning Fan. With such strength, even sending Zouyu to the fore would only end in failure with no better outcome. In this battle, Disciple Ning Fan emerges victorious. Disciple Ning Fan has passed all 3 trials. He may decide on the main peak. Ghost Tooth reluctantly announced the results of the disciples' competition. Disciple Ning Fan, do you wish to join our Changming peak? Yin Fengyue looked at Ning Fan, her eyes reflecting joy, appreciation, and relief. With a genius of such caliber joining, it was undoubtedly great news for their Changming peak. I am willing. Ning Fan clasped his fists in salute. Finally, he would not have to worry about inexplicably joining other peaks. From now on, all dual cultivation would depend solely on Ning Fan and Yun Qingjiu's intentions without needing to adhere to the absurd dual cultivation rules of other main peaks. The other peak masters also looked at Ning Fan with complex expressions lamenting that such a genius could not join their own main peak. In the future, Ning Fan would likely become a formidable rival. However, that was a matter for later. For now, there was still one matter left unresolved. Ning Fan, today Zhao Qi lost to you due to his lack of skill, and I have no complaints, but you dared to kill a member of my Zhao family. This matter will not end here. The old woman stared deeply at Ning Fan, her slightly sunken eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent, clearly intent on eliminating Ning Fan swiftly. Of course it won't end here. May I ask, where is the Dao companion that the disciple has won? The esteemed Zhao family wouldn't go back on their word, would they? Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, the old woman's eyes filled with murderous intent. Were it not for certain special circumstances, she would have struck immediately, to slay Ning Fan on the spot. Zhao Qi, who had just been helped by the old woman using dark clouds, and had taken a pill, spat out another mouthful of blood upon seeing Ning Fan's aggressive demand for a partner. He collapsed to the ground, his face drained of color. Gambling is like this, with wins come losses. You cannot only acknowledge the bet when you win. A cold voice echoed, since you've wagered your partner, you must bear the backlash. Zhao Qi struggled to rise. With his status and talent, even if he lost his partner, he could still find another suitable one with some time. But the shame of losing his partner would forever linger around him. He closed his eyes. After a few breaths, Zhao Qi opened his eyes again, filled with determination. He flipped his hand, and a communication jade pendant appeared. It was unclear what he said to the communication jade pendant. After a while, a figure squeezed through the crowd and entered the center where Ning Fan and the others were. At the same time, a somewhat delicate voice rang out. "Husband, what is so urgent that you didn't even say what it is before letting me come?" Ning Fan looked at the woman speaking. The girl was in her 20s. She looked quite similar to Yun Qingyao, but this girl was smaller in stature, making her appear particularly petite. Her long black hair was tied into two cute buns behind her head. Husband, what is going on here?" Before Zhao Qi could respond, the girl rushed over in panic upon seeing his injuries, her face filled with worry. The girl extended her hand, wanting to touch Zhao Qi, but fearing that such an advance might worsen his injuries, she could only stand in place, anxious. However, at that moment, Zhao Qi turned his head away, his face filled with guilt and regret, unable to utter a word. "Miss, your good husband has already lost you to me. From now on, you shall be my Ning Fan's concubine," Ning Fan said casually. Zhao Qi's partner was stunned, unable to comprehend what Ning Fan had said. Her eyes were filled with "Me? Lost to you as your partner?" She could hardly believe it, instinctively glancing around, but everyone she met eyes with showed no sign of jest. Even the Dao master of the Zhao family was present. Clearly, if the Dao master was here, something significant was happening. They couldn't possibly be making a joke like this in front of her. This meant that Zhao Qi really had lost her to Ning Fan. "Come here." Ning Fan stepped forward, gripping Zhao Qi's partner's shoulder and pulling her to his side with a slow smile. Thus the disciples' trial finally came to an end. Just as everyone was about to disperse, Ning Fan called out, "Everyone hold on, give me a few minutes." Ning Fan's voice was loud, and everyone who was preparing to leave stopped in their tracks, curious about his intentions. "As for me, I am in need of cultivation resources lately. Since this girl is the partner of that Zhao family's genius, she must possess exceptional talent. Who is willing to bid to buy her? Starting price is 100 spirit stones," Ning Fan stated. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, Zhao Qi's partner's eyes widened. The continuous unexpected events had left her mind in a daze, and now what bothered her most was, "Am I worth only 100 spirit stones?" The crowd. This wasn't the crux of the matter, was it? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. After winning, Zhao Qi's partner Ning Fan publicly auctioned her off, which was simply a blatant slap in the face. Slapping Zhao Qi was tantamount to slapping the Zhao family. This Ning Fan had just wanted to kill Zhao Qi. Truly bold. However, upon hearing Ning Fan's words, Zhao Qi's eyes brightened. If Ning Fan was selling his partner, didn't that mean he could buy her back? Buying back his partner would undoubtedly minimize today's losses. It was merely a matter of some cultivation resources. His partner would still be his partner, and even the shame of losing her could be significantly reduced. Given time, perhaps it could be forgotten. I am willing to offer 10000 spirit stones to exchange for Qingqing." Zhao Qi spoke up. 10000 spirit stones. Upon hearing Zhao Qi's bid, all the disciples were momentarily taken aback. This amount of resources was enough for Ning Fan to cultivate to the Earth Extreme realm. Wasn't that too generous? This price, exchanging for a concubine, was undeniably a sure profit. Everyone thought so. This bid was something Ning Fan would certainly accept, but the next moment Ning Fan merely curled his lips, uttering two words. "Not for sale." But is the price not enough? Zhao Qi gritted his teeth. Wasn't 1000 spirit stones sufficient? This Ning Fan was truly greedy, but this was already the maximum Zhao Qi could offer. Any more would only be an additional 1 or 2,000 spirit stones at most, and he'd have to liquidate all the pills and resources in his possession. No, it's not a matter of price. It's because I want sell to the Zhao family. Ning Fan smiled, speaking loudly. By the way, if anyone with grievances against the Zhao family is willing to bid, I can reduce the price by 100 spirit stones. Everyone hurry up and make your bids. With Ning Fan's voice falling, everyone, including Zhao Qi, understood that Ning Fan intended to confront the Zhao family. Bastard, you dare! The old woman exuded a pressure that felt like a storm about to break. What is there to be? The Zhao family has gone too far. First Zhao Yuankai, then Zhao Yuanjia, and now you blame Zhao Qishuang. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? When a man is enraged, blood will spill. Today I, Ning Fan, declare my stance here. If any Zhao family member has the chance, I will kill one upon meeting. Ning Fan and the Zhao family will not rest until one of us is dead. Ning Fan's voice rang out with clarity, emphasizing each word, resonating in everyone's ears. The crowd widened their eyes. This Ning Fan actually spoke of not resting until the Zhao family was dead, right in front of the Zhao family's Dao master. Just the words seeking death were insufficient to describe Ning Fan's actions. Did he truly fear nothing? Not at all. Ning Fan could not argue that Zhao Qishuang's death had nothing to do with him. The Zhao family regarded him as a thorn in their side. Ning Fan believed he had already demonstrated sufficient talent, and at this moment, he would show an unyielding attitude against the Zhao family. Thus, the opposing forces of the Zhao family would likely come to his aid. Allowing Ning Fan to grow would be akin to helping the Zhao family cultivate a great calamity. Any force wishing to target the Zhao family would not overlook this point. One must understand that protecting Ning Fan is not a difficult task. On the contrary, if the Zhao family wishes to kill Ning Fan, they would have to violate sect rules and send out a warrior far stronger than him. The opposing forces of the Zhao family only need to watch the Zhao family and prevent them from violating sect regulations, thereby allowing the Zhao family to cultivate a formidable enemy. Why not? On the contrary, if one remains silent and does not express their attitude, the opposing forces of the Zhao family may not firmly support him. Is there no one bidding? Ning Fan disregarded the reactions of the crowd, scanning among them and speaking loudly. No one responded. What a joke. Ning Fan being at odds with the Zhao family was unavoidable. If given a choice, no one would take the stage against the Zhao family. In the presence of the Zhao family's Dao master, to associate with Ning Fan would be tantamount to opposing the Zhao family. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of provoking the Dao master's resentment, this was absolutely something that couldn't be done. No matter how appealing Zhao Qi's Dao partner was, no one dared to bid. Ning Fan clicked his tongue lightly. It seemed that selling Zhao Qi's Dao partner today was unrealistic, but that was all right. A living person in his hands, and he couldn't obtain any cultivation resources. Bastard, you will regret this. The old woman stared deeply at Ning Fan, all her emotions contained in her gaze, looking at him with an unflinching calm. Then let's take it step by step. Ning Fan gazed back without fear. In the next moment, the old woman shook the dragon head cane in her hand, and a surge of black smoke rose from beneath her feet, enveloping her and Zhao Qi before soaring into the air. In the blink of an eye, they vanished. Ning Fan gazed deeply in the direction where the old woman and Zhao Qi had disappeared, a trace of gloom flickering in his eyes. This enemy was truly troublesome. But there was no other way. Disciple Ning Fan, let's go back to the peak with me. Yin Fengyue looked at Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. Yes, master. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao replied in unison, the crowd parting to create a path, with Yin Fengyue leading the way, followed closely by Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. As for Zhao Qi's Dao partner, she was unwillingly being dragged by Ning Fan. The distances between the different main peaks were generally the same. The only difference was their locations. The Yinyang Peak and Xianpin Peak were situated at the center of the Yinyang divine sect near core areas like Fanlu, while the Chongming Peak was on the outskirts of the sect, relatively quiet. Upon arriving at Chongming Peak, Ning Fan gained a deeper understanding of its tranquility. After entering the peak gates, they walked towards the mountain, encountering very few disciples. 30 or so. Ning Fan did not count precisely, but it should be roughly correct. Such a number was exceedingly small for a main peak. This is the disciples' residence. Soon accommodations will be arranged for you. Do not return to the new disciples' residence. Yin Fengyue introduced a row of caves halfway up the mountain. Thank you, Master Peak. Ning Fan cupped his hands in salute. As they continued upward from halfway up the mountain, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao also saw the training grounds, alchemy rooms, and other areas. Essentially, all the regions present in the main peak were also found in Chongming Peak. After all, it was one of the great main peaks of the Yinyang divine sect. It could not be lacking in any aspect. Here is our Chongming Peak's martial arts tower. Yin Fengyue stopped in front of an area and Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao exchanged glances, both appearing stunned. This was indeed the martial arts tower. If one did not know better, they might think it was an ancient battlefield that had undergone fierce combat with remnants of crumbling walls and various signs of decay, looking like a large junkyard. Hiss! Suddenly Ning Fan seemed to remember something and took a sharp breath. He tentatively asked, could this be exactly its items from ancient relics? Yin Fengyue nodded. Her gaze also deepened as she looked at Ning Fan, who in the past ancient relics and their products were merely a pile of garbage. But now it was different. Ning Fan possessed the ability to comprehend martial arts from the inscriptions on stone tablets. Perhaps he could also grasp the other items produced by ancient relics. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled. He was certain that Yi Honglian understood the characters of those ghostly drawings, which meant that as long as there were useful items within the ancient relics, he could decipher them. This was no junkyard. This was Ning Fan's dreamland. No rush. Let's first head to the Great Hall. Your few senior brothers and sisters should have been waiting for a long time. Yin Fengyue raised her head, looking towards the peak top. The peak top was where the great halls of each main peak were located. As you command. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao responded, closely following Yin Fengyue step by step to the Great Hall of Chongming Peak. Chongming Hall. Chongming Hall was also quite grand, built with remarkable magnificence. It was indeed a work of intricate craftsmanship, living up to the name of a main peak. As soon as Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao entered the Great Hall, two figures immediately rushed over before Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao could even react. They embraced both of them. Brother, sister. Warm greetings echoed from the mouths of the two figures, and with the action of linking arms, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao found themselves momentarily stunned. What's going on? So enthusiastic. Li Yunqi Gu Mingyue, tone it down a bit, but don't scare our new disciples. It's not easy to have excellent disciples join our Chongming Peak. If you scare them away, I will hold you accountable. Another voice rang out from the center of the Great Hall, chastising the two overly enthusiastic individuals who had embraced Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. Everyone disperse. What sort of behavior is this? Yin Fengyue spoke in a deep voice. With her speaking, the two individuals who had their arms around Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao finally laughed and released them. Yet even after releasing them, the pair still winked at Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. Despite Yin Fengyue's, the expressions of these two pairs of disciples in the room did not show any fear. It appeared that the atmosphere of Chongming Peak was quite relaxed. Let me introduce you. The two over here are Li Yunqi and Gu Mingyue. They are responsible for the allocation of cultivation resources at Chongming Peak. If you need anything, you can speak directly to them, but cannot guarantee satisfaction. Those two inside, Yin Fengyue said, looking towards the center of the group. Compared to the overly enthusiastic Li Yunqi and Gu Mingyue, the other pair of disciples in the center of the hall appeared much more composed and experienced. Lin Yu. Li Xiangnan. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. These two are responsible for the cultivation of disciples at Chongming Peak, but for now it has nothing to do with you. You do not need to follow the regular disciples for cultivation. Yin Fengyue added. After joining the main peak, the disciples are categorized by rank. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao were granted special permission to enter the peak and pass the 3 trials of disciple competition, proving their qualifications, so they naturally do not have to start from the lowest level. They directly become ranked disciples. The so-called ranked disciples are those who have a ranking within the main peak, with the chief, deputy chief, and then others arranged in order. Ranked disciples gather all the prodigies of a main peak, and regular cultivation methods cannot satisfy them, so ranked disciples have special cultivation paths. Where is the chief? Yin Fengyue asked. Brother Miao is still in the back mountain, Lin Yu replied, glancing at Ning Fan. Miao Tian is the chief disciple of our Changming Peak. Soon we will meet Brother Miao, and starting tomorrow our cultivation will be arranged by him. Oh, Ning Fan nodded, indicating he understood. By the way, junior brother Ning, who is that behind you? I heard you chose our Changming Peak because you wanted to keep your integrity, but why is there a girl following you apart from your Dao partner? Gu Mingyue looked at the girl behind Ning Fan with a curious expression. This is someone I just won back, and I plan to find a way to deal with her later. Ning Fan spoke. Isn't this Yu Qingqing? Lin Yu tilted his head, recognizing the identity of the girl. Yu Qingqing. The granddaughter of the master of Qihua Peak, she is also considered a noble existence within the entire Yin-Yang divine sect. It's unexpected that Ning Fan could win her back. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingqing slightly raised her head, snorting lightly, a hint of arrogance flashing in her eyes as she spoke proudly. Since you know who I am, why don't you hurry up and let me go? Ning Fan thought Lin Yu would advise him not to stir up trouble, but the next moment Lin Yu changed his tone and smiled widely. Not bad. This girl can definitely fetch a good price. Ning Fan. Yu Qingqing. It seems that junior brother Ning, like us, has reaped quite a bounty. Li Yunqi and Gu Mingyue said with smiles. Ning Fan was taken aback. He indeed had some gains, but what about Li Yunxi and Gu Mingyu's gains? It's the betting game, Li Yunxi and Gu Mingyu explained upon seeing the surprise on Ning Fan's face. We both bet that junior brother Ning would pass all 3 trials, putting down over 1,000 spirit stones. TSK Tisk, we even have resources to break through to the Earth Extreme Realm. This, Ning Fan suddenly understood. No wonder Li Yunxi and Gu Mingyu were so friendly before he entered. He helped them obtain quite a lot of cultivation resources. I remember the odds for me passing the 3 trials were 1 to 1,000. Brotherly sister Gu, if you both bet 1,000 spirit stones, wouldn't that mean you could obtain resources worth 1,000,000 spirit stones for cultivation? Ning Fan exclaimed exaggeratedly. Resources equivalent to 1,000,000 spirit stones could probably cover even the cultivation for the Earth Extreme Realm. No, it's not that much. Li Yunxi quickly waved his hand. Once you passed the 2nd trial and comprehended the martial arts from the stone tablet, a lot of people placed bets on you to pass all 3 trials. The odds kept decreasing. 1 to 10. We only made a small profit of 9,000 spirit stones. It's nothing, just a little. Hiss. Ning Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath. 10,000 spirit stones. That's not just a small profit, it's a windfall. It's hard to say he wasn't envious. Unfortunately, he didn't have the capital to place a bet or the time to do so when he passed the 3rd trial, missing out on this opportunity for a windfall. The next moment, Ning Fan cast his gaze towards Yu Qingqing. Fortunately, with her presence, Zhao Qi was willing to redeem Yu Qingqing for 1,000 spirit stones. Ning Fan chose to be clever and didn't let Zhao Qi redeem her. In Ning Fan's eyes, Yu Qingqing's value definitely exceeded 1,000 spirit stones. You all should cultivate diligently. This peak master has other matters to attend to. When the opportunity arises in the future, I will come to assess you. In Fengyue said. The next moment, she vanished from the great hall with a flash. Is our peak master really this? So carefree? Ning Fan's mouth twitched. Why did he feel like In Fengyue the peak master was just a hands-off manager? That's just how the peak master is. You'll get used to it. Usually we few handle things, so it's still quite normal. Lin Yu shrugged. Let's go meet the senior brother. By the way, he'll help you choose a cave dwelling. The cave dwelling has restrictions, so you don't have to worry about your little girl running away. Thank you, senior brother. Ning Fan nodded. Under the guidance of Lin Yu and others, Ning Fan chose a higher position in the disciples' quarters on the middle peak, right beside Lin Yu and Li Yunxi. This is considered a privilege of the ranked disciples, and then everyone headed towards the back mountain. In the back mountain, there lay a thatched cottage quietly in a dense bamboo forest. Ning Fan and the others paused in front of the thatched cottage as Lin Yu spoke. Junior brother Ning, this is where Chief Miao resides. Isn't Chief Miao in the disciples' quarters? Ning Fan asked. No, brother Miao has always lived in the thatched cottage. Usually we must come here to find Chief Miao before cultivating. Li Yunxi explained. Oh, Ning Fan nodded. Chief Miao, we have brought a new disciple. Please guide us, Lin Yu said loudly. As Lin Yu's voice fell, the bamboo forest fell silent, and after a few breaths the wooden door of the thatched cottage opened with a creaking sound. A figure appeared at the door. Upon seeing the figure, a hint of surprise flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. Logically speaking, the middle-aged man in front of him, who was clearly the chief of a main peak, should be elegant and extraordinary, yet he looked exceedingly unkempt. His hair seemed to have been neglected for a long time, and while his clothes were not dirty, they had numerous tears and dark bags hung under his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and furthermore this Chief Miao appeared quite aged, far older than Ning Fan, Lin Yu, Li Yunxi, and others looking much older than young Master Zheng. Is this the new disciple? The scruffy middle-aged man looked at Ning Fan, his gaze not hiding the thorough examination he gave him. Starting tomorrow, participate in cultivation. Yes, Ning Fan responded. Hee then brother Miao, let's cultivate tomorrow. Today we 4 will take the new junior brother to tour the main peak. Li Yunxi said with an awkward smile, scratching his head. Don't talk nonsense. Miao Tian glared at, you will run 10 more laps around the peak today. If you do 1 less, it will double for tomorrow. Lin Yu Gu Ming Yue Li Xiangnan you all. Well, ensure to complete the cultivation tasks. The 3 answered in a rush, their bodies instinctively straightening up before they quickly dashed out of the bamboo forest without looking back. In the blink of an eye, including Li Yunxi, several of them ran off in a flash, leaving Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao standing in front of the thatched cottage staring at each other. You 2 just entered the peak, and I haven't grasped your cultivation progress yet. Why don't we, senior brother? We'll take our leave first. Tomorrow we will continue with our cultivation. Ning Fan quickly interjected. He had a sense that if he didn't leave immediately, he would soon be assigned a cultivation task. This chief is truly scary. Ning Fan pulled Yun Qingyao and ran all the way back to the location of their new cave dwelling. Just upon arriving at the cave dwelling, they saw a disciple from Changming Peak standing in a scheming manner in front of the cave. Is there something you need? Ning Fan asked. 2 have met senior brother Ning. This is a letter for you. The disciple from Changming Peak handed several letters to Ning Fan. Ning Fan took the envelope, scratching his head in confusion. He had not made many acquaintances in the Yin divine sect, so how could there be so many letters? Strange. And why is this person calling him senior brother? It felt a bit odd and unfamiliar. But after a moment's thought, Ning Fan understood. In the path of cultivation, the accomplished take precedence. As a ranked disciple aside from Lin Yu and Li Yunxi, who were a couple, and the chief disciple from the back mountain, the other disciples of Changming Peak, were all his junior brothers. Alright, I will accept it. Ning Fan nodded. The disciple bowed and exited. Holding the letters, Ning Fan returned to his cave abode with Yun Qingyao and found Yu Qingqing sitting at the table drinking alone. She appeared very content, entirely different from her previous restlessness. Upon seeing Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao return to the cave, she cast a curious glance at the two. Just earlier, Yu Qingqing received a message from her grandfather, who was the master of Qihua Peak, advising her to serve Ning Fan well. Even if it meant being a concubine, she could reap many benefits. Ning Fan's talent goes without saying. If he does not die, his future is indeed very bright, and according to rumors, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao possess a dual cultivation physique. If she could cultivate with Ning Fan just once, Yu Qingqing's realm would surely ascend. With some maneuvering supported by the forces behind Yu Qingqing, it might not be impossible for her to secure the position of the main wife, even to usurp the nest, displacing Yun Qingyao and rising above her. Wouldn't that be more glorious than being with Zhao Qi? Thus Yu Qingqing was no longer in a hurry to leave, but rather pondered how to win over the newly emerged genius Ning Fan. Little brother, Yu Qingqing looked at Ning Fan, her voice soft and sweet, making one feel a delightful tingle. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with charm. It seemed as if 1,000 words were gathered within. But that was not the end. Yu Qingqing even pushed out her chest, showcasing her ample curves to Ning Fan, confident that her beauty and figure would win him over. Sure enough, upon witnessing Yu Qingqing's bold actions, Ning Fan's eyes widened in surprise, his gaze fixated on her bosom. Humph. Seeing Ning Fan's reaction, a trace of smugness appeared in Yu Qingqing's eyes. No matter how talented he was, wasn't he still bowing before her charm? Hee. Yu Qingqing shot a triumphant glance at Yun Qingyao. Look, your husband is already swayed by just a gesture from me. It seems that with a little more effort she could replace you. Ning Fan walked step by step towards Yu Qingqing, who was now gazing at him with misty eyes exuding an adorable charm. Little brother, everything of Qingqing belongs to you. Be gentle. Yu Qingqing's voice was as soft as dripping water, and in the next moment, she closed her eyes, appearing ready for him to take what he wanted. With her eyes closed, Yu Qingqing felt a force tugging at her clothing, pulling it away, and a wave of shyness and pride surged within her. Her heart raced like a drum, her face flushed as red as blood. However, just as Yu Qingqing was growing weary of keeping her eyes closed, the anticipated progression did not unfold. Unable to resist, she opened a tiny slit to peek. What she saw was Ning Fan holding her outer garment, a silver silk gauze robe, which he observed with the same gaze he had when looking at Yu Qingqing earlier. Not bad. Ning Fan exclaimed in admiration. It was not that he was infatuated with objects. Rather, this silver silk gauze robe was not an ordinary item. It exuded a faint spiritual energy, clearly a piece of soft armor. He had just attempted to tug at it a few times. It wouldn't budge. No doubt. As the granddaughter of the master of Qihua Peak, Yu Qingqing naturally possessed many treasures, and this silver silk gauze robe was among them. It could withstand the attacks of ordinary Huangji realm martial artists, and even against Xuanji realm martial artists the impact would be significantly reduced. It was a standard mid-grade Xian-level defensive artifact. Wife, this is a good treasure. Wear it whenever you have the chance. Ning Fan approached Yun Qingyao, handing her the silver silk gauze robe, a smile of joy apparent on his face, as if he had received a treasure himself. Thank you, husband. Yun Qingyao's eyes curved like the moon, her expression beaming like spring sunshine, as she graciously accepted the silver silk gauze robe that Ning Fan had taken from Yu Qingqing. With this artifact, Yun Qingyao's strength would surely reach new heights. Yu Qingqing. Yu Qingqing. Yu Qingqing. She stood frozen in place, a flush of shame creeping onto her face, realizing that Ning Fan's gaze was never on her, but rather on the artifact she wore. How infuriating. For whom had she displayed herself? Just thinking about her earlier actions and Ning Fan's reaction made Yu Qingqing wish she could dive into a crack in the ground. Damn it. Unbeknownst to her, she had become a part of the playful dynamic between Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. Huh. Yu Qingqing took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. No rush. She still had time. After all, she would be spending a long time with Ning Fan in the future. Yu Qingqing did not believe that with her array of tactics, she couldn't win over a mere Ning Fan. Let's take a look. Ning Fan shared half of the letter with Yun Qingyao, while he opened the other half to read. The content of the letter was simple: offers. Indeed, they were all bids for Yu Qingqing. At the time, due to Zhao's family patriarch being present, no one dared to speak out, but many had their eyes on Yu Qingqing. After all, being Zhao Qi's partner indicated that Yu Qingqing was quite talented. 6,000, 7,000, 7,005. Ning Fan muttered as he looked at the offers in his hand. The highest I have is 12,000, and it's from someone of the Zhao family. Yun Qingyao nodded. Apart from the Zhao family, the Qin family offered the most cultivation resources, providing an equivalent of 8,000 spirit stones worth of resources. They also noted in the letter that if they were to take Yu Qingqing, they could protect Ning Fan from being crushed by high-ranking members of the Zhao family. Their words hinted that they were not on good terms with the Zhao family. No rush. Ning Fan stored away the letters with the highest offers. Ning Fan was not satisfied with the current offers. Even the Qin family had only offered resources equivalent to 8,000 spirit stones. Not enough. Wait a moment. Hey, are you really going to sell me off? Yu Qingqing exclaimed anxiously upon seeing that. Yu Qingqing was genuinely flustered. Staying with Ning Fan was still bearable, but if she were assigned to another master, she might well be branded as perverse or eccentric. Her entire future would then be ruined. How much do you think you're worth? Ning Fan gazed at Yu Qingqing. This young lady. Yu Qingqing opened her mouth to name a price, yet paused, realizing any figure she cited would inevitably seem inappropriate. She pouted and turned her head away. This young lady is priceless. TCH. Ning Fan clicked his tongue lightly. Priceless young lady. Your current bidding has already soared to 8,000 spirit stones. Let us see what final valuation you shall command. Yu Qingqing glared at Ning Fan, cheeks flushed with indignation, yet bowed her head in reluctant submission, for one must lower oneself beneath a low eve. Wife, let us go. Ning Fan took Yun Qingyao's hand, and as they reached the entrance of the cave residence, he halted, glanced back at Yu Qingqing, and issued his command. While we are away, you shall thoroughly clean this residence, including the bed, and warm it. Me. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, Yu Qingqing shot up from her seat, pointing dramatically at herself in disbelief. By Ning Fan's arrangement, her duties were indistinguishable from those of a menial housemaid. Nay, even more demeaning, he had just ordered her to warm his bed. Refuse, and I shall sell you off to whomever bids first. Ning Fan fixed her with a sharp warning. Yu Qingqing's fury froze mid-expression, her chest rose, and fell rapidly, brimming with unspent wrath she dared not unleash. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao departed the cave residence, and headed straight for the martial arts pavilion on Changming Peak, the site now reduced to rubble and ruins. Hand in hand, they stood atop a small hill, surveying the scattered ancient relics below. A faint shadow of concern crossed their faces. The ruins were extensive. Most relics bore strange cryptic glyphs, scribbles that might conceal profound inheritances, or perhaps merely meaningless scribbles. Ning Fan could not tell. We proceed step by step, seeing where each leads. Ning Fan murmured softly. Fortunately, this place lay abandoned. No one ever came. He beckoned, and Yun Qingyao drew near. Husband. Yun Qingyao hesitated, flustered. It's all right. Ning Fan waved dismissively. Dusk had settled, twilight dimmed the land, and to most these relics held no value whatsoever. Thus no one disturbed them. Very well. Then as before, keep as much clothed as possible. Yun Qingyao. Ning Fan's lips twitched faintly. Inwardly he thought, in the end she'll simply transform into Yi Honglian. Moments later, passion deepened. A flash of white light. Yi Honglian appeared before Ning Fan. With prior experience, even amid open wilderness, she steadied her composure instantly. Little lecher, speak. Why again have you summoned me here? This place reeks of thin spiritual energy, and offers no cultivation resources. Yi Honglian clenched her teeth, turning sharply to lock eyes with Ning Fan. Her lips pressed tight, as though his failure to justify himself would seal his fate. Immortal lady, behold, these ancient relics abound. Examine them closely. How many conceal inheritances? Such discoveries would benefit both you and me beyond measure. Ning Fan spoke. My. Yi Honglian pivoted, scanning the horizon, and indeed every relic bore those same enigmatic glyphs. Whence did these artifacts arise? Truly peculiar. Immortal lady, how many hold genuine value? Ning Fan asked. Uncertain. From this vantage, only rough estimates are possible. Some wall inscriptions appear to contain nascent forms of martial techniques, but whether they are complete remains unclear. Yi Honglian replied. Then, Ning Fan stared intently at her back. Wait, surely you don't mean... Yi Honglian turned once more, eyes wide with shock, as she met his gaze. Her suspicion, she realized, was not unfounded. Ning Fan truly intended to. Immortal lady, without such methods, cross-cultivating at a single site would take lifetimes to decipher all these inscriptions. I've previously cracked stone tablet scripts, and soon others may come seeking fortune here. Then matters will grow far more complicated, Ning Fan explained. Yi Honglian clenched her jaw, her face burning crimson, yet acknowledged the truth in his words, each one irrefutable. Let me confirm one thing. Immortal lady, Under these circumstances may you depart freely. Yi Honglian. She drew a long, slow breath, then released it. She'd rather not answer. But Ning Fan clearly would not budge until she did. And so, teeth gritted, voice trembling, she whispered, "You, go slowly." And so it began. Ning Fan and Yi Honglian sustained their cultivation state, while moving deliberately among the ruins. Whenever Yi Honglian spotted inscriptions of potential value, she called a halt, translated the text, and then guided them onward. Their synergy deepened with each passing moment. One inscription after another yielded meaning. Ning Fan acquired cultivation manuals for one azure deer and one earth deer martial art. No meager harvest. No, I can't continue. Little lecher. Spare me. At this pace I truly cannot endure. Let us resume translation next time. Yi Honglian's voice quavered. To cultivate, while traversing crumbling ruins, taxed them both. But clearly, Yi Honglian faltered first. Very well, immortal lady. Next time, we shall translate further. As Ning Fan's words faded, their spiritual energies converged, then dispersed anew into their respective meridians. Ning Fan's cultivation advanced, however, slightly. Without spirit stones or other aids, this breakthrough was modest, merely loosening the boundaries of his third-layer mid-stage cultivation. Likewise, lacking external resources, the dual cultivation exacted minimal physical toll upon Ning Fan, akin in effect to little more than an ordinary act of intimacy. White light flashed once more. Yun Qingyao reappeared beside them. Let us go to Changming Hall to record the newly acquired manuals before memory fades. Ning Fan said, Yes, let us go. Yun Qingyao linked arms with him, and together they arrived at Changming Hall. Once Ning Fan transcribed the manuals from memory, a voice suddenly echoed behind them. So, it is true. You two possess the ability to decipher. Ning Fan whirled around, only to find an utterly unexpected figure standing behind him, and Yun Chief Miao. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao turned around, and there stood Miao Tian behind them. Both flinched sharply. The man truly appeared and vanished like a phantom. Rather unnerving. A matter of serendipity, I happened upon the secret of the ancient steel inscriptions within a ruin and just acquired 2 martial arts manuals. Not a bad haul, all things considered. Ning Fan shrugged lightly. Whether it is 1 or 2 manuals matters little. What truly matters is your unique ability to decipher ancient scripts. Sooner or later, those obscure cryptic legacies sealed within ancient relics will become invaluable assets to Changming Peak. Perhaps in time our peak may yet rise above its current predicament. Miao Tian spoke with calm authority, then fixed his gaze upon Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao, his eyes shimmering with quiet satisfaction. You both show promise. Changming Peak never overlooks those who contribute. Then Chief Miao. Ning Fan's eyes brightened. It seemed he might gain some tangible benefit from Chief Miao, though he wondered how generous the man truly was. Failing that, even a modest reward, say 1 or 2,000 spirit stones worth of cultivation resources, would ease his immediate plight. I have decided to place you both under intensive training. Intensive training. Ning Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Beside him, Yun Qingyao blinked blankly. Was training really considered a favor? We begin now. Prepare. Miao Tian spoke plainly, and with no warning withdrew a peachwood branch from seemingly nowhere. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao exchanged baffled glances. No one knew why, and then in the next instant, crack! A sharp explosive snap filled the air as the peachwood branch sliced through the void, then struck Ning Fan squarely across the calf. Though cloth cushioned the blow, agony still wrenched a grimace from him, his breath catching in a sharp, involuntary gasp. Chief Miao, what are you doing? Ning Fan cried out in shock. Miao Tian said nothing, only raised the branch once more and swung. This time Ning Fan was ready. He sprang backward, just in time. The branch whistled past his body and slammed into the floor with another crisp, stinging crack. Not bad. Your speed is passable. A cultivator's true strength depends not only on cultivation realm, but also on personal mastery, speed, stamina, reflexes, all shape one's combat efficacy. And precisely these fundamentals are often neglected. Disciples of Changming Peak must never disregard them. Watch closely. With a flick of his wrist, Miao Tian sent the peachwood branch streaking toward Ning Fan again, this time faster, sharper. Even as Ning Fan dodged instantly, he failed to evade fully. The tip grazed his skin, a near miss that left a thin, stinging abrasion. Those frequently disciplined with peachwood branches know well. A solid strike brings manageable pain, but the teasing, half-caressing flick of the tip, that is pure torment. True agony. A livid raised welt bloomed instantly across Ning Fan's forearm, making him wince and bare his teeth in raw discomfort. Husband. Yun Qingyao watched, heart aching. Yet before she could even utter another word, Miao Tian flipped his empty palm upward and summoned a handful of smooth river stones. Balancing one stone atop his bent index finger, he snapped it forward with his thumb, sending it flying like a silver dart straight toward Yun Qingyao's forehead. She staggered backward, a swelling bump rising instantly on her brow, her eyes instantly glistening with unshed tears. Let me gauge your foundations. Come. Miao Tian brandished the peachwood branch in one hand and hurled stones with the other, launching a relentless barrage at Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. Neither stood idle. They fled. They bolted for the hall's exit, then down the mountain path. Yet Miao Tian moved faster still. Even as they raced outside, he pursued without pause, driving them ever downward toward the foot of Changming Peak. Exhausted and evading frantically, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao reached the base of the mountain, only to spot another figure sprinting along the same path. Senior brother Li Yunqi? Still training this late? Ning Fan managed between breaths. It was already deep into the night, nearly dawn, and yet Li Yunqi circled Changming Peak tirelessly. Truly diligent. Li Yunqi's lips twitched. Diligent? Hardly. He'd been ordered by Miao Tian to run 10 laps. Failure meant doubling the count tomorrow. So yes, he ran for his life. Hey-ho. Spotting Miao Tian chasing Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao, Li Yunqi's face lit up with unmistakable gleeful schadenfreude. Junior brother Ning, senior sister Yun. Don't just tease me, he grinned. You're training hard too, aren't you? Ning Fan, Yun Qingyao. One barb wasn't enough. Li Yunqi halted his run entirely and began cheering them on instead. Keep going. Junior brother Ning, dodge left. Oh, split up. If you scatter at least one of you. Oh, I forgot. At Chief Miao's speed, he's probably herding you two together on purpose. Ning Fan was already seething beneath the sting of each branch strike. Li Yunqi's taunts pushed him past restraint. But the moment his focus wavered, the branch struck again. Ahaha! Li Yunqi doubled over, roaring with laughter, until in the very next breath his mirth curdled into panic. Miao Tian had abandoned Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao entirely, retracting the branch and surging straight toward him. The sight of Miao Tian closing in turned Li Yunqi's face ashen. He bolted, but Miao Tian's speed dwarfed his own. One after another, the peachwood branch cracked against his spine. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Chief Miao, please. His cries rose and fell in a piercing, almost melodic wail, like a startled gibbon echoing through mist-shrouded cliffs. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao exchanged a silent glance. Clearly Miao Tian had held back with them. Against Li Yunqi his speed surged, more than double what he'd shown earlier. Before they could catch their breath, Miao Tian reappeared before them, raising his hand. Instinctively both flinched and sidestepped. Chase, evade, chase, evade. They ran nearly half a full circuit around Changming Peak's base. Finally they collapsed onto the ground, gasping, lungs burning. Every inch of them glistened with sweat, their robes clung drenched and heavy. Not bad. You two possess solid foundations. Tomorrow I'll tailor your training to your current state. Look forward to it. A faint knowing smile touched Miao Tian's lips. Ning Fan, Yun Qingyao, training tomorrow too. Now he understood why Li Yunqi, Lin Yu, and others fled Miao Tian like mice from a prowling cat. Even he feared this chief. Miao Tian paid them no further heed. His figure blurred and dissolved into the vast, starless night. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao rested a while before rising. But the moment Ning Fan stood, he sensed something unusual. Ning Fan held his breath, sensing a faint aura calling to him. Not to him directly, but to the primordial seal within him. Indeed, the primordial seal resided in Yi Honglian's hands, yet there was also an aura of the primordial seal within Ning Fan, which was being drawn by something. My dear, do you feel an inexplicable pull? Ning Fan asked. No. Yun Qingyao tilted her head, her eyes revealing clarity and innocence. Ning Fan found it strange. Yet he resolved to follow that mysterious pull. To the east. Following the pull, he advanced step by step towards the east. After walking about 100 steps, the pull shifted to the west. That is behind him. Ning Fan, what's going on? How did the aura's pull change to behind me? If I walk back, wouldn't I be retracing my steps? Ning Fan, refusing to believe in such mischief, continued to walk forward. However, at the moment he took a step, the faint aura of the pull vanished as if it had never existed. Ning Fan. No. No way. Ning Fan, still doubting fate, returned to his original position. In an instant, that mysterious feeling of being pulled surged again, and Ning Fan proceeded eastward, taking another 100 steps. After 100 steps, the aura's pull shifted behind him once more. Ning Fan turned around again. After 30 steps, the pull directed him to the south. Thus Ning Fan followed the aura's pull for several thousand steps, essentially moving back and forth, left and right. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao did not venture far. Gradually Ning Fan noticed that the surrounding scenery became blurry, the previously dim sky turning dark red. With the final step, the scenery around Ning Fan changed dramatically. This is... Ning Fan widened his eyes in astonishment as he observed the transformation around him. He had been standing at the foot of Changming Peak, but at that moment he found himself before a massive mountain gate towering and exuding a dense aura of pressure. Behind the mountain gate lay an expansive plaza. It stretched endlessly. A crimson full moon hung in the sky. A vague figure stood before the mountain gate, its face indistinguishable, as if guarding the entrance. Ning Fan was extremely surprised. Following the pull of the primordial seal's aura, he and Yunqing Yao had stumbled into such a mysterious space, indeed, quite extraordinary. The reason Ning Fan and Yunqing Yao were able to arrive in this space was due to the pull of the primordial seal's aura, which surely meant that this space was connected to ancient ruins. Ning Fan cautiously approached, and as he neared the mountain gate, the figure guarding it suddenly lifted its head, staring intently at Ning Fan. Ning Fan scratched his head, preparing his words in his heart, but the figure before him seemed devoid of intelligence, its hollow gaze fixed on Ning Fan. This is the trial ground for disciples entering the primordial heavenly palace. Only those who have reached the Huangji realm and possess spiritual marrow can enter. Ning Fan murmured to himself. The primordial heavenly palace must be the name of this ancient ruin, and the trial ground for entering disciples is where the decision is made on whether a disciple can enter. What is the spiritual marrow of the Huangji realm? The translucent figure did not respond to Ning Fan's question, instead shifting its gaze elsewhere. Ning Fan's eyes wandered around, landing on a stone tablet in front of the mountain gate. The tablet was covered with symbols he could not comprehend. Then, Ning Fan looked at Yunqing Yao. After a moment, a flash of white light appeared. Yi Honglian's figure appeared before the mountain gate, but at this moment she was sound asleep with a hint of cuteness not usually seen on her face. Ning Fan swallowed hard. Previously he had been the one to wake Yi Honglian, now it was her turn to wake him, sharing the experience of cultivation with a slumbering fairy. Truly a unique flavor. Yi Honglian gradually awakened due to Ning Fan's presence, mumbling incoherently until her consciousness began to return, at which point she voiced a question. Wait. Little lecher. Yi Honglian finally woke up, glaring at Ning Fan with gritted teeth, her eyes flashing with mild anger, but as she was currently cultivating, she could not do much. Fairy sister, calm down. Ning Fan said with a smile. When you tell me to calm down, could you please refrain from being so forceful? Yi Honglian struggled to voice her thoughts. She could only remain silent. Fairy sister, there is something important. Look, the stone tablet. Ning Fan gestured for Yi Honglian to look ahead at the tablet inscribed with incomprehensible symbols. Initially, Yi Honglian did not pay it much mind. She had seen many similar stone tablets recently, and very few held any value. The last time during their dual cultivation, the only valuable thing they found was a low-grade martial skill. For Yi Honglian, a low-grade martial skill held no value at all. However, upon discerning the content of the tablet before her, she was suddenly taken aback. This is the Spirit Marrow Transcendence Method. And it's the complete version of the Spirit Marrow Transcendence Method. Yi Honglian exclaimed. Hiss. Even though Ning Fan had been prepared, the intensity of the realization struck him painfully. Yet he also recognized that this so-called Spirit Marrow Transcendence Method might be a great opportunity. Little lecher. Do you know that a warrior's strength is determined not only by their realm, but also by speed, endurance, reflexes, and so forth? Right. Yi Honglian was slightly surprised. She had not expected Ning Fan, a mere beginner in the Xuanji realm, to grasp the concept of strength so thoroughly. In truth, this was not Ning Fan's understanding. It stemmed from Yao Tian's words not long ago. This Spirit Marrow Transcendence Method is an ancient secret technique which involves infusing the core essence of spiritual energy, the spirit marrow, into the skin, flesh, blood, organs, bones, and finally into the bone marrow, resulting in a holistic connection that leads to the attainment of the supreme sacred path. However, this method of cultivation is too slow. It's too rigid. Thus it was gradually abandoned, but with the advancement of cultivation civilization and the simplification of realm advancements, people gradually realized that realm improvement and the Spirit Marrow Transcendence Method could coexist. Yet because the Spirit Marrow Transcendence Method has been neglected for so long, even major sacred places only possess incomplete versions of the Spirit Marrow Transcendence Method. The Tianxian Sacred Land is no exception. What you see on this stone tablet is the most complete version of the Spirit Marrow Transcendence Method. Yi Honglian murmured to herself. Hiss. Ning Fan took a sharp breath. The Spirit Marrow Transcendence Method. Infusing the core essence of spiritual energy into the skin, flesh, blood, organs, bones, and finally into the bone marrow, achieving a holistic connection that leads to the supreme sacred path. What a miraculous method of cultivation. Even though Ning Fan had no understanding of it, just hearing about it made him realize the exceptional nature of this secret technique. And such a secret technique lay right before Ning Fan. Fairy sister, can I cultivate it? Ning Fan asked excitedly. No, you cannot. Ning Fan froze in surprise. Why not? It's not that cultivation is entirely impossible. This spirit marrow sanctification art must be practiced starting from the yellow apex realm. In that realm, spiritual marrow is infused into the skin. In the mysterious apex realm, it is engraved upon the flesh. In the earthly apex realm, it permeates the 5 vital organs, and in the heavenly apex realm it advances further. Unless you first regress your cultivation to the peak of the yellow apex realm and begin practicing the spirit marrow sanctification art anew from there, you cannot master this secret art. Yi Honglian spoke. Huh. Ning Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. He would have to sever his own cultivation foundation. It was not entirely unfeasible. Ning Fan stood only at the 3rd layer of the mysterious apex realm. Regressing to the peak of the yellow apex realm meant losing merely a few minor cultivation stages. That was still bearable. Opportunities to cultivate the spirit marrow sanctification art were exceedingly rare. Sacrificing 3 minor realms was hardly a price at all. Yet, senior sister Immortal, how exactly does one regress one's cultivation? I've only heard that martial cultivators may suffer realm regression if their meridians are damaged or their foundational base severed. Surely I'm not expected to deliberately shatter my own foundation and meridians. Ning Fan asked, puzzled. Humph, leave that to me. Yi Honglian replied with a faint playful lilt in her voice. In the next instant, Ning Fan felt an immense suction. His spiritual energy surged forth like a roaring river, flowing out of his body and converging into Yi Honglian's senior sister Immortal. Ning Fan cried out in shock. This was the effect of the yin-yang mystic scripture. Yi Honglian had already mastered it in its entirety. Indeed, if Ning Fan could acquire techniques from her, then she too could glean insights from him. Yi Honglian vastly surpassed Ning Fan in cultivation level, and now wielded the yin-yang mystic scripture. She could drain him utterly. Yi Honglian turned back toward Ning Fan, her gaze shimmering with predatory challenge, infused with bewitching allure, coalescing into an expression both seductive and feral. Demoness. Ning Fan breathed the word aloud. At that moment, Yi Honglian was no celestial immortal. She was a ruthless, bone-devouring Demoness. After a long silence, his spiritual energy flowed back into Ning Fan's body, but far less than what had been drawn out. His cultivation level plummeted accordingly. Peak of the yellow apex realm. More precisely, he hovered infinitely close to the mysterious apex realm, ready to break through at will. Yet clearly he would not. He still needed to cultivate the spirit marrow sanctification art. Little lecher, listen carefully. I shall impart to you the complete cultivation method of the spirit marrow sanctification art. You must commit it to memory and treat it with equal importance as your cultivation realm. Yi Honglian spoke solemnly, simultaneously beginning internal circulation of the spirit marrow sanctification art. Her own understanding of the art remained incomplete. Instructing Ning Fan thus served also to refine and perfect her own comprehension. Ning Fan stilled his mind and centered his spirit, committing the spirit marrow sanctification art to memory. As he grasped its intricate details, he was once again awestruck by this ancient singular secret art, a testament to ancestral wisdom forging profound fusion between spiritual energy and the self. How extraordinary! Time slipped away unnoticed, until finally Ning Fan opened his eyes. By then Yi Honglian had vanished, and Yun Qingyao stood beside him once more. My lord. Yun Qingyao tilted her head slightly, her expression softening with gentle confusion and concern. His sudden realm regression deeply troubled her. It's fine, indeed it's auspicious. Reforging my foundation allows me to cultivate the spirit marrow sanctification art, a rare and precious secret art. Ning Fan declared, brimming with excitement. Ning Fan raised his hand and examined it closely. Faint, intricate patterns traced delicate paths across his forearm, the tangible result of cultivating the spirit marrow sanctification art. The number and complexity of such patterns varied according to the practitioner's mastery of the art and innate talent. Ning Fan had no idea what kind of patterns might manifest upon his skin. No matter, he would proceed step by step. A pity though, cultivating the spirit marrow sanctification art demanded vast resources, and resources were precisely what Ning Fan lacked most. Clearly he would need to secure a truly exceptional prize for Yuqingqing. Ning Fan strode toward the mountain gate. This time the figure guarding the entrance made no move to stop him. He and Yun Qingyao passed freely into the plaza beyond. Along the way, Ning Fan glanced discreetly at Yun Qingyao's arm and saw faint, identical patterns tracing her skin. How strange. His cultivation of the spirit marrow sanctification art had somehow conferred the very same enhancement upon her. Her cultivation level was in essence his exact replica. What on earth was happening? Upon entering the plaza, Ning Fan beheld numerous martial platforms of varying sizes, each bearing a translucent phantom figure. Their cultivation levels differed, and the deeper one ventured into the plaza, the stronger the phantoms grew. One platform even held a full suit of armor, clearly a spirit artifact. Could this be the trial ground where the Wuxi Heavenly Palace assesses new disciples? Defeating these phantoms yields rewards, Ning Fan murmured to himself. In the next moment, he leapt onto the first platform. Its opponent cultivated only at the 4th layer of the yellow apex realm. Weaker than his current level. Heh. Ning Fan gave a light, confident laugh. He was no stranger to defeating foes beyond his realm. Among the disciples of the Yin divine sect, his peak yellow apex cultivation alone sufficed to overcome most early-stage mysterious apex cultivators. What threat could this opponent possibly pose? Come. Ning Fan slammed his foot into the platform, launching himself forward like a cannonball. Though the phantom appeared motionless, it reacted instantly, meeting Ning Fan's fist with a perfectly timed counterstrike. Boom. Fists collided, releasing a deep, resonant thud. Ning Fan was hurled backward faster than he'd charged, flung clear off the platform. Just as he neared the ground, Yun Qingyao stepped forward and caught him securely in her arms. My lord, are you unharmed? Yun Qingyao gently set him down. Ning Fan offered no reply. His gaze, grave and piercing, remained fixed on the phantom atop the platform. Its cultivation level was undeniably inferior to his own. Then why was its strength so terrifying? It's the spirit marrow sanctification art. Ning Fan whispered softly. He studied it closely and discerned those distinctive patterns, not only on its arms but along its shoulders and chest, evidence that it had infused vast quantities of spiritual marrow directly into its skin. No wonder. A cultivator's true power lies not solely in their realm. Infusing spiritual marrow into the flesh amplifies physical might to a staggering degree. Ning Fan murmured again. He couldn't win, not at all. Clearly, to defeat these phantoms, he would need to advance further in the spirit marrow sanctification art. And thus the problem circled back to resources. Ning Fan possessed no cultivation resources, none whatsoever. He was utterly bereft. Let us depart first. There is no immediate need to return here. We shall revisit once the spirit marrow infusion sacred art has inscribed more spiritual sigils upon our flesh. Wait a moment, Ning Fan murmured to himself. He was certain this peculiar space held immense fortune, yet his current cultivation level rendered him utterly incapable of even scratching its surface. Patience. This enigmatic realm would remain where it was, still hidden, immutable. He could return when his strength had matured sufficiently. The following morning at dawn, a bamboo grove, Miao Tian stood before a thatched cottage. Ning Fan, Lin Yu, Li Yunxi, and their respective cultivator partners stood upright and deferential before him. Li Yunxi and Ning Fan appeared most haggard, dark circles clung stubbornly beneath their eyes. Ning Fan in particular had engaged in dual cultivation twice the previous day. Though no breakthrough had occurred, even without supplemental resources, such exertion alone left him profoundly exhausted. Today's regimen remains unchanged. Li Yunxi, you shall continue circling the mountain peak. Lin Yu, you shall refine your body beneath the waterfall. Gu Mingyue and Li Xiangnan, you two shall spar with the training dummies. As for you two, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao tensed instinctively. The memory of yesterday's chase still fresh, their very bones trembling at Miao Tian's presence. What has happened to your cultivation realms? Miao Tian frowned. Yesterday both Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao had stood at the 3rd tier of the profound extreme realm. Yet today they had plummeted to the apex of the yellow extreme realm, a phenomenon exceedingly rare. Lin Yu, Li Yunxi, and the others cast anxious glances toward Ning Fan. Well, it's nothing serious. It's an issue internal to us. After brief reflection, Ning Fan found no plausible explanation, so he offered only a vague deflection. Seeing this, the others ceased further inquiry. Everyone guarded their own secrets. Yun Qingyao, is it? You shall join the others in sparring with the dummies. As for you, Ning Fan, Miao Tian turned his gaze upon him. You shall perform all their cultivation routines, every single one. Huh? Ning Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Haha. Opt. Li Yunxi couldn't suppress a snicker until Miao Tian's sharp glance fell upon him. Instantly, he shrank back, neck retracted, terrified of drawing further attention. Wait, senior brother Miao. Why must I perform all their routines? Ning Fan protested. Talent. You possess aptitude across every domain. Thus, comprehensive development is imperative. Only then will your extraordinary genius remain unbesmirched. Then what about her? Ning Fan raised his hand, pointing directly at Yun Qingyao, whose cultivation realm mirrored his own down to the last detail. Why should she be exempt? Husband. Yun Qingyao, who had been watching idly nearby, stamped her foot in indignation the moment Ning Fan pointed at her. Wretched husband, trying to drag me into this mess. Tell me, if you two fought seriously, who would prevail? Miao Tian interjected suddenly. Ning Fan fell silent, contemplating. Setting aside sentiment, in a true life-or-death clash, he held a 90% certainty of victory over Yun Qingyao. Yun Qingyao's temperament was unrefined, excessively naive, even frail. You see now talent encompasses far more than mere realm or power. Even two cultivators of identical strength may fight with staggering disparity, because martial prowess resides not only in cultivation but in reflexes, agility, combat experience, and temperament. All are indispensable. No use resisting. I shall train you thoroughly. Ning Fan. At this point, what could he possibly argue? So train he must. Begin running. Miao Tian spoke, then withdrew a peachwood rod from his sleeve. Not again. Senior brother Miao, you're coming with me, eh? Ning Fan's face twisted in bitter dismay. This truly was unbearable. Take this. Miao Tian raised his arm, the peachwood rod slicing the air with a sharp, explosive crack as it arced toward Ning Fan's body. Instinctively, Ning Fan sidestepped and evaded cleanly. Both froze, stunned. Based on yesterday's assessment, Miao Tian had calculated that Ning Fan would barely evade the strike. Yet this evasion had been effortless. Ning Fan moved well before the rod neared his body, though his speed remained unchanged. It was perception. Ning Fan realized his awareness of the peachwood rod's trajectory had sharpened dramatically. Could this also be the effect of the spirit marrow infusion sacred art? Indeed, the art infused spirit marrow into the skin, imprinting spiritual sigils, each sigil enhancing physical capability. Simultaneously, the marrow infusion heightened cutaneous sensitivity, not merely touch, but perception of ambient energy fields, making the skin alongside sight, hearing, and smell a vital sensory organ. Consider the simplest example. Close your eyes, bring a fingertip near your forehead. Before contact, a faint tingling arises. That is the skin sensing proximity. Through the spirit marrow infusion sacred art, this cutaneous perception had deepened, granting Ning Fan unprecedented clarity in anticipating the rod's path. Most astonishingly, this perception operated subconsciously, meaning the spiritual sigils had subtly augmented Ning Fan's instinctive combat acuity. It wasn't enhanced physiology, it was heightened subconscious response. Fascinating, Miao Tian murmured. He flicked the peachwood rod again, faster, sharper, striking Ning Fan squarely and drawing a sharp. Thus began Ning Fan's relentless circuit chase through miles of terrain, then forced beneath the thunderous cascade of a 1,000-meter waterfall to temper his body, finally sparring with lifelike dummies. By the end, he collapsed, half dead. But respite was denied. He still had to translate ancient steel inscriptions. A whirlwind of exhaustion, day after day. Ning Fan endured a full week of such rigor. Though his cultivation realm stagnated, his reflexes and agility surged dramatically. Moreover, from the steel inscriptions, he deciphered several high-grade martial techniques, making this period, though grueling, a relatively tranquil phase of cultivation. While Ning Fan enjoyed this quietude, others did not. At the same time, in the Grand Hall of Chihua Peak, the Peak Master sat upon the central dais, absently rotating two smooth orbs between his palms, sighing deeply, his face etched with sorrow. His distress stemmed from one source alone: his granddaughter Yu Qingqing remained in Ning Fan's custody. That alone was tolerable, but for an entire week Ning Fan had neither touched nor even met her frequently. This cannot continue. Qingqing's prime years will slip away. I must compel Ning Fan to declare his intentions. If he refuses her, then I shall reclaim her by force. Master Chi Huafeng looked around at the disciples below, his gaze finally landing on a young girl in a green outfit. He then nodded slightly and spoke. Lu Qing'an, Che Shui, and Qin Shun, entrusting this matter to the four of you. Regardless of the circumstances, bring Qingqing back from Ning Fan's hands. Yes. The four bowed in acknowledgement. As they did, they exchanged a glance in secret, their eyes sparkling with excitement. This task was indeed a lucrative opportunity. In addition to retrieving Yu Qingqing, they could also gain some benefits from Changming Peak. Recently, it was heard that due to Ning Fan deciphering ancient texts, many martial techniques have emerged from Changming Peak. If they could obtain some of those techniques, they would certainly earn the master's commendation. The group straightened up, determination evident on their faces. At the same time, at Changming Peak, in the disciple's residence within his cave abode, Ning Fan sat cross-legged. Surrounding him were spirit stones, enhancing the spiritual energy fluctuations in the surrounding environment several times. However, Ning Fan did not absorb the spiritual energy in the air. Instead, he was exploring the most essential aspect of spiritual energy, spiritual marrow. The concept of spiritual marrow was profoundly mysterious. At first, Ning Fan could not capture it at all, but with each attempt he gradually began to sense its existence within the spiritual energy. At this very moment, Ning Fan activated the spiritual marrow convergence technique, infusing the dispersed spiritual energy and spiritual marrow around him into his body. Visibly, the spiritual patterns on Ning Fan's skin became more pronounced, with dozens of intricate markings covering more than half of his body. Surprisingly, once the spiritual marrow within the spiritual energy was absorbed, the spiritual energy itself would dissipate entirely, as if the core power had been drawn away. Thus Ning Fan could not cultivate the spiritual marrow convergence technique while simultaneously advancing his realm. Naturally, he did not wish to break through at this moment. If he did, he would no longer be able to infuse spiritual marrow into his skin through the technique. That would mean Ning Fan had not perfected the spiritual marrow convergence technique at the Huangji realm. The breakthrough of his realm was not urgent. Ning Fan could break through to the Xuanji realm at any time, but the opportunity to cultivate the spiritual marrow convergence technique was only this once. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound of shattering, the last spirit stone on the ground broke into pieces. Only then did Ning Fan open his eyes, a glint of brilliance shining within them. TSK. Ning Fan looked at the scattered spirit stone fragments on the ground, unable to help but click it. The spiritual marrow convergence technique could be called the soul-devouring divine art. Today he had just received his weekly allowance from Changming Peak. As a ranked disciple, Ning Fan could receive 400 spirit stones weekly from Changming Peak, but these 400 spirit stones only allowed the spiritual patterns to cover a small portion of his body. If he wanted to cover his entire body with spiritual patterns using the spiritual marrow convergence technique, how many spirit stones would he need to absorb? Fortunately, the patterns did not show ordinarily, otherwise Ning Fan would truly worry about being too ostentatious. Sigh. Ning Fan sighed, turning his gaze to Yu Qingqing beside him. It seemed necessary to take action. Today the bid for Yu Qingqing had already risen to 10,000 spirit stones, a quantity that could undoubtedly resolve his urgent needs. What are you doing? Upon meeting Ning Fan's gaze, a look of helplessness and panic appeared on Yu Qingqing's face. After days of flirtation, she understood that Ning Fan had no interest in her whatsoever. And at this moment his look was likely indicating ill intentions. Nothing, I'm just looking for a new match for Miss Qingqing. Ning Fan grinned. No, don't. Go to Qi Huafeng, find my grandfather. My grandfather will definitely not abandon me. Yu Qingqing screamed in a panic. Hee. It doesn't matter whether it's Qi Huafeng or not, what matters is the price. Whoever offers the highest price will be your new match. Ning Fan smiled warmly, but this smile in Yu Qingqing's eyes was as chilling as that of a demon. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded from outside the cave, accompanied by a flurry of anxious shouts. Ning Shixiang, something's wrong. The people from Qi Huafeng. They're at the door. Hearing this, Ning Fan suddenly stood up. Meanwhile, the previously anxious Yu Qingqing showed a hint of joy on her face. Grandfather has sent someone. Ning Fan, I want to see if you dare not let me go. Yu Qingqing's expression instantly turned proud. Ning Fan cast a sidelong glance at her, the indifference in his eyes instantly silencing Yu Qingqing, causing her to shrink back into a corner. Let's go. Ning Fan looked at Yun Xingyao, who slowly stood up, resolutely standing beside him. Husband, let's go meet the disciples from Qi Huafeng. Xingyao will advance and retreat together with you. Yun Xingyao took Ning Fan's hand. As they exchanged glances, Yu Qingqing felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. In the next moment, Ning Fan turned his gaze towards Yu Qingqing. In a detached voice he said, You should come too. I want to see if the people from Qi Huafeng can take you away. At the foot of the mountain. Ouch! Bang! The sounds of fists and feet striking and cries of anguish echoed continuously as disciples of the Changming Peak were overturned by Chun Xinyugu, Lu Qing'an, and Che Shuai. The disciples, flying backward, fell like dumplings, almost without a match. Miao Tian stood with his hands behind his back at the peak's entrance, his expression icy as he watched the scene unfold before him, yet even as the disciples of Changming Peak were vanquished, Miao Tian showed no intention of intervening. The reason was simple. If a ranked disciple came to challenge, it was for the ranked disciples to handle. If the chief intervened, it would tarnish the reputation of the main peak and could escalate the situation. If the chief goes to deal with a ranked disciple tomorrow, the peak master from the opposite peak might come to confront you, and then you would have no one to blame. Stop! A voice rang out as Chun Xinyugu, Lu Qing'an, and Che Shuai, after toppling their opponents, immediately shifted their gazes. Li Yunqi and Gu Minghua. Lu Qing'an murmured to himself, recognizing their identities. Most ranked disciples had some interaction among the peaks, so it was not surprising to know each other's names. Heh, just the two of you cannot stop us to bring Lin Yu out. Once we deal with you two, we will search for. As for your treasures and martial arts from Changming Peak, we will take some of those as well. Chun Shun crossed his arms, a proud expression on his face, as if he had already claimed Changming Peak's possessions as his own. Hearing this, Li Yunqi instinctively clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking ominously. This scene was not an isolated incident. There was a rule in the Yin-Yang divine sect. If one side's disciples gained the upper hand in a conflict between peaks and obtained something during the struggle, then it was considered their own merit. No further inquiry would be made. It was regarded as looting permitted by Changming Peak had long been at the bottom among the 5 peaks, and had often faced troubles and harassment from the main peaks, with random excuses leading to raids on Changming Peak. It was only because the martial arts competition among the peaks was approaching that the intense conflicts among the main peaks were postponed, allowing Changming Peak to have some peace for a time. But today, Chen Yugu Lu Qing'an and Che Shuai had come knocking again. The disciples of Changming Peak had already been ignited with fury from repeated looting. Although those ordinary disciples were no match for Chen Yugu Lu Qing'an and Che Shuai, they still fiercely stood guard at the peak's entrance. They made it impossible for Chen Yugu Lu Qing'an and Che Shuai to advance even a single step. This was the fighting spirit of the disciples of Changming Peak. At this moment, the fallen disciples of Changming Peak stood up again, forming a human wall with Li Yunqi and Gu Minghua. Even with injuries all over, their eyes burned with fury. Some debts must be repaid. Li Yunqi, shedding his usual carefree demeanor, raised his head, slightly locking eyes with Chen Yugu Lu Qing'an and Che Shuai. The resentment in his eyes was palpable. A surge of battle intent rose around him. Heh, Chen sneered, not taking Li Yunqi's resentment seriously at all. You are just a defeated foe. Hurry up and call Lin Yu out. We need to focus on the upcoming martial arts competition among the peaks. Don't waste too much of our time. Li Yunqi remained silent. Lin Yu and Li Xiong'an. The two had been training excessively the day before, leaving their bodies covered in injuries. Especially Lin Yu, who had just changed to a waterfall today, with the water flow raised by 500 meters, placing a burden greater than double on his body. At this moment, Lin Yu could not participate in the fight. Li Yunqi looked towards his companion, Gu Minghua, as she returned his gaze, and a hint of determination appeared in both their eyes. Even if it was just the two of them, they had to defend Changming Peak. But just before they could act, two figures walked out from the mountain gate of Changming Peak, seemingly without much noise, yet capturing everyone's attention. Ning Fan, Yin Qingyao. Didn't expect you two to dare to show yourselves. Lu Qing'an narrowed her eyes, sizing up Ning Fan from head to toe. In her view, he should have been hiding under the protection of Changming Peak. But these two actually appeared. When she saw the figure of Yu Qingqing following them, Lu Qing'an's expression turned to one of resignation and disappointment. This Ning Fan must have sensed something was off and directly chose to hand over Yu Qingqing. In that case, her task could be easily completed, but if the conflict couldn't be escalated, she and Chen Yugu would not be able to gain any benefits from Changming Peak. After all, Changming Peak was one of the main peaks. If they could enter the peak, even just obtaining some treasures or cultivation resources would be enough to enhance themselves. Moreover, it was rumored that Changming Peak had recently developed some mysterious martial arts. Obtaining two techniques would be quite beneficial for Qihua Peak. But since Ning Fan brought Yu Qingqing here, this matter should end here. Yu Qingqing was the most important. Lu Qing'an slightly raised her chin, looking down at Ning Fan with a hint of superiority in her eyes. What? Ning Fan tilted his head. Hand over Miss Qingqing. Lu Qing'an frowned. Oh. In the next moment, Ning Fan raised his hand, gripping Yu Qingqing by the back of her neck, lifting her up entirely. Seeing Ning Fan's rough treatment of Yu Qingqing, Lu Qing'an couldn't help but frown. How could Ning Fan treat Yu Qingqing so violently? Forget it. Let's ensure Yu Qingqing is safely retrieved first. However, under the hopeful gazes of Chen Yugu Lu Qing'an and Che Shuai, Ning Fan forcefully threw Yu Qingqing backward, slamming her into the human wall formed by the disciples of Changming Peak. Ouch! Yu Qingqing cried out in pain. If you want her, come take her yourself. Ning Fan's tone was indignant. Lu Qing'an's eyes instantly widened with disbelief, staring intently at Ning Fan, articulating every word. Ning Fan, how dare you treat Miss Qingqing like this? If anything happened to Yu Qingqing, Lu Qing'an would bear full responsibility. What of it? More than 20 disciples of Changming Peak have injuries that are not much less severe than hers. I Ning have not treated this girl poorly during this time. Yet you all came in swinging right from the start. Ning Fan's tone was calm. Chen Yugu Lu Qing'an and Che Shuai all widened their eyes. What else should we do? You snatched Miss Qingqing. Do you expect us to treat you politely? Chen laughed in anger. It was reasonable for others to pay to take Yu Qingqing, but for Qihua Peak as her family to use money to redeem her would be too embarrassing. How would the others view Qihua Peak? Ning Fan nodded slightly, seeming to understand the standpoint of the people from Qihua Peak, as he murmured to himself. Indeed, rather than treating you with respect, using a large sum of money to exchange for Gu Qingqing coming to raid and snatch her is indeed more face-saving. But, can you all even take her? Ning Fan's gaze sharpened as he looked at Chen Yugu Lu Qing'an and Che Shuai, his eyes flashing with a piercing light. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, Chen Yugu Lu Qing'an and Che Shuai were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a burst of hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. The laughter lasted for more than 10 seconds, and when it finally subsided, Chen looked at Ning Fan with a mocking expression and spoke. Ning Shitty, how dare you speak such words? With the four of us, we could easily flatten your Changming Peak. Then let us do so. A glint of sharp light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. As the words fell, Lu Qinggan and Che Shuai swiftly moved aside, followed closely by Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. They cleared the space in front of the peak gate for Chen Chen Yugu Li Yunqi and Gu Mingwei. Ning Shidi became Lu Qinggan and Che Shuai are not easy to deal with. Individually, they may not compare to Zhao Qi, but they excel in combined martial techniques. The two of them fighting together is exceedingly formidable. Li Yunqi looked at Ning Fan with concern and Ning Fan nodded, signaling to Li Yunqi that he was unbothered. Senior brother Li, rather than worrying about others, you should worry more about yourself. Hee, how could someone I have defeated dare to be my enemy? Chen Chen chuckled lightly. Hearing this, Li Yunqi suddenly broke into a strange smile. If it were 2 against 4. Li Yunqi considered himself no match for Lu Qinggan, Che Shuai, Chen Shun, and Yugu, but if it were 2 against 2, 1 against 1. In these past few days, Li Yunqi not only endured rigorous training under Miao Tian, but also learned 2 quite suitable martial techniques from the Martial Technique Pavilion. Now it was his turn for revenge. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao stood together, eyeing their 2 opponents, while carefully observing Ning Fan and Yun Qingjiao's cultivation levels. Lu Qinggan and Che Shuai furrowed their brows. You 2 are not at the 3rd level of the Xuanji realm. Huangji realm. The 2 recognized the discrepancy in Ning Fan and Yun Qingjiao's cultivation levels. Could it be that they cheated? Perhaps Ning Fan used some method to deceive during the cultivation test. It was possible, but that didn't make sense, as Ning Fan had defeated Zhao Qi in front of everyone. Surely that wasn't cheating. Nonetheless, regardless of how it was, Ning Fan and Yun Qingjiao's levels were indeed at the Huangji realm, which was undoubtedly good news for the 2. Even at the Huangji realm, I can still defeat you. Ning Fan spoke calmly, his gaze fixed ahead, not even focusing on Lu Qinggan and Che Shuai. This indifference made Lu Qinggan and Che Shuai feel extremely uncomfortable. Arrogance, but do you 2 even have the qualifications to be arrogant? Take this. Lu Qinggan ceased any further talk, stomping the ground fiercely, his body shooting towards Ning Fan like a cannonball. Che Shuai almost simultaneously launched himself at Yun Qingyao. Lu Qinggan swung his fist, aiming directly at Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan did not dodge or evade, but similarly threw out a punch. Lu Qinggan narrowed his eyes. A look of surprise flickered in her eyes. She hadn't expected that even though Ning Fan was merely at the peak of the Huangji realm, he dared to confront her heat-in. It should be known that Lu Qinggan was at the 5th level of the Xuanji realm. Almost half a major realm. Such a gap could not be simply surpassed by talent, and moreover Lu Qinggan was also exceptionally gifted. How could she be underestimated by Ning Fan? Ning Shixiang. Ning Fan Shixiang, Qingyao Shimi, be careful. The disciples of Changming Peak who stood behind gasped at this scene. Even though Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao were ranked disciples of their peak, they chose to confront their opponents heat-in despite the nearly half a major realm gap. It was no different from sending themselves to their deaths. In the next moment, fists collided. Bang! A solid collision sounded, followed by a wave of air surging forth as the anticipated collapse occurred. However, the one collapsing was not Ning Fan. It was Lu Qinggan. Lu Qinggan's body was sent flying backward as if it were a rag, crashing heavily to the ground, and due to the immense force her body bounced back up momentarily after hitting the ground. Cough. A mouthful of blood was spat out from Lu Qinggan, and at that moment her eyes were filled with disbelief, instinctively glancing to the side. She saw Che Shuai landing not far from her, also spitting blood. Silence. The entire area fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as everyone stared wide-eyed at Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. How is this possible? Ning Shixiang and Yun Shiji are merely at the peak of the Huangji realm. How could they defeat Lu Qinggan and Che Shuai with a single punch? Lu Qinggan and Che Shuai are more than half a major realm above them. The disciples of Changming Peak swallowed hard, especially those who had faced Lu Qinggan and Che Shuai in combat. They understood just how terrifying their strength was. Even disciples of the same realm from Changming Peak were typically not a match for Lu Qinggan and Che Shuai. Yet such beings were still no match for Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. In the next moment, the disciples of Changming Peak erupted into cheers. Good. Ning Fan Shixiang, well done. They should see what it means to bully our Changming Peak disciples. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The joyous emotions surged among the disciples of Changming Peak as the pent-up frustrations in their hearts seemed to be fully released at that moment. If Ning Fan, Yun Qingyao, Li Yunqi, and Gu Mingwei could defeat their opponents today, even if they had just been thoroughly beaten, so what? So satisfying. Lu Qinggan and Che Shuai struggled to stand up. Although that punch seemed to have led to their defeat, the injuries on their bodies were not severe. Most of the force had dissipated during their backward flight, allowing Lu Qinggan and Che Shuai to maintain about 90% of their combat power. Ning Fan, Yun Qingyao. What kind of means do you 2 possess to have such power? Lu Qinggan and Che Shuai looked seriously at their respective opponents, the earlier disdain disappearing. Not to mention how brilliant Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao would be in the future. Whether they could overcome Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao was still a question. Ning Fan looked at his fist. He was not overly surprised by his strength. Under the enhancement of the spirit essence connecting sacred method, the power in Ning Fan's arms had reached a terrifying level. Although he was at the peak of the Huangji realm, his strength was not much different from when he was at the third level of the Xuanji realm. This enhancement was terrifying. Moreover, Yun Qingyao possessed an identical number and placement of spiritual markings on her body, the same as his. Thus, she easily subdued her opponent. Anan. Che Shuai looked at Lu Qinggan, who nodded in response. In the next moment, their spiritual power surged violently around them, intertwining in an inseparable manner. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao also grew serious. They understood. This was the combined martial technique that Li Yunxi spoke of, the killing move belonging to Lu Qinggan and Che Shuai. It must not be underestimated. Zhuran Lifeng scorching gale. Che Shuai's chest swelled, and his mouth bulged like a toad's. Then he spat a tempest of wind condensed from spiritual energy. Sparks danced within the gale, as if it sought to scour all before it. A Xiangrade low-tier martial technique, Ning Fan murmured. Not feeble. Yet to treat a Xiangrade low-tier technique as a trump was clearly inadequate. Sure enough, in the next moment Lu Qinggan moved. Kuanghua palm, raging fire palm. Lu Qinggan thrust a palm forward, aiming not at Ning Fan or Yun Qingyao, but at the blazing storm before him. The storm was ignited by the flames spurred from Lu Qinggan's palm, like willow fluff set ablaze. Unstoppable. The once scorching tempest transformed wholly into fire. The two martial techniques combined, their power far exceeding simple addition. Burning wind and flame collided and amplified one another, elevating them to Xiangrade mid-tier. And not an ordinary Xiangrade mid-tier. The horror of this firewind's potency was akin to twice the force a Zuanjirium cultivator could wield. This is a combination technique. Rank elevated, power undiminished. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao exchanged a look, grave and alert. Even unleashed at full strength, the move exerted immense pressure. Ning Fan's fingers formed a seal ready to unleash his strongest technique, the Wuxia seal, primordial seal. Yun Qingyao followed in perfect accord. Their fingers danced, and two mysterious seals materialized before them, exuding an ancient weapon. That move, Gu Qinggan and Che Shuai's eyes darkened. It was the technique Ning Fan had grasped in the ancient ruins, the very strike that had felled Zhao Qi, its power not to be trifled with. Yet Gu Qinggan and Che Shuai had full confidence in their own combined technique. Die! With a fierce cry, the burning wind engulfed Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. Before each of them, a human seal coalesced. As they prepared to strike the seals forward, the two seals emitted an almost imperceptible suction. Even the spiritual energy between Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao seemed intertwined, each containing the other. This was precisely the state Gu Qinggan and Che Shuai achieved when deploying their combination. They exchanged a glance. In the next instant, the two seals merged, some patterns fused, others stretched into one another, and the combined seal before them grew far more intricate. The aura it spilled forth swelled into something majestic. Renhuang seal. With Ning Fan's whispered invocation, the united seal rocketed forward with a deafening blast. What a surprise filled Gu Qinggan and Che Shuai's eyes. Combination techniques were their signature killing move, yet Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao could perform one as well. What puzzled them further was that combination techniques required complementary arts. A Zhuran Lifeng and Kuanghua palm were naturally accommodative when paired together. But Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao were executing identical techniques, mirror images of one another, and still managed an almost flawless fusion. The technique proved astonishing. Before anyone could fully react, the Renhuang seal slammed into the burning wind, ripping a vast void through the flame-laden gale. After piercing the burning wind, the Renhuang seal continued its furious charge toward Gu Qinggan and Che Shuai. Sensing peril, the two retreated in unison. No sooner had their saws left the ground than the Renhuang seal struck the earth and detonated. A terrifying storm of spiritual energy swept across the ground. It hucked Gu Qinggan and Che Shuai into the air, their bodies soared, and then crashed back down with brutal force. Two heavy thuds sounded in succession. Once they hit the ground, Gu Qinggan and Che Shuai could no longer move. They writhed, but could not rise. We won. All the disciples of Changming Peak murmured. Even with Gu Qinggan and Che Shuai incapacitated, no one could believe that Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao had actually defeated two ranking disciples from Qihua Peak. They had crossed so many realms. After several breaths, the disciples of Changming Peak erupted into cheers, their elation plain and unrestrained. Where some rejoiced, others despaired. Gu Qinggan and Che Shuai on the ground found it hard to accept their defeat. What had seemed a simple, assured task had gone disastrously awry. They never expected to suffer such a reversal. No. Failure was unacceptable. Lu Qinggan standing within Qihua Peak in the eyes of the Peak Lord and the Chief would be grievously diminished. Recovery would be difficult. At this point their only hope lay with Chunshun and Yugu. If Chunshun and Yugu could overcome their opponents, they might still wrest back Yu Qingqing. Even if it was humiliating, it would at least show the Peak Lord and the Chief that the task had been carried out. Thinking this, Lu Qinggan and Che Shui summoned every ounce of strength to turn their heads, and what met their gaze made their eyes widen. They saw Li Yunqi circle behind Chunshun and drive a kick into his waist, sending him sprawling. As for Yugu, she was already lying on the ground. How is this possible? Lu Qinggan and Che Shui could hardly believe it. Li Yunqi and Gu Mingwei had clearly been former subordinates defeated by Chunshun and Yugu. Yet now Li Yunqi and Gu Mingwei had barely exerted themselves to subdue Chunshun and Yugu. That move Li Yunqi used. Lu Qinggan suddenly grasped the key. She had never seen that technique before. Clearly, it was one Ning Fan had comprehended from the ancient ruins. In other words, the failure of the four of them could be entirely attributed to Ning Fan. Ning Fan. Lu Qinggan turned back, her gaze cold with hatred fixed on the nearby youth. Ning Fan seemed to sense it and met her stare in return. In the next instant, Ning Fan narrowed his eyes and a frosty smile curled his lips. Then he began to walk deliberately toward Lu Qinggan. What do you intend to do? Panic flickered in Lu Qinggan's eyes. Junior brother Ning, Li Yunqi sneered, shouldn't we teach that damn Qihua Peak a lesson? Li Yunqi pressed his foot on Chunshun and glowered at Ning Fan. Yes, absolutely. Teach them a lesson they'll feel. Ning Fan nodded. Just as the two moved to act, a voice rose softly, stop. Ning Fan and Li Yunqi turned their gazes toward the sound. It was Lin Yu. Ning Fan and Li Yunqi paused their actions and turned their gazes towards Lin Yu, who arrived late, his body wrapped in bandages and walking with a noticeable limp. Seeing Lin Yu in such a state, both Ning Fan and Li Yunqi couldn't help but shudder. It wasn't the disciples of Qi Huafeng that were terrifying, but their chief, Miao Tian. If we caused them too much harm, it would be hard to explain to Qi Huafeng, but we need to think this through a bit, Lin Yu said slowly. Ning Fan frowned. This senior brother Lin Yu was being a bit too timid. If it were up to Ning Fan, he would definitely make the four Qi Huafeng disciples pay a heavy price. He looked at Li Yunqi, waiting for the latter to speak. After all, the four Qi Huafeng disciples had been defeated by both him and Li Yunqi, so Li Yunqi also had a say in how to handle them. Li Yunqi made a gesture to Ning Fan, signaling him not to rush. If anyone in Changming Peak was it was definitely not the shameless Li Yunqi nor the disheveled Miao Tian, but rather the seemingly serious Lin Yu and Li Xiangnan, this pair of Dao partners. So, let's first send a message to Qi Huafeng asking them to send someone to redeem these four, and then we can this and that. Lin Yu said, wrapping an arm around Ning Fan's shoulder and another around Li Yunqi's, leaning in slightly to whisper. Once Lin Yu finished speaking, the three straightened up. This way we can definitely obtain quite a few cultivate. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Ning Fan couldn't help but brighten his eyes, giving the latter a thumbs up, and Senior brother Lin, you are quite something. What do you mean? Lin Yu shot Ning Fan a half-joking glare. However, we need to change the approach for this message. Ning Fan raised his hand and gently stroked his chin, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. TSK. Li Yunqi's gaze flickered between Ning Fan and Lin Yu. These two are surprisingly in sync. In the afternoon, a piece of news exploded across the other four main peaks of the Yin-Yang Divine Sect. For disciples from Qi Huafeng caused trouble and were captured by disciples of Changming Peak, leading Changming Peak to send a message to Qi Huafeng inviting them to come and claim their people. As for why it exploded among the four main peaks, it was simple. Ning Fan suggested that this message shouldn't go straight to Qi Huafeng, but rather make a round through the other three peaks to exert some pressure on Qi Huafeng. This way it would also bolster Changming Peak's reputation before the upcoming main peak competition. At this moment, the entire Yin-Yang Divine Sect was buzzing. Changming Peak, which had been oppressed like a soft persimmon, could actually make Qi Huafeng take a tumble, and the one most concerned about this was Lingyue Peak. After all, Lingyue Peak had always been the fourth peak suppressed by Qi Huafeng. If Qi Huafeng showed signs of decline, it would be an opportunity for them to rise. Yin-Yang Peak and Shimpan Peak also watched the spectacle with interest. For the other main peaks to suffer, it was ultimately not a bad thing for them. Moreover, the fact that Changming Peak could make Qi Huafeng suffer confirmed something. It had indeed recently obtained quite a few advanced martial arts. It must be the inheritance from ancient ruins that allowed Changming Peak to suddenly rise. And now with the upcoming main peak competition, that inheritance might just be what they could seize, as the competition was an opportunity for a reshuffling of ranks. The powerful main peaks could plunder the resources of the weaker peaks. Originally, Changming Peak had nothing left to take, but it had once again become a tempting target for the other four main peaks. Some were watching the commotion, while others were the commotion itself. At the same time, at Qi Huafeng in the main hall, The master of Qi Huafeng was absent, and at the helm was a woman dressed in luxurious garments and adorned with elaborate jewelry, sitting in the main seat. The rest of the disciples were lined up below. Chief Changhua. This is a disgrace, a huge disgrace. Our Qi Huafeng has actually had disciples captured by Changming Peak. Chief Changhua, this matter cannot be left as is. Enough. The leading woman said lightly, her gaze sweeping over the disciples who instantly fell silent. This matter must have an explanation. However, we cannot let it escalate. Changhua murmured. The reason was simple. The main peak competition was imminent, and now was not the time to engage in battles at the main peak level, especially since Changming Peak's strength had increased. Moreover, that chief of Changming Peak, Miao Tian, was not an easy opponent to deal with. Let's go. All rank disciples, let's head to Changming Peak together. Changhua said loudly. Yes. A quarter of an hour later. Changming Peak, which had been quiet for a long time, was not so lively now. At the peak's entrance, led by Chief Changhua of Qi Huafeng, over a dozen ranked disciples stood behind her, eyeing Changming Peak with an intent to demand an explanation. On the side of Changming Peak, Miao Tian took the lead with Ning Fan, Yun Qingyao, Li Yunqi, Gu Mingyue, and a crowd of ordinary disciples accompanying them. Behind them lay 4 disciples from Qi Huafeng, Lu Qinggan, and the others. Miao Tian, your Changming Peak disciples actually dared to injure my Qi Huafeng disciples. You must give an explanation. Changhua said coldly. Heh, an explanation. Your Qi Huafeng caused trouble here, and my Changming Peak disciples merely retaliated. You can't only enforce the might makes right principle when you are strong. Miao Tian shook his head slightly, and said, since that's the case, then let's see the true skill under our hands. As soon as Changhua's voice fell, in the next moment 2 disciples from Qi Huafeng standing behind her rushed towards the Changming Peak disciples. Miao Tian stood with his hands behind his back as 2 figures sprang out from behind him, Ning Fan and Li Yunqi. Gathering lightning and grasping light kick. Li Yunqi raised a foot and a cluster of lightning spiraled around his lower leg, kicking at a Qi Huafeng disciple's waist with incredible speed. He kicked him flying. This move. Many people stared at the martial art displayed by Li Yunqi. Li Yunqi was actually quite talented, especially in terms of speed. However, he had never found martial techniques suited for him. This technique, gathering lightning and grasping light kick, did not rely on strength, but converted the martial artist's speed into power, which was perfect for Li Yunqi. It was very suitable. No one had ever heard of such a martial technique in the Yin-Yang divine sect, so it was evident that this technique came from ancient ruins. With a suitable martial technique, Li Yunqi's strength surged significantly, making him a formidable opponent. Many considered. They also turned their gazes towards Ning Fan on the side. Ning Fan abruptly dropped into a horse stance, just before his opponent struck, deliberately exposing his chest to the oncoming fist. Thud. A punch from Qi Huafeng slammed into Ning Fan's chest, producing a deep muffled resonance. Not the sound of flesh yielding, but of stone struck by iron. Observe closely. Ning Fan's exposed arms and neck had turned earthen yellow. A formidable defensive martial art. Get back. With a thunderous roar, Ning Fan violently shook his body. Qi Huafeng, who had just landed the blow, was instantly hurled backward, skidding to his original position. The rock earth body. Ning Fan has only been with Changming Peak for a week. Yet he's already mastered this demanding defensive technique, which normally requires years of cultivation. Such innate talent is truly rare. Changyu murmured softly to herself. No, it won't be easy. Since Ning Fan deciphered the ancient relic script, the disciples of Changming Peak have surged in strength by several tiers. Forcing a confrontation with them now would prove exceedingly difficult. Very well. Per sect regulations, I shall take these 4 disciples away and compensate you with medicinal herbs. Here are 2,000 spirit stones. It's no paltry sum. Changyu flipped her palm upward, revealing a storage ring resting upon it, then tossed it lightly toward the center between the 2 factions. Medicinal compensation was a euphemism. Captured disciples were invariably grievously injured. They required potent pills for recovery, so the term medicinal compensation served as diplomatic cover for ransom payments exchanged to retrieve captives. It was an unwritten custom within the Yin-Yang divine sect. By proposing such compensation, Changyu effectively conceded, though not entirely, yet offering merely 500 spirit stones per disciple, given the circumstances of trespass and capture, was undeniably meager, even insulting. Moreover, when rival peaks clashed, compensation alone rarely sufficed. A political maneuvering inevitably followed. Qi Huafeng's approach thus embodied compromise, yet withheld full surrender. Earlier, Changming Peak had dispatched formal invitations to all major peaks. Consequently, numerous disciples from other peaks had gathered. Curious spectators now fixed their gazes upon Miao Tian, silently speculating on his next move. I wonder if Changming Peak will dare stand firm, defy Qi Huafeng outright, and give us a proper spectacle. Unlikely. Even if Changming Peak's disciples have grown markedly stronger through the ancient relic's decipherment, their overall strength still pales beside Qi Huafeng's. Still, that compensation is absurdly low, bordering on contemptuous. Murmurs rippled across the Chang Yu's eyes flickered. She knew full well her offer was stingy. Yet precisely therein lay the face-saving step she'd extended to Changming Peak. If Miao Tian pressed harder, demanding greater recompense, she would yield further. Thus both peaks would retain dignity, neither humiliated nor diminished. But then, Miao Tian made no fuss over compensation. Instead his gaze locked onto Chang Yu across the divide. This dispute concerns only junior disciples. Chang Yu, are you truly escalating it to a contest between peak chiefs? Chang Yu faltered, instinctively interpreting his words as a veiled threat. Regardless, any incident involving a Qi Huafeng disciple becomes Qi Huafeng's affair, not merely peak chiefs. Even our peak master himself would intervene, and that would pose no issue whatsoever. Chang Yu declared, voice laced with unyielding authority. Yet Miao Tian's response was unexpectedly enigmatic. No anger, no counterthrust. Only a quiet, knowing smile. Indeed, if that is your stance, then all is settled. Hand them over. Miao Tian cast a subtle glance behind him. Instantly, several Changming disciples stepped forward, lifting Lu Qingyan and the others from the ground and carrying them to the midpoint between the two factions. They retrieved the storage ring lying on the earth. Chang Yu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Miao Tian from head to toe. Had 4 disciples truly been exchanged for just 2,000 spirit stones? Was Miao Tian simply too compliant? But in the next breath, Chang Yu understood Changming Peak clearly wished to avoid conflict during this critical growth phase, especially with the inter-peak martial assembly imminent. A stable, uninterrupted ascent was undoubtedly the wisest course. What? They accepted 2,000 spirit stones and called it settled. Changming Peak is utterly spineless. Changming Peak still fears Qi Huafeng. Perhaps they merely seek to avoid entanglement before the inter-peak assembly. A pragmatic if bloodless decision. Snickers rose around them. Who could have imagined? Though Changming Peak had seized 4 Qi Huafeng disciples, they yielded without resistance. Truly, Changming Peak remained unchanged. Spectators from other peaks sighed inwardly, disappointed at missing the grand spectacle. Let's go. Having achieved her objective, Chang Yu ordered her disciples to support Lu Qingyan, and the others then led the procession down Changming Peak slopes. After they departed, Miao Tian opened the storage ring and withdrew 500 spirit stones, handing them to Ning Fan. Well done. Take these, restore your injuries thoroughly, and resume cultivation tomorrow. Yes, master. Ning Fan accepted the spirit stones, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. A quarter hour later, Chang Yu and her entourage returned in full force to Qi Huafeng, having succeeded only in retrieving Lu Qingyan and the others, for now. As for Yu Qingqing, that matter would require further deliberation. Chang Yu first escorted Qinshun and Yu Gu back to their respective caves, then guided Lu Qingyan and Che Shui to theirs. Once they lay within, she stood motionless, observing them in silence. After a long pause, she exhaled slowly. The Peak Master held such high hopes for you both. Yet this blunder has jeopardized your futures within Qi Huafeng. A pity. Your family presented the Peak Master with a tier geographical cultivation treasure, an artifact capable of accelerating his breakthrough. Its rarity surpasses even your own understanding. All of it wasted. Chang Yu whispered, then shook her head and departed. Within the cave, only Lu Qingyan and Che Shui remained. Minutes later, the two, who had lain motionless, breathing faintly, suddenly opened their eyes. Their gazes burned with startling clarity. No trace of injury remained. My husband, we've truly infiltrated. The familiar voice emanating from Lu Qingyan's lips bore none of his usual icy reserve. Instead, it rang pure, crystalline, and tender. Like Yun Qingyao's. Hurry. The figure posing as Che Shui now spoke with Ning Fan's unmistakable timbre. We're short on time. Strike while they remain unaware. Brother Lin Yu estimates we have barely 2 days. Beyond that, even Qi Huafeng's sluggishness will surely awaken. Indeed, the Lu Qingyan and Che Shui Chang Yu had brought back were none other than Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. No one had anticipated Changming Peak's audacious ruse, returning captives in disguise. The schemes of Ning Fan and the others are not particularly clever. With 4 masks that disguise their faces and a bold attitude, they could pull it off, but that's so-called boldness. It truly needs to be bold enough to break the sky. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao have now infiltrated the enemy camp, and one misstep could lead to a situation where they are at the mercy of others. Search the cave dwelling, Ning Fan said. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao immediately began rummaging through the cave, and to their surprise they found quite a few treasures. 700 spirit stones and 20 body refining pills. 20,000 silver coins, along with other cultivation resources. Adding it all up, there were close to 1,000 spirit stones worth of cultivation resources. As disciples of the Qihua Peak, they were indeed quite wealthy compared to those from the Chongming Peak. Husband, what is this? Just as Ning Fan continued searching in a corner of the cave, Yun Qingjiao's voice suddenly called out, and Ning Fan instinctively looked over. He saw Yun Qingyao holding something that resembled a soup spoon, but in reality, it looked more like a small cake. It was about 3 centimeters in diameter and over 10 centimeters long. There was also a lock on the outside. Ning Fan. He stepped forward, snatched the object from Yun Qingjiao's hand, and casually tossed it into a corner. Good girl. Don't ask, this thing is dirty, go wash your hands. Oh. Yun Qingyao responded with a look of confusion and obediently turned to wash her hands. Tisk. Ning Fan's gaze fell back on the locked little cage, and he couldn't help but click his tongue. Lu Qinggan and her partner seemed to play quite frivolously, and it's evident that Lu Qinggan is the one in charge between her and Che Shuai. Ning Fan truly couldn't understand why someone would be willing to wear that thing. How uncomfortable it must be. Husband. After washing her hands, Yun Qingyao came out and called out to Ning Fan softly. Your voice needs to be disguised. Ning Fan frowned. Ning Fan, Yun Qingyao, Lu Qing'an, and Che Shuai had very similar body types, but their voices were different. However, this was not a problem. A severely injured person's voice becomes weak and hoarse. Even if the disguise is somewhat strange, it won't attract attention, and Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao don't plan to engage in much conversation with the disciples of Qihua Peak. If they can avoid it, they will. As for their realms, isn't it quite normal for someone severely injured to appear to have a fluctuating cultivation level? No need to disguise that. Yun Qingyao nodded slightly, then cleared her throat, trying to find a hoarse and cold voice. Let's go, we should go out for a stroll. Ning Fan rubbed his hands in excitement. Lu Qinggan and Che Shuai's cave dwelling was just a trivial matter. The real treasure trove was the entire Qihua Peak, be it the martial arts building or the treasure vault. Just a casual visit would yield great rewards. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao stepped out of the cave dwelling, but did not act immediately. Instead, they observed their surroundings for a moment. After all, this is unfamiliar territory. Caution is advisable. As for the specific facilities of Qihua Peak, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao had a rough idea. The displays of the major peaks were generally similar. The main hall is at the peak, and the disciples' residences are within the peak. The martial arts building, training grounds, and so forth are situated between the disciples' residences and the main hall, and Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao were in the middle section of Qihua Peak. Going up leads to the core areas like the martial arts building. After confirming their direction, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao immediately stepped forward toward the upper part of Qihua Peak. It was already midnight. There were hardly any disciples on the roads of Qihua Peak. Moreover, most disciples bowed their heads to greet Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao upon seeing them, and the reason was simple. Che Shuai and Lu Qinggan were favored disciples. Ordinary disciples did not have the qualification to speak with them. Soon Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao arrived in front of a towering ancient building where the words Martial Arts Building were inscribed in an ornate style on the plaque. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao exchanged glances, both seeing excitement in each other's eyes. This is possible. The Martial Arts Building was one of the predetermined goals for Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao. Finding it so quickly was quite a stroke of luck. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao linked arms and walked forward. Yo, Sister Lu, Brother Che, how are you both? The disciple guarding the Martial Arts Building warmly greeted Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao upon seeing them. Finally, Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao encountered a disciple they could speak to. However, they did not panic, as they had simulated how to respond countless times in their minds. We're doing okay. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao chose the most conservative way to greet. Given their current feeble state, being somewhat aloof seemed reasonable and wouldn't raise suspicion. But the next moment, the disciple guarding the Martial Arts Building frowned, scrutinizing Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao from head to toe with an expression full of curiosity. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao were taken aback. What was wrong? Their body types, aura, speech content, and voices were almost flawless. Suddenly, Ning Fan recalled the little lock that Yun Qingyao had found, and a moment of realization surged in his heart. He gave Yun Qingyao a knowing glance. One must admit that Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao had a tacit understanding. The latter immediately understood Ning Fan's meaning and gently raised her arm. Ning Fan quickly took half a step back to support her. What was originally Ning Fan leading Yun Qingyao by half a step now transformed into Yun Qingyao leading Ning Fan by half a step, with Ning Fan supporting her arm. At the same time, Yun Qingyao shot Ning Fan a cold glance. Ning Fan lowered his head a bit more. As expected. After this subtle change, the confusion in the eyes of the disciple guarding the Martial Arts Building vanished, returning to normal. Sister Lu, you're still entering the Martial Arts Building this late? Yun Qingyao nodded and answered, I was defeated by a disciple from Chongming Peak and felt unwilling. I urgently want to improve my strength and see if there are suitable martial arts techniques available. Please. The disciple stepped aside, allowing Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao to pass. Ning Fan supported Yun Qingyao as they walked in tandem into the martial arts building. The martial arts building of Qihua Peak had 5 floors, and with Lu Qinggan and Che Shuai's status, they could currently enter the 3rd floor. After using their disciple tokens to unlock the restrictions, they headed straight for the 3rd floor. Upon entering the 3rd floor, a vast array of martial arts techniques and cultivation manuals appeared before Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao, a dazzling display of choices. Ning Fan glanced around, and seeing no one else, immediately directed his greedy gaze toward those martial arts techniques. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao did not hesitate. They directly picked up a martial arts technique and stuffed it into their storage ring. One after another, they collected more. Soon they had filled their ring with over a dozen martial arts techniques. Just as Ning Fan was about to grab more martial arts techniques, a sudden piercing sound echoed in his ears. It was an alarm. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of astonishment in each other's eyes. Before coming here, no one mentioned anything about an alarm to them. It's all Lin Yu and the others' fault. They failed to inform us of such important information, and now Ning Fan and Yun Qingyou's situation has become extremely difficult. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Changming Peak has no martial arts building, and without the martial arts building, they naturally wouldn't know what defensive measures are inside. Hurry, hurry, something happened at the martial arts building. Through the window, Ning Fan heard several shouts coming from below the martial arts building, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. Ning Fan forcibly suppressed the panic within him, while his hands swiftly grabbed the martial arts books from the shelves one after another. Yun Qingyao was left dumbfounded. Let's go this way. Ning Fan had a sudden inspiration. According to Ning Fan's memory, the window in front of him should be at the back of the martial arts building. If he could jump out from this window, there might still be a chance for survival. Ning Fan pulled Yun Qingyao and jogged to the window in front of them. Just as Ning Fan opened the window and was about to step out, a sudden voice rang out from below. Leave a few disciples here to prevent the thieves from escaping through this way. Ning Fan. Yun Qingyao. This. What should we do? Just as Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao were pondering, the footsteps from the staircase leading from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor of the martial arts building became increasingly urgent. Husband. Yun Qingyao kept clutching her clothing, a hint of panic showing on her face. Come on. Ning Fan gritted his teeth, realizing that now was the time to take risks. Ning Fan and Yun Qingyao crouched low, quietly approaching the door at the entrance. Yun Qingyao was cautious. Could it be? Was Ning Fan planning to wait until those disciples from Qihua Peak came in before sneaking away? The difficulty seemed quite high. Before Yun Qingyao could comprehend Ning Fan's plan, 6 disciples from Qihua Peak had already rushed into the 3rd floor of the martial arts building. Who is it? The leading disciple from Qihua Peak was about to shout. Ning Fan suddenly pulled Yun Qingyao out from behind the door, but instead of stepping outside, he walked towards the few disciples from Qihua Peak. And he was quick to shout before the leading disciple could speak. Who dares to cause trouble in my Qihua Peak's martial arts building? Yun Qingyao. Yun Qingyao. Yun Qingyao. In an instant, Yun Qingyou's mind went blank. Ning Fan was not thinking of escaping through the door, but was instead shouting as if he were the thief. Yun Qingyao nearly couldn't hold herself together. The several disciples from Qihua Peak suddenly turned their heads, seeing Che Shuai and Lu Qinggan behind them. A hint of hesitation flashed in their minds. Had Che Shuai and Lu Qinggan just been behind them? They couldn't remember. When the alarm in the martial arts building went off, the surrounding martial artists hurriedly rushed this way, and whether Che Shuai and Lu Qinggan were behind them went unnoticed. Sister Lu, did you see any strange people lurking near the martial arts building just now? The leading disciple from Qihua Peak asked. He was also a ranked disciple from Qihua Peak, but his rank was not as high as Lu Qinggan's, so he naturally deferred to Lu Qinggan. Yun Qingyao steadied her mind, maintaining a slightly hoarse voice as she said in a somewhat cold tone. No, we have not. Then let's search this 3rd floor of the martial arts building. The disciple from Qihua Peak spoke. Yun Qingyao nodded, thus counting Yun Qingyao and Ning Fan. A total of 8 people paired up in twos to carefully search the 3rd floor of the martial arts building. The other 6 were cautious of enemies, fearing that the hidden thieves might suddenly attack. As for Ning Fan's caution, it was due to the martial arts. He was afraid of being noticed. Indeed. In the process of searching for the thieves, Ning Fan also carefully put away martial arts books into his storage ring. However, this time Ning Fan was not recklessly grabbing everything, but rather meticulously taking high-grade martial arts books, only taking those of the Xian level and above. In just a few minutes, Ning Fan had actually acquired 4 Xian-level martial arts books. Yun Qingyao. The entire process left Yun Qingyao speechless. The 6 people beside them were cautiously searching for the thieves, while the thief was openly stuffing one martial arts book after another into the storage ring. It was hard to maintain composure. After dozens of breaths, the 8 people had thoroughly searched the entire 3rd floor of the martial arts building, seeing not a trace of the thieves. Oh no. To be precise, they had seen something, but they felt as if they hadn't. Sister Lu, did you find anything? No, we have not. Sigh, that thief has some means. Who could it be that can enter our Chihua Peak, so stealthily intrude into the martial arts building, and then escape, right under our noses? The disciple from Chihua Peak was puzzled. The others also couldn't understand. The next moment, someone is coming. Ning Fan suddenly raised his hand, pointing at the entrance of the 3rd floor of the martial arts building, then disregarding the reactions of the others, he dashed towards the entrance. The others quickly followed suit. Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao rushed down to the 1st floor of the martial arts building, glancing around before swaggering out through the front door. The 6 disciples from Chihua Peak were still following behind Che Shuai and Lu Qinggan. After all Che Shuai had said, he saw a figure. They hadn't seen anything. You all stay here. He'll continue to chase ahead, Ning Fan said. Then he and Yun Xingyao plunged into the night, but in just a few flashes their figures faded into the dark, leaving the 6 disciples from Chihua Peak staring blankly at the front of the martial arts building. A figure. They had never seen it at all. What happened? Did you see Sister Lu and Brother Che? Did they provide any information? The disciple who had been guarding outside the martial arts building walked over from the window and frowned as he asked the few people standing at the door. The ranked disciple looked bewildered and asked, what information could Sister Lu and Brother Che have? Didn't they come with us and only went upstairs after hearing the alarm from the 3rd floor of the martial arts building? No, Sister Lu and Brother Che were already on the 3rd floor of the martial arts building. Huh. The few of them stared at each other, feeling that some information didn't match up. At the same time, not far from the martial arts building in a small forest, Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao ran as fast as they could. After leaving the sight of those disciples from Chihua Peak in front of the martial arts building, they started to run at a speed like they were escaping for their lives, panting heavily. Husband, you scared me to death. Yun Qingjiao's face was pale. The earlier scene was truly too thrilling. If her heart were any weaker, she probably wouldn't have been able to bear it. But the harvest was quite bountiful. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled. During this trip to the martial arts building, Ning Fan had at least obtained 20 low-grade, Xian-level martial arts books, around 10 mid-grade, Xian-level martial arts books, and even a few high-grade Xian-level martial arts books. If converted into cultivation resources. It's happening. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ning Fan's eyes, but first he must leave Chihua Peak safely, or else he would be caught by its disciples. Then it would all be over. Husband, they probably have their suspicions about us now, Yun Xingyao said with a hint of Ning Fan's earlier ruse of crying thief, while stealing had freed them, but it also left many flaws. If the disciples of Chihua Peak were given enough time to think, they would surely notice something amiss, making it much harder for Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao to act. Ning Fan nodded, deeply agreeing with Yun Qingjiao's assessment. Originally we planned to stay at Chihua Peak for 2 or 3 days, but now it looks like we will have to leave tonight. Let's see how many treasures we can take away this evening. Just how many treasures there are to take, Yun Xingyao said, bowing slightly. Now a question lay before Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao. Having already looted the martial arts building once, where should they set their sights next? Suddenly Ning Fan's eyes lit up. The chief disciple of Chihua Peak, Chang Yue, had once mentioned in front of Che Shuai and Lu Qinggan that the Lu family, where Lu Qinggan belonged, had offered a cultivation treasure to the master of Chihua Peak. If they could get their hands on that treasure, this mission would be a resounding success. The treasure pavilion. A hint of greed flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, he and Yun Xingyao had to pay a visit to the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion was not far from the martial arts building. Without getting lost, it took about half an hour for Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao to arrive at its entrance. The two exchanged glances and then swaggered towards the treasure pavilion. Greetings, Senior Sister Lucy. The disciple guarding the entrance of the treasure pavilion immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao approach. Judging by his demeanor, he should be an ordinary disciple of Chihua Peak. Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ordinary disciples were easier to deal with. We would like to enter the treasure pavilion, Ning Fan said. Please, Senior Brother, let us through, Yun Xingyao said in a hoarse, cold voice. Sure thing, Senior Sister Lu. Senior Brother Che. Please go inside. The disciple guarding the treasure pavilion stepped aside, watching as Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao entered. There was a hint of coldness in his gaze. Once inside the treasure pavilion, Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao were thoroughly excited. What greeted their eyes was an abundance of rare treasures. Countless low-grade and mid-grade treasures were piled up on the first floor. If they made it up to the 3rd floor, they would surely find an inexhaustible supply of mysterious cultivation treasures. This is amazing. At this moment, Ning Fan and Yun Xingyao felt like 2 giant rats that had entered a granary, their eyes filled with the sparkling grain of treasures. However, the next moment, bang! The door of the treasure pavilion was violently shut, dust falling from the ceiling, and in an instant the excitement on Ning Fan and Yun Qingjiu's faces came to an abrupt halt. Something is wrong. Under normal circumstances, the doors of the treasure pavilion would be open as they were engraved with defensive formations and restrictions. Once closed, it meant that the restrictions and formations had been triggered. Ning Fan and Yun Qingjiu hurriedly rushed to the door, pounding on it. Ning Fan even kicked it twice, but the door did not budge. Husband. A look of anxiety appeared on Yun Qingjiu's face. Ning Fan raised a finger signaling her to remain calm. He vaguely heard the voice of the disciple outside talking. Are they in there? Those two have indeed entered the treasure pavilion. They are now trapped inside. Don't worry, the restrictions have already been activated, and they won't be able to escape even if they had wings. Those two are indeed not senior sister Lu and senior brother Che. They even called me senior brother, but I still don't know exactly who they are. Hurry, let's catch the thieves. Hearing the voice outside, Ning Fan's heart sank. It was a communication jade pendant. It seemed that after he and Yun Qingjiu arrived at the treasure pavilion, the disciples of Qihua Peak sensed something was wrong and used the communication jade pendant to notify others about the anomaly of Lu Qinggan and Che Shuai. The disciple at the entrance of the treasure pavilion was not an ordinary disciple. He even ranked above Lu Qinggan and Che Shuai. He had just probed a little and revealed the details of Ning Fan and Yun Qingjiu. In an instant, the entire Qihua Peak was lit up, and all disciples except for Qin Shun and Yu Gu, who were still recuperating, sprang into action to catch the big thief. Since the establishment of Qihua Peak, they had never encountered such a cunning thief who had secretly infiltrated the martial arts building and stolen a large number of martial arts techniques. Moreover, they even set their sights on the treasure pavilion. Such a rogue was simply unprecedented. Soon the area around the treasure pavilion became sealed tight. Disciples holding torches illuminated the vicinity. Outside the treasure pavilion, several figures stood side by side, with the leading one being the disciple guarding the entrance. Senior brother Qinli. Have you confirmed that they are inside the treasure pavilion? One person asked. Yes. The warrior named Qinli nodded, slightly, a glint of certainty flashing in his eyes. I let those two thieves in. They must be inside the treasure pavilion. I ask all fellow disciples to follow me and Qinli together. Open the restrictions of the treasure pavilion and let us all enter. Capture the thieves. Yes. We will follow senior brother Qinli's lead and head into the treasure pavilion to catch the thieves. The disciples behind him responded in unison. As the voice fell, Qinli stepped forward, placing his hands on the tightly shut door. As his spiritual energy surged, the door flickered with a glow. But after a moment, the glow ceased and nothing happened. Qinli, what is going on? Why can't I open the restrictions with my spiritual energy? The method is correct. He hurriedly tried several more times, but the door remained unmoved. Senior brother Qin, is it possible that the restrictions have been closed from the inside? Suddenly a voice rang out. Qinli's expression changed instantly. In the Yin-Yang divine sect, any building with restrictions could be closed from both the inside and outside for emergencies. Buildings with restrictions served as a barrier for the sect. Given the current situation, it seemed like someone had triggered the restrictions from the inside, sealing the door. This is not right. Ordinary people wouldn't know how to close the restrictions. Only the chief disciples, or those specifically tasked with guarding them, would know how. Who exactly are those two? Qinli frowned. Senior brother Qin, what shall we do now? Someone asked. We can't just let the two thieves run rampant inside the treasure pavilion. Although they would certainly be caught in the end, this current situation is untenable. Chief, please summon the chief. Only the chief and the peak master have the highest authority to control the defensive formations and restrictions. Has anyone informed the chief since this incident started? Qinli gritted his teeth. We've informed them, but the peak master is absent and the chief is in seclusion. Hurry. Force a notification to the chief. Ensure that Chief Chong Yu comes over immediately.